Chapter 2. Avenging a friend. The goddess Qingni revealed the precise location of Lan Xiaoyou's body. It was buried quite deeply, approximately 3 to 4 meters beneath the surface. Qingni exclaimed in disbelief. This is a murder and a concealed body. My dear friend has undoubtedly been wronged. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and her face flushed with anger. Who could it be? Who has brought harm to Xiaoyu? Qingni implored. Goddess, you are a celestial being. Surely you must know. The goddess nodded, her fingertip gently touching Qingni's brow, imparting a glimmer of white light. After Lan Xiaoyou's demise, a young woman emerged from a sports car, clad in designer attire, her demeanor haughty and disdainful. She spat contemptuously at Lan Xiaoyou's corpse and sneered. Let us see how you compete with me for a man now. Having uttered those words, the young woman entered her car and drove away with a flourish. Moments later, a van halted beside Lan Xiaoyou's lifeless form, and several burly men disembarked. They hoisted Lan Xiaoyou's body into the van and transported it 30 kilometers to a remote mountainous area, where they excavated a deep pit, unceremoniously discarding her remains within and covering it with earth. Meanwhile, the 3 men remaining at the scene of Lan Xiaoyou's death efficiently cleaned away the bloodstains, obliterating all evidence. One of them even made a call to ensure the destruction of surveillance footage. Their actions were executed with remarkable proficiency, suggesting that they had engaged in such grim tasks many times before and were well versed in the process. It appeared that the woman who had fatally struck Lan Xiaoyu was not merely responsible for her death alone. The ensuing images revealed the woman's identity. Her name was Dong Qianlan, and she hailed from a remarkably affluent family. Her great-grandfather commenced the family business, and by the time her father assumed power, the Dong family's enterprise had expanded nationwide, even establishing ventures abroad. The Dong family possesses not only wealth, but also a vast network of personnel and connections. Lan Xiaoyu is quite innocent. She harbors no desire for a boyfriend, let alone contend with Dong Qianlan for a man. It was merely a brief exchange with a gentleman whom Dong Qianlan had her eye on, during which the gentleman exhibited a hint of admiration for Lan Xiaoyu. This incited intense jealousy in Dong Qianlan. Given the gentleman's influential background and the fact that he is the object of her affection, Dong Qianlan refrained from confronting him and instead directed her ire towards Lan Xiaoyu. In a fit of rage, Dong Qianlan caused Lan Xiaoyou's death, much like her previous transgressions against other girls who had been close to the boys. The visuals reveal that the number of girls whom Dong Qianlan has harmed exceeds a mere 10. This woman's crimes undoubtedly warrant the death penalty. Yet, due to her family's affluence and power, she remains unpunished, continuing to endanger more innocent lives. Qingni's face flushed with indignation. How can such malevolence allow them to thrive while wreaking havoc on others? Your Highness, should not such individuals be condemned to the depths of hell? Why do they continue to live and luxuriate in a life of wealth acquired at the expense of others' lives? Qingni questioned, seething with fury. Because their time has not yet come, the tranquil empress replied calmly. Rest assured, once they perish and their souls descend to the underworld, they will face appropriate retribution. Even the least of the Dong family will endure a century of servitude in the hell of blades. However, they are still alive, and more will fall victim to their malice. Qingni gritted her teeth and declared, I must put a stop to them. They shall face punishment for their actions and be subjected to the full force of the law. They shall no longer be able to harm others. Most importantly, I seek vengeance for Xiaoyu. Then go forth, smiled the benevolent goddess. Prevent the wicked from committing their crimes, and you shall also accrue merit. Merit? Qingni inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. Is merit truly as effective as the online novels claim? The goddess nodded, reflecting, indeed, the imagination of humanity is boundless. They dare to conceive of all manner of things, and a portion of their musings holds truth. For instance, the concept of merit is largely accurate as depicted in those novels. Therefore, once you begin your cultivation, strive earnestly to accumulate merit. Understood, Qingni replied. As the goddess extended her finger, releasing a point of white light that swiftly vanished into the computer by the wall, Qingni hurried to the computer, activating both the main unit and the monitor. The computer specifications were passable, and it took a few moments to access the operating window. She noticed a new folder had appeared on the desktop. Upon opening it, she found it filled with numerous images and documents, along with several videos, precisely what she had envisioned moments before. Your Majesty, you actually understand computers? Qingni exclaimed in surprise. The goddess chuckled. One must keep pace with the times. Humanity is fascinating. Their inventions are both intriguing and convenient. Even the underworld now employs computers for administrative tasks. I possess a smartphone as well. A smartphone? Qingni exclaimed. Is it specially made for the underworld? Indeed. The divine lady remarked that the underworld is home to numerous talents, or rather, ingenious spirits. In their former lives, they were devoted to the study of electronic technology. And upon reaching the nether realm, they were employed to assist in the technological reform of the afterlife. Qingni sighed, acknowledging the progressive nature of this development. After compressing the files, she transmitted them via the internet to relevant departments, major media outlets, and the rivals of the Dong family. Upon receiving this information, the media might harbor some reservations, reluctant to offend the Dong family. However, their adversaries and the pertinent authorities did not hesitate. The state had long desired to eradicate the malignant presence of the Dong family, yet their cleanup team was exceptionally adept, executing their tasks with impeccable integrity, thus leaving the authorities bereft of evidence. Even with evidence in hand, it was challenging to bring the Dong family to justice in one fell swoop. Should they evade capture and flee abroad, there would be little recourse. Now, with the incriminating evidence against the Dong family presented in such detail, the authorities were poised to convict them entirely. They were grateful to the individual who provided the evidence and sought to trace its source to extend a commendation. However, by the time the authorities located Qingni's residence, she had already departed from this world. Qingni had been vigilant regarding the Dong family's affairs, and upon their eventual capture and subsequent sentencing by the court, with Dong Qianlan facing the death penalty, she exhaled a long sigh of relief, having avenged her dear friend. Divine Lady, can you now reveal to me what I am to do next? Qingni inquired, her eyes wide open, addressing the void. The air shimmered slightly, heralding the appearance of the serene goddess. I shall escort you to a place where you can diligently cultivate your skills. When the time is ripe, you will instinctively understand your purpose, she proclaimed. Where to? Inquired Qingni, pondering whether the goddess intended to take her to the underworld. The serene goddess smiled gently. To the realm most coveted by the protagonists of the primordial tales. In her bewilderment, Qingni felt a black hole materialize behind her, engulfing her whole. Just before losing consciousness, she heard the final words of the serene goddess. Persevere in your cultivation. Perhaps you shall reunite with your two friends. As the black hole consumed Qingni, vanishing into the void, the serene goddess expelled a stream of golden blood. This forceful opening of a time-space passage to the primordial era had exacted a heavy toll on her, incurring the wrath of the heavenly laws, leaving her with injuries that would take at least 10,000 years to fully heal. Yet, this suffering paled in comparison to the potential to alter the fate of the witch clan. She hoped that Qingni, a seemingly insignificant pawn overlooked by the heavenly laws, could indeed play a pivotal role in reshaping the destiny of her people. Alas, having only Qingni among her kin was woefully inadequate. Indeed, while humanity reigns as the sovereign of the universe, the existence of the witch clan, however marginalized, should not necessitate its extinction. Why could they not be granted a sliver of hope? Even a modicum of survival would suffice. The environment beyond the ancient bronze gates was so harsh that it seemed inhospitable to life. The surviving members of the clan retreated behind the ancient bronze door, only to become extinct. The ancient bronze door also vanished into history. Qingni, you are the last hope of the Wu clan. With a smile, Houtu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her figure disappearing from Qingni's room. Thus, it became an unsolved mystery. Chapter 3. Transmigration. Yes. A girl who appeared to be 13 or 14 years old responded. She raised her head, revealing a delicate countenance that bore a striking resemblance to Qingni, albeit with a more youthful appearance. In fact, this young girl was Qingni herself, the effect of the transmigration having rejuvenated her by 10 years. When Qingni awoke, she found herself lying in a stone-built house. The house was constructed rather crudely, with no furniture or decorations inside, not even a bed. She felt as if she was lying on the ground, though there was something spread between the ground and her body. Where's this? Qingni wondered in astonishment. The images of what happened before she lost consciousness resurfaced. So, the black hole was actually created by Houtu? Where did she send her? Just as she was pondering this, two tall men and a woman of considerable height entered through the unadorned doorway. Their clothing was of a peculiar style. The material unidentifiable to Qingni, though it seemed to be neither cloth nor animal hide. Seeing that Qingni was awake, The woman quickly stepped forward and helped her sit up, while the two men sat down opposite her. "Young one, what is your name?" one of the men inquired. The language of men is undoubtedly not that of the Flower Kingdom, nor is it any modern tongue spoken on earth, such as English, Japanese, French, Russian, Spanish, or Latin. Yet, Qingni possesses the uncanny ability to comprehend this language of men, and she even believes she can articulate it herself. Is this a boon bestowed upon her by the benevolent goddess? The three of them exchanged glances, their eyes filled with compassion for Qingni, as they pondered the tragic circumstances that must have led her to such forgetfulness. Poor child. Shui Exine gently placed her hand on Qingni's head, speaking tenderly. "You shall reside in our tribe henceforth. Curse those vile demon clans," murmured Honghuang, seemingly attributing blame to the demon race. "Is the king of the demons Dijun?" Qingni inquired cautiously. Qishan nodded, praising her. "At such a tender age, you are aware that the king of the demons is named Dijun. It appears your memory is not entirely lost. Indeed, they had truly arrived in the era of the primordial chaos." Qingni nodded obediently. "I remember that the demon race established the heavenly court, with the heavenly emperor being Dijun and the eastern sovereign being Tai. The Wu clan boasts 12 ancestral witches, namely Dijiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Shi Baishe, Rushou, Jumeng, Gonggong, Zhurong, Houtu, Xianming, Tianwu, Changliang, and Yanzi. Address them as my lords." Shui Exine quickly instructed Qingni. "Not only must we show respect to the ancestral witches, but we must also honor the formidable grand witches." Qingni tilted her head, feigning ignorance. "Grand witches? Indeed, our witch clan categorizes its members based on their strength. The 12 ancestors are the incarnations of the great Pangu, possessing unparalleled power and earning our utmost reverence. Beneath the ancestors are the great witches, such as Lord Shangliu, Lord Hui, and Lord Quafu, who embody the essence of the great witches. Following them are the celestial witches, and beneath them lie the earthly witches, with those of us who are ordinary members of the witch clan at the lowest tier." Shueishin elaborated on the hierarchical structure of our clan to Qingni, who listened with awe, tears streaming down her face. She had truly arrived in the primordial era, genuinely becoming a part of the witch clan. According to Lady Pingxin, she was originally of the witch lineage. The blood of humanity had thinned in contemporary times, and perhaps after her journey through time, the human bloodline had been completely eradicated, allowing her to embrace her true identity as a member of the witch clan. Otherwise, Shueishin and the others would not have so readily accepted this stranger among them. "Very well, little one, your body remains quite frail. Rest for a few days, and once you have regained your strength, you shall train alongside the other children of the tribe," Qishan stated, outlining their plans for Qingni. Due to her appearance, her lineage, and her pitiable circumstances, they had wholeheartedly welcomed this child into their Shi tribe. Training. Qingni's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect. Upon discovering her heritage as a descendant of the witch clan, she had eagerly anticipated the opportunity to train, for the prowess of the witch clan was undeniably formidable. Though their strength lay primarily in physical might, it was indeed remarkable. The 12 ancestral witches each possess power akin to semi-saints. And even the ordinary members of the witch tribe can rival the so-called immortals of later times, blessed with long lifespans. How could Qingni remain unmoved? Previously, she had expressed some grievances about Empress Pingxin not imparting her cultivation methods. Now, upon reflection, it becomes evident that Empress Pingxin had long devised a plan for her to learn the most authentic techniques of cultivation from the ancient witch tribe. "Little one, we shall take our leave," Qishan announced as he rose. "I am not a little one," Qingni protested, feeling utterly humiliated to be referred to as such at the age of over 20. "Not a little one." Qishan chuckled. "Your height does not even reach my waist. If you are not a little one, then have you already attained adulthood? Youngling, let us discuss whether you are a little one once you have grown to the height of Shui Xian." "What?" Qingni gasped. Qishan was indeed tall. By her estimation, he was at least 2 meters. Yet, she herself was not short, measuring over 170, and had even been approached by an agency to consider modeling. How could it be that her height barely reached Qishan's waist? Such a claim seemed exaggerated. "What do you intend to do, little one?" Qishan inquired, puzzled. "I am not a little one. I am 24, Qingni retorted. 24? What do you mean? Qishan asked, confused. Do the witch tribe members not know how to count? She pondered, realizing that perhaps, given the absence of counting and measuring systems, not even writing had been established yet. What I mean is, I am already of age, she clarified. Haha, youngling, do not deceive us. If you were indeed of age, I would consume this stone house in disbelief. Your slender arms and legs are quite similar in size to my daughter's. It is rather implausible for you to be an adult, Qishan chuckled. She is hardly as delicate as you describe, Su Qingni retorted, raising her fist in protest, only to be taken aback by the sight of her own tiny fist and slender wrist. Was this diminutive hand truly hers? The realization struck her as she gazed downwards. Her previously ample bosom had vanished, leaving a flat expanse, and her eyes seemed to be closer to the ground, her long legs transformed into short ones. Su Qingni pondered. Had her exterior undergone such a dramatic transformation? Was she not merely traversing dimensions, but rather experiencing a soul transfer? Had the benevolent goddess Pingxin merely transported her spirit to the primeval era? What had become of her body? Was it irreparably damaged? Or had it been stowed away by the goddess? Days later, while gazing into the stream beside the Yoshi tribe, Su Qingni confirmed her current appearance. Realizing she had not undergone a soul transfer but had indeed inhabited a new body. Albeit when altered by the after-effects of her journey, her once statuesque form of a woman in her 20s had regressed to that of a young adolescent. She had seemingly regressed a decade, returning to her youth. Yet, Su Qingni felt no joy at this transformation. She longed for her long legs. However, the advantage of being in a youthful form was the ability to train alongside other juveniles. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward for her longer limbs to be out of place among a group of shorter ones. The Witch clan, by nature, possessed robust physiques, enabling them to wield formidable strength without extensive training. However, due to the increasingly evident discord between the Witch clan and the Demon clan, the members have begun to ardently cultivate their skills for safety. The young ones, in particular, are training from a tender age, aspiring to possess greater strength than their ancestors when they grow up, thereby enhancing their ability to protect themselves. Su Qingni, a hybrid of the human and Witch clans, despite the loss of her human bloodline, now solely embodies the essence of the Witch lineage. The trials of traversing through time have significantly fortified her physique, rendering it incomparable to that of modern society. Yet, when juxtaposed with the native Witch children, she pales in comparison. The instructors guiding the cultivation are astounded by Su Qingni's seemingly frail body. She chuckles softly. She can lift stones weighing 200 pounds, a feat that would deem her a strong woman in contemporary society. Nonetheless, relative to her peers from the Witch clan, she is indeed delicate. The Witch clan is inherently endowed with extraordinary physical strength, the most formidable in the primordial world. Despite her current fragility, she need not cultivate to become powerful. Upon reaching adulthood once more, her strength will surpass 2,000 pounds, and her physical resilience will be remarkable. She could withstand a knife cutting into her skin, leaving merely a white scratch without bleeding. Qingni, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Her companions call out to her. Chapter 4. Life in the primordial world. Should we bring out the frying pan and other cooking utensils? Although the lifestyle of the Witch clan closely resembles that of primitive human societies, there are significant distinctions. The most notable difference lies in the capabilities of the Witch clan. With merely a concept, they can bring it to fruition. In the primitive society, humanity lacked the capacity to forge iron pots and spatulas. However, the shamanic tribe possessed such abilities. With a mere flick of their strength, they could effortlessly mold iron pots and stone cauldrons. When employing their magical arts, the task became even simpler. One of the companions, a young girl named Shilyo, approached Su Qingni while carrying 2 pieces of roasted meat wrapped in leaves, offering one to her. Here, eat up. Thank you. Su Qingni accepted the roasted meat and indulged in it heartily, though she found it somewhat greasy. She understood that abstaining from it would leave her famished, particularly given the extensive physical exertion and training she engaged in daily, which only intensified her hunger. These roasted meats were infused with immense energy, unique to the primordial world, their efficacy rivaling that of the rare treasures found in other realms of immortal fantasy. The primordial world could be considered among the most superior of all worlds, with a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of other immortal realms. Consuming these roasted meats daily, Su Qingni could distinctly sense the surge of energy within her. Just as Su Qingni rose to her feet, she noticed Shui Xian approaching. Though it was not her whom Shui Xian sought, but rather Shilyo's mother, Chunhua. Chunhua, for this visit to the sacred land to meet the ancestor, your eldest must prepare his belongings promptly, as we shall set off early each morning. With that, Shui Xian hurried away to inform others. The sacred land? The ancestor? Su Qingni's ears perked up, intrigued by these two terms that Shui Xian had mentioned. Shiliu, is the ancestor referring to Lord Dijiang and the others? Su Qingni inquired, turning to her companion. Yes, yes, Shiliu replied, brimming with excitement. The 12 ancestral witches hold an exalted status in the hearts of the witch clan, and to catch a glimpse of them is a source of immense pride. Now that her father has the opportunity to meet the 12 ancestral witches, how could the stream not be filled with excitement? Su Qingni received a positive response and hurried off to find Shui Xian. Aunt Shui Xian, may I journey to the sacred land? Although the Empress Pingxin had brought her to the primordial world, she had not divulged the purpose of her arrival. Su Qingni could not simply drift through life in a haze, resigned to the fate of perishing alongside her clan after the great calamity of the witches and demons. She believed that the Empress Pingxin had sent her here to alter the destiny of the witch clan. Yet, as an ordinary young girl from the witch clan, she had not even reached the average lifespan of 3,000 years for her kind, and even when accounting for her modern age, she remained among the youngest of her people, lacking the capacity to change the course of her clan's fate. Even if she were to propose beneficial ideas for the witch clan, they would likely go unheeded. Su Qingni longed to encounter the 12 ancestral witches, especially Houtu's day. Houtu was the former incarnation of the Empress Pingxin, and perhaps she would be receptive to Su Qingni's perspective. Should Houtu accept her? Given her status within the witch clan, it might be possible to alter their destiny. Alas, the Shi tribe was but a small enclave, situated at a considerable distance from the sacred land where the 12 ancestral witches resided, leaving her with little hope of ever meeting them. With an opportunity to visit the sacred land now presented, she felt compelled to seize it. However, the matter was not one that Su Qingni could resolve through mere determination. Shui Xian smiled but resolutely declined her request, while Qishan unhesitatingly asserted that the young should remain within the tribe and refrain from wandering aimlessly. Is it a mere folly to venture to the sacred land? Unable to persuade Qishan to accompany her, Su Qingni could only depart with a heavy heart. Resolute in her determination, she vowed to exert herself in her cultivation, aspiring to attain formidable strength and journey to the witch clan's sacred land to meet Houtu. After all, time in the primordial world is not measured in the same way. Even without dedicated practice, she has already amassed a lifespan of 3,000 years, rendering the passage of a decade inconsequential. Su Qingni pondered, when would she cease to regard a year or a decade as trivial? Alas, she realized that she was becoming somewhat arrogant. It was imperative to remember the wisdom of mortals. A millennium is an eternity. One must seize the day. Thus, she devoted herself even more fervently to her training. Naturally diligent compared to her peers, she wasted not a moment, approaching both physical and magical practices with utmost seriousness. Her mentor, Qingmu, greatly admired Su Qingni's dedication, encouraging her to delve even deeper into her studies, often providing her with personalized guidance. Consequently, Su Qingni's prowess flourished rapidly, leaving her companions far behind. In her moments of respite from training, Su Qingni procured pots for cooking and taught the women of her tribe to prepare hearty stews and stir-fried dishes, resulting in a remarkable transformation of the tribe's cuisine, which became diverse and delectable. Before long, these culinary practices spread throughout the witch clan, earning Su Qingni praise from the esteemed Emperor Jiang, the eldest of the 12 ancestors. This commendation did not come directly from Emperor Jiang himself, but was relayed through Qishan. Every century, leaders accompanied by their finest individuals would journey to the sacred land to pay homage to the ancestors, although such visits did not guarantee an exchange of information. Yet, once again, Su Qingni found herself absent among those destined for the sacred land. There is no remedy. The growth cycle of the witch tribe is exceedingly prolonged. Although a century has elapsed, Su Qingni's appearance has only matured by 2 or 3 years, rendering her still a mere juvenile. It is unlikely that Qishan would take her along. Nevertheless, Su Qingni's prowess is undeniable. Within this brief century, she has ascended to the realm of a minor witch, with her lifespan extending to an astonishing 10,000 years. 10,000 years. In the modern era, I could scarcely fathom the prospect of such a lengthy existence. On this particular day, Su Qingni was diligently practicing the new spell imparted to her by Qingmu when, suddenly, a radiant rainbow light surged from the distance, soaring into the heavens, illuminating the entirety of the primordial continent. From the celestial realm above to the blood-soaked abyss below, all lay enveloped in this resplendent glow. Is this the oppressive might of a saint? Su Qingni was astounded. Merely under this pressure, she found herself spitting blood. How formidable must the power of that saint be? It is no wonder that it is said that beneath the saints, all are but ants. Under such overwhelming pressure, am I not akin to an ant as well? Yet, which saint is this? Is it Nuwa? Before long, the answer emerged. A gentle yet authoritative female voice resonated across the 4 seas and 8 desolations, proclaiming, "Today, Nuwa creates the human race, achieving sanctification through her merits. In the chaos, she establishes the Nuwa Emperor's domain. Those who wish to communicate may directly proceed to the Nuwa Emperor's palace. Indeed, it is Nuwa who has attained sainthood. Now that the human race has been birthed, the witch and demon tribes are destined to withdraw from the grand stage of the primordial world. However, there is no immediate cause for alarm. The 2 tribes will require a considerable passage of time, thousands or even tens of thousands of years, to fully depart, granting me ample time. Nuwa's sanctification serves as a signal, heralding a profound transformation in the landscape of the primordial realm, as the 3 purities and the 2 saints of the West follow suit in attaining their own sanctification. Renowned schools of thought such as the human education, the explanatory teachings, the intercepting teachings, and Western Buddhism, alongside the human race, have claimed the majority of the fortune within the primordial realm. Were Su Qingni to possess a pair of celestial eyes, she would perceive that the fortune above the heads of the witch clan has dwindled considerably. Although the 12 ancestral witches and the demon emperor Dijuan sense this decline, they remain oblivious to the profound threat it poses. They believe that even though Nuwa, the 3 pure ones, and the Western 2 saints have attained sanctity, their influence is negligible. Not to mention that the saints tend to operate independently. How could they possibly rival an entire clan? The witch clan wields the formidable 12 capital divine formation, while the demon clan commands the celestial star formation, both capable of unleashing power akin to that of a saint, if not slightly surpassing it. With such confidence, how could they fear a mere handful of saints? In the blink of 500 years, Su Qingni has taken on the appearance of a 17 or 18-year-old, thus reaching adulthood and ready to embark on her journey beyond the tribe to hone her skills in the primordial continent. Her strength is formidable, having reached the pinnacle of earth witches, and she is on the verge of becoming a heavenly witch, making her one of the most powerful in her tribe, surpassed only by Qishan, Honghuang, and Qingmu. Shui Xian, Shi Lu, and others have been left far behind, particularly Shi Lu, who had accompanied Su Qingni in her cultivation and learning, yet has only recently attained the status of a minor witch. Su Qingni's first destination on her travels is the so-called sacred ground of the witch clan, the dwelling place of the 12 ancestral witches. Su Qingni had previously visited this place with Qishan, but her fortune was lacking, as the 12 ancestral witches were in seclusion, and she did not have the opportunity to meet them. This time, Su Qingni is eager to test her luck and see if the 12 ancestral witches have emerged from their retreat. Her hopes were not particularly high, for the mighty beings of the primordial age often secluded themselves for millennia. The 12 ancestral witches had only been in seclusion for less than 400 years this time. It was unlikely they would emerge anytime soon. Reflecting upon herself, she realized that even she, at the earth witch level, would require 300 to 400 years for a single retreat. Thus, she felt it prudent to temper her expectations regarding this journey to the sacred land. Indeed, as Su Qingni had anticipated, upon her arrival at the sacred site, she learned that the 12 ancestral witches remained in seclusion. Chapter 5. Guiding Humanity. Su Qingni was not particularly disappointed. This outcome had been within her expectations. Departing from the vast complex of palaces, she made her way to her second destination, the dwelling place of the human race. With no means to contact the 12 ancestral witches to alter the fate of the witch clan, she resolved to first acquire some means of self-preservation. In the primordial world, the most effective means of safeguarding oneself was perhaps the acquisition of merit. The methods for obtaining merit were, in some respects, straightforward, yet also fraught with challenges. The only method Su Qingni could conceive of for acquiring heavenly merit was through the human race. As the future masters of the world and favored by the heavenly order, the humans had been sanctified by Enhua for their creation and by Laozi for establishing human teachings. Any connection with humanity could yield significant benefits. Recalling some web novels set in the primordial backdrop, she remembered how protagonists often educated humanity to gain merit, and indeed, they reaped considerable rewards. Su Qingni resolved to follow suit. Though she felt somewhat remorseful towards Guangchengzi, the emperor teacher of humanity, for usurping his achievements and opportunities. She wondered if Guangchengzi had already entered the Jade Void Palace. The Jade Purity primordial heavenly sovereign has only recently attained sanctity, a mere few centuries past. So it is unlikely that he would have taken on disciples so swiftly. Most significantly, Ji Xinyuan has yet to be born. The existence of humanity in the primordial wilderness is fraught with hardship. In contrast to the witch and demon clans, humans possess feeble physiques, lack magical prowess, and are significantly weaker, with remarkably short lifespans. It seems they are inherently inferior to other races. Some demons even regard humans as mere items on their menu. While the witch clan, though not cannibalistic, harbors no fondness for humanity, often expelling them from their territories. The witch clan inhabits the vast expanse of the primordial continent, claiming nearly all of it as their domain, leaving only barren lands deemed unworthy. Humans are forced to survive in these desolate areas, where food is scarce and they must frequently fend off the ferocious attacks of primordial beasts, rendering their existence exceedingly arduous. Upon Su Qingni's arrival at the human settlement, she encountered a colossal primordial beast rampaging through the area, tormenting the feeble human warriors while casually snatching one or two chosen individuals to devour as snacks. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens, landing before the monstrous creature, rescuing the injured human warriors. Mother N has come to save us. One human cried out in exhilaration, prompting others to join in the jubilant cheers and bow before the woman. Su Qingni, somewhat exasperated, responded, "I am not Mother N. I am merely a passerby." The first speaker, quick to adapt, retorted, "Then surely, you are the benefactor sent by Mother N. to deliver us." "Indeed," the multitude exclaimed. "It must be the guidance of the goddess N. Su Qingyang acquiesced, "Very well, let it be N. It's opportune to leverage her renown to integrate into the human tribe, facilitating their acceptance of me." Sensing Su Qingyang's formidable power, the primeval beast turned to flee. However, Su Qingyang was not about to let such a bounty of meat, rich with potent energy, escape. Swiftly overtaking it, she struck a decisive blow, shattering the behemoth's skull, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash. The humans erupted in jubilant cheers at the sight of the fallen beast. The first to speak approached Su Qingyang, bowing deeply in gratitude. "We are eternally grateful, benefactor, for vanquishing this monstrous creature and saving us." The others hastened forward, aligning themselves behind the man, their leader it seemed, and paid their respects to Su Qingyang. "No thanks are necessary," Su Qingyang waved off their gratitude. "I merely happened to be passing by." The man was taken aback, as were the other humans. Su Qingyang realized her blunder. These nascent humans were largely unlettered. How could they possibly comprehend the idiom "happened to be passing by"? Of course, the man responded, nodding enthusiastically. It was an immense fortune to have such a powerful individual remain within their tribe. With her strength, their settlement would be safeguarded against future attacks from primeval beasts, ensuring the safety of all. Moreover, perhaps they could learn some skills from this formidable warrior. Even if they could only acquire a mere fraction, say 1%, of the capabilities of a true powerhouse, they would be content. "Benefactor," he said, "my name is Yin, and I am the leader of the human race. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to command me." Yin respectfully addressed Su Qing as he guided her into a cavern. The human race had not yet mastered the art of constructing dwellings and resided solely in caves, each housing dozens, if not hundreds, of individuals, resulting in a rather pungent atmosphere. Su Qing halted at the mouth of the cavern and addressed Yin, stating, "I intend to erect a dwelling. Please assign several individuals to assist me. Once they have grasped the fundamentals of construction, they can impart their knowledge to the rest of your people." "Dwelling?" Yin inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What is a dwelling?" "A dwelling," Su Qing elucidated, "is a structure capable of providing shelter from the elements, akin to a cavern, but more convenient." She proceeded to outline the function and design of a dwelling in simple terms. Yan's eyes lit up with excitement, and he immediately sought to gather a group to aid Su Qing in its construction. However, Yan's aspiration could not be realized at that moment. Save for the children of the tribe, all were congregated around the carcass of the primeval beast, gleefully portioning out chunks of meat. The beast's immense size yielded upwards of 10,000 pounds of flesh, sufficient to satiate the tribe for several meals. "Leader, benefactor," a young woman announced as she approached Su Qing and Yin, bearing 2 slabs of lean meat in her hands. "These are the most succulent cuts, reserved for you." Yin accepted the smaller portion and offered the larger to Su Qing, saying, Benefactor, please partake and satiate your hunger. Su Qingni gazed at the bloody raw meat, realizing that Yin and his kin must be consuming it in its uncooked state. She could not help but remark, cooking the meat makes it far more delectable. Cooking? Came the puzzled inquiry. How does one cook it? By roasting it over fire, Su Qingni replied. Allow me to teach you the art of fire by friction. From that moment forth, Su Qingni remained in the settlement of the human tribe. She imparted the knowledge of igniting fire through the friction of wood, taught them to roast their food, construct dwellings, craft furniture, and fashion stone utensils. She guided them in creating bows and setting traps for hunting, led them to natural salt deposits for harvesting salt, educated them on edible plants and medicinal herbs, instructed them in agriculture, and helped them discover rami for weaving cloth. One day, as Su Qingni directed some young tribespeople in firing a kiln of pottery, she sensed something descending from the heavens. Looking up, she beheld a brilliant beam of golden light. A sudden realization struck her. This golden radiance was none other than the coveted merit light she had long yearned for. How extraordinary! Feeling a surge of formidable power coursing through her, Su Qingni marveled at the thought that her strength might now rival that of legendary figures such as Quafu or Hui. When the merit light faded, Su Qingni became acutely aware of numerous gazes fixed upon her from all directions of the primordial world. The owners of these gazes were none other than formidable beings, far beyond her capacity to confront. A shiver ran down her spine, and she felt an overwhelming desire to burrow into the earth, seeking refuge from the weight of their scrutiny. Su Qingni let out a sigh of relief and bade farewell to the elderly Yin. Despite the passage of decades, her appearance remained unchanged, and the people of the human race had long recognized her extraordinary nature, understanding that this formidable being could not be retained. Upon her announcement of departure, they felt no sorrow, but instead accompanied her for over 20 miles. As Su Qingni waved goodbye to them, she felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, she too bore the bloodline of humanity. In a moment of melancholy, just as she was about to offer herself some words of comfort and encouragement, a figure suddenly appeared before her. The familiar visage prompted her to exclaim, "Lady Pingxin." "I am not Pingxin. I am Houtu," the figure replied, scrutinizing Su Qingni intently. "I sense a trace of my aura and mark upon you, yet I am certain we have never met. Little girl, reveal to me your identity. How do you bear my mark?" Before her stood Houtu, a testament to the adage that one can labor earnestly to cultivate flowers that may not bloom, while inadvertently nurturing willows that flourish. Su Qingni promptly bowed respectfully and replied, "Ancestral Houtu, my name is Su Qingni. The mark upon me originates from Lady Pingxin, which is to say, from you in the future." "From the future me?" Houtu echoed in astonishment. With her billions of years of experience, she had encountered little that could truly surprise her, yet Su Qingni's words were the first to evoke such a reaction. A premonition stirred within her, hinting that a momentous event capable of altering the very fabric of Honghuang was on the horizon. Chapter 6. Relating the history of Honghuang to Houtu ancestral. It is not convenient to converse here. Su Qingni initially intended to recount her origins in meticulous detail to Houtu. However, she was suddenly reminded of the earlier incident when she had been scrutinized by the powerful beings of the Honghuang realm. Realizing that her words might be overheard, she hastily altered her statement. Houtu's brows furrowed, and in an instant, she grasped Su Qingni by the collar and vanished from the spot. Su Qingni felt a fleeting blur before regaining her senses, now standing within a grand stone palace. At the center of the palace, upon a simple stone throne, sat Houtu, who had previously been beside her. "This is my palace, a realm even the Tao ancestor cannot perceive." "Speak freely," Houtu urged. "Yes, ancestor," Su Qingni replied. "I hail from a distant future, where, apart from the manifestation of the ancestor as the tranquil goddess, the Wu clan is left with but a single survivor, myself. In the Honghuang world, every 50,000 yuan hui, a great calamity known as the primordial cataclysm occurs. The last cataclysm, the dragon and phoenix catastrophe, saw the dragon, phoenix, and Qilan clans embroiled in a fierce conflict, suffering devastating losses that led to their withdrawal from the stage of Honghuang. It was then that our Wu clan and the demon clan seized the opportunity to dominate the Honghuang continent and establish the heavenly court. Now 50,000 yuan hui have passed, and the second calamity approaches, with the Wu clan and the demon clan as its central figures. Upon hearing this, Houtu's expression shifted dramatically. She comprehended the reason for the Wu bloodline's impending extinction in the future. To be embroiled in the calamity and yet emerge as its focal point foretold a grim and harrowing fate. Behold the three clans of Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin. The Dragon clan stands guard over the four seas currents, the Phoenix clan suppresses the volcanoes, while the remnants of the Qilin clan have become mounts for others. Thus, these three clans barely persist, avoiding total annihilation. The Witch clan, descendants of the primordial deity Pangu, remains resolute and unyielding, refusing to bow in servitude like others. They will fight until the last breath. Houtu parted her lips, yet swallowed her myriad questions, refraining from interrupting Su Qingni's narration, instead listening intently. The conflict between the two clans intensified, ultimately ignited by the celestial events of the 10 Suns, the pursuit of the sun by Quafu, and Hou Yi's shooting of the suns. In the climactic battle of the 12 ancestral witches, only the elder remained, the other 11 perished, inflicting dire losses upon the Witch clan, with only a few surviving due to insufficient strength, retreating to a place known as Juli. The losses for the Yao clan were also significant, as the Emperor Dijuan fell in the final confrontation and Dongwang Tai self-destructed his primordial spirit, leading to the near-total annihilation of the 10 great demon generals. Meanwhile, the human clan began to rise, engaging in warfare with the descendants of the Witch clan over dominion of the earth. The human clan was recognized by the heavenly Tao as the rightful rulers of the land, despite the individual prowess of the Witch clan, and the emergence of formidable figures like Qiyu, who rivaled the might of the great witches. The Witch clan ultimately faced defeat. As members of the Witch clan cohabited and intermarried with humans, their bloodline gradually diluted, and after millennia, the essence of the Witch clan was nearly extinguished by the human lineage. Su Qingni closed her lips and stood silently before His Majesty Dan, awaiting Houtu's response. Houtu wished to disbelieve Su Qingni's words, yet she comprehended the truth in them. Suddenly, Houtu's right hand beckoned towards Su Qingni, causing her body to involuntarily float before her. Houtu's index finger pressed between Su Qingni's brows, and a white light emerged from her forehead. However, Houtu had already released her, gathering the light into her palm and pressing it against her own brow, closing her eyes. After a considerable moment, Houtu opened her eyes. Her aura slightly transformed, less rigid and more benevolent, resembling the essence of the goddess Qingni more closely. "Ancestor, what have you done?" Su Qingni inquired with confusion. Houtu smiled gently. "I have embraced the memories of my future self, which naturally brings about some changes." Ah, so that luminous point was indeed the memory of the goddess Qingni. Was her task merely to deliver Qingni's memories to Houtu? Houtu continued, "Your task is complete. What reward do you desire?" Su Qingni shook her head. "No, I require nothing. As a member of the Witch clan, it is my duty to serve. How could I possibly seek a reward?" Moreover, she had already received the greatest boon, protection from merit, peak strength of a great witch, and an almost infinite lifespan. Power, wealth, and treasures held little value for someone of her divine stature. What more could she possibly need? "Are you speaking of magical artifacts?" "Forget it. The Witch clan relies on its own strength, and such artifacts are seldom used. The number of artifacts within our clan is also limited, and it is likely that Houtu herself possesses none. Wouldn't it be rather awkward to request one from her? You have accomplished a great deed, and a reward is imperative. Our Witch clan is clear in its principles of reward and punishment. It is absolutely unacceptable to neglect a reward for merit." After a moment of contemplation, Houtu remarked that as he had already attained the strength of a great wizard, bestowing other gifts upon him would be of little practical use. She then proposed to impart a cultivation method she had gleaned from the Tao ancestor at the Purple Cloud Palace. Houtu lamented that this cultivation technique, which she had conceived after listening to the Tao ancestor's discourse, was originally intended for herself and her brothers. However, upon attempting to cultivate it, they encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Intrigued, Su Qing inquired about the nature of the problem. Was she being rewarded or punished with a flawed technique? Should she even attempt to cultivate it? Sensing Su Qing's apprehension, Houtu reassured her that the issue was unique to the Wu tribe and would not pose a problem for her. Su Qing was perplexed. Houtu explained that the technique involved cultivating the primordial spirit, which the Wu tribe lacked. However, as a hybrid of human and Wu lineage, she was naturally endowed with a primordial spirit. Although her human bloodline had been supplanted by her Wu heritage, her primordial spirit remained unaffected. While currently weak compared to those of other beings in the primordial world, it would gradually strengthen through the cultivation of the technique she had devised. By simultaneously cultivating both her physical body and primordial spirit, she would attain power comparable to that of a quasi-sage, even if she could not achieve true sagehood. Su Qing's eyes lit up upon hearing this revelation. The news of her possession of a primordial spirit was the most heartening news she had received. Although the witch clan possesses formidable strength, robust physiques, and extended lifespans, they lack a primordial spirit. Once deceased, they are truly gone. In contrast to other races, whose physical demise does not preclude the continued existence of their primordial spirits, allowing for rebirth and the opportunity to cultivate directly with their essence. This is the true essence of immortality. Su Qingni gazed expectantly at Houtu, who smiled gently. A glimmer of white light emanated from her fingertip, piercing Su Qingni's forehead. In that moment, Su Qingni realized that Houtu and Pingxin were indeed one and the same. As she absorbed the profound information flooding her mind, she recognized it as an intricate cultivation technique. Had she still been on Earth, she would have comprehended not even a mere fragment of it. However, having lived and cultivated in the primordial world for centuries, her experiences had significantly deepened, and her realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Yet, she could still grasp only 30% of the text, with the majority remaining elusive. If you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to ask me, Houtu offered, extending her finger once more. A vermilion mark resembling a blooming flower appeared on Su Qingni's left arm. With this mark, you shall be free to enter and exit my domain at will. Gratefully, Su Qingni expressed her thanks. Houtu instructed, first, seek out Chang'e, the wife of Hui. Have her arrange accommodations for you, as it will facilitate my ability to summon you at any time. Yes, Su Qingni replied with a respectful bow, retreating from Houtu's hall. Upon encountering Hui and Chang'e, both renowned figures in legend, Su Qingni felt their reputations were well-deserved. Hui was valiant, and Chang'e was breathtakingly beautiful. While the primordial world boasted many beauties, none could rival Chang'e, nor even come close to her enchanting allure. The beauty of Chang'e transcends the limitations of language, as if all the ethereal essence of the universe converges within her singular presence. Even the girl Su Qingni, upon encountering Chang'e, felt her heart race, unwilling to gaze upon any other woman thereafter. Greetings, Qingni. The ancestral spirit of the earth has conveyed a message to me, and I have arranged your accommodations, Chang'e said with a smile, illuminating the moment as if 100 flowers had bloomed. Hello. Su Qingni quickly composed herself, managing to engage in casual conversation with Chang'e. Thank you. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Chang'e replied, leading Su Qingni to her designated dwelling, situated adjacent to her and Hou Yi's residence. It was a modestly constructed cottage, sufficient to shield from the elements, though little else was needed. In truth, given the robust physique of the witch clan, even without such shelter, they would remain unscathed by illness. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Su Qingni beheld the return of Hui from the hunt. He appeared unremarkable in looks, yet bore a commanding presence unmatched by others. Chapter 7. Meeting the 12 ancestral witches. Hui exuded an exterior of coldness yet harbored warmth within. His demeanor towards others was consistently serious and aloof. Save for the moments he interacted with Chang'e, where his icy facade melted away, revealing a profound affection that seemed on the verge of overflowing. Chang'e extended an invitation to Su Qingni to join them for dinner, but Su Qingni declined, preferring to avoid the bittersweet pangs of witnessing their affection. A month later, Su Qingni received a summons from the ancestral spirit of the earth, beckoning her to the hall of the Earth Mother. Within the hall, not only was the Earth Mother present, but the other 11 ancestral witches had also gathered. Among the 12 ancestral witches, aside from Houtu, who possesses an appealing appearance and embodies a fully human form, the other ancestral witches appear rather difficult to describe in Su Qingni's eyes. However, the aesthetic sensibilities of humans differ from those of the witch clan, in the eyes of the other witches. The visage of the 12 ancestral witches is undoubtedly the most striking and formidable. Is this girl truly the one you sent from the future? Zhu Jiuyin was the first to speak, his gaze thoroughly scanning Su Qingni before nodding in approval. This girl is quite impressive. Her strength comparable to that of Hou Yi and Xiang Lu. Di Jian concurred, stating that her bold venture through time and space is a significant achievement. It is worth noting that a moment's inattention could lead her to vanish into the chaotic currents of time. A cold sweat trickled down Su Qingni's back. Is traversing time and space really that perilous? She chuckled softly. The 12 ancestral witches summoned Su Qingni to discuss the future of the witch clan. recognizing her as an informed individual who once resided in a future characterized by an explosion of information. Houtu believed that this child would offer valuable insights. Qingni stood quietly to the side, listening as the 12 ancestral witches deliberated on how to confront the forthcoming cataclysm. Although many ancient novels depict the 12 ancestral witches as possessing advanced intellect, yet lacking in physical prowess, if that were truly the case, how could they possibly lead such a vast clan? Each of the 12 ancestral witches has a distinct personality, with some exhibiting meticulous thoughtfulness and others displaying intelligence and wisdom. Even those who may be somewhat simplistic in nature are compensated for by their billions of years of experience. As Qingni listened to the discussions among the ancestral witches, she found their ideas commendable. However, they had overlooked one crucial aspect: the way of heaven. The celestial mandate has decreed that the witch clan is destined to be the harbingers of calamity. The heavens wish for the annihilation of the witch clan, yet they are solely focused on exterminating the demon clan. What purpose does this serve? The demon clan is not to be underestimated, with the demon emperor, Honghuang, the 10 demon generals, and numerous cunning demon sorcerers, each possessing formidable strength, coupled with the fact that the Saint Enwa herself hails from their lineage. The witch clan may achieve victory through stratagems on 3 or 4 occasions, but once the demon clan adapts, defeating them will become exceedingly arduous. It is essential to recognize that the wisdom of the demon clan is not lacking. Qingni, do you have any thoughts? Houtu inquired, noticing the skepticism in the girl's eyes. The gazes of the other 11 ancestor witches converged upon Qingni, intensifying the pressure on her. Clearing her throat, Qingni spoke. Esteemed ancestors, your strategies are commendable. However, you have misidentified the true enemy. The most significant adversary of the witch clan is not the demon clan, but rather the celestial mandate. The heavens have chosen the witch clan and the demon clan to be mere pawns in the second great calamity. The true enemy is the celestial mandate that seeks our destruction. Houtu, the other 11 ancestor witches. The palace fell into a profound silence, enduring for what felt like an eternity, at least 3 days and 3 nights. Were it not for Qingni's transcendence beyond humanity, she would have surely succumbed to the absence of sustenance or rest. Yet for her, this was of no consequence. On the 3rd day, as the first rays of dawn illuminated the earth, the palace stirred to life. Dijiang let out a long sigh and remarked, "Indeed, our true enemy is the celestial mandate. The heavens desire the downfall of our witch clan." Shebi sighed in resentment. And what of the celestial mandate? Are we, the witch clan, afraid of it? We are the descendants of the Pangu, who have ever feared anyone. If the heavenly Tao dares to orchestrate our fate in such a manner, we shall rend the heavens asunder. Houtu chuckled bitterly. Third brother, the heavenly Tao is formless and intangible. We cannot grasp it, let alone engage in battle. Even Hongjuan, its spokesperson, is a being of saintly caliber. Our 12 individuals forming the 12 capitals' great formation cannot contend with Hongjuan's might. A profound silence enveloped the group, albeit this time it was brief. After a moment, Tianwu spoke. Even if we cannot prevail, we must fight. The witch clan shall stand and perish. We shall never kneel to live. The others nodded in agreement. Houtu turned once more to Qingni. You have raised the heavenly Tao as an adversary. Do you possess a means to confront it? Qingni shook her head. No. The heavenly Tao is an exalted existence. How could I possibly contend with it? A mere bolt of lightning from it could obliterate me. Ah, no, I mustn't forget that I am no longer weak, but a formidable grand witch. A bolt of lightning is merely akin to a scratch. Qingni continued. While we may not be able to confront the heavenly Tao, we can certainly deceive it. Deceive the heavenly Tao? How do we accomplish that? Gong inquired. Qingni replied. We should ally with the demon clan and stage a performance for the heavenly Tao. An alliance with the demon clan? The 12 ancestor witches furrowed their brows, and the hot-tempered Zhu Rong exclaimed, What is this girl thinking? Are you suggesting we submit to the demon clan? It is not a matter of submission, but rather collaboration with the demon clan. Qingni hastily remarked. The heavenly Tao schemes against both the witch and demon clans, and it stands as the most formidable adversary to the demon race. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Given that we face a common peril, why should our 2 clans not unite in collaboration? Upon hearing this, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan fell into contemplation. After a moment, Xiangliang spoke. The discord between the witch and demon clans has escalated significantly, with both sides suffering considerable losses. They are likely to dismiss our reasoning for cooperation outright. Chapter 8. collaboration with the demon clan having been refused once. There may be a second, a third time. Rusha mused. The demon emperor Dijuan is a cunning individual, prone to deep contemplation. I wonder how he will perceive our persistent proposals for collaboration. It is conceivable that he might seek a clandestine meeting with us. That would present us with an opportunity to persuade him. Yanzi nodded in agreement, though our clans have frequently clashed over the years, resulting in many casualties. Such conflicts pale in comparison to the existential threat we now face. If we clearly articulate the rationale and the advantages of our alliance, it is quite possible that Dijuan will acquiesce to our partnership. Zhurong interjected, but will Dijuan trust our words? Dijiang replied solemnly, he will. Dijuan is an astute individual. We shall convey our message to him shortly, but it must be done discreetly, without the knowledge of the heavenly Tao or Hongjun. The group nodded in unison. Qingni was dispatched for this task, unaware of how the 12 ancestors of the witch clan intended to establish contact with the demon emperor Dijuan. Houtu led Qingni to Dijiang's palace, and as they entered, her attention was immediately captivated by 4 unfamiliar individuals. The quartet occupied chairs to the right of the dais where the emperor sat. Furniture had now permeated the entirety of the witch clan's domain. Even the palaces of the 12 ancestral witches boasted a plethora of practical furnishings, more aesthetically pleasing than those of common folk. In a gesture of respect, Dijiang abstained from taking the chair upon the dais, instead seating himself in the foremost position on the left. 11 chairs were arrayed below, 10 of which were now occupied, with a solitary chair reserved for Houtu. Houtu approached and settled into the vacant chair, while Qingni, with instinctive deference, positioned herself behind her, affording her a direct view of the 4 unfamiliar figures. The individuals seated in the first and second positions were adorned in resplendent golden robes, which appeared to be emblazoned with flickering flames. Their hair, though predominantly black, was tipped with fiery crimson. Both possessed remarkable handsomeness, surpassing any men Qingni had encountered since her arrival in this world. Each exuded an aura of unparalleled nobility. The man in the first position possessed a more seasoned demeanor, while his counterpart in the second position bore an expression of glacial detachment. This frigid countenance, juxtaposed with his fiery appearance, lent him a paradoxical yet captivating allure. Qingni inwardly sighed, redirecting her gaze towards the occupants of the third and fourth seats. These 2 were handsome as well. One was clad in white, the other in azure. One emanated an air of erudition and sagacity, while the other seemed as untamed as the wind. Qingni speculated upon the identities of these individuals, their presence in the witch clan's sacred grounds, escorted by Dijuan and Tai, suggested that they were figures of considerable stature, likely among the 10 great demon generals. The question remained as to which 2 they were. At this moment, the demon emperor Dijuan spoke. Dijiang, are all the people gathered? If there is something to discuss, let us get straight to the point. Our time is indeed precious. Dijiang glanced at his 11 younger siblings and the 12 ancestral witches, who, in perfect harmony, immediately activated a series of barriers that firmly sealed the space within the palace. The expressions of the 4 members of the demon clan changed dramatically. The man in the blue robe leaped up and exclaimed, "Ah, Dijiang, you have resorted to deceit to ensnare us, intending to harm us. Since when did your witch clan become so treacherous?" The man in blue scoffed, "This is your witch clan's sacred ground. Who possesses such skill to eavesdrop on conversations held within your domain?" Dijiang replied solemnly, "Hongjun, he possesses such capability." The Tao ancestor had always remained hidden within the Zixiao palace, indifferent to worldly matters. How could he stoop to eavesdropping like a petty thief? Dijiang did not respond to the blue-robed man's inquiry, instead fixing his gaze upon Dijun. "What do you say?" Dijun's lips moved slightly, and his deep, magnetic voice resonated like a cello. "Fei Lian, sit down and listen to what they have to say." It turned out that this man in blue was the wind god Fei Lian, which explained his unruly demeanor, as free as the wind. Was the man clad in white, exuding wisdom, the renowned Bai Zhe, who was said to possess knowledge of both celestial and terrestrial matters, and to foresee the future, representing wisdom itself. While Qing and I was lost in thought, Dijiang had already conveyed the situation clearly to Dijun. The exchange among the group was conducted through divine thoughts, far quicker and more convenient than spoken words. The countenances of Dijun and his companions betrayed their dismay upon hearing Dijiang's words, which they accepted without skepticism, understanding that Dijiang had no cause to deceive them. "Qingni," Dijiang beckoned, "step forward." With a sense of bewilderment, Su Qingni obediently advanced. Positioning herself at the center of the two factions, Dijiang addressed Dijuan, stating, "This child was brought here from the future by the future Houtu. Her mind holds within it the knowledge of the future and the trajectory of the prehistoric world. You may examine the contents of her mind yourself." Upon hearing this, Su Qingni was seized by alarm. Was this to be a soul-searching? Would she be reduced to a witless state? She cast a plaintive gaze toward Dijiang, esteemed ancestor. "I am, after all, a member of the Wu tribe. Would you sacrifice me so readily?" Dijiang, sensing her resentment, reassured her, "Fear not, no harm shall befall you." Dijuan added, "Young one, this sovereign merely seeks to peruse your memories. It shall have no adverse effects upon you." With assurances from both eminent figures, Su Qingni chose to place her trust in them, albeit with trepidation. She turned her gaze toward Dijuan. Dijuan extended his right forefinger, from which emanated a golden ray. The ray entered Su Qingni's brow, only to emerge again and return to Dijuan's fingertip before she could react. Su Qingni touched her forehead, bemused. Was that all? She felt nothing at all. Chapter 9. Rescuing the Little Golden Crows. The information within Su Qingni's mind deeply impacted the 4 members of the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan began to take the war between the Wu and Demon Clan seriously, and the 4 began to discuss it with the 12 ancestors of the Wu clan. Su Qingni finally realized that the man in white was indeed Baize. This discussion had spanned 2 years, during which both parties had meticulously crafted a comprehensive plan. Upon reviewing this plan, a sense of unease washed over her. Ancestor, must it truly be this way? Su Qingni felt her eyes welling up. If this plan were to be executed, the number of survivors in this palace would dwindle to less than half. Yet, could there not be an alternative to death? Couldn't they merely feign it? Her nose began to tingle with emotion. Feigning death cannot deceive the heavenly Tao, nor can it fool Honghuang, Dijiang interjected. Moreover, in your original history, even without implementing this plan, we did not survive. Ah, that is indeed a point. So, this is a case of utilizing the worthless? How could one refer to esteemed individuals as worthless? After the plan was finalized, the 4 members of the Demon Clan prepared to depart. Su Qingni lingered, casting a reluctant gaze at Dong Huang Tai, lamenting that such a beautiful face would no longer be within her sight. "Little girl, why do you always steal glances at me?" Dong Huang Tai suddenly spoke. "Ah, no, it's nothing," she stammered, her face flushing crimson like a ripe tomato, utterly embarrassed. Dong Huang Tai snorted coldly, causing Su Qingni to shiver, and she hastily sought a reason. I merely wish to remind you of something, but I do not know how to articulate it." "What matter is it? Speak freely," commanded Dong Huang Tai. Su Qingni hesitated, her mind racing to formulate a suitable excuse, the plan devised through the collaboration of our 2 clans. "I hope that the 4 of you will not disclose it to the Demon Master Kunpeng. The esteemed Demon Master Kunpeng holds a remarkably elevated position within the Heavenly Court, surpassing even the 10 great demon generals, second only to the Demon Emperor and the Eastern Emperor. He is the 3rd in command of the Demon Clan's Heavenly Court, possessing formidable strength, rendering him indispensable in any matters concerning the celestial realm. However, Su Qingni recalls the myriad of ancient tales she has perused, wherein Kunpeng often emerges as a nefarious figure. During the climactic confrontation between the demon and shaman clans, he notoriously fled when the tides turned against him, effectively betraying the Demon Clan from behind, akin to a treacherous double agent. Su Qingni harbors doubts regarding his character, fearing that should he become privy to their plans, he might divulge critical information, leading to catastrophic repercussions for both clans. Why conceal Kunpeng's involvement? Although Tai harbors a certain disdain for Kunpeng, the latter's status as a high-ranking member of the Demon Clan necessitates his inclusion in such a monumental scheme. The Demon Emperor Dijuan, having accessed Su Qingni's memories, comprehends her reluctance to inform Kunpeng of the plans. Considering her perceptions and evaluations of Kunpeng, alongside his inherent disposition, Dijuan surmises that Kunpeng is highly likely to betray the Demon Clan. Dijuan spoke, "Thank you for your caution. We shall remain vigilant." The Eastern Emperor Tai, puzzled, inquired, "Elder brother?" The plan commenced with meticulous precision, and as one of the informed parties, Su Qingni was assigned a pivotal task. Alongside several esteemed shamans from her clan, she followed Dijiang to collaborate with the Demon Clan in forging a new world, independent of the primordial realm. Su Qingni encountered the Eastern Emperor Tai once more, who, as the representative of the demon clan, was orchestrating their clandestine forces under the pretense of seclusion, aligning with the shamans to carve out this new existence. The endeavor of creating a new world is a monumental task that cannot be accomplished in haste. It demands an extensive passage of time. Everyone is acutely aware of the urgency, and none dare to be idle, laboring tirelessly day and night. Whenever fatigue sets in, they substitute rest with cultivation. Remarkably, this intense labor coupled with rigorous training has resulted in a significant enhancement of their abilities. Although Su Qingni remains at the pinnacle of the Great Witch realm, her cultivation of the Honghuang Ju has reached a commendable stage, with her primordial spirit burgeoning immensely, surpassing her corporeal cultivation and attaining the quasi-saint level. As eons swiftly elapsed, the world began to take shape. During these thousands of years, numerous events transpired on the Honghuang continent, escalating the animosity between the witch and demon clans to a perilous point of life and death. On a particular day, Di Jiang brought forth a nearly lifeless member of the witch clan to the new world. Su Qingni recognized the individual as Qua Fu. The legend of Qua Fu chasing the sun had already unfolded. Di Jiang, at the brink of Qua Fu's last breath, employed a spatial transmission technique to rescue him, cleverly evading the providence of heaven. In the Honghuang realm, Qua Fu had met his demise. Tai Yi swiftly intervened, halting his 9 impetuous nephews. "Do not move, stand still. Uncle, why do you not confront those witch clan members? Why do you prevent us?" cried out the little Jin Wu. "They are your saviors," Tai Yi replied. "What?" The little Jin Wu were taken aback. "Uncle, have you lost your senses? It was those members of the witch clan who shot arrows at us. And you dare call them our benefactors? Uncle, are you truly our uncle, or have you been transformed into one of them? Hey, you fiend, reveal your true form. Uncle, come forth. Someone is impersonating you. Uncle." The little golden crows chattered incessantly, their cacophony reminiscent of the quacking of 4,500 ducks. Tai, exasperated by their clamor, felt a vain throb on his forehead. Did these unruly children possess no sense? Who in this world would dare impersonate him, the Eastern sovereign Tai? Moreover, if the Wu clan truly sought to eliminate them, could they still prance about, shouting and bickering? Alas! How could such a brilliant and astute elder brother father a brood of such simple-minded rascals? Tai felt utterly fatigued, while Di Jiang and his companions found the spectacle amusing, laughing heartily at the scene. "What are you rascals up to?" With this inquiry, the demon emperor, Di Jian, emerged into view. Upon seeing their father, the 9 little rascals immediately rushed toward him, exclaiming, "Father, father, someone is impersonating Uncle." Di Jian, puzzled, turned to Tai, who met his gaze with an expression of resigned exasperation. Chapter 10. The conclusion of the great battle. After hearing their father's assurances, the 9 little ones finally grasped that the Wu clan was not the adversary they had presumed, but rather their covert allies. With this newfound understanding, the little rascals settled down, extending hands in reconciliation with Qua Fu, and chose to remain in the new world together. The new world had become increasingly refined, with Eastern Sovereign Tai contributing his innate artifact, the Eastern Sovereign Bell, to anchor the world's fate at its very center. The new world was now habitable, its aura concentration slightly inferior to that of the Honghuang realm's average, and somewhat less than that of the Western Honghuang's aura concentration. Yet it was already remarkable in its own right. The 2 clans began to clandestinely transfer their members to the new world. The communication between the new world and the residents of the witch clan became significantly more fluid than before. Su Qingni was aware that the legend of Chang'e ascending to the moon had also transpired. Behind this lunar journey lay the machinations of a sage. However, since Chang'e merely ascended to the moon and Hou Yi lost his memory, transforming into Wu Gang without facing any peril to his life, the witch clan refrained from intervening to avoid excessive exposure. They intended to seek out Wu Gang to restore Hou Yi's memories after all crises had passed, and thus, Lu Shou instructed that a backup of memories be preserved within the witch clan. Seizing the opportunity while the formidable beings engaged in fierce combat, drawing the attention of the entire Honghuang world, the remaining members of the witch and demon clans, under the guidance of Su Qingni and others, successfully migrated to the new world. Once the final member had entered the new realm, Su Qingni approached the periphery of the battlefield, gazing at the ferocious and spectacular clash unfolding. The combat was incredibly intense and thrilling. To confound the heavenly Tao and its emissaries, The demon emperor Honghuang and the 11 ancestral witches fought with utmost ferocity, fully cognizant that their lives were of paramount concern to the heavenly Tao. In contrast, the ordinary demons and witches were of little significance to the heavenly Tao. Their departure from the Honghuang world would not provoke pursuit into the new world. However, for these powerful beings, the heavenly Tao would not permit their survival, and thus, they had mentally prepared themselves for certain death. Di Jun and Di Jiang exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a shared, frenzied understanding. The primordial heavenly Tao is set to extinguish them, and with their power, they are unable to resist. However, they can still create some obstruction for the heavenly Tao. The saints of the primordial realm are preoccupied with mending the heavens and aiding other beings, leaving the battlefield largely unattended, as nearly all the combatants have perished, rendering further concern unnecessary. Similar to this plight is the fate of the 11 ancestral witches. The witch clan lacks a primordial spirit. Once they perish, they are irrevocably lost, with no chance of reincarnation. Su Qingni sheds tears of sorrow. After countless years of companionship, she has grown intimately familiar with the 11 ancestral witches and the Eastern Emperor Tai. Witnessing the demise of these cherished figures before her eyes, how could her heart not ache with profound sadness? Suddenly, Empress Pingxin appears beside Su Qingni and beckons her to follow. Su Qingni accompanies Empress Pingxin to the underworld, a realm beyond the gaze of Hongjuan, where he cannot witness the events transpiring nor hear the words exchanged. Empress Pingxin draws Su Qingni close, tenderly caressing her hair with a mixture of affection and trust, and says, "Qingni, there are no longer 12 ancestral witches in this world. The witch clan will now rely on you. From this moment onward, you shall be the leader of the witch clan." "Your Majesty." Su Qingni gasps in astonishment. Empress Pingxin responds with a smile, "You cannot refuse. You are indeed the most powerful individual of the witch clan. If you do not bear this heavy responsibility, who will? Child, do not hesitate any longer. This decision has been unanimously made by me and your brothers." Recalling Di Jiang and the others, Su Qingni's eyes welled up with tears once more. No longer declining this weighty responsibility, she nodded emphatically, "Your Highness, rest assured. I shall diligently serve as the leader of the Wu clan, safeguarding and governing our people, ensuring that the Wu lineage shall never be extinguished." Empress Pingxin said with reassurance, "I have faith in you. You have never disappointed me, child." However, a loophole was left in the new world, connecting it with the netherworld, allowing Empress Pingxin to visit her people in the new world at her convenience. Should members of the Wu and Demon clans wish to venture into the prehistoric world, they could pass through the netherworld. Nevertheless, both clans harbored lingering trepidation towards the prehistoric world and held various grievances against the prehistoric heavenly way, precluding their return. Su Qingni surreptitiously journeyed to the prehistoric continent to behold the reincarnation of Di Jun. In this life, he was born into the human race, bearing the surname Feng and the given name Yunrua. Endowed with exceptional cultivation aptitude, he matured into the most formidable existence within the human race, subsequently elected by his people as their chieftain. Centuries later, he attained immortality through meritorious deeds, revered by the world as the heavenly sovereign, also known as Surenshur. Following Surenshur, the reincarnation of Fuxi ascended to become the leader of the human race, governing them for centuries before also attaining immortality through meritorious deeds, thus becoming one of the three sovereigns. Thereafter, the human race continued to produce individuals of extraordinary talent, all reincarnations of ancient great powers. Finally, Ji Xinyuan emerged onto the stage of history. Shortly after Ji Xinyuan became the leader of the human race, a Wu clan materialized in the Jili region, led by a chieftain named Qiyu. Su Qingni was greatly perplexed. The Wu people resided in the New World. So how did Qiyu and his clan come into existence? It was Empress Pingxin who elucidated the matter for her. These individuals are, in fact, hybrids of the human and witch tribes. Not all of the witch tribe departed the primordial continent in bygone eras. A number of those with an affinity for the human race were left behind. This was primarily to prevent them from divulging secrets to the humans. As their numbers were insignificant, the prevailing sentiment was to preserve rather than relinquish them. Consequently, these tribesmen were forsaken by the witch tribe in its entirety. They cohabitated with the human race, begetting offspring with the blood of both tribes. This lineage persisted until the era of Qiyu, when he and his 81 brethren exhibited a reversion to ancestral traits. The witch tribe blood within them, much like that of Su Qingni, superseded and supplanted the human blood, transforming them into genuine members of the witch tribe. Su Qingni acquiesced with a nod, remaining concealed in the shadows to observe the conflict between Ji Xinyuan and Qiyu. As a member of the witch tribe forsaken by the celestial order, Qiyu was inherently disadvantaged. Irrespective of his own formidable strength, the loyalty and prowess of his brothers, or the extent of assistance he garnered from allies, he was destined to be defeated. Qiyu was captured by Ji Xinyuan, who sought to execute and dismember him, burying his remains in disparate locations for the purpose of suppression, lest Qiyu's intact corpse facilitate his resurrection. Qiyu possessed not only individual prowess, but also exceptional leadership capabilities, which is why Ji Xinyuan regarded him as his foremost adversary. Su Qingni delegated several significant matters of the tribe to Qiyu, who executed them flawlessly. Su Qingni's esteem for his capabilities grew, and she secretly designated him as the heir apparent to the tribal chieftaincy. Time, for the ancient deities, was of little consequence. Swiftly, millennia elapsed, and the primordial continent was entirely occupied by humanity. Humans established dynasties, and empires rose and fell. Before long, the late Yinshang period arrived. Su Qingni observed the War of the Gods, witnessing how the sages were confined by the heavenly Tao to the chaos realm, rendering the continent devoid of any saints. The heavenly Tao grew increasingly perfected. As a result of this perfection, the inhabitants of the New World could no longer traverse the Netherworld to reach the primordial world. With the sole exception of Su Qingni, perhaps her soul originates from the future, bearing the imprints of human society yet to come, allowing her to be more readily accepted by the primordial heavenly Tao and enabling her to traverse this ancient realm. The enhancement of the heavenly Tao also influenced several fragmented worlds distanced from the primordial world, projecting its essence onto these shards. These fragments began to harbor human civilizations, witnessing the rise and fall of dynasties, with their early historical developments mirroring that of the primordial world. However, as time progressed, these fragmented worlds gradually approached their own form of completeness, diverging from the historical narrative of the primordial world, no longer merely reflections of its past. At the very least, the primordial world remained rich in spiritual energy, preserving its cultivation system for those dwelling upon its vast lands. In contrast, certain other worlds experienced a scarcity or complete absence of spiritual energy, leading to the emergence of various distinct civilizational frameworks, such as cultivation civilizations, martial arts civilizations, and technological civilizations that arose due to the decline of cultivation akin to Earth. Indeed, Earth is not the primordial continent. It is merely a world that evolved from a fragment of it. Due to its considerable distance from the primordial world, only a small region was able to receive its projection, which is where the Flower Kingdom is situated. The inhabitants of the Flowering Nation are descendants of the primordial human and shamanic tribes, having drifted to Earth alongside fragments of their former world. In contrast, the Western and African races on Earth are entirely products of the planet's own natural evolution. Due to the minimal influence of the primordial realm on Earth, the shamanic lineage has been able to endure, unlike in the primordial homeland and its neighboring realms, where the shamanic bloodline has become entirely extinct. On this particular day, Su Qingni was diligently cultivating in her territory when she suddenly received a message from the goddess Pingxin. She promptly made her way to the underworld. "Lady, you have finally emerged from your seclusion," Su Qingni remarked, scrutinizing the goddess Pingxin closely, only to discover that there had been no apparent improvement in her cultivation. This raised the question, what had the goddess been doing in her retreat? Indeed, the goddess responded, a smile gracing her lips. It was a rare sight. Since the cataclysmic final battle between the shamans and the undead, the goddess had not smiled once. What could have brought about this change today? "Lady, are you in good spirits?" Su Qingni inquired. With a smile, the goddess nodded and said, "Qingni, I have discovered a way to bring my brothers back to life." "What?" Su Qingni was taken aback. Hadn't Emperor Jiang and the others perished? They had lost even their souls. How could they possibly be resurrected? The goddess gestured for Su Qingni to sit beside her and began to explain. Though the shamanic tribe may lack a primordial spirit, dissipating after death without a soul, they do possess a form of spirit. The shamanic spirit differs from that of other beings, while the souls of other beings consist of 3 souls and 7 spirits. Retaining their forms even in death, the shamanic essence is distinct. However, the witch clan possesses neither the 3 souls nor the 7 spirits, only a fragment of true essence. Chapter 12. Preparations before entering other worlds. Upon hearing this, Su Qingni also smiled. Then I congratulate you, Your Majesty. It is truly wonderful that Ancestor Di Jiang and the others can be resurrected. Princess Pingxin replied with a beaming smile. Soon, I shall gather the fragments of my brother's true essence. Would you care to join me? Yes, Su Qingni nodded. Di Jiang and the others have been very kind to me. I wish to assist in their revival. Thus, Princess Pingxin took Su Qingni to the primordial world in search of the true essence fragments of the 11 ancestral witches. Regrettably, the true essence of Di Jiang and the others was far too scattered, and it was uncertain to which worlds the fragments had drifted. Princess Pingxin and Su Qingni searched exhaustively throughout the primordial world, but could not locate even a tenth of Di Jiang's true essence. They then ventured to other worlds bearing projections of the underworld, yet the quantity they found remained minimal, only managing to gather 1/5 of each individual's true essence, far from the necessary half. Your Majesty, I wish to seek the true essence fragments of our ancestors in other worlds. Su Qingni's words finally elicited a response from Princess Pingxin. We have searched all other worlds. Where else could there be fragments of my brother's true essence? Su Qingni replied, I wish to go to worlds we have yet to explore. Princess Pingxin's gaze sharpened, astonished. Worlds we have never visited? Those are realms even the underworld cannot reach. How do you intend to go there? Su Qingni responded, Your Majesty, I have perfected my cultivation of the Honghuang method. The serene deity, Pingxin Yangyang, was momentarily taken aback by Su Qingni's statement. She continued, I have mastered the cultivation techniques of the Honghuang Ju regarding the manipulation of time and space. And I possess profound insights into these realms. I do not wish to seem arrogant, but I dare say that only the ancestral figure of Emperor Jiang could rival my understanding. Even you, dear goddess, may not match my prowess at present. Upon hearing this, Pingxin Yangyang was astonished. I did not anticipate your unparalleled talent. To think you have brought the Honghuang Ju to such remarkable fruition. When I first comprehended the Honghuang Ju, I was convinced that no one would be able to master it. Su Qingni smiled faintly and replied, Then, can I take your assurance that I may venture into other realms? If you harbor any reservations, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in crafting some protective artifacts for me. I have resolved to explore other worlds, and should you decline, my secret departure could prove perilous. As millennia unfolded, Su Qingni's grasp and command of the laws of time and space deepened significantly, while Pingxin Yangyang had forged 3 protective treasures that rivaled innate spiritual artifacts. One was a robe of protection, another a Qian Kuan umbrella, and the last was a mustard seed space crafted from primordial fragments collected by Pingxin Yangyang. This spatial realm was of exceptionally high caliber, brimming with spiritual energy, allowing Su Qingni to replenish her strength even in worlds devoid of such essence. Pingxin Yangyang presented the artifacts to Su Qingni, cautioning her. Some worlds are far too primitive. Our true forms entering them could lead to their collapse. And even the presence of our primordial spirits could bring about their ruin. Thus, we could only send a wisp of our consciousness inside. At that time, you would place your body and primordial spirit within this personal space. The goddess Pingxin provided numerous reminders, which Su Qingni meticulously noted. As Su Qingni accepted the storage bag, she realized how thoughtfully Pingxin had planned, allowing her to conserve considerable effort. Chapter 13. A marriage ruined by the task-bearer. Su Qingni arrived at the heart of the new world, where the Honghuang bell, which suppressed the destiny of the entire realm, resided. The witch and demon clans divided their lives along the boundaries set by the Honghuang bell. Approaching the colossal bell, Su Qingni placed her hand upon its surface, feeling the vast aura emanating from it. What a pity, I shall never see you again. You remain unaware that both your appearance and demeanor are precisely to my taste. Had I not known your true identity, I might have fallen for you at first sight. However, as we built this new world together and spent each day in each other's company, my admiration for you deepened, and perhaps I have indeed developed genuine feelings for you. Alas, the bond is too fleeting. Lost in her emotions, Su Qingni failed to notice a faint ripple within the Honghuang bell. After reminiscing about a bygone acquaintance and mourning her first love, she departed from the new world. Unbeknownst to her, as she left, the Honghuang bell emitted a powerful wave. In the next moment, Bai Zhe, sensing the disturbance, appeared before the bell, eagerly inquiring, Your Majesty Honghuang, is it truly you? Su Qingni then ventured to Earth, which had now entered the 21st century, coinciding with the time she traversed before the primordial era. However, perhaps it is the butterfly effect. The present Earth is devoid of Su Qingni, as well as Luo Cheng and Lan Xiaoyu. Su Qingni, in her trepidation over their absence, sought counsel from the goddess Pingxin. In the future, you shall have the opportunity to meet again. Goddess, I shall depart at once. Travel safely. Shi Qingya gazed at Qin Shuai's anguish, her heart heavy with sorrow. She endeavored to comfort him, yet Qin Shuai would not permit her to enter his room. For half a month, he had sequestered himself within, refusing to emerge for anyone. Were it not for the meals they sent, which he managed to consume, their concern would have deepened. Shi Qingya understood that Qin Shuai's sustenance was for Pei Yinling. Before her demise, Pei Yinling urged him to live well, and given Qin Shuai's reverence for her words, he would naturally not defy them. Even if he had no desire to eat, he compelled himself to do so, if only to preserve his life. Why was it that, despite having grown up together, Qin Shuai's heart seemed solely to belong to Pei Yinling? She acknowledged Pei Yinling's exceptional qualities, yet she too possessed her own merits. Suddenly, Shi Qingya raised her hand and struck herself. What was she contemplating? Pei Yinling was gone, and Qin Shuai was so engulfed in his sorrow that he risked retreating into desolation. How could she afford to dwell on matters of the heart at such a time? The foremost priority was to help Qin Shuai emerge from the shadow of Pei Yinling's passing, to alleviate his profound grief and isolation. Yet, despite her intentions, Shi Qingya found herself powerless, relegated to standing vigil at his door, awaiting his return to the world beyond. Upon seeing her daughter, Mother Shi began to lament. What do you spend your days doing at the Qin residence? Qin Shuai has no eyes for you. He is only fixated on Pei Yinling. Why do you insist on lingering in their household? Don't you think you are being rather shameless? Mother, how can you speak of your own daughter in such a manner? Shi Qingya replied, her face flushed with embarrassment and indignation. Mother Shi retorted, what is wrong with my words? You have brought shame upon our Shi family with your actions. It has barely been a month since Pei Yinling's passing, and yet you rush to the Qin household to console her fiancé. Have you even considered what the neighborhood is saying about you? Those gossips are merely prattling, Shi Qingya exclaimed, her face burning with anger. Yinling and I were close friends. Her death compels me to show concern for Shuhai out of loyalty. You are only deceiving yourself with such claims, Mother Shi scoffed. Very well. I shall not concern myself with your affairs. Qin Shuhai is indeed a decent young man. If you truly manage to be with him, that would be commendable. However, let me caution you, even if you marry Qin Shuhai, you will forever remain in the shadow of Pei Yinling. As Mother Shi shook her head outside the door, Shi Qingya softly murmured, who will come to my aid? Who will assist Shuhai? She prayed silently. Oh heavens, if only Shuhai could forget Yinling. Then he would no longer suffer. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the silence, resonating in her ears. Do you truly wish for Qin Shuhai to forget Pei Yinling? Who? Shi Qingya gasped, jolting upright from her bed, her eyes scanning the room in search of the speaker. Yet, aside from herself, there was no one else in the chamber. Chapter 14. The marriage destroyed by the taskbearer to Su Qingni found herself in a state of utter helplessness. The diminutive world was far too fragile to accommodate her true self and entire primordial spirit. Even a minuscule fragment of her essence was rejected by this small realm. Consequently, she was compelled to attach this fragment of her primordial spirit to the body of a native inhabitant, concealing her foreign presence beneath the guise of an indigenous soul, thus mitigating the world's rules that sought to expel her. Initially, Su Qingni aspired to inhabit the vessel of a recently deceased individual. However, her search proved fruitless. For the body must possess a degree of compatibility with her primordial spirit to serve as a suitable host. After a thorough search, she could not find a corpse that could accommodate her essence, and ultimately stumbled upon a living being, Shi Qingya. Su Qingni could not simply evict Shi Qingya's soul to usurp her body, for such an act would lead to her demise and entangle her in karmic repercussions. Not being a saint, she could not afford to disregard the law of causality. Thus, she resolved to allow her primordial spirit to dwell within Shi Qingya without inflicting harm upon her soul. In fact, whenever Shi Qingya encountered difficulties, Su Qingni would lend her assistance, thereby providing a form of compensation in resolving the karmic connection. Who exactly are you? Shi Qingya inquired, her heart racing in fear as she surveyed the empty room. Though raised under the red banner and indoctrinated with materialism and atheism, the current situation was exceedingly bizarre. Memories of horror films flickered in her mind, sending a shiver down her spine. Do not worry, I am not a ghost. A fragment of Su Qingni's spirit resided within Shi Qingya's mind, allowing her to perceive Qingni's thoughts with utmost clarity. She reassured Qingni, stating that in the 21st century, there were no such things as ghosts. How peculiar. Upon hearing this, Qingni found comfort and inquired, "What exactly are you? Have you perhaps installed surveillance and communication devices in my room? Alarm systems are of no use." Qingni replied, "I am not what you presume. And I certainly am not a ghost." "Then what are you?" Qingni pressed on. Reflecting on her identity, Qingni concocted a persona that modern youth could accept. "I am a system." "A system?" Qingni queried, puzzled. "What kind of system? Is it Windows or Ghost?" Qingni responded, "I am far from those inferior systems lacking even basic artificial intelligence. I am the most advanced system in the galaxy, designed to assist individuals in resolving their troubles and achieving the pinnacle of success." "From the galaxy?" Qingni exclaimed. "Are you from another planet?" Qingni clarified, "You should say I am from another star system. There is no system as intelligent and sophisticated as mine within your Milky Way." "From another star system?" Qingni gasped. Could it be that extraterrestrial beings truly exist beyond the Milky Way? It is unfortunate that the technology developed in our country can only produce crude spacecraft capable of traversing within the solar system and cannot yet venture beyond, let alone to the Milky Way. Indeed, the technological advancements in this world are quite remarkable. In truth, the lives of humanity in this world closely resemble those on Earth. The advent of smartphones has occurred merely within the last decade, and computers continue to operate on the Windows 10 system. Yet, the advancements in aerospace technology are remarkably profound. Qingni, employing her divine consciousness, infiltrated the network of this world to seek information and uncovered that the remarkable progress in aerospace technology stems from a singular individual, a woman named Pei Yanling. Pei Yanling is a prodigy. She commenced her education at the tender age of 5, entered middle school at 7, and high school at 9. By the age of 11, she had taken the college entrance examination, achieving the highest score in science across the province. She enrolled in the nation's premier aerospace university, completing her undergraduate, master's, and doctoral studies in just 4 years. Subsequently, she joined the National Aerospace Science Academy, where she led a research team to develop a short-range, Earth-to-Moon, manned spacecraft and mining machinery for the Moon. Moreover, she engineered a manned spacecraft capable of traversing the entire solar system, allowing astronauts from the Flower Nation to plant 5 stars flags on Mars, Mercury, Saturn, Venus, Jupiter, and even the distant Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. It can be asserted that Pei Yanling single-handedly propelled the advancement of aerospace technology in this world, advancing it by at least a century. Consequently, she is heralded as the greatest scientist of this century, a recipient of the Nobel Prize, and holder of numerous prestigious international accolades, making her the youngest academician in the Flower Nation. Furthermore, Pei Yanling is a close friend of the present-day Qingni, who is 2 years older than Pei Yanling. Along with her and another companion, Qin Shuhai, have shared a lifelong friendship since childhood. The 3 families resided in the same community, grew up together, and attended school side by side. Although Qingni and Qin Shuhai may not possess the same level of extraordinary talent as Pei Yanling, they are nonetheless intelligent individuals. In a bid to keep pace with their peers and remain together, Qingni and Qin Shuhai diligently studied, advancing through grades alongside Pei Yanling, ultimately facing the college entrance examination together. Upon entering university, their differing abilities and personalities led them to select distinct fields of study. Qin Shuhai pursued a military academy and became an astronaut, while Qingni chose to study medicine and has since become a moderately renowned surgeon. Therefore, if you have any troubles, feel free to confide in me. I may be of assistance, suggested Qingni. Qingni was skeptical. What could you, a mere system, possibly do to help me? Qingni replied, I am an advanced system, equipped to assist you in myriad ways. Even in matters of emotion, I can provide valuable insights. Having perused the relevant information, Qingni surmised that the relationship between Qingni, Qin Shuhai, and Pei Yanling transcended mere friendship. The dynamics hinted at a love triangle. Coupled with Qingni's earlier remarks, it became evident that Qin Shuhai and Pei Yanling were in a romantic relationship, while Qingni harbored unrequited feelings for Qin Shuhai. With Pei Yanling's demise, Qingni felt a glimmer of hope, yet Qin Shuhai remained engulfed in sorrow over his beloved's death, disregarding Qingni's concern, which left her in distress. Even if you are an advanced system, you are not human. How could you possibly comprehend human emotions? Providing insights, indeed. Are you jesting? Shi Qingni was unconvinced by Su Qingni's assertions. In a mock display of indignation, Su Qingni retorted, "Do not view us, the products of a superior civilization, through the lens of your primitive understanding." Chapter 15. The marriage destroyed by the tasked one. Do not perceive the creations of our advanced civilization through the lens of your primitive culture. Shi Qingni, the marvels of a superior civilization? Very well, I am indeed troubled at present. How can you assist me? Shi Qingni was reluctant to engage in an argument with the system, even less inclined to endure its continued disdain. She decided to listen to the system's proposed assistance and observe its capabilities. Su Qingni said, "Do you not wish for Qin Shuhua to forget Pei Yinling? I can facilitate that for you." Really? Shi Qingni's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Indeed, inducing amnesia in an individual is rather simple. Not amnesia, but I need Shuhua to forget Pei Yinling while retaining all other memories. Can you accomplish that? Of course, it is within my capabilities. However, what? As far as I am aware, Qin Shuhua is an astute individual. To lose the memory of someone who has occupied a significant portion of his life would be tantamount to erasing a substantial part of his past. Would he not notice this absence? Furthermore, while he may forget, those around him will not have forgotten Pei Yinling. Would he not seek information about her from others? Ultimately, would he not still come to know of her existence? Yet, he shall no longer harbor feelings for Pei Yinling, nor shall he endure the anguish he currently faces. I desire for him to be joyful, to find happiness. I cannot bear to witness his present state of sadness and despair. It pains my heart to see him like this. You speak truthfully. Without the memories of Pei Yinling, Qin Shuhua would indeed experience no sorrow. However, it is uncertain whether he would embrace your affections. His joy and happiness need not be intertwined with yours. It is possible that you may merely be crafting a bridal gown for another woman. After all, having been friends with Qin Shuhua for several decades, if he were to harbor feelings for you, he would have accepted your sentiments long ago. This is solely due to Pei Yinling's presence. Shi Qingni wailed, lamenting that if Pei Yinling had never existed, her voice dwindled, her spirits sinking. There would have been no such beginning. The girl is quite pitiable, perpetually overshadowed by another. The one she adores reciprocates his affections towards a different woman. She is not deranged, which is commendable. Su Qingni, having engaged with her for an extended period, discovers that despite Shi Qingni's occasional concealed thoughts, she remains fundamentally kind-hearted. Although she harbors jealousy towards Pei Yinling, she has never resorted to sabotaging her, nor has she clandestinely maligned her character. Instead, she opts to diligently improve herself, striving to catch up to Pei Yinling and competing with her openly and honorably. Shi Qingni bears a resemblance to Lu Shimi from My Love from the Star, and her relationship with Pei Yinling and Qin Shuhua mirrors the dynamic between Lu Shimi and Qian Somi with Li Huijing. The distinction lies in the fact that Li Huijing is enamored with Qian Somi, who does not reciprocate his feelings, whereas Pei Yinling and Qin Shuhua are indeed lovers. With a hint of sorrow in her tone, Shi Qingni softly implored, "System, please help Shuhua erase the memories of Pei Yinling. I simply wish for him to no longer suffer. Even if he chooses not to select me in the future, I shall harbor no resentment. You are truly infatuated." Sighed Su Qingni. Shi Qingni offered a bittersweet smile. "What can I say? I love him. Would you like to hear about the matters between me and Shu Huai and Pei Yinling?" In that moment, Shi Qingni felt an urge to confide. The primary system is not human. It does not share its innermost thoughts. Su Qingni responded, "If you wish to speak, then please do." Shi Qingni began. "I have known Shu Huai for quite some time. Our families live nearby, and our parents are acquainted. We met when we were mere infants. Although we understood nothing back then, it was only when Pei Yinling moved into the neighborhood at the age of 4 that she interposed herself between us. Our duo became a trio, and eventually, that trio morphed into a duo with an extra light bulb. Pei Yinling was indeed remarkable, so radiant that she seemed to emanate light, capturing the attention of all. Shu Huai's gaze was fixed solely upon her, never once glancing my way. I exerted myself to keep pace with Pei Yinling, hoping desperately that Shu Huai would notice me, but alas. As Shi Qingni recounted her tale, vivid memories of Pei Yinling and Qin Shu Huai unfolded in Su Qingni's mind. She scanned these recollections, a refreshing tableau of their romantic entanglement. Yet a sense of dissonance lingered. Su Qingni meticulously reviewed Shi Qingni's memories from beginning to end, finally identifying the source of the discord. The dissonance stemmed from Pei Yinling, who often engaged in soliloquy to the air. While Shi Qingni remained largely oblivious, Su Qingni sensed something amiss. Su Qingni beheld the newly born Pei Yinling, the 4-year-old Pei Yinling, and the Pei Yinling who attended primary, middle, and high school. She witnessed Pei Yinling triumph as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and saw her dedicate herself to aerospace research upon entering university. She even glimpsed Pei Yinling in her final moments. A soft chuckle escaped Su Qingni's lips. She realized she was not the sole outsider in this world. It turned out that Pei Yinling was also not a native inhabitant. She too had traversed dimensions, equipped with a system and a mission. Through the laws governing this realm, Su Qingni discerned that, according to the original fate, Qingni and Qin Shuhuai were childhood sweethearts, both of whom enjoyed remarkable success in their careers and lives, eliciting envy from many. Meanwhile, the indigenous Pei Yinling harbored feelings for Qin Shuhuai, having met him during high school, where her affection blossomed. However, Pei Yinling was academically challenged. Aside from her striking appearance, she seemed ill-suited for someone like Qin Shuhuai. Even if Qin Shuhuai were devoid of a girlfriend, he would never cast his gaze upon the academically lacking Pei Yinling. Qin Shuhuai and Qingni emerged as the top scorers, first and second, respectively, in their college entrance examinations, securing places in the finest university. In stark contrast, Pei Yinling's dismal academic performance rendered her university aspirations unattainable. Following her high school graduation, she struggled to secure a commendable job, initially relying on her youth for employment before ultimately settling for lower-paying positions. As time passed, she married, her children, and her husband was an ordinary man, leading a life characterized by mediocrity and monotony. In her twilight years, the indigenous Pei Yinling watched the accomplished Qin Shuhua and Qingni on television, feeling an overwhelming sense of resentment. This discontent was soon intercepted by the underdog reversal system. In Chapter 16, The Marriage Ruined by the Tasker, Pei Yinling forged a pact with the underdog cannon fodder reversal system, enlisting the tasker to assist her in achieving her aspirations. Her desire was to surpass both Qin Shuhua and Qingni, attaining greater professional success and earning deeper respect. As for romance, Pei Yinling held no particular attachment, for she was not the original version of herself destined to live again. If Qin Shuhua were to develop feelings for Pei Yinling, would it be for her as a person or for the tasker instead? Thus, she regarded winning Qin Shuhua's affection as a mere optional task, which the tasker willingly accepted in pursuit of greater points. Consequently, the arrival of the tasker transformed the trajectory of this world's fate. The tasker possessed knowledge from numerous realms, with the insights from the interstellar domain far surpassing those of this world. By introducing select knowledge deemed obsolete in the stellar realm, the tasker accelerated this world's technological advancement by a century. With both high emotional and intellectual intelligence, the tasker completed their missions swiftly and effectively, earning not only Qin Shuhua's genuine affection, but also immense achievements and prestige. Having fulfilled the task, the tasker was poised to depart from this world. Though they too harbored feelings for Qin Shuhua, fully aware that true sincerity could be reciprocated with true sincerity. However, the affection for Qin Shuhua could not penetrate deeply enough to compel the tasker to linger. Upon the completion of her mission, she resolutely chose to depart, offering no thought to the fate that would befall Qin Shuhua in her absence. With her intelligence, she must have anticipated his reaction. Qin Shuhua loved her so profoundly that her absence would plunge him into profound sorrow, potentially leading him to vow never to accept another woman. Destined to live a life steeped in longing for the tasker, forever enveloped in solitude, Su Qingni ventured beneath the river of time to observe, and indeed, Qin Shuhua remained single throughout his life, ultimately passing away with a photograph of the tasker cradled in his embrace. His devotion was unparalleled. Ah, these taskers! Su Qingni could not help but shake her head. She had perused several novels featuring quick transmission systems, and many protagonists within these tales, particularly those entangled in conquest systems, were exceedingly unappealing to her. These characters, in pursuit of their missions, would secure the genuine affections of the indigenous people, only to cast aside those heartfelt sentiments carelessly upon mission completion, departing with a nonchalant air, leaving the oblivious natives to suffer in sorrow for the rest of their days. Truth? What truth? Qingni, perplexed, inquired. Pei Yinling, too, possessed a system, Su Qingni revealed. What? Qingni exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qingni explained. Pei Yinling has been traversed through time, you understand, right? Su Qingni continued. And what of the tasker's narrative in such novels? Qingni responded with a puzzled expression, uncertain of the answer. Thus, Su Qingni took the opportunity to elucidate the matter, recounting both her original fate and the intricacies surrounding the tasker to Shurqinya. Shurqinya's countenance was decidedly grim. It transpired that Qin Shuhuai was destined to be her husband, but due to the native Pei Yanling's obstinacy, not only was her spouse usurped by the tasker, but Qin Shuhuai was also condemned to a lifetime of anguish. Were either the native Pei Yanling or the tasker to appear before Shurqinya, she would undoubtedly rush at them to deliver a severe beating, for one person's selfish desires had wreaked havoc on the lives of two. Shurqinya took a deep breath and inquired of Su Qing and I, "How shall we reveal the truth to Shuhuai? If we tell him directly, he may not believe us." Su Qing and I replied, "I have a solution." Shurqinya pressed, "What is your method?" Su Qing and I elucidated, "We shall have Qin Shuhuai dream, wherein he will perceive the truth." Shurqinya questioned, "But Shuhuai would hardly believe. Who would trust the events of a dream?" Su Qing and I, brimming with confidence, countered, "One dream alone may not convince him. But what if he dreams repeatedly? If he dreams for a month? 2 months, should he remain skeptical, we shall continue until he believes. Moreover, during the many years of growth alongside you, the tasker has not been without flaws. It is merely that you have not contemplated alternate possibilities. In the realm of dreams, I can amplify the revealing moments. Given Qin Shuhuai's intelligence, he will inevitably discern the truth." After hearing this, Shurqinya felt a flicker of hope and urged, "System, hasten to have Shuhuai dream. What is the rush?" Su Qing and I replied, "It is only 10:30. Surely, Qin Shuhuai has not yet retired for the night. I will seek him out once the clock strikes midnight." Shurqinya was filled with anxiety and concern, yet she refrained from urging Su Qingni any further, instead pacing restlessly within the confines of the room. Observing this, Su Qingni felt a wave of dizziness and decisively invoked a spell, causing Shurqinya to slip into a deep slumber. In the next instant, Shurqinya's eyes fluttered open, revealing that Su Qingni had indeed taken control of her body. Glancing at the time on her phone, she noted that it was still early. She proceeded to turn on Shurqinya's computer, downloaded an online game, registered an account, and began to immerse herself in the digital realm. One might ponder, with the vast reservoir of advanced technological knowledge residing in the tasker's mind, why limit oneself to the domain of aerospace? Why not innovate within the sphere of online gaming and create a holographic experience? It seemed inconceivable that one could not conjure a fully immersive virtual gaming world akin to those depicted in novels, or at least develop virtual reality technology. The experience of keyboard gaming felt rather unsatisfying. Despite her inner musings, Su Qingni found joy in playing the game. It had been an eternity since she last indulged in online gaming, having abstained since her transmigration. Although she had briefly visited Earth in the 21st century, her focus had been elsewhere, devoid of any inclination to engage in gaming. As she delved into the game, time slipped away rapidly, and before she knew it, the clock had struck past midnight. The community had fallen into a tranquil silence, and Shurqinya's parents had long since retired for the night. Su Qingni quietly opened the door and made her way to the Qin residence, entering their bedroom unnoticed. To her surprise, Qin Shuhuai was still awake, lost in thought as he held a photograph of Pei Yanling, completely oblivious to the presence of another in the room. Su Qingni waved her right hand, and Qin Shuhuai closed his eyes, drifting into slumber. The completion rate of the host's task stood at 30%. The system urged the host to strive further. "I am already the top scorer in the college entrance examination. How can my completion rate be merely 30%? It is because there are still few who recognize the host's excellence. To achieve 100% task completion, the entire world must acknowledge your brilliance. If I become a celebrity, can I then complete the task? That is not feasible, host. You must contribute to humanity to be deemed truly exceptional. Entertaining the public is also a contribution, is it not? No, that will not suffice. The client would not accept it. Qin Shuhua is the first astronaut from the Flower Kingdom to land on Mars, and Shurqinya is an internationally renowned surgeon. You must be measured against their standards. What a hassle. Since Qin Shuhua is an astronaut, I shall become a scientist in the field of aerospace. I will build the spacecraft, and he will embark upon it. We shall be like a harmonious couple, shall we not? Host, I must remind you that upon completing the task, you will depart from this world and cannot grow old together with Qin Shuhua. I am aware. I have no desire to age alongside anyone in this world. I merely wish to experience a beautiful romance, especially since Qin Shuhua is so handsome. He is completely my type. Qin Shuhua slightly furrowed his brow. Who is Yanling conversing with? These words are exceedingly uncomfortable for me to hear. Has Yanling never considered marrying me? False. It is all false. These are merely figments of my imagination, not reality. Qin Shuhuai reassured himself as the scene unfolded before him. Both he and Pei Yanling had entered university, but due to their enrollment in different institutions, opportunities for them to meet were scarce. The visions presented in his dream were entirely unbeknownst to him. In the dream, Pei Yanling appeared to possess a legendary ability akin to the mustard seed space, capable of conjuring objects from thin air and causing them to vanish just as effortlessly. Observing such a Pei Yanling, Qin Shuhuai felt an immense distance between them, as if she might depart at any moment. His premonition materialized. The scene progressed to the moment he, Pei Yanling, and a group of companions embarked on an expedition to Pluto. He once again heard Pei Yanling's conversation with the so-called system. Host. Mission completion is at 100%. When will you depart from this world? Very well, I can grant you a maximum extension of 3 months. The host may utilize this time to bid farewell to friends and family in this realm. I truly wish to hold on to Shuhuai. Among the men I've encountered, none surpass his charm and intellect. None are as handsome and accomplished. If only I could take him with me. Please refrain from dreaming, host. System. Can't you allow me a moment of fantasy? Very well, indulge in your daydreaming. Never mind. In a month, the country will dispatch personnel to Pluto for exploration. I shall apply to partake in this initiative, seizing this opportunity to escape from this world. Otherwise, a sudden illness or untimely death would be far too abnormal, and given the protective measures surrounding me, such an incident is unlikely to occur. Qin Shuhuai was somewhat taken aback. Was he to understand that Yanling had not truly perished, but rather had seized the opportunity of death to depart from this world? How could such a thing be? Regardless of its plausibility, in the dream, Qin Shuhuai witnessed the very moment of Pei Yanling's demise, whereupon a woman's soul, bearing no resemblance to Pei Yanling, emerged from her body and was swiftly escorted away by a beam of light. Qin Shuhuai stared blankly in the direction of the woman's disappearance, remaining unresponsive for an extended period. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Shuhuai's face. His eyelids fluttered open, revealing a pair of hazy eyes. Gazing at the ceiling, his mind was in a daze. He had fallen asleep. Indeed, he had succumbed to slumber, even experiencing a dream. It was the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in over a month, sleeping soundly until the break of dawn without any disturbances. As a consequence of the first dream, Qin Shuhuai remained in bed, consumed by the desire to re-enter the realm of dreams and once more behold his beloved woman, harboring no suspicions towards Pei Yanling. Su Qing also fulfilled his wish. Whenever he drifted off to sleep, whether during the day or night, he would dream of Pei Yanling, the events and imagery within the dream remaining consistent and unaltered. This dream did not seem to be a figment of his own imagination, but rather, as if some entity or presence were conveying the truth to him through the medium of dreams. Yes, the truth, even if he is reluctant to admit it. He must confront the truth revealed in his dreams. Pei Yanling is not who she appears to be. She is an outsider assigned a mission to surpass herself and Qingni, becoming a figure more esteemed and recognized by the public. Her other objective is to attain her own love, to make herself fall for him. Thus, was his belief in love merely a calculated deception? The sorrow in Qin Shuhuai's heart diminished significantly, yet it was replaced by a bitter pang. Yanling, do you view me merely as a target to be achieved? Once the task is completed, do you carelessly depart, indifferent to the feelings we share? Do you not concern yourself with the consequences of my loss? As Qin Shuhuai accepted the truth of his dreams and recognized Pei Yanling's true identity, the nature of his dreams began to transform. This time, the dream did not revolve around Pei Yanling, but centered on himself and Qingni. Chapter 18. A marriage undermined by the task one in this dream. He witnessed the journey of his childhood friendship with Qingni blossoming into romance. After graduating from university, he married Qingni, and their married life was filled with happiness. Blessed with 2 adorable children, their careers flourished, achieving remarkable success. In this dream, both he and Qingni were victors in life's grand game. But where was Pei Yanling? As Qin Shuhuai pondered her absence, the scene before him shifted, and Pei Yanling appeared before him. Yet, the Pei Yanling in his dreams, although resembling the familiar Pei Yanling he knew, exuded an entirely different aura. He was certain that this Pei Yanling was not the one he cherished. As the scene unfolded, he realized that the Pei Yanling in his dream was his high school classmate, known for her poor academic performance. Indeed, they were not the same person. His beloved Pei Yanling consistently ranked first in every examination. In the dream, she had expressed her affection for him, but he, disinterested in someone who struggled academically, had turned her down, leading to their estrangement. The narrative then accelerated. In the blink of an eye, the Pei Yanling on screen transformed into an elderly woman in her 50s or 60s, seated before a television, watching an interview featuring the esteemed couple, Qin Shuhua and Shi Qingni. A sense of discontent washed over her. Why were they so exceptional while she remained so ordinary? She yearned to surpass them, to become someone even more remarkable, ideally earning the affection of Qin Shuhua. Ding. The supporting character S resurgence system is at your service. Qin Shuhua observed Pei Yanling negotiating with an unseen entity, articulating her desires. The so-called system acknowledged Pei Yanling's wishes and dispatched a tasker to fulfill them. The final image revealed the soul of a woman entering the body of a mere 4 or 5-year-old Pei Yanling. The woman's appearance mirrored that of the spirit he had previously seen emerge from Pei Yanling. Qin Shuhua, astute as he was, had already surmised the truth behind this altered dreamscape. After this dream concluded, a line of text appeared before him. This is your true destiny. Indeed, due to the intervention of the tasker Pei Yanling, his fate had been altered. Qin Shuhua opened his eyes, awakening from his slumber. Although a trace of sorrow lingered in his gaze, the confusion and despair had dissipated. The tasker had departed. It was time for him to embrace his own life. Why mourn for someone who had deceived him, investing a lifetime in a woman who did not love him? With this realization, Qin Shuhua felt invigorated. He rose from his bed and entered the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at his unkempt reflection, he smirked derisively and retrieved a razor to shave. When Qin Shuhua emerged, refreshed and revitalized, before his parents, they were both taken aback. Had their son truly emerged from his anguish? Tears streamed down Qin mother's face. "Mom, please don't cry," Qin Shuhua said, embracing her shoulders. "I will no longer wallow in despair." Good, good. Both Qin father and Qin mother echoed in unison. Just then, the doorbell rang. "It must be Qingni," Qin mother remarked. "She comes by at this time every day." Glancing at her son, she realized that had he remained in his previous state, there were words she would not have uttered. Yet now that he had regained his spirit and was no longer consumed by thoughts of Pei Yanling, she felt compelled to speak. "Qingni is genuinely concerned for you, visiting us daily and caring for us both. She is truly a wonderful girl. You must remember her kindness." A flicker of guilt crossed Qin Shuhua's face. According to the original fate, Shi Qingni was destined to be his wife. However, destiny has shifted, and while Shi Qingni's love for him remains steadfast, she has found herself enamored with another. There lingers a hint of embarrassment in confronting Shi Qingni again. Mr. Qin has already opened the door, and Shi Qingni enters, greeting Mr. and Mrs. Qin as usual. Her gaze lands on the refreshing figure of Qin Shuhua, and her face radiates surprise. This morning, the system informed her that Qin Shuhua had come to understand the entire truth, and she felt a twinge of concern, fearing that he might struggle to accept the reality and become even more distressed. Throughout her journey here, Shi Qingni's heart was in turmoil, but upon witnessing Qin Shuhua's current demeanor, her heart finally found solace. How wonderful! Qin Shuhua has finally regained his spirits. Shi Qingni rejoices for him, wishing for his well-being, even if he may not choose her in the future, though the probability of that seems exceedingly low. Shi Qingni is confident that no other woman, aside from the tasker Pei Yanling, possesses her excellence or her love for Qin Shuhua. Should he not choose her, she is resolute in not yielding. She refuses to believe that Qin Shuhua could be so cold-hearted as to reject her. Shi Qingni is prepared for a protracted battle, especially now that Pei Yanling is no longer a formidable obstacle. Qingni. The sight of Shi Qingni's deep affection stirs a greater sense of guilt within Qin Shuhua. The image of their loving marriage flashes through his mind, softening his heart and gentling his gaze. When Shi Qingni meets Qin Shuhua's eyes, her heart swells with joy. "Shuhua, as long as you have regained your strength, that is all that matters." Thus, Uncle Qin and Aunt Li could rest assured. Shi Qingni smiled gently, expressing her own relief and readiness to commence her work. For the sake of Qin Shuhua, she had taken a month's leave from the hospital. "I feel I have hindered your important matters," Qin Shuhua said, a note of guilt lacing his tender voice. "Not at all. We are good friends," Shi Qingni quickly reassured him. "Indeed, we are good friends," Qin Shuhua replied. After uttering this sentiment, an unexpected silence enveloped them. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling within, words eluded their lips. Qin's mother glanced at her son and then at Qingni, before heading to the kitchen to fetch a basket, dragging her husband out of the house under the pretense of grocery shopping. Old Qin, when do you think our son and Qingni will become a couple? Chapter 19. The technological advancements of a new world. Qingni had resided within Qingni for over a decade, during which time she assisted Qingni in navigating various challenges. However, due to the incident involving Pei Yinling, Qingni harbored distrust towards this suddenly emerging system, only seeking Qingni's counsel on a couple of occasions when faced with insurmountable issues, otherwise treating her as if she were non-existent. Qingni found this arrangement quite agreeable, taking advantage of the nights when Qingni was asleep to venture out in search of the location imbued with the most potent yin energy in this world. Fortunately, luck was on her side. She discovered the site before Qingni's marriage and buried the Mingyin stone there. After the wedding, she ceased utilizing Qingni's body to prevent any concerns from her husband. Qingni's husband is naturally Qin Shuhua. Having let go of Pei Yinling, Qin Shuhua, influenced by the second dream, finds it easier to accept Qingni. The two naturally become a couple, and Qin Shuhua experiences genuine love with Qingni, making it simpler to relinquish his insincere feelings for Pei Yinling. Due to the constraints of the world's rules, Qingni cannot detach from Qingni to seek the true spirit of the 11 ancestors. However, during her years of inhabiting Qingni, she has not squandered her time in vain. Qingni, a highly skilled surgeon, has been a mentor to her, and over the course of a decade, Qingni's medical prowess has become comparable to that of the esteemed Qingni. With a faint smile, Qingni remarked, "I have not failed my mission. Yet, due to the limitations imposed by this world's rules, I am unable to locate the true spirits of the ancestors and must rely on the grace of the goddess to seek them. Since the underworld has expanded into this realm, the goddess Pingxin, as the ruler of the underworld, is not hindered by the world's regulations. She can traverse freely in search of her brother's true spirits. Now, I shall take charge of this matter. You should rest well," the gentle goddess Pingxin said. Qingni began her cultivation, replenishing the magical energy lost during her journey through the temporal passage. With each trip through the temporal realm, her understanding of the laws of time and space deepened, and her practice of the Honghuang Ju saw significant advancement. Qingni's spiritual cultivation had already reached the level of a sage. She did not opt for the method of severing the 3 corpses. A voice within her whispered that even without this method or the primordial purple energy, she could carve out a path distinct from other sages, perhaps even attain the status of a sage herself. After a year of such cultivation, Qingni emerged from her retreat to find Qiyu awaiting her. "Master, there is a matter I wish to consult you about. Now that you are the leader of the witch clan, you can make decisions regarding clan affairs without consulting me," Qingni replied. Qiyu chuckled. "Actually, I was hoping you could lend us your assistance." Qingni raised an eyebrow in curiosity. After some discussion, they decided to establish their own network within the witch clan's territory, with each member owning a computer for gaming and communication purposes. Qingni was taken aback. The power of the internet and computers was so formidable that it had caused the members of the witch clan to kneel in awe. Had there been more than one computer available, some of the clan's artisans would have dismantled it out of sheer curiosity. "All right, I understand. I will head to Earth now." Upon arriving once more on Earth, Qingni retrieved a list of purchases from her mind. She resolved to secure an identity for herself, followed by opening a bank account and a Taobao account. Arranging her identity was a straightforward task. As a near-ascendant deity, infiltrating the household registration database was effortless. In no time, she had established her identity and even produced a brand new identification card. Next, she proceeded to the bank to open an account and acquire funds. Acquiring wealth became remarkably effortless. Without delving into other methods, one could simply engage in the art of jade gambling, unearthing a piece of imperial green jade, and watch as the figures in Qingni's account transformed into 8 digits. Subsequently, she procured the most advanced smartphone, downloaded the Taobao app, registered an account, and began a lavish shopping spree. 100 computers would scarcely suffice. She opted to purchase over 10,000 in one go. Additionally, she acquired 10,000 smartphones capable of internet connectivity, secured 100,000 sets of textbooks spanning from primary school through high school, and amassed another 100,000 sets of university textbooks. particularly those related to specialized fields, with even more devoted to internet technology. Chapter 20. The Ancient Prodigal Su Qingni. Where does it become inconsequential? These are foundational elements, after all. Without a solid groundwork, how can one aspire to grasp advanced knowledge? Do you comprehend this? Qiyu, is it truly that complicated? Su Qingni, worry not. I shall enlist individuals to instruct you. Su Qingni journeyed to the underworld, seeking out spirits who, in their former lives, were luminaries in various fields. She employed them to educate the members of the witch clan, imparting knowledge while simultaneously aiding in the technological advancement of their society. Upon learning of Su Qingni's endeavors, Lady Pingxin intercepted a portion of the experts, tasking them with establishing a network in the underworld, designing and manufacturing computers specifically tailored for its use. This initiative ushered in a wave of modernization, significantly alleviating the burdens faced by the underworld's workforce and enhancing their efficiency. Upon discovering that the witch clan was embracing modern technology, members of the demon clan also dispatched representatives to partake in this learning opportunity. Swiftly, the two races mastered modern scientific knowledge and commenced the transformation of their new world. Unlike the inhabitants of Earth, they did not deplete their resources heedlessly, inflicting great harm upon the environment. Instead, they adapted their practices to harmonize technology with sorcery, achieving a balance that was both environmentally sustainable and efficient, thereby preserving the new world they had painstakingly created. By the time Su Qingni traversed the world for the second time, the infrastructure of the internet had been fully established, and computers had become ubiquitous among the two races. However, these devices could scarcely be classified as mere computers. They were, in fact, rudimentary magical artifacts crafted through the art of refining. These devices not only utilized electricity as a power source, but also possessed the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb various forms of energy: solar, wind, light, electrical, and elemental energies, thus eliminating concerns regarding energy shortages. Observing the changes in the new world, Su Qingni could not help but smile, advising Qiyu. While we now have computers for entertainment, one must not succumb to excessive indulgence. We must not relax our cultivation. Yes, master, Qiyu promptly replied. Both he and the senior members of the witch clan, as well as those of the demon clan, recognized that the paramount importance for both races lay in cultivation and strength, and that these must never be overlooked. Su Qingni nodded, departing from the new world. I am the boundary after my traversal. How splendid it is that in this world, I possess a body I can command at will, even though I remain merely a fragment of my primordial spirit within this realm. Nevertheless, this tiny essence of my spirit is already mightier than any soul in this world. Unlike in the world of Qingni, Su Qingni, having fully occupied the current body, must assist its owner in fulfilling their wishes and comprehend the intricate connection between herself and the body's original master. After all, she is merely a quasi-saint. Yet to attain the level of a saint free from causality, Su Qingni has absorbed the memories and desires of this body, and her lips involuntarily twitch. The owner of the body she has assumed is a libertine, whose sole aspiration is to continue living a life of indulgence and hedonism. This wish is rather absurd. Were it to be revealed to others, he would undoubtedly be ridiculed. How can one be so oblivious, fixated solely on pleasures and revelries? Such a person is no different from a wastrel. The original owner was indeed scorned in this manner, yet he remained utterly unconcerned. With wealth and influence at his disposal, what does it matter if he is a libertine? Many aspire to such a life, but cannot attain it. The original owner is the third young master of a marquisate, with two elder brothers, all born of the same mother and all legitimate heirs. The marquis's wife is a master of domestic intrigue, on par with the likes of Jia Mu and Shi, believing that only she is capable of bearing sons, while the concubines and maidservants can only produce daughters. The eldest son is the heir apparent, favored by the family, and from the age of 6 was moved from the rear courtyard to accompany his father for tutelage, spending little time with his biological mother. The second son, possessing a talent for learning, garnered attention from the marquis after demonstrating his scholarly aptitude, prompting his father to relocate him to the front courtyard as well, where he was assigned 3 tutors for his education. By the age of 10, he was sent to an academy to reside and study, thus spending even less time with his biological mother than the eldest son. As neither of her sons resided nearby nor shared a close bond with her, the Marchioness lavished her maternal affection upon her youngest, spoiling him excessively. The Marquis, having relinquished any expectations for his pampered son, ceased to exert control over him, effectively ceding his upbringing entirely to the Marchioness. Her deepened affinity for and indulgence of the youngest son molded him into a libertine, who squandered his days in frivolous pursuits, frequenting brothels and taverns, and dissipating wealth with abandon. The Marchioness's ample dowry readily accommodated her son's extravagant expenditures. When the Marquis finally witnessed the success of his elder sons and endeavored to guide the youngest, he discovered that his wife had irreparably spoiled him. Neither punitive measures nor gentle persuasion could inspire even a modicum of ambition in him. Ultimately, the Marquis, disillusioned, relinquished his efforts and ceased to concern himself with the son's affairs. The youngest son lived a life of opulent indulgence, a constant patron of pleasure houses. Even after marriage, he remained incorrigible, causing his wife perpetual distress, which led to a poorly managed pregnancy and her subsequent demise during childbirth, leaving behind a son. The Marchioness took the child into her care, absolving her own son of blame for his wife's death. Instead, she deemed the deceased daughter-in-law to be of a petty disposition, arguing that her son's fondness for brothels and numerous concubines were trivial matters. She reasoned that few men were immune to carnal desires, and that it was uncommon for a man to have only one wife. The Marchioness concluded that the deceased wife's passing was inconsequential, as she could simply find a more magnanimous and attractive replacement for her son. Given the family's esteemed lineage, even as a stepmother, numerous families would eagerly offer their daughters for selection. The third master's gentle voice reached Su Qingni's ears as his hands caressed her chest. Lingering and swirling, Su Qingni shuddered and abruptly opened her eyes, only to find a maidservant draped over her, her hands igniting a fire on her body. Su Qingni's brows furrowed as she pushed the woman away, coldly commanding, "Leave." "Third master?" the maidservant asked incredulously, gazing at Su Qingni. Su Qingni reiterated, "Leave." The maidservant, startled, dared not linger. She hastily adjusted her outer garment and swiftly exited the room. Su Qingni rubbed her temples, thinking, "How am I supposed to play the part of a dissolute without shattering the persona?" Chapter 21. The Ancient Dissolute 2. What is a dissolute? A dissolute is a scion of a wealthy family who spends his days indulging in pleasure and neglecting his duties. Su Qingni believed she was capable of playing such a role. The problem was that the original owner was a dissolute with a penchant for beauty, a playboy, which she couldn't emulate. Her core was that of a woman, and she would not engage in intimacy with other women. Fortunately, it seemed the original owner did not wish for Su Qingni to touch his women. Thus, when Su Qingni resolved never to touch the women in the original owner's harem and to never set foot in a brothel again, the karmic link between the original owner and Su Qingni did not waver. Su Qingni breathed a sigh of relief. Afterward, she would indulge in the pleasures of life as per the original owner's wishes, even visiting the casino for a few rounds. Yet she would refrain from indulging in the company of women. However, a man known for his fondness for women suddenly abstaining from such pursuits would undoubtedly raise suspicions, necessitating a clever approach. In the days that followed, the household began to notice the peculiar behavior of the third young master, who surprisingly ceased to summon his concubines and maidservants. Although it was customary for him to refrain from associating with other women during the mourning period for his wife, his attendants reported that he no longer frequented the brothels, instead wandering the streets in search of so-called renowned physicians. It is worth pondering whether the medical skills of these common folk could rival those of the imperial court's physicians. One could only wonder what was occupying the third young master's mind. Upon hearing the servants' gossip, the lady of the house grew concerned and promptly summoned her youngest son to her quarters, inquiring with genuine care, "Qingyu, have you been feeling unwell lately? Would you like me to find a physician for you?" Su Qingni feigned a distressed expression and firmly declined, "No, it's unnecessary." Observing her son's demeanor, the lady became convinced that something was indeed amiss and immediately instructed a trusted maid to fetch a physician. "No, please," Su Qingni exclaimed, "Mother, do not call for a physician. It's nothing, truly." Su Qingni averted her gaze. The lady of the house fixed her penetrating gaze upon Su Qingni, unwavering. "I raised you myself. How could I possibly be unaware of your well-being? If you are truly fine, why have you not summoned the women from your courtyard? Why have you not returned to the brothels? Do not dare to suggest that you will mourn your short-lived wife. You know what manner of person you are, and your mother is even more aware. Tell me, is there a problem with your body?" Su Qingni hesitated. Madame Ho slammed her hand on the table. "I am your mother. There is nothing you should feel ashamed to disclose to me. With a heavy sigh, Qingni expressed his deep sorrow. Mother, since you have already guessed, why must you force me to admit it? Madame Ho was taken aback. You truly have an issue in that regard? Qingni nodded. Closing her eyes, Madame Ho fainted backward. Qingni hurriedly rushed forward to support her. Mother, please do not leave me. Upon regaining consciousness, Madame Ho wept, embracing Qingni tightly. My poor child, how could this happen to you? Qingni feigned sorrow, sniffling. Mother, I did not wish for this. Madame Ho comforted him, patting his back. Do not grieve. I shall seek the finest physician and the best medicinal herbs to ensure your recovery. Please, no. Qingni urgently interrupted. Mother, I do not want others to know that I am unable. I would be ridiculed. Madame Ho replied. But if we do not allow the royal physician to examine you, how can you ever recover? My son, while face is important, health is paramount. You are still young. Do you wish to spend the next several decades without the company of a woman? I refuse to live like a celibate monk. Qingni exclaimed, puffing out his cheeks in protest. Therefore, my dear son, we must seek the imperial physician. Madame Ho, treating her son like a child, decided to feign her own ailment as an excuse to summon the physician. We shall provide him with a generous sum to ensure his discretion. As long as he remains silent, no one will discover the true nature of your condition. Qingni feigned innocence. Really? No one will find out. Indeed. Madame Ho affirmed with a firm nod, resolving to instruct the maids to ensure all servants were discreetly informed. You need only wait here while I summon physician Li. Very well, Qingni replied eagerly, nodding vigorously, her expression conveying a mix of trust and dependence that warmed Madame Ho's heart. Truly, her youngest son was the most considerate and closest to her, unlike her two elder sons, who merely paid her perfunctory visits out of obligation. Were it not for the principles of filial piety, they would scarcely visit her in a month. Their wives were no better, scheming in their hearts for control over the household. As the matriarch, she was still in good health. There was no need for them to worry about her well-being. After a little over half an hour, the servants brought the head of the Imperial Medical Institute. His esteemed position spoke volumes of his medical expertise, and his reputation for caution and diligence was paramount. Otherwise, navigating the inner palace would be fraught with peril. Madame Ho first requested him to examine her pulse. After determining she was somewhat overheated and advising a few days of plain congee to alleviate the condition, she smiled and said, Director Zhang, please take a look at my youngest son. The child appears to be in good health, albeit with a few minor ailments, and wishes to seek the assistance of Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang understood that the focus of today's consultation was the third son of the Ho family rather than the lady of the house. It seemed that the issues concerning the young master were not meant for public discussion, hence the lady's subtle hints. Dr. Zhang smiled and remarked that the young master appeared physically well, and that minor issues were of little concern. Qingni couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. How could they speak so disingenuously? The original owner's frail body had been thoroughly depleted, hardly indicative of good health. The lady and Dr. Zhang reached a consensus and turned their attention to Qingni. Dr. Zhang instructed, Young master, please place your left hand upon the table. Qingni obediently extended his hand, and Dr. Zhang placed 3 fingers of his right hand upon his wrist. Although the original body had been drained, there were no issues in that particular regard. However, since Qingni wished for there to be a problem, it was assuredly so. As Dr. Zhang examined Qingni's pulse, he discerned the truth. This young master had indeed encountered a significant issue. How tragic it was, at such a tender age, to be rendered incapable. As Dr. Zhang continued his examination, his brow furrowed in concern. The young master of the Su family was facing a dire condition. His affliction was so severe that it rendered him entirely impotent, leaving no hope for recovery. Upon observing Dr. Zhang's expression, the lady of the house became anxious and cautiously inquired, Dr. Zhang, how's my son's health? Dr. Zhang cast a sympathetic glance at the mother and son, delicately conveying his assessment. Yet the implication remained clear. The third son of the Su family was rendered impotent, akin to that of a eunuch. Madame Ho was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, she maintained the demeanor befitting a lady of high society, calmly bidding farewell to Dr. Zhang while discreetly bestowing upon him a generous sum of silver as a hush money. Once the room was left with just the mother and her son, tears began to cascade down Madame Ho's cheeks. Oh, my poor child. Qingni mirrored a visage of distress and helplessness, clutching Madame Ho's hand as tears streamed down her face, intensifying the mother's heartache. Fear not, my dear. I shall seek out a skilled physician who will surely restore your health. Dr. Zhang's medical prowess is not unparalleled. There are others whose skill surpass his. And I will find one for you. Do not speak such nonsense. You will be cured, I assure you. Madame Ho repeated fervently, both comforting her son and herself. Ultimately, despair enveloped her. Su Qingni, embodying the dutiful son, sought to console Madame Ho. Mother, do not worry any longer for me. My affliction is merely of that nature and does not threaten my lifespan. My health in other respects remains intact. Perhaps I may simply forego the companionship of a woman in the future, yet life will continue as before. Besides, I have already sired a son. Ensuring our lineage will persist, there is no need to seek a woman any longer. Let us simply carry on. In her final remarks, to align with the original character's disposition, she adopted a resigned demeanor. Madame Ho's heart ached even more for her younger son, but with the situation being immutable, she could only take solace in Su Qingni's words. Your health in all other aspects as well. You shall surely live a long life. The son has begotten a son, ensuring the continuation of the lineage. In old age, he will be surrounded by dutiful offspring, providing him with comfort and support, thus alleviating concerns. Having resolved to bequeath all his private savings to the younger son, financial worries seemed to dissipate. With this thought, Lady Ho accepted the reality of her younger son's unfortunate condition. She dismissed the women from the rear courtyard, citing her discomfort at their presence. Although the matter of seeking a physician's aid remained discreet, the household was well aware of the situation. The women, having learned of Su Qingni's plight, were unwilling to linger in a state of mourning and readily accepted her financial compensation before departing. Upon discovering his younger son's incapacitation, Lord Ho's anger intensified, leading him to disregard the boy entirely. Without the usual flurry of admirers around her, Su Qingni felt a refreshing change in the atmosphere. She donned her outer garments, accompanied by 2 young attendants, and strolled through the streets. With a silver note gifted by Lady Ho hidden in her sleeve, she relished the freedom and joy of the moment. However, after 2 days of wandering, Su Qingni found the experience rather uninspiring. The shops were diminutive, offering a meager selection of goods, a stark contrast to the bustling commercial streets of the 21st century. The entertainment options in this era were woefully scarce, limited to establishments such as gambling houses and brothels, which likely explained the original owner's inclination to frequent such venues. There were indeed few alternatives to pass the time. While indulging in food and drink was satisfactory, the other 3 pursuits fell short compared to modern offerings. With brothels now off limits, how then to occupy her time? Do not allow him to indulge in the pursuits of reading, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, for those are the leisurely amusements of cultured gentlemen. She is merely a scion of privilege, and such refined pastimes are ill-suited to her disposition. The original owner had resolved to remain a dandy for life. However, after a few days, ennui set in. Could she truly endure a lifetime of tedium? Were it not for the karmic ties binding this realm to the netherworld, she would hastily choose to depart. Thus, in order to fulfill the original owner's existence, she must seek out diversions. In ancient times, entertainment was scarce. Yet she could import some modern amusements into this era. As for the lack of recreational venues, she could construct her own. With this thought in mind, Su Qingni rummaged through her possessions. She found several exquisite items, many of which were precious trinkets bestowed by the noble lady upon her beloved youngest son. Unfortunately, there were no scrolls or paintings, as the original owner had no affinity for them and lacked knowledge in that domain. There was scant cash on hand. Whenever the original owner possessed any money, she extravagantly squandered it, leaving no savings behind. Contemplating this, Su Qingni selected a few valuable antiques, intending to take them to the pawnshop, when she was informed by a maidservant from the noble lady's courtyard that her presence was requested. Su Qingni set aside the antique ornaments and followed the fleeing maid to the main quarters of the noble lady. Along the way, the maid discreetly relayed news to Su Qingni. Today, the eldest young mistress had come to see the lady regarding the 3rd young master's decision to pawn some items, declaring that his actions were indeed a disgrace to the Ho residence. The eldest young mistress's remarks were rather unpalatable, which had incensed the lady. Su Qingni touched her nose thoughtfully. He had forgotten that the ornaments in his room technically still belonged to the palace. He had taken them out to exchange for money. And as the future matriarch of the marquisate, his elder sister-in-law was understandably displeased. No wonder she went to the marquise to complain. The marquise, naturally, would defend her youngest son, which left the eldest daughter-in-law enraged, leading to a heated exchange with the marquise. Chapter 23. The indulgent scion of ancient times. When Su Qingni arrived at the main courtyard, the eldest daughter-in-law had already departed, leaving the marquise sulking in her chamber. It was she who managed this household, yet her eldest daughter-in-law treated the possessions of the marquise as if they were her own. How could that not infuriate her? Even if they were to divide the family assets, the eldest son and daughter-in-law, as heirs of the marquise, would only receive 70% of the estate, while the remaining 30% would belong to the second and youngest sons. What was wrong with her allocating the rightful share of the youngest son in advance? Did she have to endure reproach from the eldest daughter-in-law regarding herself and her youngest son? At that moment, she intended to directly question her eldest son, wondering if he no longer regarded her and his younger brother as family, or if he had already begun to treat the marquise as solely belonging to his branch. Wishing to expel her and her younger brother from it, the chief maid had gone out to make arrangements, and after instructing a servant woman, she spotted Su Qingni approaching with a young maid. The chief maid, Chunmei, stepped forward to greet Su Qingni and personally escorted her into the room. Upon seeing Su Qingni, the marquise quickly beckoned her to her side and inquired, "Child, why did you go to the pawn shop with your belongings?" Su Qingni believed that Madame Ho was blaming him for his actions. Mimicking the original owner's pitiful demeanor, he lamented, "Mother, I did not wish for this. But I find myself in dire need of funds and did not want to continually beseech you. Thus, I resorted to pawning some items from my own quarters." Madame Ho sighed, "You must exercise greater caution. Your sister-in-law's people have discovered your actions. You know her well. She is determined to seize control of the household and intends to use this matter as leverage to wrest power from my hands." Filled with remorse, Su Qingni replied, "I have caused you trouble." Madame Ho gently patted the back of his hand and said, "In the future, refrain from pawning items. Should others learn of this, it would tarnish the reputation of our Ho family. How much do you require? I shall provide it." Su Qingni shook his head. "No, that is unnecessary. If it were merely a few thousand, I could ask Madame Ho, but the sum I need is substantial, and I feel too embarrassed to request such an amount." Observing his demeanor, Madame Ho's heart sank. It appeared her youngest son required a considerable sum. As a well-bred young gentleman, all his needs were met by the Ho family, and he only spent money when out. How could he possibly need so much? "Qingyu, you haven't ventured to the gambling house and incurred a significant debt, have you?" Madame Ho inquired. Su Qingni hurriedly denied it. "Mother, I have not entered a gambling house. You may inquire with my personal servant if you wish." Madame Ho pressed further. "Then why do you require such a large sum?" Those 3 antiques were pawned for 10,000 taels, a figure sufficient to cover the entire household's expenses for a year. Su Qingni pondered for a moment and resolved to lay her intentions bare. Madame Ho was the person most concerned for her well-being. If she refrained from disclosing her plans, it was likely that Madame Ho would fret. "Mother, my son wishes to establish an entertainment venue." "An entertainment venue?" Madame Ho echoed, bemused by the unfamiliar term. "It is a place for indulgence and leisure," Su Qingni elucidated. She elaborated on her son's aspirations. He intended to purchase Tuyu Mountain in the outskirts and construct a hunting ground behind it for recreational hunting. In the front, he planned to build a bathhouse, a casino, and a theater for performances. Furthermore, he would designate 2 distinct areas, one for a tea house, a chess and go club, a music hall, and an art gallery, catering to cultured gentlemen for their enjoyment and relaxation. The other area would be dedicated to female patrons, where women could revel in nature and indulge in skincare treatments at a beauty salon. Although many of Su Qingni's terms were foreign to Madame Ho, they did not impede her comprehension of the substantial benefits that such an establishment could bring to her son, wealth being one aspect, but the cultivation of connections was paramount. With a serious demeanor, Madame Ho urged Su Qingni to elaborate on what exactly a bathhouse, a theater, and a beauty salon entailed. "The bathhouse is a place for soaking, but it encompasses more than mere bathing. I will arrange for attendants to provide guests with acupressure massages. The theater serves as a venue for watching singing and dancing performances. The beauty salon is dedicated to skincare treatments. My dear, once the beauty salon is established, I shall ensure that you are the first to experience it. After a session of rejuvenation, your skin will undoubtedly become fairer and more delicate, and you will appear 10 years younger." "Really?" Upon hearing the last remark, Madame Ho's eyes sparkled with anticipation. No woman can resist the allure of youthfulness. Su Qingni nodded in affirmation. With this confirmation, Madame Ho became increasingly invested in Su Qingni's entertainment venture, particularly the beauty salon. "Qingyu, constructing this entertainment complex will require a considerable sum, at least 100,000. Wouldn't you agree? Madame Ho inquired. Su Qingni replied, my son has arranged for the planning. It won't require that much. With labor and materials combined, it should be around 70 to 80,000. Moreover, my son intends to avoid spending all at once. He plans to build the bathing center, beauty salon, and theater first and open them to the public. Once we earn some revenue, we can then invest in the second phase of the project. That's a good strategy. Madame Ho nodded. The initial construction will likely need around 1 or 200,000 taels, correct? I shall cover these expenses for you. No, that is unnecessary. Su Qingni shook her head in refusal. This entertainment complex was built for her son's enjoyment, and she could not allow her mother to bear the cost. Madame Ho insisted, you are my son. It is entirely reasonable for me to spend on a place for your enjoyment. But I have grown up now. You will always be my son, no matter your age. Madame Ho gently patted her son's hand and added, besides, all my future savings are intended for you. This is merely an advance. Mother. Su Qingni feigned tears, yet internally sighed deeply. Madame Ho's affection for her youngest son was excessively indulgent, resulting in a palpable discomfort among her elder sons towards her. This sentiment was further exacerbated by the whispers of their two daughters-in-law, leading to an even greater discontent towards both Madame Ho and the youngest son. Through the lens of time, Su Qingni recognized that, had she not arrived, the fate of the original host and Madame Ho would have been rather grim. With the passing of Lord Ho, the eldest son inherited the Ho residence, and naturally, the stewardship was assumed by the eldest daughter-in-law. Once in control, she covertly plotted against both Madame Ho and the original host. The eldest daughter-in-law sold off Madame Ho's trusted maid and deceitfully replaced much of Madame Ho's private wealth with inferior substitutes, while also serving her incompatible foods. In just 3 years, Madame Ho's health deteriorated, leading to her untimely demise. Following her death, the eldest son, without a trace of brotherly affection, partitioned the family and expelled the original host from the Ho residence. Chapter 24. The indulgent scion of ancient times. The original host was merely a spoiled scion, lacking any skills or means of sustenance, living off the dwindling family resources. However, a substantial portion of the wealth Madame Ho had bequeathed to him had been illicitly appropriated by the eldest daughter-in-law, leaving him with only worthless items. In a mere decade, the original host squandered his fortune and fell into destitution, ultimately reduced to relying on the Ho residence for survival. The elder and second sons, as the original host's biological brothers, harbored no affection for him, their feelings marred by their mother's undue favoritism. After the family division, they ceased to concern themselves with their younger brother, and even upon learning of his poverty and inability to afford food, they offered no assistance. Only upon the demise of her younger brother did she instruct her servants to bestow a modest sum of silver upon his son, ensuring that he could properly conduct his father's funeral and retain a portion for his future sustenance. The original owner's fate was self-inflicted. However, it was impossible to overlook the bias of the Lady Ho. If the lady could bestow a fraction of motherly affection upon her younger son, it would be unthinkable for the elder brothers to neglect their sibling out of jealousy. Su Qingni departed from the main courtyard with the banknotes granted by the Lady Ho. She was not the original owner. She would not allow herself or the lady to suffer the same fate. She resolved that once the family was divided, she would bring the Lady Ho to her home to care for her. As for the lady's private treasury being utilized to construct an amusement garden for her, Su Qingni no longer resisted. Rather than allowing the eldest daughter-in-law to covet and steal from the lady's private funds, it was far wiser to utilize them for her own benefit now. The original owner had been a wastrel, yet those under his command possessed considerable skill, all carefully selected by the Lady Ho. Su Qingni delegated tasks, one to procure land, another to gather raw materials, and yet another to seek out craftsmen and laborers. Her maids were also assigned duties, following the recipes provided by Su Qingni to create essential oils, facial cleansers, serums, masks, soaps, as well as makeup products like rouge, powder, lipsticks, and eyebrow pencils. The initial investment was substantial. However, with the continuous financial backing from the Lady Ho, the first phase of the amusement garden was finally completed after a year. Madame Ho's private treasury had already been largely depleted, with only half remaining. Su Qingni subtly reminded Madame Ho, who entrusted her most trusted wet nurse to transport the remaining portion to a secluded estate for safekeeping. This arrangement was known solely to Madame Ho, Su Qingni, and the two elderly wet nurses, with even the head maid remaining oblivious. Madame Ho led her maids on a tour of her treasury, which was filled with cumbersome items and trinkets of little value. The precious treasures had been cleverly replaced with counterfeit replicas. Thus, while the treasury appeared abundant, its total worth barely exceeded 10,000 taels of silver. The maids, with leisurely eyes, marveled at the multitude of items, unable to discern the genuine from the fake, their expressions filled with awe at their mistress's wealth. As Madame Ho scanned their faces, she could not detect any signs of betrayal among them. Perhaps the eldest daughter-in-law had yet to win them over, or they simply looked down upon her advances, for she remained the lady of the house. "Qingni, I entrust you with the key to the treasury. Please help me safeguard it," Madame Ho said as she handed the key to the head maid, Qingni. Qingni's face lit up with delight, while the other three maids displayed fleeting expressions of jealousy before quickly masking them. "Madam, I assure you I will guard your treasury diligently, ensuring that nothing leaves without your permission," Qingni vowed earnestly. Madame Ho nodded, leading her entourage out of the private treasury, with Qingni bringing up the rear, securing the door with a lock. To her astonishment, it was she. Madame Ho had presumed that the one betraying her was Qingni, given that Qingni's sister was employed in the household of the eldest son's wife. She had thought Qingni would be swayed by her sister's influence, thus handing over the key to the treasury. Little did she anticipate that the perpetrator was none other than Dong Xue, whom she had never suspected. It was well known that Dong Xue was an honest person, not one to betray her trust. Fuming, Madame Ho clenched her teeth, exclaiming, "What a wretched creature, what an unfilial wretch." "Humph. The last time, I had instructed the eldest son to keep a close eye on his wife, advising her not to covet my son and my private assets. Clearly, he dismissed my words as mere whispers in the wind, not heeding them at all. He must be siding with that good-for-nothing wife of his, disregarding me, his mother. When Lord Ho departs, will I still have a place in this household?" Nanny Li hurried to console Madame Ho, saying, "The eldest young master likely remains unaware of the extent of his wife's misconduct and has been misled by her words, resulting in his lack of response. Madam, rest assured, the eldest young master is certainly filial towards you. You must remember that in this era, filial piety is held in the highest regard." Madame Ho replied with a huff. "It is precisely because of the value placed on filial piety that I can feel somewhat reassured. However, I cannot place any trust in that wife of his. Her eyes are fixated solely on the storeroom and my private treasury." Nanny Li remarked, "Hasn't the private treasury already been rearranged, madam? No matter what the eldest young mistress does, she will ultimately end up with nothing." Madame Ho's spirits were considerably lifted. "Ha ha, you are quite right. I can hardly wait to witness her expression when she discovers that her elaborate schemes yield nothing." Mama Li chuckled softly, feeling somewhat relieved as she remarked, "Fortunately, the madam entrusted only me and old Zhang with the private treasury, keeping it from those young minxes. Otherwise, the eldest young mistress would surely have learned of it. And regarding the money you provided to the third young master, we also kept that from those few young ladies. Otherwise, the eldest young mistress would have come here to scold you again." Madame Ho nodded. "You have been with me for several decades, and thus I have complete trust in you. Those young girls have been with me for only a short time. How could I possibly place my trust in them? The important matters can only be handled by you." The master's trust filled Mama Li with joy, her mouth stretching into a wide grin as she leaned closer to Madame Ho and inquired, "Madam, now that we are aware that that wretched winter snow has betrayed us, how shall we punish her?" "For now, we need not act against her," Madame Ho replied. "Having an informant under our very nose is far more advantageous. Let her assist us in delivering messages to the eldest young mistress." Chapter 25. The debauched aristocrat, Su Qingni, dashed into the courtyard, a delicate invitation in hand, which she presented to Madame Ho. "Mother, the entertainment garden opens in 3 days. I invite you to be my first female guest." Madame Ho joyfully accepted the invitation, noticing that the date inscribed was actually 4 days hence. She inquired, "Why 4 days later?" Su Qingni explained, "On the first day, the entertainment garden caters to male guests, and on the second day, to female guests." "How thoughtful of you," Madame Ho acknowledged. Madame Ho nodded gently. Su Qingni smiled and said, "Mother, do come early. You can enjoy the hot springs, which are beneficial for your health." Su Qingni felt fortunate. What began as a mere purchase of a desolate mountain unexpectedly revealed a hot spring within, a true treasure indeed. No longer would they need to heat water themselves, saving on firewood expenses, and most importantly, the hot springs were advantageous for one's well-being. Once the hot springs were advertised, many noble patrons from the capital would undoubtedly flock to visit. 3 days later, the the prosperous entertainment park opened its doors with a grounded charm. The eldest son of the Hou residents, Su Qingxian, and the second son, Su Qinghuan, both received invitations, realizing that the entertainment park was established by their younger brother. The two young masters regarded their brother as excessively indulgent. In his pursuit of greater enjoyment, he had spent a considerable sum to create a recreational venue, which they deemed quite unwise. The elder brothers looked down upon Su Qingni, and others in the capital shared a similar sentiment. Only the young rascals who were friends of the original owner, equally frivolous, regarded the original owner as a model for their own lives and were well prepared with silver notes. Eagerly rushing over on the opening day, Su Qingni joyfully welcomed her friends, leading them to the hot springs, where charming young ladies offered them massages, and took them to the casino for a bit of diversion. In addition to traditional games like pai gao, dice, and horse racing, Su Qingni introduced poker games such as blackjack, do di zhu, and tractor. The novel gameplay captivated the interests of her friends, who settled at the card tables, neglecting even the opera house. Due to time constraints, Su Qingni was unable to produce the play as planned. Instead, she merely invited a few theatrical troupes to perform, resulting in a lack of originality and consequently a sparse audience. Pondering whether to draft an outline herself to inspire some engaging performances, she was approached by her attendant, Su Mo, bearing news of the arrival of the third master, the eldest master, and the second master. "Oh, my elder brother and second brother have arrived? I must greet them personally," Su Qingni remarked, bidding farewell to a few exuberant companions before proceeding to meet Su Qingxian and Su Qinghuan. "Brother, second brother's visit has truly elevated this humble abode." She greeted them with a carefree demeanor, a smile gracing her lips. "Since this place is indeed part of your domain, manage it well. It shall serve as an additional source of income in the future," Su Qingxian stated, his expression serious. This reminded him of his wife's complaints from the previous evening regarding the lack of division of family assets. She had argued that this entertainment venue ought to be considered a property of the Hou residents and should be handed over to the public account by the third brother. Finding merit in her reasoning, he brought it up with their father. However, their father, adhering to their mother's wishes, dismissed his suggestion, asserting that the entertainment venue was built with private funds for the benefit of the younger brother and did not belong to the Hou residents, advising him not to dwell on it. Did he covet their mother's property? No, he merely wished to prevent his younger brother from squandering their mother's south private estate. He couldn't fathom how a place designed for the younger brother's amusement could possibly generate profit. His intentions were noble, yet how did their mother perceive him? Anger simmered within Su Qingxian, causing his demeanor towards Su Qingni to grow increasingly frosty. Su Qinghuan's demeanor was somewhat more amiable. Although he disapproved of his younger brother's debauched behavior and felt a twinge of resentment towards their mother's favoritism, he was fortunate to possess a wife who refrained from sowing discord or whispering insidious remarks. Consequently, his relationship with both mother and brother was not excessively strained. Conversely, Su Qingni was no masochist. Upon sensing the coldness from her two elder brothers, she excused herself under the pretext of attending to other guests. Leaving her brothers to cater to Su Mo, then escorted the two to a hot spring, indulging in leisure activities. When they discovered the presence of 4 young and alluring maidens attending to them, they presumed it was akin to the dealings in a brothel and, with scowls, declined their company. After attending 2 theatrical performances at a song and dance theater, they departed. "Father, if you do not intervene with the third brother, our family's reputation will be irreparably tarnished," he lamented. "A disgrace." Just as Su Qingni entered the study, a dark inkstone hurtled towards her, prompting her to swiftly evade. The inkstone was both hard and heavy, and a direct hit to her head would undoubtedly result in severe injury. "Do you still dare to dodge?" The Lord's fury intensified as he seized a paperweight from the table, hurling it in her direction. Su Qingni narrowly avoided it and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" "Father, what transgression have I committed? You seem intent on taking my life." "What transgression?" The Lord's anger was palpable. "How dare you ask? A scion of the esteemed Hou family, and you engage in the management of a brothel, bringing shame upon our Su lineage. I will die before I beg our ancestors for forgiveness." "Father, I have not managed any such establishment." Su Qingni feigned astonishment. "Whose slander have you believed?" A glance at Su Qingxian standing nearby elicited a silent scoff from her. The elder brother seems to harbor no semblance of fraternal affection towards her. In his heart, the paramount concern lies with the who would dare to slander you if you were not managing the women of the pleasure house. How could your elder and second brothers so swiftly depart from your entertainment venue? It is an uncomfortable place for them. The scoffed, insisting that she promptly dismiss those women engaging in from her establishment, for the reputation of them must not be tarnished by her associations with them. Unjust, Qingni protested vehemently, is merely a skilled profession, providing patrons with massage services that promote relaxation and health benefits. How can it be compared to the disreputable establishments of brothels? In the 26th chapter, the ancient dandy's expression reflected skepticism. Qingni proposed, if father doubts my words, I can summon 2 professional technicians to demonstrate their massage skills, allowing you to experience it firsthand. The retorted, no need. I have no desire for the hands of such lowly individuals to touch me. Qingni replied, though these technicians may hail from brothels, they are primarily virtuous women who simply refuse to serve men in such a manner. The technicians at the beauty salon, on the other hand, are indeed from reputable families, untainted and pure, still in their bloom of youth. Qingni added, I possess some proficiency in massage techniques myself. Would father care to experience it? They remained silent for a moment before giving a slight nod. At that moment, he observed his younger son displaying an utterly unrepentant demeanor, leading him to believe that perhaps he, along with the elder son, had misunderstood the situation. Why not test his son's skills? Su Qingxian cast a glance at Qingni, understanding the unspoken sentiment, and gracefully withdrew from the study. He too felt he might have misjudged Qingni, but had no intention of admitting his error. Qingni, inwardly scoffing, instructed the Marquis to recline on a couch at the side of the study, rolling up his sleeves above the elbow. She positioned her index and middle fingers upon his temples. Acquainted with the human body's acupoints, she knew precisely where to apply pressure for optimal effect. Her touch was neither too heavy nor too light, providing the Marquis with immense comfort, and he quickly drifted into slumber. Half an hour later, the Marquis awoke, feeling entirely rejuvenated and extraordinarily comfortable. Upon noticing Qingni standing nearby, much of his earlier discontent with this son dissipated. Indeed, your massage skills are quite commendable. As you have claimed, it is not a mere trivial pursuit. The Marquis remarked, manage the entertainment garden well. With that, he gestured for Qingni to leave. As Qingni exited the Marquis's study, a subtle smile curled at the corners of her mouth, and she strode away with purpose. The following day, the Marquis's wife, accompanied by a group of ladies she had invited, made their way to the entertainment garden. To avoid suspicion, Qingni chose not to attend, instead arranging for the head of the beauty salon to welcome the esteemed guests. This head, Jinsei, had been specifically chosen and trained by Qingni, possessing a capable demeanor and an affable nature. Originally from a family of officials, her etiquette and hospitality rivaled that of the noble women, and she managed the reception with remarkable composure. Within the beauty salon, there exists a serene hot spring. Jinsei has arranged for each guest to be attended by a skilled therapist and 2 assistants, who first indulge the patrons in a soothing soak. For those who prefer not to bathe outdoors, they may retreat to a warmly decorated and tranquil room, where the therapist begins their facial cleansing and beauty regimen. Inside, a dedicated musician plays gentle melodies on the piano, lulling the guests into a peaceful reverie. Following a thorough facial and scalp massage, the guests cleanse their faces, gazing into mirrors crafted by Qingni, which are said to have been imported from overseas. The allure of the glass is substantial, and she is unwilling to entangle herself in any complications, thus keeping the manufacturing source a secret and refraining from entering the glass trade herself. Observing her refined skin and radiant visage, all the female patrons express their satisfaction. Subsequently, a makeup artist enhances their beauty with modern, natural makeup, elevating each guest's allure. The excitement among the patrons is palpable. Henceforth, Qingni's beauty salon could be described as a veritable hive of activity. However, her thoughts were not solely focused on the salon. After delegating the construction tasks for the second phase of the entertainment complex, she employed several talented yet impoverished scholars to draft scripts based on her outlined concepts, which would then be transformed into plays and performances at the musical theater. The captivating narratives drew many spectators, and this new form of theatrical expression gradually gained acceptance. Beyond these endeavors, Qingni relinquished her responsibilities, immersing herself in the entertainment industry, reveling in leisure and passing the time. The second phase of the project was swiftly completed, and the hunting ground along with the racetrack attracted an increasing number of visitors. However, to deter others from coveting the amusement park, Qingni deliberately allowed the staff to insinuate that maintaining the park's operations required substantial funds, and the profits barely sufficed to sustain it. Thus, the owner could not possibly become exceedingly wealthy due to the amusement park. Such rumors spread, causing those who initially coveted the park's flourishing business to abandon their ambitions. If it did not promise them significant riches, then the amusement park was deemed unworthy of their pursuit. Only the hedonistic young scion would continue to uphold its operations, as he had constructed this paradise for himself. A smile played on Qingni's lips, for those obsessed with wealth could not fathom that the park's greatest treasure was not its riches, but rather the snippets of information that flowed with the throngs of visitors. As these pieces of information coalesced, the entire capital revealed no secrets to Qingni. Would those plotting to seize the amusement park truly relinquish their designs due to the staff's remarks? Certainly not. Instead, Qingni had devised a strategy to divert their attention, rendering them disinterested in the park's affairs. Brother Su Qingxian, had finally assumed leadership, and sister-in-law Su had become the matriarch. Although she maintained a facade of composure, the pride and joy in her eyes were unmistakable, exuding an arrogance that was irksome. Madame Ho found sister-in-law Su's demeanor intolerable, expressing her disdain and irritation with a scornful remark. Due to the transfer of stewardship, the Marchioness's authority and standing within the Marquis's residence have diminished considerably, with some opportunistic servants already shifting their allegiance to the eldest sister-in-law, further exacerbating the Marchioness's discontent. Mother, if you dislike the eldest sister-in-law, you simply need not see her from now on, Qingni soothed the Marchioness. How can I not see her? We all reside within the same estate. It's impossible to avoid each other entirely, the Marchioness sighed. That is precisely what I wish to discuss, Qingni stated. Once father's mourning period concludes, eldest brother and his wife will undoubtedly broach the subject of dividing the household, separating second brother and me from the Marquis's residence. They wouldn't dare. Am I not still alive? The Marchioness retorted indignantly. While parents are alive, there is no division of the household. Do they presume I am deceased? Chapter 27. The Ancient Scion of Leisure. 8. The Marchioness glared. While parents are alive, there is no division of the household. Do they presume I am deceased? Mother. A married woman is subservient to her husband, and upon his death, to her son. Eldest brother and his wife will undoubtedly invoke this principle in response, Qingni elucidated. In truth, dividing the household may be advantageous. Living together necessitates enduring eldest brother and his wife's expressions daily. It would be preferable to manage our own affairs after separation. The Marchioness paused in contemplation before nodding. That may indeed be for the best. You now possess the entertainment park, even upon departing the Marquis's residence. Your circumstances will not deteriorate. Qingni sipped her tea and proposed, I wish for mother to reside with me, to depart the Marquis's residence, thereby preventing mother from encountering the eldest sister-in-law, and enabling her to assist me in managing the household and caring for Fomer. Su Lifeng was Qingni's nominal son, who had been under the Marchioness's care since birth. The Marchioness harbored profound affection for Su Lifeng, akin to that for her own younger son. Madame Ho has allocated the majority of her private assets to her youngest son, which, in essence, is also intended for her grandson. After all, they share the bond of father and son. Is this truly appropriate? Your elder brother, as the firstborn, bears the responsibility of caring for our parents. Hearing this, Madame Ho felt a stir of emotions. The prospect of living with her beloved youngest son and grandson, free from the disdain of her eldest daughter-in-law, was indeed tempting. Yet, Qingni smiled and remarked, while it is customary for the firstborn to support their parents, exceptions do exist. Externally, we can simply state that you are residing at my home to assist in caring for my grandson. After all, I have no wife, and our household is in need of a matriarch to manage it. Internally, my sister-in-law eagerly desires your departure. If we exert some effort, she can be persuaded to convince my brother. However, mother, you must safeguard your private assets. Your daughter-in-law has long coveted them, and I fear she may resort to underhanded tactics. Madame Ho scoffed. Rest assured, I have been on guard against her. She shall not lay a finger on my private fortune. Qingni continued. Tomorrow, I shall send a cook into the household, specifically to oversee your meals. From now on, mother shall prepare her own food in her courtyard and refrain from consuming the fare from the main kitchen. Madame Ho quickly grasped the implication and, in a fit of rage, struck the low Zeatonwood table with her palm, exclaiming, How dare they? Is this an attempt on my life? How could I have allowed my eldest to marry such a venomous woman? Su Qingni replied, one may know a person's face, but not their heart. Mother, do not let such a wretch provoke your ire. It is not worth the toll on your well-being. Yet, how could Madame Ho contain her anger? She retorted. How can I not be furious? She harbored thoughts of my private estate, believing it was for the sake of my son and grandson, and I could still tolerate her. Little did I expect her intentions would turn to plotting against my very life. How could I endure such treachery? Qingyun, summon the eldest brother. I must inquire whether he condones his wife scheming against her own mother-in-law's life. Su Qingni hurriedly interjected, Mother, the eldest sister-in-law has merely plotted. She has not yet put her plans into action. We possess no evidence, and I fear that elder brother may not believe us. He might even think we are unjustly accusing his wife, further tarnishing our standing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Madame Ho felt a wave of discouragement wash over her. Her eldest son was not particularly close to her, and she bore some responsibility for that. Nevertheless, he was flesh of her flesh, and she still held affection for him. Before his marriage, their relationship had been relatively amicable, but after he wed, he had become completely enamored with his wife, neglecting his mother in the process. Very well, Madame Ho sighed. I shall consider him as if he were no longer my son. Su Qingni placed her right hand gently on Madame Ho's left hand in a gesture of comfort. Mother, you still have me, and there is also the second brother. Though his feelings may have grown distant, he still harbors filial piety towards you. Madame Ho acknowledged with a soft response. Then after a moment's reflection, she said, Then I shall reserve a small portion of my estate for your second brother. Su Qingni couldn't help but smile. The following day, she arranged for the cook to be sent to Madame Ho's courtyard. Thereafter, Madame Ho began to prepare her own meals, thwarting the schemes of Su Dajinye, who sought to use food as a means to harm Madame Ho's health. Infuriated, Nia bit through the silk handkerchief in her grasp, temporarily abandoning her plans to instead pursue the private stash of the Lady Ho. The Lady Ho was reclining on her imperial couch, indulging in a brief respite, when Mama Li quietly entered, approaching her side. Madam, Dongmei has already taken action, she announced. The Lady Ho merely responded with a nonchalant murmur, her eyes still closed. When do you suppose they will realize that the painstakingly exchanged items are nothing but worthless fakes? Mama Li chuckled softly, replying, The eldest young mistress herself possesses a private fortune and is not lacking in funds. Those items that have been swapped out will likely remain untouched for the time being. As for the goods in the madam's storeroom, although they are counterfeit, the craftsmen introduced by the third young master possess remarkable skills, rendering the fakes exquisitely crafted. The maids and servants, with their limited knowledge, are unlikely to discern their true nature. I dare say it may be many years before the eldest young mistress discovers that her carefully curated possessions are nothing but illusions. The Lady Ho burst into laughter. I truly long to witness her expression when she uncovers the truth about her counterfeit treasures. Will she faint from shock, I wonder? Mama Li replied with a smile. Rest assured, madam, you shall certainly witness it. The Lady Ho waved her hand dismissively, and Mama Li quietly exited the chamber. Once the mourning period for the Lord had concluded, Su Qingxian indeed proposed a separation of households, spurred on by the machinations of Su Dajie. Both Su Qinghuan and Su Qingni expressed no objections. Su Qinghuan was pursuing a scholarly path, supported by the Yu family, and as he was not aligned with the martial nobles of the Ho residence, a prompt division would be advantageous, ensuring that his future would not be unduly constrained by familial ties. The only unexpected incident during the division of the family was concerning Madame Ho. She consented to the separation but was unwilling to reside with her eldest son. Instead, she desired to live with her younger son. Initially, Su Qingxian opposed this decision, as he, being the eldest son of the Ho family, felt it was his duty to care for his mother. If she chose not to live with him, would he not be branded as unfilial? He feared that some of his political adversaries would seize upon this reason to criticize him. Madame Ho interjected, assuring him not to worry about accusations of disloyalty. She would personally clarify her intentions, stating that she could not bear to part from her younger son and grandson, and would assist in caring for Feng at the Qingyu residence. Despite her reassurances, Su Qingxian remained unconvinced. However, Su Dajie was quite taken with the idea. She had no desire to care for her mother-in-law, yet Madame Ho was exceedingly cautious regarding food, making it difficult for her to act. Since she could not eliminate her mother-in-law, the notion of living separately was indeed a splendid one. Moreover, since she had already emptied Madame Ho's private treasury, retaining her in the Ho residence would no longer be advantageous, it was better to hasten her departure. In due course, when Madame Ho discovered that her private store was filled with fakes, it would be of no concern to her own household. Thus, Niesher began to subtly persuade her husband, outlining the benefits of having Madame Ho reside with Su Qingni. Ultimately, Su Qingxian was swayed by her arguments and acquiesced to Madame Ho's wishes. 3 years after the division of the family, the original owner's son had reached the age of 8, and Su Qingni had engaged a learned scholar to tutor him in his studies. Although the child was indulged by Lady Ho, it is likely that the absence of a biological mother, coupled with an eccentric father, contributed to his precocious maturity. He was not spoiled by Lady Ho's affection, but instead demonstrated remarkable discernment and, like his uncle, developed a profound love for reading. Recognizing her son's passion for learning and being financially capable, Su Qingni sought the finest tutor for him. The child proved to be diligent, mastering his studies with commendable rigor. His tutor remarked that the boy was prepared to partake in the preliminary examinations for scholars. However, Su Qingni felt that her son was too young, and she believed that the pressures of academic pursuits at such an early age could adversely affect his mental well-being. Consequently, she decided to restrain him from immediate examination, insisting he focus on his studies until he was a bit older. Lady Ho, feeling sympathy for her grandson's scholarly endeavors, took delight in preparing his meals and attending to his needs. This daily ritual consumed nearly half her day, filling her with both joy and a sense of purpose, contributing positively to her health. Unlike the timeline of the original character's existence, where Lady Ho lay bedridden and on the brink of death due to the machinations of the Nie family, she was now vibrant and thriving. "Mother," Su Qingni called out to Lady Ho as she lifted the curtain and entered the room. Lady Ho, with a hint of reproach, remarked, "At your age, you ought to be more composed." Su Qingni chuckled softly and replied, "Mother, allow me to share an amusing tale that might bring you joy." "What is it?" Lady Ho inquired, her curiosity piqued. Su Qingni smiled and said, "Eldest sister-in-law has finally realized that the items she pilfered from your private stash are mere fakes." In her fury, she was so enraged that she nearly bled, and she had someone beat Winter Snow to within an inch of her life. Haha. Madame Ho burst into hearty laughter upon hearing this. It serves them right, one betraying her master and the other being unfilial and greedy. Su Qingni remarked, "Eldest sister-in-law is now bedridden and unable to rise. Winter Snow is in an even worse plight. Although she has become the wife of the eldest brother, eldest sister-in-law has not fulfilled her promise to grant her the status of a concubine. As a mere maidservant, she has received no care after being beaten and has no physician to tend to her injuries. Her life is likely beyond saving." I wonder how the eldest brother will react. Madame Ho sighed. "Your eldest brother is unaware of their theft from my private treasury. I suppose he will not react at all, thinking merely that the wives are quarreling over jealousy." Su Qingni felt a quiet amusement. Could Su Qingxian, with his keen intellect, truly fail to notice his wife plotting against Madame Ho's private treasury? Perhaps he was feigning ignorance, hoping to persuade his wife to transfer their mother's private assets to his household. After all, given their mother's evident favoritism towards her brother, those private funds hardly belonged to him. Su Qingni refrained from expressing this conjecture, for Su Qingxian was Madame Ho's own son. Despite any disappointment, she still held a measure of affection and expectation for him. It was evident that nothing had transpired to displease Madame Ho, as her ire was solely directed at the eldest daughter-in-law, rarely at the eldest son. Madame Ho, perplexed, inquired, "It has barely been a while since the division of the household, and Nie is already coveting my private assets? They have received a substantial inheritance, and Nie herself possesses a considerable dowry. Why then would she seek to encroach upon my private property?" Su Qingni was well aware of the intricacies of the situation currently. She was the individual in the entire capital who possessed the most secrets and information. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Elder brother has secretly allied himself with the third prince, utilizing his own funds to assist him in various endeavors. The treasury of the marquisate has nearly been depleted, and my sister-in-law, reluctant to touch her dowry, instructed someone to exchange the stolen items acquired from you for money, only to discover that everything was counterfeit." The Marquisite's matron furrowed her brow in dismay. How could your elder brother be so foolish? Is the merit of the dragon's achievements so easily attained? What if he misplaces his bets? The entire marquisate could be ruined. Su Qingni replied, "Elder brother must have felt confident. After all, the third prince is the biological son of the empress. His status is elevated, and he possesses considerable capabilities. The matron interjected. But the third prince is not the crown prince, who is still present. With a soft sigh, Qingni responded, the crown prince's position is precarious. The matron sighed in agreement, as this was an unspoken understanding among the nobility. The crown prince, born of the previous empress, held the title due to his legitimate birthright. However, lacking the support of his mother, and without anyone to whisper sweet nothings in the emperor's ear, he did not receive the emperor's favor or regard. Many believed that the emperor, disillusioned with his health, might not wish for this son to become his successor, potentially stripping him of his title at any moment. Consequently, the crown prince's standing at court was exceedingly awkward, with no ministers or capable individuals seeking his patronage. These officials, though seemingly inconsequential, had maneuvered themselves into pivotal positions. The crown prince instigated a coup, eliminating all officials in the court who opposed him. With loyalists in these pivotal positions, the court and the government could function seamlessly. It is quite possible that this crown prince will indeed incite a rebellion. The talents nurtured by him extend beyond merely the civil officials participating in the imperial examinations. He has also cultivated military personnel who have gradually made a name for themselves within the army. His loyalists can be found among the frontier troops, the garrison forces in the capital, and the imperial guard within the palace. Furthermore, the crown prince has raised a private army, though modest in number, comprising around 1,000 men, each unwaveringly loyal to him. To sustain this private army, the crown prince requires substantial financial resources. Thus, he clandestinely organized merchant caravans to augment his wealth. The individual overseeing commercial management possesses considerable economic acumen and foresight, and he has identified Qingni's entertainment establishment as a lucrative venture. However, demonstrating remarkable wisdom, he did not attempt to seize it as others might have. Instead, he proactively approached Qingni to discuss a partnership. Securing the rights to produce and market skincare products such as cleansing milk and essential oils from Qingni, he successfully sold these items not only in the capital but also in various other locales, yielding significant profits. Consequently, the collaboration has proven mutually beneficial. Those in lower positions often discern the qualities of those in power. It appears that the crown prince is indeed a person of discernment and magnanimity. Coupled with his ability to endure and feign, Qingni believes that having such an individual as emperor would be advantageous, as it would ensure the preservation of her entertainment establishment. Chapter 29. The ancient dandy Qingxian shattered a vase in his study. Foolish woman, truly a foolish woman. For the first time, Qingxian felt profound dissatisfaction and anger towards his wife. How could this woman be so foolish? In truth, Qingni has unjustly accused Qingxian. He was unaware of the collusion between the Nie family and Dong Shui to pilfer from Lady Ho's private treasury. Although he harbored discontent regarding Lady Ho's favoritism, could her personal wealth truly surpass that of the Ho residence? As the legitimate heir of the Ho family, all that belonged to the Ho was rightfully his. At that time, he had not squandered the estate's funds to support the third prince. With resources at his disposal, how could he even contemplate coveting his mother's private assets, let alone resorting to theft? It is crucial to recognize that if this transgression were to come to light, it would brand him with the stain of filial disobedience. He was living a satisfactory life. How could he possibly engage in such folly? Qingxian had believed that his wife merely had an affinity for power and wealth. Yet he never anticipated her folly in attempting to scheme against her mother-in-law's possessions, only to fail miserably and become a source of ridicule for Lady Ho. As Qingxian pondered, he assumed Lady Ho would choose to leave the residence with his younger brother, believing it was a result of her bias. Yet, it now appeared that his mother was incensed by the theft orchestrated by the Nie family, but chose not to escalate the matter for his sake. She was preserving his dignity. Reflecting on this, a flicker of the once shallow bond between mother and son rekindled within Qingxian's heart. He recalled his mother's past attentiveness towards him, which, though not as pronounced as her concern for his third brother, was still considerable. She had meticulously arranged for maids and servants to attend to his needs and regularly inquired about his daily life. When had their relationship become so estranged, akin to that of strangers, that he had allowed feelings of profound resentment and dissatisfaction towards her to fester? After his marriage, it seemed that his wife, Nie, frequently whispered in his ear that his mother disapproved of her, claiming that his mother always sought reasons to torment her. She lamented that his mother was dissatisfied with him, their eldest son, and consequently harbored disdain for her, his daughter-in-law. She expressed her discontent over not being granted the authority to manage the household. speculating that his mother intended to bestow such power upon the wife of his younger brother. As these thoughts consumed Su Qingxian, his countenance grew increasingly grim. He realized that he had been swayed by a woman, incited to distance himself from his mother and siblings. How foolish was Nia? But how much more foolish was he to be manipulated so easily? "Come here," Su Qingxian called out, and his trusted aide entered, parting the curtains. He instructed his subordinate to investigate the actions of Nia since her arrival, as he now harbored suspicions against her. His impression of her had considerably diminished, and he believed that her misdeeds extended beyond merely pilfering the dowry of the madam. There might be other schemes at play, undermining the bond between mother and son. It was imperative that he uncover the truth. "Lord, Dongxue has passed away," a servant reported to Su Qingxian. "Let her die. Why do you inform me?" Su Qingxian replied with displeasure. Despite her outward appearance of being docile, Dongxue was a traitor. He recalled how his mother had intentionally sent Dongxue to him after departing from the Hou residence. He had initially assumed she sent the maid to vex Nia, only to realize that his mother had been aware of Dongxue's treachery all along and had sent her as a warning regarding Nia. The servant, having grasped the gravity of the situation, quickly withdrew. Once he had settled domestic affairs, Su Qingxian turned his thoughts to matters of state. The amount of silver demanded by the third prince was escalating, and he pondered whether such exorbitant sums were truly necessary for winning over the ministers. The necessity for such a substantial sum of silver could only imply one possibility. The third prince has raised private troops. Su Qingxian inhaled sharply, pondering the audacity of the third prince. Should the emperor discover his clandestine military endeavor, the repercussions would be dire. Despite being the favored son of the empress, the third prince would not be spared from the emperor's wrath. A flicker of trepidation surged within Su Qingxian as he rose to his feet, pacing restlessly in the study. His brow furrowed more deeply than before. Should he counsel the third prince against this reckless undertaking? After all, the crown prince's position was precarious, a fact evident to all. The third prince, being a legitimate son and favored by the emperor, could effortlessly ascend to power once the crown prince was deposed. Why then? Would he embark on such a perilous path? Would it not be wiser to bide his time patiently? Ultimately, Su Qingxian refrained from dissuading the third prince, reassuring himself that the third prince operated discreetly and the emperor would remain oblivious to the existence of his private troops. Moreover, with an army at his disposal, the third prince would possess formidable strength and security. Comforted by this rationale, Su Qingxian ceased to dwell on the matter of the third prince's private military. However, he no longer provided financial support to the third prince, who, in turn, did not press the issue, acknowledging that Su Qingxian had already contributed a considerable sum. Days later, a confidant reported back to Su Qingxian with alarming news. Upon learning that Nie had harmed several of his concubines, rendering them either miscarrying or permanently barren, he remained largely unfazed, for he prioritized his legitimate sons and daughters, having already sired 2 legitimate heirs. However, when he discovered that Nie had extended her malice to his brother's household, resulting in the tragic death of his sister-in-law during childbirth due to Nie's interference, Su Qingxuan's countenance darkened significantly. Though he harbored no fondness for his younger brother, he bore no ill will towards his brother's family, nor did he wish them harm. Su Qingxian felt the malice emanating from the Nie family. His already diminished impression of her plummeted to an abyss. This woman, so venomous, was capable of unspeakable deeds. Upon witnessing Nie arranging for individuals in the grand kitchen, intending to employ the principle of food antagonism to harm his own mother, he was driven to the brink of murderous rage. A vile woman, indeed. How could I have wed such a poisonous creature? Regret consumed Su Qingxian as he pondered why he had allowed himself to be ensnared by Nie, spurning the bride his mother had chosen for him, all for the sake of marrying her. She was the very source of calamity. He recalled the incident where Su Qingni sent a cook to his mother. Surely, his mother and third brother must have discerned Nie's schemes. Did they remain silent out of disbelief in him or suspicion that he conspired with Nie? Had his mother, perhaps, come to resent him, prompting her desire to depart the Marquis's residence? Overwhelmed with remorse, Su Qingxian commanded, "Bring forth the horses." To see me? How could he find the time? Lady Li whispered discreetly beside him. Could it be related to your private matters? How dare he approach me? The Marquis's wife was incensed. Lady Li hastily added, perhaps the eldest son, or rather, the Marquis, is unaware of Nie's theft of your private assets. Now that the situation has come to light, he seeks your pardon. Humph. The matter has been known for days. Why come now? Yet, Despite her words, the Marquis's wife summoned Su Qingxian into her presence. As Su Qingxian entered, he immediately knelt before Lady Ho, bowing his head thrice with great fervor. "Mother, your son has been unfilial." Lady Ho was taken aback, hastily instructing Mama Li to assist Su Qingxian in rising, while simultaneously inquiring, "What are you doing?" The forceful blows had drawn blood from his forehead, further alarming Lady Ho, who urgently summoned the maidservants to fetch the physician. However, Su Qingxian prevented her, requesting instead that they bring some ointment to staunch the bleeding. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, it was merely a superficial wound. Thus, Lady Ho relinquished the idea of calling the physician and personally applied the ointment to her son's forehead. Su Qingxian felt the gentle caress of his mother's hand, stirring a deep emotion within him. It had been so long since he had experienced such tenderness. "Mother, do you resent me?" he queried. "What?" Lady Ho asked, perplexed. Her eldest son was behaving unusually since his entrance. Could it be that he truly came to atone? "Are you here to seek forgiveness for the matter concerning the theft from my private treasury committed by Nya?" Lady Ho inquired. "Indeed, but it is not limited to that." Su Qingxian knelt once more. Sensing the moment, Lady Ho did not permit him to bow his head again. "You are still injured. Do not strike your head any further." "Thank you, Mother, for your understanding," Su Qingxian replied, touched that she still cared for him. "What do you mean by not limited to that?" Lady Ho pressed. A look of shame crossed Su Qingxuan's face. "Your son, foolish and easily deceived by that woman Nya, has strayed from your heart. All of this is my fault." Lady Ho raised an eyebrow. "You are aware of all that Nya has done?" "Yes." Su Qingxian felt a surge of shame as he reflected on the malevolence of the Nya family, who not only caused the death of his third sister-in-law but also sought to end his mother's life. "What did you say? The third sister-in-law was killed by the Nya family?" Lady Ho exclaimed in astonishment. Su Qingxian was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his mother was unaware of the true culprit behind his sister-in-law's demise. Had he inadvertently revealed too much? Would his younger brother harbor resentment towards him for this? "Mother, do you think my brother will hate me?" Lady Ho sighed, reassuring him. "Do not worry. Your younger brother understands the situation clearly. This matter does not implicate you. He will not hold you responsible, but rather, he will direct his anger towards that vile woman, the Nya matriarch." With this assurance, Su Qingxian felt a slight alleviation of his concerns. Overwhelmed with guilt and fury, he declared, "Mother, for you honor and honor, I shall not divorce the Nya matriarch. Yet I vow that she shall not escape retribution. I will avenge you and my sister-in-law." Upon hearing his resolve, Lady Ho understood his intentions and felt no pity for the Nya matriarch. She nodded, cautioning, "If you cannot act without attracting suspicion, do not conceal your plans from Yuan and Konger, lest they become estranged from you." "Understood." Su Qingxian, appreciating his mother's concern for his relationship with his two sons, felt an even deeper disdain for the Nya family. Just as he exited Lady Ho's courtyard, Su Qingni entered. Lady Ho, without reservation, informed her youngest son of the Nya matriarch's role in the death of his sister-in-law. "Do not blame your elder brother. He was unaware of the truth. This was solely the doing of the Nya matriarch." The Marchioness spoke on behalf of her eldest son, fearing that the youngest might regard him as an adversary due to the situation. Su Qingni let out a sigh, feeling a sense of injustice for the original owner and his wife. Their dismal fate was a consequence of a woman's avarice. How could that Nya woman be so malevolent? She hailed from a distinguished family, possessing a substantial dowry, and was married into the noble Ho residence, destined to be the lady of the house. Lacking neither wealth nor power, what compelled her to harm others? Such a woman ought not to be wed to an ordinary noble family. She should be sent to the imperial palace. With her cruel nature and cunning, she could carve out her own domain in the harem. She was already aware of her younger son's keen perception of events, having suggested that the eldest temporarily withdraw. It was likely that something untoward was indeed unfolding on the third prince's side. Su Qingni's gaze swept the room, and Li Mama promptly ushered all the servants outside, remaining vigilantly at the door. Lowering her voice, Su Qingni addressed the Marchioness. "Mother, do you know why the third prince requires such a large sum of silver?" Su Qingni shook her head. To bribe court officials does not necessitate such an exorbitant amount. One must consider that not only did my elder brother give nearly half of the Ho family's wealth to the third prince, but others have also contributed considerable fortunes. When you tally it all together, how much do you suppose it amounts to? The Marchioness mentally calculated and gasped in shock at the sheer volume of silver. What could the third prince possibly intend to do with so much? To maintain private soldiers, Su Qingni revealed the third prince's objective. The Martianist gasped again. Has the third prince lost his mind? If the emperor discovers this, he is doomed. Su Qingni scoffed, remarking that the third prince had become so enraptured by flattery over the years that he had lost all sense of reality, becoming excessively self-assured. He seemed to believe that his connections and capabilities would shield him from the emperor's discovery of his private army. After a brief pause, under the urging gaze of Madame Ho, she continued, stating that the third prince was impatiently eager to ascend the throne himself. Madame Ho remained silent. The current emperor was in robust health, likely to live for another decade or two, while the princes had matured, unable to bide their time for so long. Thus, the third prince was contemplating the use of force to secure his position. He naively believed that nurturing a private army was a prudent strategy, unaware that he had already fallen into the traps set by others. In Chapter 31, titled The 12 Prodigals of Ancient Times, the third prince's status and position made him a likely candidate for the emperor's heir. Yet, he had made such a grievous error, not only due to his own arrogance stemming from years of unchallenged success, but also because he had been ensnared in another's scheme. A smile played at the corners of Su Qingni's mouth, recognizing that even the crown prince could no longer contain himself. Indeed, his position in the court had become increasingly precarious, with many officials no longer offering him the respect accorded to a nominal crown prince. Madame Ho interjected, advising, "Qingyu, it would be wise to alert your elder brother." Su Qingni nodded in acknowledgement. Madame Ho sighed, lamenting, "The merits of the dragon's power are not easily attained. Your brother has erred. I can only hope that the Ho residents can endure this turmoil. If preservation is not possible, may we at least safeguard the lives of your brother and Yuan and Kong." As she spoke, tears welled in Madame Ho's eyes. But he is her son and grandson. Su Qingni took out a handkerchief and handed it to Madame Ho, gently comforting her. "Mother need not worry. This matter concerning my sister-in-law presents an opportunity. As long as my elder brother refrains from engaging with the schemes of the third prince and his cohorts in the days to come, I shall surely be able to safeguard the Ho residents." Madame Ho's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her son, whom she had always thought would never mature. Qingyu, when did you grow up? When did you acquire such capabilities?" Su Qingni chuckled lightly and replied, "Mother, you are well aware of my abilities, are you not? I have merely cultivated connections in the entertainment district, and I can call upon them for assistance." She refrained from disclosing her collaboration with the crown prince to Madame Ho, for the crown princess' secret was not yet suitable for revelation. Madame Ho also smiled, saying, "You child, you have turned your leisure into an advantage." Su Qingni affirmed, "Indeed." Madame Ho's laughter grew more joyous, alleviating her concerns for her eldest son. Niasher had been so furious about Madame Ho's private treasury that she had spat blood and had been bedridden for several days. Her ailment was not grave. It was merely the result of her intense anger, and she would recover with a few days of rest. However, the thought of being manipulated by Madame Ho left her in a state of agitation, causing her condition to linger as she lay weakly in bed. "Madam, it is time for your medicine." The head maid presented the medicine bowl. Niasher cast a disdainful glance at the bowl and huffed, "I refuse to drink it." "Madam." The matron beside her disapproved, "If you do not take your medicine, how can your health improve?" Nia said, "I am well aware of my own body. It is merely my anger that has intensified. The effectiveness of medicine is minimal." The matron attempted to persuade her, but was impatiently interrupted by Nia. "Is Dongshua's family causing a ruckus again?" The matron nodded in affirmation. Nia scoffed, "I have been far too lenient. They dared to create disturbances before me. Son matron, find Dongshua's family and sell them all to the coal mines. Expel anyone related to them from the Marquis's residence." "Humph. Do they truly believe that their connections will shield them from my wrath?" The matron promptly complied, accustomed to her mistress's ruthlessness. As Nia's confidant, she had aided in numerous nefarious deeds. Selling these individuals to the coal mines was nothing in comparison. Nia never consumed the bowl of medicine, and upon receiving the news, Su Qingxian furrowed his brow in contemplation before issuing another command. Days passed, and Nia's condition showed no signs of improvement. Instead, she became increasingly feeble. The matron, deeply concerned, believed that Nia's ailment had worsened due to her refusal to take medicine, and thus she urged Nia to consume it at every meal. Perhaps her previous neglect had prolonged her illness, rendering the medicine ineffective now. As Nia's condition deteriorated, the imperial physician declared her fate grim and advised preparations for her final rites. From that moment on, the Marquis's residence closed its doors in mourning. Their presence in the capital's social circles diminished significantly. Half a year later, Su Qingxian observed the increasing number of talents surrounding the third prince and felt a pang of regret for heeding his mother's counsel, which led him to temporarily withdraw from the third prince's side under the guise of filial piety. Despite the fact that the third prince faced no immediate troubles, his private army had been established and his supporters were multiplying. If I do not position myself by his side soon, I fear he may forget my existence altogether. Would that not render my investments of silver futile? Just as Su Qingxian resolved to act, a few days later, a trusted subordinate rushed to him, visibly distressed. My lord, the third prince has been confined to the ancestral hall by the emperor. What? Su Qingxuan's hand trembled as he held his brush, causing a significant drop of ink to mar the nearly completed landscape painting. He cast aside the brush and demanded, how could the third prince be imprisoned in the ancestral hall? What transpired? His subordinate hesitated, daunted by the gravity of the situation. Su Qingxuan's hands shook. The fears expressed by his subordinate mirrored his own. As an ally of the third prince, he wondered if the emperor might also send him to the dungeons. Quickly, go to the academy and fetch the eldest and second young masters. Ensure they are taken to the residence of the third master, where the matriarch can look after them. Amidst his fears, Su Qingxian did not lose his judgment and decisiveness as the head of the marquisate. He promptly devised a plan of action. His foremost concern was for his two legitimate sons, and he instinctively prioritized their safety. As for the numerous daughters born of concubines at home, he resolved to address their needs later, trusting that his mother would attend to them. Presently, Su Qingxian held a deep trust in the marquises. His mother was always right. His decision to withdraw from the inner circle of the third prince, citing filial piety, had long indicated his lack of faith in the prince's prospects. Alas, he found himself entangled in the affairs nonetheless. Alas, I regret having solely heeded the advice of the Nie family and disregarded my mother's counsel. After Su Qingxian arranged for his two legitimate sons to be sent to Su Qingni's home, he gradually orchestrated the departure of the other illegitimate daughters, then remained at home, awaiting the officials to come and apprehend him, dragging him to the dungeons. However, half a month passed, then a month. In 2 months, many individuals affiliated with the third prince faced beheadings or exile, and although the third prince himself was released from the ancestral hall, he was placed under house arrest. Yet, Su Qingxian remained unscathed. The officials never came knocking at his door. It seemed as if the emperor had forgotten about him entirely. Despite his initial perplexity, Su Qingxian gradually felt reassured. The matter concerning the third prince appeared to have settled, and he considered himself safe. Such luck. You ought to express gratitude towards your third brother, remarked Lady Ho. It is thanks to the connections he has cultivated over the years that you have managed to escape calamity. Third brother? What connections does he possess? Su Qingxian inquired, astonished. It was not that he looked down upon his younger brother. It was simply that his brother spent his days indulging in revelry, neglecting serious matters. So how could he possibly have any connections? Lady Ho snorted lightly. Do not underestimate your third brother. Even in leisure, one can forge connections. Consider how many individuals frequent the entertainment venues daily. What? Su Qingxian was taken aback. You mean to say that one can establish connections through indulgence? Indeed. It was true that one could meet many people while enjoying oneself. Yet were those connections truly valuable? The patrons of such establishments were often no better than his own brother, dissolute young scions devoid of merit. What influence could they possibly wield in the court? Surely, that was a jest. Lady Ho insisted, do not dismiss it so readily. You have narrowly escaped this calamity, thanks to the efforts of your third brother. Otherwise, one must ponder why you were not apprehended. Su Qingxian considered this and remarked, could it be that there are indeed dignitaries from the court indulging in leisure within this entertainment venue? Lady Ho responded, this I cannot ascertain. Su Qingxuan's face flushed slightly, and he hastily assured, I shall never covet the connections of my younger brother. Meanwhile, Su Qingni generously bestowed 50% of the entertainment venue's shares to the crown prince. She had great faith in him, believing that his ascension to power was inevitable and imminent. Rather than allowing him to scheme for control over the entertainment venue once he attained his position, it would be wiser to proactively relinquish half of the shares. After all, given his current wealth, he would not suffer the same dire fate as the original owner. Furthermore, who would dare to covet the entertainment venue when collaborating with the emperor in business? Upon receiving the contract sent by his subordinates, the crown prince chuckled, saying, the world claims that the third son of the bowling marquis is the least promising, a wastrel with no accomplishments. Yet little do they know that he's the most astute and capable, possessing far superior insight than his two elder brothers. His subordinates silently scoffed. Is it because Su Qingyu favors you? The crown prince inquired of his attendants. Are all preparations in place? They all affirmed. The crown prince instructed. Proceed according to the plan. They all agreed again. The crown prince smiled. In 3 days, I shall celebrate with all of you at the Taiji Hall. 2 days later, Su Qingxian received a message from his mother, urging him to secure the household that evening, to remain with his family indoors, and to ignore any occurrences outside, no matter what transpired. Startled, Su Qingxuan's heart leaped within him. Could this portend a momentous event? Had one of the princes once more incensed his imperial majesty? Despite his conjectures, Su Qingxian never conceived that it would be the very crown prince, long scorned by the assembled ministers, who would instigate a revolt, leading troops into the imperial palace and coercing the emperor into signing a decree of abdication. I underestimated you, the emperor remarked. His feelings a maelstrom of complexity toward the son he had always deemed mediocre. He had consistently looked down upon this son, perceiving him as a mere sheep incapable of standing upright, never suspecting that he was, in truth, a wolf cloaked in ovine guise. Unbeknownst to him, this son had already seized control of all the capital's military forces. The emperor was keenly aware that military power was the bedrock of all authority. With the crown prince holding the reins of the army, even he, the emperor, was powerless against him. Was it you who orchestrated the affair of the third prince? The emperor inquired. The crown prince possessed such guile and capability that the third prince must have fallen prey to his machinations. The crown prince nodded, offering no denial. He was far too presumptuous and reveled in his triumphs excessively. The emperor scoffed coldly. I shall concede the throne to you, but you must pledge to safeguard the lives of your brothers. The crown prince chuckled mirthlessly. Provided they conduct themselves with propriety, I shall naturally refrain from slaying them. However, should they prove recalcitrant, I would not hesitate to commit fratricide. The emperor countered. Do you not fear the stain upon your reputation? The crown prince retorted. Emperor Taizong of Tang ascended to the throne through fratricide, yet he is celebrated in history as an enlightened sovereign. The emperor was rendered speechless. With a protracted sigh, the emperor appeared to age visibly. I shall endeavor to restrain them, preventing them from antagonizing you. The crown prince replied softly, I trust my father. The emperor sighed once more and instructed the eunuch beside him, bring me the ink, brush, paper, and inkstone. The following day, the ministers, trembling with trepidation, were escorted to the Tai Chi Hall by soldiers. Upon seeing the crown prince clad in the 5-clawed golden dragon robe, they were utterly astonished. They had anticipated that the one leading the assault on the palace would be the martial-minded fourth prince, the fifth prince from the noble family, or even the already confined third prince. What they did not expect was the crown prince, whom they had all looked down upon, perceived merely as a puppet established by the emperor. Some ministers from rival factions audibly expressed their discontent. Indifferent to their protests, the crown prince waved his hand, and a squad of imperial guards entered the hall, removing the hats and stripping the officials of their titles, dragging them out of the Tai Chi Hall. With another command, the subordinates and deputies of those ousted officials were promoted to fill their positions. The respect these newly appointed officials showed towards the crown prince revealed that they were indeed his loyal followers. With this realization, alongside the crown prince's effortless command over the imperial guards, all the ministers finally understood that the crown prince had been cleverly masquerading as a fool while waiting for the opportune moment to strike. In Chapter 33, from the ancient dandy to the modern dandy, Su Qingxian learned from his younger brother about the crown prince's successful ascent to power. He paused for a moment, then let out a bitter smile and said to Su Qinghuan, You know, perhaps both father and we have misjudged the situation. Our third brother may very well be the most formidable of us all. Su Qinghuan expressed his astonishment. Eldest brother, you don't think that third brother is similarly pretending to be a fool, do you? Su Qingxian replied, Whether he is or not, we shall wait and see. Before long, the two brothers learned of Su Qingmi's elevation to the rank of Viscount by the emperor, and surprisingly, half of the shares in the entertainment garden belonged to the emperor himself. The Su brothers exchanged glances in the study, and after a considerable pause, Su Qinghuan finally spoke, inquiring if his elder brother already possessed some knowledge of the matter. Su Qingxian remarked, I do not know much, but after the incident involving the third prince, I remained unscathed, thanks to the assistance of our younger brother. Mother suggested that it was our younger brother who utilized his connections within the entertainment garden to aid me. I suspect those connections belong to the crown prince. It seems our younger brother has long since aligned himself with the crown prince. Su Qinghuan expressed his astonishment. Our younger brother possesses such discernment. Indeed, Su Qingxian acknowledged, while others dismissed the crown prince. Our younger brother recognized his potential early on and even forged a friendship with him. We can no longer view our younger brother through the lens of our past perceptions. Su Qinghuan concluded. Nodding in agreement, Su Qingxian replied, the new year and ancestral rites are approaching. When we gather, we should have a thorough discussion with our younger brother to seek clarification on these matters. Regrettably, Su Qingni had little to clarify. His venture into the entertainment garden was merely for amusement, and he had fortuitously learned of the crown prince's concealed talents through the garden's gossip network. His association with the crown prince stemmed from an approach by one of the crown prince's subordinates, and his decision to share equity was simply a means to ensure the entertainment garden had a solid backing, allowing him to indulge freely in his pleasures. Thus, he remarked, I am merely fortunate, not as you presume to be discreet. Su Qingxian. Su Qinghuan. Therefore, our younger brother is truly a dandy. Thus, they toil for half a lifetime, yet cannot rival the fortuitous luck of their younger brother. Su Qingxian and Su Qinghuan gazed enviously at their debauched sibling, consumed by a mix of admiration and resentment. Su Qingni's title was but a hollow honor. Exempt from court affairs, she continued to indulge in her hedonistic pursuits, allowing her brief existence of merely 40 years to slip away. This world is distanced from the primordial realm, with the passage of time for the Mingyin stone connecting to the underworld taking considerably longer than in the previous world, spanning over 2 decades. Once the connection to the nether realm was established, Su Qingni promptly departed from this world. Fortunately, the Marchioness had passed away 2 years earlier, sparing her the sorrow of burying her own offspring. The original owner's sole son had already married and begotten 3 children, thriving in his career and achieving great success. Su Qingni bore no karmic debts towards the original owner. In this incarnation, her essence inhabited the body of a person who perished in a car accident. The accident was not a result of misfortune, but rather a consequence of reckless behavior. Much like the previous world's Su Qingshu, the original owner reveled in a life of indulgence, sharing the same aspiration to live a life of hedonism. The original owner was named Wei Bishu, the youngest son in his family, overshadowed by an accomplished elder brother being groomed as the heir, leaving him free to indulge without effort. However, even a hedonistic scion must contribute when the family calls upon him. The original owner's contribution was to form a marital alliance for the family's benefit, and at the age of 25, he was arranged to wed the daughter of a family partner. Due to a strategic alliance, he and his wife shared no emotional bond. Their bedfellows merely aimed at swiftly producing an heir for her family, as she was their sole daughter. Prior to their union, both families had conspired to ensure the child would bear the wife's surname, thus inheriting her lineage. A year later, the child was born. Wei Bishu fulfilled his obligation and ceased cohabitation with his wife, indulging in his own pursuits. His wife, a formidable woman, entrusted the upbringing of their child to the grandparents. 2 years elapsed, and the strong-willed wife encountered her first love from adolescence, transforming into a tender and enamored figure in an instant. Swiftly, she divorced Wei Bishu and wed her first love. Wei Bishu remained indifferent. He held no affection for his wife, and the divorce afforded him greater freedom. Moreover, the dissolution of their marriage was attributed to the failings of his ex-wife, who compensated him with 5% equity in her family's enterprise. Coupled with his own family's 10% share, he reveled in the liberty to lavishly indulge without the dread of financial ruin. After tiring of romantic escapades with young celebrities, the original owner recently developed a penchant for exhilarating activities such as racing and bungee jumping. However, his racing skills were rather lacking. Recklessness combined with poor technique proved fatal. Thus, the original owner met his demise, leaving behind a body and a legacy of debauchery for Su Qingni. Su Qingni mused, very well, having lived a life of indulgence, another such existence could be quite splendid. The hospital door swung open, revealing a man in his 30s, the original owner's elder brother, Wei Baiken. Exuding the aura of a corporate elite, he rarely displayed a smile. Yet, upon witnessing his brother's awakening, the corners of his mouth curved upward, albeit with an expression of utmost seriousness. I have taken care of your modified vehicles. Henceforth, you are forbidden from engaging in street racing. Wei Baiken addressed his younger brother with an expression of stern formality, leaving Su Qingni feeling exasperated, much like the original owner of this body. Su Qingni lamented, please, elder brother, Those cars are my meticulously customized creations, unique in the entire world. You cannot destroy them. Wei Baiken retorted, it is not I who would ruin them, but rather you who would bring about their demise. Do I need to remind you? You already destroyed one and nearly lost your own life in the process. Wei Baiken raised an eyebrow, inquiring, are you suggesting you wish to court death once more, as you did this time? Su Qingni protested, I am not seeking death. I was merely racing. Wei Baiken scoffed, are you a professional racer? Su Qingni replied, I am not. However, Wei Baiken interrupted. With your rudimentary driving skills to compete against others, that indeed is courting disaster. I am merely informing you, not seeking your input. You are unequivocally prohibited from street racing henceforth. Su Qingni meekly responded, without racing, there would be considerably less enjoyment. Wei Baiken acknowledged with a sound of agreement. Su Qingni then eagerly promised, all right, I shall refrain from racing. I assure you, no more racing. Wei Baiken nodded, recognizing a commendable trait in his younger brother. Once he made a promise, he would not retract it. Since he had vowed to stop racing, he would indeed cease. After a moment's contemplation, Wei Baiken added, by the way, you should also refrain from participating in high-risk activities such as bungee jumping. Su Qingni countered, how can bungee jumping be deemed excessively dangerous? Wei Baiken, bungee jumping places exceedingly high demands on both physical and mental fortitude. Your physique. Wei Baiken's gaze swept over his younger brother. Su Qingni retorted indignantly, my physique is in excellent condition. I possess a well-defined six-pack. Wei Baiken, humph. Those are merely superficial. How could someone who frequents bars, indulges in alcohol, and leads a vibrant nightlife possibly be in good health? This stipulation is not solely my decree, but also that of our parents. They are loath to experience the sorrow of outliving their offspring. Su Qingni imitated the original owner's childish demeanor. Although the original owner was chronologically mature, his psychological age remained relatively immature, a consequence of being pampered by his parents. However, the original owner was invariably filial. Since Wei Baiken mentioned that it was their parents' request, the original owner would undoubtedly acquiesce, and Su Qingni would naturally have to comply as well. Very well. I pledge to abstain from street racing and engaging in life-threatening bungee jumping henceforth. Is that satisfactory? Alas, the original owner's two most cherished pastimes are now forsaken. What shall he pursue in the future? Should he perhaps engage in online gaming? Alas, how plebeian. The original owner is a libertine, not a recluse. Moreover, the online games in this world are merely keyboard-based, not immersive virtual reality experiences. What, then, should he engage in? Su Qingni resolved to ponder this matter diligently. The injuries sustained by the original owner were not severe. The critical injury was to his head, as a result of a severe concussion. Although there were no visible external injuries, the original owner's soul was dislodged from his body, and he was dazed and confusedly reincarnated. Su Qingni even beheld the infant into which the original owner had been reborn in the hospital, a tiny, homely, yet endearing creature. His family circumstances in this lifetime are quite favorable. Although not as affluent as the Wei family, they belong to a moderately prosperous household. Su Qingni gazed at the chicken soup, utterly devoid of appetite. During her hospital stay, she had consumed chicken soup daily to the point of weariness. Ah Su, do hurry and finish your soup. Look how much weight you've lost. You must replenish your strength, Wei Mu said with maternal concern, gazing tenderly at her son. Su Qingni, with her dull, lifeless eyes, thought to herself that she had not lost weight, but had actually gained 2 pounds. However, there exists a notion of being thin as perceived by a mother. Succumbing to Wei Mu's nurturing aura, Su Qingni obediently drank all the chicken soup. In Chapter 34, The Modern Prodigal. With Wei father absent from home, he had entrusted the management of the company to his eldest son, yet certain matters still required his personal attention. The family gathered for dinner, a result of Wei Baiken's awareness that his younger brother was being discharged from the hospital today and therefore did not work overtime. At the dinner table, Wei father reiterated his prohibition against his younger son engaging in reckless driving and extreme sports. Su Qingni complied dutifully. After sipping some soup, Wei father inquired, are you attending the wedding of Yu Qiuming on the 8th of next month? Yu Qiuming was the former wife of the original protagonist, a strong woman with whom he shared no emotional bond. Their divorce did not hinder the collaboration between their families, as a connection remained through their son. Consequently, with Yu Qiuming's impending remarriage, the Wei family received an invitation to the wedding as partners. Wei father, Wei mother, and Wei elder brother planned to attend. demonstrating to others that the Wei and Yu families had not fallen apart due to their children's marriages, thus dissuading any ill intentions from those who might harbor them. As for Wei Bishiu, his parents and elder brother did not impose attendance upon him, they merely sought his opinion. The original owner would not feel awkward attending his ex-wife's wedding, and it was even less likely for Su Qingni to feel so. Su Qingni was also curious to see how remarkably handsome and unique her ex-husband's first love was. After all, how could such a formidable woman, whose gaze seemed to look down upon all men, still harbor lingering affections for him? Both Wei father and Wei mother were taken aback, raising their heads to look at Su Qingni, and even Wei Baikan set down his chopsticks. It is pertinent to note that although Xiao Shi is their grandson, he bears the surname Yu. The elderly couple of the Yu family regard Yu Jiaxi as their heir, which is why, despite being their grandson, Xiao Shi has always resided in the Yu household and is registered as one of them. Su Qingni remarked that Yu Qiuming had previously treated married life as a mere obligation, fulfilling her duty by giving birth to Xiao Shi, after which she had no desire for further marital relations or additional children. Xiao Shi was her only child and thus regarded as the heir by the Yu elders. However, circumstances have changed. Yu Qiuming, now enamored with her lover, would undoubtedly be willing to bear children for him. Once a child is born, Xiao Shi will no longer be the sole child of the Yu family, and his status will become precarious. In comparison, the Yu family and Yu Qiuming would surely cherish and prioritize the children that she bears subsequently. The other three members of the Wei family wholeheartedly agreed. Xiao Shi's surname must be changed, Wei mother suggested. How could their grandson bear another S surname? The other three nodded in unison. My dear grandson, Wei mother exclaimed as she stepped forward to embrace her little grandson, planting tender kisses upon his cheeks. She was utterly delighted. At her age, she had longed to hold her grandchild. Unfortunately, her eldest son had yet to marry, and although her younger son had produced a grandson, that child belonged to another family, necessitating her visits to embrace him. Now, however, the moment had finally arrived. Her grandson belonged to them. She could hold him as she pleased, showering the adorable little boy with affection daily, proudly showcasing him to her friends. Come, let Grandma take you to see your room, she exclaimed, whisking away her grandson without allowing his father, her younger son, to share in the tender moments. The child, just over 2 years old but under 3, was delightfully plump and fair-skinned, exhibiting a charming demeanor. Not only did she adore her grandson, but her husband and eldest son were equally smitten. To spend time amusing his little nephew, her eldest son had significantly reduced his overtime hours. Brother, since you adore children so much, why not marry soon and have one of your own? Su Qingni suggested, cradling her son while playfully squeezing his chubby little hand. Wei Bishan shot her a glare, itching to reprimand his younger brother. Is there anyone who can be so cruel to their sibling? Just then, the voice of their mother echoed in his ears. Ah Chun, your brother is right. You should marry and have children. You are already 33. In a few years, you will be 40. How long do you intend to wait? A torrent of nagging ensued, leaving Wei Bishan pale with dread. He quickly snatched his nephew from his brother's grasp and placed the child into their mother's arms. With her grandson cradled contentedly, she ceased her relentless admonitions, basking in her satisfaction. Wei Bishan let out a long sigh and shot a fierce glare at Su Qingni. Su Qingni chuckled and moved closer to Wei Bishan, whispering, Hey, brother, you're not, by any chance, gay, are you? Enraged, Wei Bishan raised his hand and gave Su Qingni a sharp slap on the back of the head. You're the one who is gay? Su Qingni replied with another chuckle. My son can attest that I am not gay. What proof do you have, big brother? Wei Bishan contemplated slapping Su Qingni again, but she deftly seized his arm. Brother, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Wei Bishan retorted, I am no gentleman. How can a gentleman dominate the business world? He would be devoured by the old foxes of commerce. Su Qingni countered, but that doesn't mean you can resort to violence at every turn. Are you trying to strike me to mask your own insecurities? Wei Bishan broke free from Su Qingni's grasp, which she had allowed. Otherwise, he would not have managed to escape and would have slapped her again. I have no need for insecurities, and, besides, I have a girlfriend now. Su Qingni exclaimed in surprise, You have a girlfriend? What? Aiken has a girlfriend? Who is she? Hearing her younger son's outburst, Wei's mother hurried over to inquire, while Wei's father perked up, intrigued. Observing his parents' reactions, Wei Bishan felt utterly helpless. He had just entered a romantic relationship with his girlfriend and had not intended to disclose it to his parents so soon. only to have it revealed by his utterly unrestrained brother. Chapter 35. The modern prodigal son, too. Now that the matter was out in the open, there was no longer any need for concealment. Despite his girlfriend's humble background, he is confident that he will win his parents' acceptance of her as their daughter-in-law. Her name is Ni Pundi, and she is one of my assistants. Wei Baiken remarked that although her family circumstances are not particularly favorable, she possesses considerable competence and can significantly assist me in my professional endeavors, and after marriage, she could undoubtedly fulfill the role of a capable matriarch. However, Wei's father and mother furrowed their brows slightly. While it is generally a good thing for their eldest son to have a girlfriend, the issue of her lineage is indeed a concern. How poor is her background? Wei's father inquired. Wei Baiken proceeded to enumerate Ni Pundi's numerous virtues. Yet the disapproval in his father's eyes remained unchanged, and his mother wore a look of displeasure. Wei's mother interjected, Aiken, it would be wise for someone from our family to marry a daughter-in-law of equal standing. Although you assert that this young lady is capable, she does not share our social circle, and there exists a significant disparity. She may struggle to navigate the social obligations required of a wife, and may find it challenging to converse with the other esteemed ladies of our community. Wei Baiken hurriedly countered, Pundi is a quick learner. Her capacity for learning is remarkable. Wei's mother shook her head. Such qualities cannot merely be acquired through study. They are cultivated over many years from childhood. Wei Baiken frowned, as he had anticipated his mother's support. After all, she had consistently urged him to find a girlfriend, stating that as long as she was not a man, she would accept her. Yet now, with a girlfriend in hand, his mother's response was disheartening. He turned to his father, whose stance was crucial. Wei's father also expressed disapproval. I had thought you were always clear about separating personal and professional matters, and I do not support office romances. Wei Baiken reiterated, Pundi is truly exceptional. Wei's father remarked, excellence in your work should not encroach upon your personal life, Aiken. As your mother has stated, the disparity in our backgrounds renders that young lady unsuitable for our family. Wei Bishu closed his eyes momentarily, and upon reopening them, the three adults of the Wei family could discern the resolve within. He spoke firmly, Father, Mother, I will not relinquish my feelings for Pundi. I believe she is the one most compatible with me. Father, I am not like my younger brother, who is indifferent and readily agrees to a marriage of convenience. I have hopes for my own union. I refuse to marry someone I do not love merely for the sake of advantage. If that is the case, I would rather remain single for the rest of my life. Wei's father responded gravely, Are you threatening us? Wei Bishu shook his head. No, I am merely stating the truth. A profound silence enveloped the room. Even the children sensed the tension and nestled quietly in their grandmother's embrace, too timid to make a sound. After a considerable pause, Wei's father spoke, Since you are so resolute, your mother and I shall no longer interfere. Should you come to regret this decision, do not blame us. Wei's mother interjected, Old Wei. Wei's father continued, His wings have grown strong. We can no longer control him. Do you truly wish to witness him remain unmarried for life? Wei's mother sighed, contemplating, Given our eldest son's disposition, that is indeed a possibility. Very well, I shall not concern myself any further. I will focus solely on my little grandson. Fortunately, she still had a delightful and obedient grandchild. Not wishing to linger any longer with Wei Bishu, the couple ascended to the second floor with their grandson. Thank you, Mom and Dad. Wei Bishan exhaled in relief, addressing the retreating figures of his parents. Although her parents did not accept Pundi, as long as they did not oppose her, it was sufficient. Su Qingni gazed at Wei Baiken and remarked, You will come to regret this. Wei Bishu surveyed the desolate hall. Realizing that not a single person in his family supported him, nevertheless, he felt no remorse. The wedding of his ex-wife was quite grand, underscoring the Yu family's emphasis on the occasion, and revealing the profound love his ex-wife held for her first love. Su Qingni observed the once formidable ex-wife, who had always maintained a businesslike demeanor before the original host, now appearing like a delicate bird nestled against the handsome man, radiating blissful smiles. She couldn't help but twitch her lips. Love truly has the power to transform individuals. Looking at the man beside his ex-wife, he was indeed handsome, yet lacking in physique compared to the original host, and while he possessed a decent aura, the original host's charm was equally noteworthy, carefree yet endearing to women. Indeed, the ex-wife was a beauty in the eyes of her lover. Congratulations to them. May they grow old together in unwavering affection. Once the bride and groom exchanged pleasantries with the Wei family, they approached Su Qingni and offered their blessings. After all, it was merely a verbal gesture, carrying no cost or loss. Qingni chuckled softly, patted the groom's shoulder, and said, "Brother, quite impressive." She keenly overheard the conversation between the bride and groom. The bride's disgruntled voice questioned, "What does he mean?" The groom speculated, "Perhaps he has discovered that you are pregnant." The bride retorted him, "Impossible." The groom replied, "I believe what he said does not quite align with your words." Bride, "How can it be otherwise? He has always been such a carefree scoundrel." Groom, "Yet, he gives me the impression that he sees through everything." Bride, "You are overthinking it." Qingni chuckled again. The bride consistently looked down upon him, while the groom appeared to be guilt-ridden. After all, the bride was over 4 months pregnant, though her wedding dress concealed her slight belly, preventing others from noticing. It is worth noting that over 4 months ago, the original owner was still married to his ex-wife. The original owner had indeed been cuckolded. "Asu, what are you pondering? Why are you lagging behind?" Wei's mother called for her younger son ahead. Chapter 36. The Modern Scoundrel. 3 Wei father, Wei mother, and Wei elder brother. Qingni remarked, "Yu Qiuming is over 4 months pregnant." Wei mother was furious. The Yu family raised a fine daughter, only for her to betray you. Qingni tried to placate Wei mother. "Do not be angry. We had agreed long ago when I married her that we would each have our own affairs. She merely found a man, while I have pursued numerous women. Your son has not been wronged." Wei mother, suddenly feeling her younger son was rather despicable. The wedding proceeded smoothly, without any disruptions. Although both the bride and groom were remarried, their ex-spouses did not create a scene as depicted in dramas, attempting to disrupt the ceremony. The groom's ex was absent, reportedly abroad, and as the party at fault in the marriage, lacked the face to attend her ex-husband's remarriage ceremony. Qingni rested her chin on her hand, gazing at the groom who was exchanging tender glances with the bride. A premonition stirred within her. It seemed highly likely that the ex-wife would encounter difficulties, for her current husband was undoubtedly formidable. With their daughter expecting again, the elderly Yu couple's hearts were predominantly focused on her and the forthcoming grandchild, rendering them less attentive to the child who had been renamed Wei Jiaxi. This circumstance conveniently allowed the Wei family to cultivate a closer bond with the child. Children, being sensitive to the nuances of adult emotions, could sense the shift in attitudes and thus found themselves growing distant from the Yu couple while gravitating towards the Wei parents. Wei's mother, aware that her younger son was restless, refrained from attempting to confine him, instead cautioning Qingni against indulging in perilous activities such as street racing and bungee jumping. The last time she heard of her son's reckless driving resulting in an accident, it nearly caused her a heart attack. Qingni nodded obediently, contemplating that driving a car was rather mundane. She would prefer to pilot an aircraft instead. Just a few days prior, she had watched a video of an acrobatic flight performance, where planes twisted and turned in the sky, dancing with exhilarating grace. It was truly thrilling, resembling a helicopter mimicking the agility of a fighter jet. At that moment, she resolved to pursue aviation in the future. As Qingni assessed her assets, she realized she possessed a considerable portfolio, predominantly in stocks and real estate, but her cash reserves were scant due to the previous owner's extravagant spending habits, which depleted the annual dividends. Her aspiration to purchase a helicopter would have to be postponed for the time being. She needed to earn more money. Although there were affordable helicopters available, she knew that with the upcoming year-end dividends, she could eventually make her dream a reality. However, she is eager to engage in extravagant aerial maneuvers. The low-cost aircraft simply lacks the necessary configuration to facilitate such feats. Just as a racing enthusiast would never opt for a modest QQ car to participate in a race, where such a choice could lead to catastrophic consequences, so too does fancy flying demand a higher caliber of aircraft. Were it not for the restrictions within the country, Qingni would undoubtedly consider purchasing a fighter jet for her amusement. The quest for profit is paramount. How to achieve this? Should she establish an amusement park akin to the previous world? Qingni swiftly dismissed this notion. While amusement parks were lucrative in her former world, they lacked the same potential here, overshadowed by an abundance of entertainment venues ranging from the opulent to the modest. Establishing her own amusement park would be devoid of competitive advantage. So, what avenue should she pursue? The development of games? This world mirrors Earth closely, with countless games already available that are akin to those on Earth. Lacking expertise in game design and development, how could she possibly create a new game? Holographic gaming? While an intriguing idea, she lacks knowledge of holographic technology. Perhaps she could explore this further once she traverses to the interstellar and futuristic realms to acquire such skills. Having played numerous small celebrity roles, the original persona had a fair understanding of the entertainment industry and maintained connections within it. Qingni utilized these connections to disseminate her intentions of investing in films. Consequently, many individuals approached her seeking financial support. The original persona was a classic example of someone naive with plenty of money. The instances of her lavishly funding a young actress's entry into a production were plentiful, making her a welcome presence in many cash-strapped film crews. However, Qingni is not the original persona. Her investments in cinema are driven by a desire for profit, not the promotion of a particular woman. Upon the arrival of the film crew, Qingni first requested a script, subsequently dispatching a private investigator to assess the capabilities of the directors and actors involved, as well as the proficiency of the behind-the-scenes staff in the configuration of the crew software and hardware. Qingni meticulously selected several productions with promising scripts, discarding those that were overly melodramatic or nonsensical. From this refined selection, she further evaluated the reliability of the directors and actors, scrutinizing their performances, and ultimately, Qingni chose her favorite director from the 3 projects she was investing in and invited him to a CAF for tea. "Young Master Wei, what brings you to me?" Chai Xian inquired, his expression a blend of curiosity and anticipation. Might young Master Wei be seeking him for a film project? Prior to the release of the film Time Flows Away, which Wei had invested in, Chai Xian had been an obscure director. It was only due to the modest success of Time Flows Away that his career had begun to take shape. Many within the industry looked down on Wei, dismissing him as merely a wealthy young scion. However, after several interactions with Wei, Chai Xian found him to be quite different from the prevailing opinions. At the very least, in terms of vision, Wei surpassed many in the circle. Chapter 37. The Modern Prodigal. Under Chai Xian's eager gaze, Qingni nodded. "You are correct. I have called you here to direct a film." Chai Xian's eyes brightened intensely, and he quickly assured her, "Rest assured, young Master Wei. I will direct a film even better than Time Flows Away." Qingni chuckled softly. "Without a solid script, even with your directorial prowess, it is unlikely you will produce a film that surpasses Time Flows Away, is it not?" Chai Xian, "Well, I know quite a few screenwriters. I am certain we will find an exceptional script." Qingni smiled, retrieving a stack of papers from her black briefcase and handing them to Chai Xian. "Is this the script?" Chai Xian inquired as he accepted the papers. Qingni nodded. "Take a look." Chai Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he became enamored with the script. He lifted his gaze, fixating intently on Qingni. "Wei Xiao, who penned this remarkable script? It is truly extraordinary." Qingni took a sip of her coffee, replying nonchalantly, "I wrote it." "Huh." Chai Xian stared at Qingni in disbelief. Such a brilliant script was authored by the person before him? Qingni, don't believe it? Chai Xian shook his head vigorously. "It's just a bit unexpected." Qingni, "I may be a dandy, but I am certainly not an imbecile or illiterate. I graduated from a prestigious institution abroad, albeit with a bit of a mixed record. Writing 1 or 2 scripts is merely a trivial matter." MHM. Chai Xian eagerly agreed, having always felt that Wei Xiao was not the foolish dandy others described. Now, the truth was laid bare before him. Qingni continued, "This film will be produced on a modest budget. I can provide you with 30 million. Will that suffice?" "Yes, absolutely." Chai Xian was overjoyed. Such an urban film does not require elaborate sets or special effects, so the expenses would be minimal, considering the actors' salaries and the crew's wages. Chai Xian believed that 20 million would be sufficient to bring the film to life. "You will handle all aspects of assembling the crew and casting. I shall merely provide the funding." Qingni remarked, "It is best not to seek me unless absolutely necessary." With that, Chai Xian joyfully departed with the script and check in hand. Qingni then instructed her attendant to bring her a fresh cup of hot coffee before she opened her laptop to explore institutions offering aeronautical training. There exist numerous aviation academies within the country. However, entrance to these institutions typically requires passing the National College Entrance Examination. While some schools do not mandate this exam, they primarily instruct students in the piloting of civilian aircraft, rendering advanced technical knowledge elusive. As Qingni perused the descriptions of the world's 3 premier flying schools, Amber Ridge Aerospace University in the United States, the National Civil Aviation University in France, and Cranfield University in the UK, she found the information promising yet daunting. Admission to these esteemed institutions, particularly Cranfield University, which exclusively trains masters and doctoral students in aviation and is lauded as the British Academy of Sciences, seemed nearly impossible for her. Ultimately, Qingni opted for the Proflight Flight Academy in Australia, affectionately known as the Kangaroo Country, where entry could be secured through financial means. This establishment, more akin to a company than a traditional academy, caters to aviation enthusiasts by offering aircraft rentals and flight instruction, boasting a fleet of safe and reliable planes for students to accumulate flight hours. Qingni aspired to master the fundamentals at this academy, obtaining her pilot's license before pursuing further studies. She navigated to the online registration page, entered the original owner's name and relevant details, and proceeded to pay the registration fee. Not long after, her application was accepted, and Qingni received an interview and medical examination notice from Proflight Flight Academy, scheduled for a month later. This provided the perfect opportunity to spend more time with her beloved son during this month. After all, children are irresistibly adorable, and everyone cherishes moments with them. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing the name on the screen, Qingni promptly answered, "Mom." After hanging up, she let out a soft scoff. Wei Baikan placed great importance on Ni Pundi, and his parents had no choice but to reluctantly acquiesce to this future daughter-in-law. However, only Qingni understood that Ni Pundi would never become Wei Baikan's wife. Alas, she hoped that her elder brother Wei would not be too deeply hurt. Qingni had never considered voicing her knowledge. Given Wei Baikan's character, he would only trust his own judgment and dismiss the words of his less accomplished younger brother. If she spoke out, Wei Baikan would likely believe that Qingni was conspiring with his parents to sabotage his relationship with Ni Pundi, and he might even harbor resentment towards her. Qingni had no intention of playing the villain. In any case, Wei Baikan would not suffer greatly, and she was content to observe from the sidelines. Upon entering the house, a small bundle of joy rushed over and clung to her leg. "Baba," the little one called out, their pronunciation rather unrefined. Qingni lifted the child into her arms, and the little one nestled against her, exuding a profound sense of attachment. Gently patting the child's back, Qingni softly inquired, "Little she, do you miss Daddy that much?" The little one softly hummed, and after a moment, quietly inquired, "Papa, you won't abandon little she, will you?" "Of course not. You are my son. How could I ever forsake you?" Qingni replied. She noticed a hint of distress in the little one's demeanor and gently asked, "What's wrong? Is there something that troubles you?" The little one pouted, his voice sweet yet sorrowful. "Mommy has a little brother now. She only loves the little brother and no longer loves me, nor wants me." Qingni. Chapter 38. The modern prodigal. Qingni cradled the little one, swaying gently, softly reassuring him, "Grandpa, Grandma, and Daddy will always cherish and love you." "Really?" The little one raised his round, glistening eyes, which were now rimmed with red, tears brimming at the corners. "Indeed," Qingni assured him. "But Daddy will get married again and have more brothers and sisters. Will he still be able to love me?" "Rest assured, Daddy will not remarry. You are his only son." Qingni wiped away an imaginary bead of sweat and turned to Wei's mother, who was seated nearby. "Mom, how did little she come to know about you Qiuming having a baby?" Wei's mother felt a pang of guilt. "I was on a call with Mrs. Liu earlier and had it on speaker. Mrs. Liu mentioned that Yu Qiuming had given birth to another son, expressing how much the Yu family adores this child. She lamented that our little she is not favored by his mother, and that his grandparents prefer and value his brother even more." She rambled on about a great many things, and unfortunately, little she overheard it all. Qingni furrowed her brows and remarked, "Is Mrs. Liu the most gossipy person in the circle? Mother, please limit your interactions with her in the future." "I understand," Wei's mother replied somewhat begrudgingly. Her association with Mrs. Liu was driven by a desire to glean gossip, but now that such gossip had inflicted harm upon her precious grandson, she was compelled to suppress her curiosity and maintain a certain distance from Mrs. Liu. Qingni resolved that, in addition to her own pursuits, she must allocate more time to the original owner's son. The contemporary world differed markedly from the ancient one. In the past, the father-son dynamic allowed her to avoid frequent meetings with the original owner's child. However, in this modern era, children require the affection of their parents. Otherwise, their tender hearts may suffer, and their personalities could become flawed. Qingni consulted the timeline and discovered that, without her intervention, the original owner had neglected her son. Wei Jiaxi had lived with the Yu family, where, although his grandparents showered him with love, the arrival of a younger brother and sister diminished their attention. Observing the Yu couple and Yu Qiuming dote on his siblings, Wei Jiaxi felt like an outsider, and this profound sense of exclusion wounded his small heart, leading to a melancholic disposition. Such a gloomy personality was not endearing. Consequently, even the Yu couple began to favor their cheerful and accomplished second grandson, further deepening Wei Jiaxi's despondency. This created a vicious cycle. As the children grew, the Yu couple became increasingly reluctant to appoint their somber eldest grandson as the family heir, instead favoring the outstanding second grandson. They crossed over Wei Jiaxi and transferred all their shares to the second grandson. This action deeply unsettled Wei Jiaxi, who had always believed himself to be the rightful heir of the Yu family. After all, during his childhood, the Yu couple had whispered in his ear that everything belonging to the Yu family would one day be his, proclaiming him as the heir. And yet, Wei Jiaxi succumbed to darkness, plotting to eliminate his younger brother and sister, even contemplating the removal of his own mother, Yu Qiuming, along with the Yu couple, his grandparents. He orchestrated a deadly scheme aimed at annihilating the entire Yu family. However, he seemed to have misread the narrative, for the younger brother of the Yu family was perhaps the protagonist of this world, accompanied by a fiancée, who shared the limelight. Miraculously, they survived the seemingly fatal trap and safeguarded the other members of the Yu family. Although the remaining family members were wounded, they all survived. Meanwhile, Wei Jiaxi, who believed he had left no trace, was ultimately discovered, meeting his demise in a car accident while being pursued by the police, mirroring the tragic end of the original host. The original had also perished in a car crash, a typical case of reckless driving leading to fatal consequences. Qingni was not the original host. She would be attuned to the psychological issues of children, devoting more time to them outside of play, ensuring they grow up healthy and cheerful. As for the inheritance of the Yu family, her son had no need for it. Her wealth was sufficient to provide him with a life of enjoyment, while her current assets could not compare to those of the Yu family. As long as she continued to invest in films and generate profit, her wealth would inevitably multiply, eventually surpassing that of the Yu family. Qingni pinched her chin thoughtfully. In addition to investing in the entertainment industry, she could also explore the stock market. The shares of the Yu family awaited her. The Yu couple possesses 35% of the shares, while Yu Qiuming initially held 15%. However, during their divorce, she compensated the original owner with 3% of her shares. The Yu family collectively owns 48% of the Yu corporation, with 10% of the remaining shares circulating in the stock market. It is possible for one to acquire those dispersed shares through the stock market, and subsequently seek to purchase stocks from other shareholders of the Yu corporation. As long as the little one does not stray from the right path, the Yu couple must, in some manner, allocate a portion of shares to their child, even if it is a mere 1%, combined with the shares acquired. As long as the child holds more than 48%, they will emerge as the largest shareholder of the Yu corporation. She eagerly anticipates the reactions of the Yu couple and Yu Qiuming. "Asu, what are you laughing at? Why do you have such an odd expression?" inquired Wei's mother, genuinely wishing to remark on the peculiarity of his laughter, yet out of consideration for her younger son. She opted for odd instead of lewd. Qingni did not resort to exploitative means for stock trading. Rather, she engaged in learning financial knowledge while trading stocks. Had it been anyone else, they would undoubtedly have suffered significant losses, but fortune favored Qingni, as all her purchased stocks appreciated, with none declining. The funds in her stock market account multiplied like a snowball. Satisfied, Qingni closed her computer and stepped outside, where she happened upon the little one being carried out by the nanny. The child, still sleepy, rubbed his small eyes with chubby hands. Qingni reached out to take him, gently patting his little bottom, and with a light laugh, said, "Come, let us see what kind of beauty your uncle's girlfriend is." Chapter 39. The modern prodigal Ni Pundi is indeed a beauty. Wei Baikan often praises Ni Pundi as an exceptional individual and his most competent assistant. Qingni, along with Wei's parents, initially perceives Ni Pundi to be akin to the strong-willed Yu Qiuming. However, upon meeting her, they realize their error. Ni Pundi's exterior exudes a delicate and pure demeanor, lacking the imposing presence of a strong woman. Her voice is soft, and she embodies a fluid grace reminiscent of water. Consequently, Wei's parents' impression of Ni Pundi improves considerably, and even the little one takes a liking to her. This illustrates humanity's tendency to prioritize appearances, often overlooking the essence within. As Wei Baikan introduces Ni Pundi to his family, Qingni smiles warmly and extends her hand. "Miss Ni, should my elder brother inadvertently displease you, I hope you will show him some leniency. Such nonsense. Wei Baikan shot a disapproving glance at his younger brother. Enai Pundi replied with a gentle smile. Ah Chun is wonderful. He would never upset me. Is that so? Su Qingni remarked with a hint of meaning behind her words. Enai Pundi sensed an oddity in Su Qingni's demeanor, yet she did not perceive any malice or displeasure, and thus chose to disregard it. Instead, she turned her attention to the little one, extending her arms. Are you Xiaoxi? I am Aunt Enai. May I give you a hug? The little one gazed at Enai Pundi for a moment before opening his chubby arms wide. Enai Pundi embraced the child with practiced ease, cradling him comfortably. Witnessing her tender interaction, Wei's parents' perception of Enai Pundi soared even higher. Throughout the exchange, Wei Baikan looked at Enai Pundi with gentle affection, a contented smile gracing his lips. In her heart, Su Qingni lit a candle for Wei Baikan. A month had passed, during which time, Chai Xian had assembled a crew, and You Can't See Me had commenced filming. Most of the behind-the-scenes staff were collaborators from the flow of time, and a portion of the actors had also participated in that production. However, the 3 lead actors were personally sought out by Chai Xian. Among them, only the actor portraying the police officer held some renown, qualifying as a second-tier artist, while the 2 actors playing the couple were virtually unknown, lingering beyond the 5th and 6th tiers of the industry. Nonetheless, these 3 shared a commonality: their exceptional acting skills and appealing appearances. They merely lacked a breakthrough opportunity, which You Can't See Me promised to provide. This was the very reason they were willing to participate without compensation after reading the script. Naturally, Chai Xian, now brimming with confidence, could not afford to neglect their remuneration. Su Qingni visited the filming location once and observed that Chai Xian had a firm grasp on the production, ensuring the shoot progressed smoothly, which allowed her to relinquish her concerns entirely. The interview and medical examination dates for Proflight Aviation Academy had arrived. Xiaoxi at home obediently listened to her grandparents and uncle. Her father was away on business and could not be there with her. However, he would connect via video, allowing her to see him on the computer. Su Qingni gently patted the little one's head and spoke a string of comforting words, aware that the child could comprehend. She was remarkably intelligent. The little one nodded obediently, her face etched with reluctance, yet she did not cry or fuss for Su Qingni to stay. Su Qing stretched her neck to kiss the little dumpling's chubby face, waved at him, then turned around, pulled her suitcase, and strode out the door. Madame Wei watched her younger son's figure disappear and said to Zhang Ma, who had worked in the Wei family for over 30 years, I feel like Asu's departure is different from how he usually leaves, yet it feels very familiar. Zhang Ma pondered for a moment and said, the second young master's departure this time resembles the way the eldest young master and the master leave on business trips. Madame Wei clapped her hands. That's right, that's it. Watching Asu leave, I felt like he wasn't just going out for leisure, but as if he were going to do something important. Zhang Ma nodded yes. It feels like the second young master has become much more serious. Madame Wei said, but Asu is supposed to be going out for fun this time. So, we must be mistaken, right? Zhang Ma responded, perhaps we are overthinking it. The interview and physical examination went swimmingly. The original owner had indulged too much in the past, resulting in some weakness and kidney issues. However, other aspects were still acceptable. After Su Qing took over, she recuperated her body, significantly improving her physical fitness. The physical examination showed no illnesses. Successfully enrolled, Su Qing commenced her studies. Su Qing's theoretical knowledge was solid, and her professional grades were the highest among the trainees in her cohort. The instructors held Su Qing in high regard. Consequently, during practical training, the instructors also took good care of Su Qing, guiding her with many piloting techniques. The sensation of flying a plane in the blue sky might be exhilarating for others, but for Su Qing, who could fly freely in the prehistoric world without any external aids, it was merely commonplace. She is unafraid of danger and heights, enabling her to execute various aerial maneuvers with remarkable poise and composure, even those that are perilous in nature. The instructors hold a favorable view of Su Qingni. After she obtained her private pilot license, PPL, and commercial pilot license, CPL, along with completing a series of additional training sessions, including night flying and multi-engine instrument training, the instructors recommended her to a flight club upon her successful graduation. Instructor Mike remarked to Su Qingni that the members of this club possess exceptional skills, all engaging in aerobatics and qualified to participate in any competition organized by the FAI, Fédération Aéronautique Internationale. To sustain the club's operations, they offer aerobatic training courses for outsiders, where she could further her education. Noticing her performance, He suggested that she would likely relish the thrill, as aerobatics would be immensely exhilarating for her. Grateful, Qingni happily accepted the business card that Mike extended to her. It felt as if a pillow had arrived just when she was in need of it, as she had been troubled about where to pursue further studies. Having found no reliable schools for aerobatic training online, I hope to see your presence at the upcoming competition, Mike added with a smile. Victor, you are destined for the skies. Chapter 40. The RFS Club, known as the Star Picking Club in Mandarin, lacks recognition among the general populace but holds considerable esteem within the aviation community, akin to a prominent figure. Qingni successfully enrolled in the training course with the card provided by Mike. The training program here differs from the one-to-many instruction at Proflight Flight Academy, as it offers personalized one-on-one guidance. Consequently, the tuition fee is significantly higher, exceeding that of Proflight Flight Academy by more than tenfold. However, for Qingni, this expense is trivial. With a mere swipe of her bank card, she promptly settled the entire tuition fee. Where have you been playing for the past 6 months? Wei father inquired of Qingni. This time, she had been away from home for half a year, a duration longer than any previous absences. Although she made weekly video calls to reassure her parents of her safety, they still worried excessively. In Australia, Qingni replied, omitting the fact that she was learning to fly. Knowing that her parents had already forbidden her from driving, they would undoubtedly disapprove of her flying. If she were to mention her piloting lessons, Wei father and Wei mother would certainly prevent her from returning to Australia. You just can't settle down, Wei father remarked. You're always out and about. Aren't you afraid your son might not recognize you anymore? Qingni chuckled. I chat with Xiao Shi via video every week. How could he possibly forget me? Yet, Wei father insisted that parents should remain close to their children. Qingni internally scoffed. Her father hadn't adhered to that principle himself. In his youth, Wei father was a workaholic, perpetually either in the office or traveling across the country and around the globe. During her childhood, it was a rarity to see him even once a month. Long before the advent of video calls, I understand. In a year or two, I will cease my travels and stay home to spend more time with Xiaoxi. By that time, she had mastered all the intricacies of aviation, and upon accumulating sufficient wealth, she planned to purchase an aircraft to explore the domestic skies, no longer needing to venture abroad. Speaking of wealth, Qingni felt a surge of joy. You Can't See Me was completed 4 months prior, and after the post-production was finalized, it premiered 2 months ago. This film lacked prominent stars and suffered from inadequate promotion. However, through word of mouth, it achieved remarkable success. As a result of this film, Chai Xian became a highly sought-after director within the country, with numerous entertainment companies extending offers to collaborate on future projects. Nevertheless, Chai Xian held steadfast to his principles. He would not forget those who supported him in his rise to prominence. After all, Qingni was a significant ally, wealthy, capable, and influential. How could Chai Xian abandon such a resourceful patron in favor of others? Shortly after You Can't See Me left theaters, Chai Xian reached out to Qingni, inquiring whether she wished to continue investing in film production, offering his services to her. Naturally, Qingni agreed to further invest, eager to amass greater wealth. During their conversation, she requested Chai Xian assist her in the preliminary preparations, expressing her intention to establish a modest entertainment company solely for investment and film production purposes, without recruiting any artists. Yesterday, Chai Xian called to inform Qingni that the preparatory work was complete, and they arranged to meet the next day to register the company at the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Upon learning of Qingni's plans to launch an entertainment company, Wei's father leveraged his connections to facilitate Qingni's acquisition of a business license with remarkable ease. The company is relatively small. Through Chai Xian's introduction, Qingni hired a manager to oversee the company's operations entirely. She entrusted several scripts she had written over the past 6 months to Chai Xian for filming. With an investment of 200 million yuan into the company, she decided to withdraw from its affairs. The scripts, akin to You Can't See Me, were equally captivating, and once filmed, they became sensational hits, attracting the attention of the entertainment industry towards their writer. Many were eager to uncover the identity of the talented screenwriter behind these scripts, hoping to enlist them for their own projects. However, upon learning from Chai Xian that the writer was, in fact, Qingni, the crowd was astounded. The wealthy scion could write scripts? And with such brilliance? Surely, this must be a jest. Was it possible that a ghostwriter was involved? Chai Xian scornfully dismissed their doubts, stating, Young Master Wei is a graduate of a prestigious foreign university. He possesses undeniable talent. One cannot belittle him simply because of his affluent background. The crowd pondered. Could it be that we have indeed underestimated him? Upon hearing the news, Wei's father and Wei Baiken were left wondering if their son had been hiding his talents all along or if they had never truly understood him. Noticing the dejected demeanor of her elder brother, Su Qingni could not help but smirk. Wei Baiken's romantic misfortunes had finally erupted. This time, the wounds were profound, as his lover not only betrayed him for another man, but also leaked the company's business plan to his rival, causing a year-long project to fall through. Chapter 41. The modern prodigal Nai Pundi was adept at navigating social dynamics and performing, successfully deceiving even the seasoned Wei parents, who consequently held her in high regard. However, the astute Su Qingni was not deceived by Nai Pundi, especially since she discerned from Wei Baiken's demeanor that Nai Pundi was akin to a rotten peach. The very word rotten suggests her questionable character. Although Nai Pundi presents herself as gentle and pure, exhibiting remarkable talents that leave a favorable impression on all who encounter her, the truth is that she is selfish and cold-hearted. For the sake of her own interests, she would readily forsake familial bonds, love, and friendship, even discarding fundamental principles of decency. Nai Pundi's parents raised her with considerable effort, investing what little financial resources they had, yet they fulfilled their parental obligations. As their daughter, Nai Pundi bore the responsibility of caring for her parents. Nevertheless, she cast aside her family, including her underage brother, displaying a blatant disregard for their well-being, thus revealing her inherently selfish nature. If she could treat her own family with such indifference, it follows that she would similarly abandon or betray romantic partners. Though her lover possesses both capability and wealth, when a rival suitor, equally affluent and more to her liking, emerged, Nai Pundi easily cast her previous affections aside. She even went so far as to betray her former boyfriend, transferring sensitive business secrets from his company to her current boyfriend's firm. Su Qingni settled into the chair opposite Wei Baiken. He was in no mood for pleasantries, his gaze fixed on the documents before him. Although Nai Pundi's betrayal had dealt him a significant blow, leaving him somewhat despondent, Wei Baiken's resilient character and formidable psychological fortitude prevented him from being utterly defeated. Moreover, the company suffered losses due to a leak in planning. As the captain of the ship, the most pressing matter for him was to swiftly address the crisis at hand. Leaving little room for dwelling on a heartbreak, Su Qingni nudged the thermos on the table towards Wei Baiken and said, "The company won't collapse immediately, but if you continue to neglect your health, it won't be long before you fall apart. Here, Mother has made you some nourishing chicken soup. Drink it quickly to settle your stomach and prevent a recurrence of your gastric issues." Upon hearing this, Wei Baiken lifted his head, his brows furrowing tightly enough to crush a mosquito. "Just a little longer. Let me finish this document first," he replied. Su Qingni shook her head, insisting, "Mother said to supervise you." Wei Baiken, seeing his brother's hands firmly placed on the keyboard, reluctantly conceded. He embraced the thermos and moved to sit on the sofa. Unscrewing the lid, Su Qingni retrieved a bowl and chopsticks from her bag and handed them to Wei Baiken. He poured himself a cup of chicken soup and began to sip it. Su Qingni then produced a thermal food container filled with rice and dishes, arranging them meticulously before him. After finishing the soup, Wei Baiken picked up the bowl of rice. He ate at a measured pace, adhering to the Wei family's health-conscious habit of savoring each bite, regardless of any urgency. "Su, did you already know?" Wei Baiken suddenly inquired. "Know what?" Su Qingni replied, puzzled. Wei Baiken continued, "When Nai Pundi visited our home, your attitude towards her was always lukewarm, unlike our parents, who, despite their previous disapproval, seemed to warm up to her considerably. Yet you, always the same. Now reflecting upon it, your gaze upon Nai Pundi resembled that of one witnessing a grand performance. Did you not know something then?" It was merely that I perceived Nai Pundi as rather insincere." Su Qingni remarked that daughters raised in families with a strong preference for sons, particularly in less affluent households, often possess either a submissive demeanor or an element of extremism in their personalities. However, Nai Pundi exhibited a blend of resilience intertwined with innocence and kindness. Can such a household truly nurture a girl of such purity? It must be an act. Furthermore, do you not find that the persona Nai Pundi presents bears a striking resemblance to those White Lotus protagonists in recent dramas? Wei Baiken. Although he does not often watch television, he occasionally catches glimpses and has heard colleagues gossip about the plots and the leads, noting that Nai Pundi's demeanor closely aligns with what his younger brother described. Wei Baiken sighed, "I lack your insight. Su Qingni, with a sense of pride, replied, "Indeed. While the masses are entranced, I remain clear-headed." Wei Baikon's expression darkened as he said, "Then why did you not alert me?" Su Qingni shrugged. "Given your demeanor at the time, do you think my warning would have been effective? I might have been seen as a villain, accused of disrupting your relationship with an Pundi." Wei Baikon. After a considerable pause, Wei Baikon finally spoke. "I apologize, Su. It was my own error. My inability to discern character, yet I unjustly placed blame upon you. I am truly sorry. It is of no consequence." Su Qingni replied with a nonchalant smile. "I understand your sentiments." Wei Baikon let out a long sigh and inquired, "Am I truly so ineffectual? Being manipulated by a woman to this extent, and dragging my own company into the mire?" Su Qingni gently patted her elder brother's shoulder and replied, "It is not that you lack capability. Rather, love has the power to render the astute foolish and the exceptional dim-witted. Hence, I, your younger brother, have never placed faith in love. It is far better to embrace the practicality of life." Wei Baikon found this sentiment rather peculiar. He had always been the one to impart wisdom to his brother. Yet now the roles had reversed. This feeling was somewhat unsettling. Chapter 42. The modern profligate Wei Baikon possessed formidable abilities, and the Wei Corporation was no small enterprise. The mere disclosure of a commercial secret could spell disaster. However, under Wei Baikon's leadership, the employees diligently worked to rectify the situation, and the incident was soon resolved. Although the Wei Corporation incurred some losses, their efforts to mitigate the damage kept it from being substantial. Before Su Qingni embarked on her journey to Australia, she learned of Ni Pundi's impending wedding to her current boyfriend. Su Qingni harbored little optimism regarding Ni Pundi's marriage. Although Ni Pundi's boyfriend, Li Qingge, was deeply enamored with her, his parents disapproved of Ni Pundi and staunchly opposed their union. The Li family was far less progressive than the Wei family, who would have accepted Ni Pundi based on her merits and their son's affection. In contrast, the Li parents prioritized social standing and financial considerations, making them adamantly resistant to accepting Ni Pundi as a daughter-in-law. Nevertheless, Li Qingge, defying his parents' objections, resolutely pressed forward, marrying Ni Pundi. While it appeared that the issue had been resolved, the underlying tensions were merely suppressed and would inevitably resurface. Moreover, the original owner was acquainted with Li Qingge and was well aware of his preferences. He was drawn to the innocent and kind-hearted blossoms, those genuine white flowers, unlike the pretentious ones like Ni Pundi. Once Li Qingge discerned Ni Pundi's true nature, their marriage inevitably reached its conclusion. Su Qingni conveyed her analysis to Wei Baiqing, who, upon hearing it, merely smiled. He had completely relinquished his feelings and regarded Ni Pundi as a stranger. This was due in part to his affection for her, which, while present, was not profound. Su Qingni finally gained entry into the RFS club. Her composed audacity and dexterous hands enabled her to swiftly master the skills imparted by the instructor, allowing her to extrapolate and innovate. The instructor was delighted to have such a student and, without waiting for the technical training course to conclude, recommended her for formal membership in the RFS club, where she could engage in activities and competitions alongside her peers. For 3 years, Su Qingni thrived within the RFS club, participating in various team competitions. However, due to certain circumstances, she never engaged in individual contests. With a smile, Su Qingni shook her head. "Karen, I have made my decision." In a fit of frustration, Karen slammed the table and questioned, "Is it because you cannot participate in the individual competition that you wish to leave the club?" Victor interjected. "It's not that the club forbids you from participating, but you are not an Australian citizen. You cannot represent Australia." Karen exclaimed, "So? You wish to represent your country in the competitions?" "Hee, it is not for me to say, Victor, but your aspirations are rather lofty. Who isn't aware that pilots from your nation have never had the fortune to compete in the World Aerobatics Championship?" Su Qingni continued to smile, saying, "I understand that the primary reason our country's competitors have been unable to participate in the championship is a lack of funding, which makes it difficult to procure high-quality aircraft suitable for aerobatic maneuvers. However, I am not constrained by finances. I can afford it." Karen, momentarily forgetting, recalled that this individual before her was exceedingly affluent. The aircraft she currently piloted was one she had personally purchased, and she had invested even more in its specialized customization, rendering it the finest among all aircraft in the club, capable of supporting Su Qingni in executing more challenging aerial feats. Karen could only chuckle and, after shaking hands with Su Qingni, watched as she departed with an air of grace, her expression involuntarily twitching. Upon returning to the Wei household, Su Qingni caught a child who came running towards her. The child appeared somewhat out of sorts, listless. Su Qingni lifted the child and inquired, "What has happened? Who has upset my son?" The child nestled his face against Su Qingni's shoulder, his lips close to her ear as he whispered, "Auntie is going to have a baby." Su Qingni understood then. The child was concerned that with the arrival of a new sibling, he would no longer be the sole child in the family. Fearing that the affection of his grandparents would be divided and that the newborn might receive even more attention than he did. Having experienced the turmoil with the Yu family, the child's heart was sensitive and anxious. Su Qingni gently patted his little bottom and smiled. "Isn't it wonderful to have a brother or sister to play with?" The child pouted in response. Su Qingni gently pinched the little one's cheeks and softly reassured, "Do not worry, your grandparents dote on you the most. Even with the arrival of a little sibling, their affection for you will remain unchanged. And as for me, I am solely your father, and no one can take that away from you. Rest assured." The child felt a sense of security wash over them, their spirit lifting and vitality returning. The thought of having a little brother or sister to play with sparked a glimmer of anticipation within the small bond. Having calmed the child, Su Qingni glanced toward Wei's mother, who stood a short distance away. She noticed that the worry in Wei's mother's eyes had considerably diminished, replaced by a look of contentment, prompting Su Qingni to smile in return. Wei's mother smiled back and approached, extending her hands to take the child. However, the little one twisted their body and slid to the ground, reaching out to grasp Wei's mother's right hand, saying in a sweet, childish voice, "I'm too heavy for Grandma to carry. Just holding my hand is fine." The warmth of joy in Wei's mother's smile deepened as she crouched down and placed 2 gentle kisses on the child's face, speaking softly, "Grandma has prepared your favorite strawberry milkshake, and I will take you to enjoy it." Su Qingni interjected with a smile, "Mother, is there one for me as well? I would like some too." Wei's mother replied with a playful tone, "There is none for you." With a teasing huff, she remarked, "With your penchant for indulgence, would you truly deprive yourself? You are faring better outside than at home." Su Qingni replied, "While that may be true, as the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. You ought to show a modicum of concern, don't you think? Your current demeanor makes our son look quite forlorn." As evening fell, Su Qingni rose from her resting place and descended the stairs, encountering her sister-in-law. A year ago, Wei Dage entered into matrimony with the daughter of a prominent family within the same social circle, whose background and temperament bore some resemblance to that of Wei Mu. Chapter 43, The Modern Profligate. Following the episode with Ni Pundi, Wei Baikan relinquished all hope regarding love. He had previously delayed marriage in pursuit of a partner he truly cherished. Despite his outwardly stern demeanor, he harbored certain expectations concerning love and marriage. However, after being let down by what he once deemed love, Wei Baikan abandoned these aspirations and acquiesced to his mother's wishes, agreeing to engage in arranged meetings. He chose to court a young lady of comparable family background and amiable character. Their relationship unfolded in a tranquil manner over 6 months, culminating in their entrance into the sacred institution of marriage. Now, Wei Dage's wife is expecting a child. Although Wei Baikan's life has lost its fervor, it can be deemed complete. Everyone believes that this entertainment company is blessed by a deity of wealth. Yet only those within the company understand that this so-called fortune is attributed to their boss, Wei Bishu, the very profligate scion whom many regard with disdain. How amusing it is that they fail to see the truth. Their boss is anything but a wastrel. He possesses a discerning eye, having chosen all the films and television projects for investment, and he is also capable of penning remarkable scripts that have catapulted the illustrious director, Chai Xian, to fame. Their boss is indeed formidable. Nonetheless, he seems to relish the title of a profligate, and thus, they choose not to unveil his true nature. Observing the scornful expressions of others towards their boss brings them a certain joy. Su Qingni examined the company's accounts and discovered an astonishing cash reserve exceeding 10 billion. Indeed, the entertainment industry is a realm where wealth is swiftly accrued. Su Qingni addressed the company's leader, requesting a transfer of 15 billion. With the remaining 4 billion allocated for company expenses. Is that sufficient? Chai Xian, intrigued by the sudden acquisition of such a substantial sum by Su Qingni, clung to her side, believing their relationship was amicable, and ventured to inquire, "Young master, what do you intend to do with such a large amount of money?" Although Wei, the second young master, was known for his lavish spending, this sum seemed excessive. Could he truly exhaust it? "Do not refer to me as the second young master," Su Qingni replied. Following the rise of a certain online game, she had disallowed others from calling her by that title. Her favorite game character, Tang Wula, resonated with her, as she perceived similarities between his personality and that of her original self. Furthermore, Tang Wula had been worn down by another second young master, fostering her disdain for the title. Young Master Wei, Chai Xian quickly amended. Are you planning to venture into Hollywood with such a fortune? I lack the energy for that. Su Qingni dismissed Chai Xian's assumption with a chuckle. I intend to purchase an aircraft. Chai Xian, taken aback, thought, indeed, she is truly a person of wealth. Su Qingni continued with a laugh. I fear you may hesitate to board my plane. Impossible, Chai Xian exclaimed. I am quite looking forward to it. Even if I were the pilot? Su Qingni teased. Huh. Chai Xian was left speechless. Is it too late to reconsider? Before acquiring the aircraft, Su Qingni first purchased a plot of land in the outskirts to construct a small airport. She possesses an internationally recognized pilot's license and is qualified to participate in international competitions alongside her club. She submitted her proposal and application, and the relevant authorities did not impose any difficulties, readily granting her the necessary approvals, along with all related procedures. The most significant support came from the Aeronautical Sports Association, as the nation holds a considerable regard for aerobatics. Otherwise, it would not have designated City Z as the venue for the World Aerobatics Championship. However, the country indeed lacks in individual competition participation, with almost no contestants to be found. Now, with an individual aspiring to establish an aerobatics club aimed at achieving a breakthrough in the World Aerobatics Grand Prix, how could the Aeronautical Sports Association possibly disregard or withhold its support? Upon learning that Su Qingni had acquired a parcel of land, Wei Fu and Wei Baiken were initially perplexed about her intentions. When they discovered she aimed to construct an airport, they deemed their younger son-brother's extravagance to have reached new heights. Primarily, they were unaware of Su Qingni's involvement in aerobatics. They presumed she had purchased a private jet for personal enjoyment and was building an airport solely to accommodate it. They scolded Su Qingni for her lavish spending, but their reprimands were brief, unlike before when they would insist on confronting her for a thorough lecture. After all, Su Qingni was no longer a child, and she was spending her own money, not the family's. TSK, who would have thought that their younger son-brother was not only adept at spending, but also at earning? Wei Dage felt somewhat relieved that his brother showed no interest in the family business. Otherwise, with his earning potential, the reins of the family enterprise might have shifted to Su Qingni. Due to a misunderstanding between Mr. Wei and Wei Baiken, it was not until Su Qingni had established the Aerobatic Flight Club and participated in international competitions that they realized their youngest son-brother was engaged in such a perilous sport. Su Qingni recruited several other aerobatic pilots into her club. They were all highly skilled, but lacking Su Qingni's financial resources, they did not possess their own aircraft, nor could they afford to participate in the World Aerobatic Championships. Su Qingni made it clear when she contacted them that she would invest in them, purchasing exclusive aircraft for them and covering the maintenance costs. While the cost of purchasing the aircraft was substantial, amounting to several million, even tens of millions, the maintenance expenses were exceedingly high. Often, an aerobatic pilot could afford to buy a plane but could not adequately maintain it. Before long, Su Qingni had acquired 10 specialized aerobatic aircraft, and her aerobatic flight club was finally established. Chapter 44, Modern Science 11. Su Qingni called Chai Xian, inquiring about his availability. Would you accompany me to Australia? Su Qingni proposed. Chai Xian queried with perplexity. To Australia? For a holiday? Su Qingni chuckled. I'm inviting you to experience a flight in my aircraft. Chai Xian. He swallowed hard, murmuring, Could I possibly decline? Su Qingni responded with a soft laugh. Chai Xian wiped away the residue from his face and resignedly said, I'll go. The next day, Su Qingni, accompanied by Chai Xian, who emanated an aura of impending doom, boarded a plane to Australia. Upon arriving in Australia, Su Qingni hailed a taxi and, accompanied by Chai Xian, made their way to the Proflight Flying Academy. Her private aircraft was still stationed there. Is this the Flying Academy? Chai Xian exclaimed, gazing in astonishment at the grand entrance, and inquired of Su Qingni, Wei Xiao. Are you here to enroll in courses? Su Qingni chuckled. I graduated from here over 3 years ago. Chai Xian responded, Huh? Su Qingni reassured her. So you needn't worry about my piloting skills. I would never let you fall from the sky. Chai Xian stammered. Oh, really? Su Qingni affirmed, Of course. I was an exemplary graduate from Proflight Flying Academy. I can show you my pilot's license and certificate of excellence. No, that's unnecessary. Chai Xian waved her hand. I trust you. Buckle up, Su Qingni remarked with a mischievous smile, casting a sidelong glance at Chai Xian. Chai Xian retorted, I'm already seated properly. Su Qingni burst into laughter, and just as her laughter echoed, the nose of the aircraft suddenly lifted, swiftly positioning the entire plane at a 90-degree angle. Ascending directly into the sky, Chai Xian's face turned pale, the absence of solid footing, with only the safety belt in her back providing a semblance of security, filled her with terror, nearly bringing her to tears. Wei Xiao, what are you doing? Can't we fly smoothly? This is aerobatics, Su Qingni replied with a grin. I forgot to mention, I specialize in stunt flying. Chai Xian. Suddenly, the aircraft executed a dramatic roll, flipping upside down. With the nose transitioning from a vertical ascent to a vertical descent, hurtling rapidly towards the earth. The tears that had just begun to well in the corners of Chai Xian's eyes were flung away, perfectly mirroring a lyric, Whose tears are flying. Next came Su Qingni's moment to perform, with aileron rolls, slow rolls, and vertical spins. Chai Xian had ceased to shed tears. He felt utterly numb, as if one of his feet hovered at the threshold between life and death. Su Qingni, laughing heartily, relished the thrill before returning to normal flight. Glancing at Chai Xian beside her, she exclaimed, Oh, dear boy, your eyes seem to have turned to stone. How are you holding up? Still alive? She offered him a small bottle of whiskey, saying, Here, take a sip to bolster your courage. Chai Xian numbly accepted it, clumsily uncapping the bottle, and took a sip. Then another. Wei Xiao, that was rather underhanded of you, Chai Xian accused. Couldn't you have given me a heads up about your aerobatics? It would have prepared me mentally. Su Qingni feigned sincerity. My apologies, I forgot. As if I would believe you. Chai Xian grumbled under his breath. Su Qingni inquired, How do you feel? Chai Xian replied, Feel? Haha, for the first time, I feel so close to death. Su Qingni pressed, Don't you feel any excitement or thrill? Chai Xian candidly admitted, All I feel is fear. Oh no, Chai Xian yelled, his voice akin to a pig's squeal. Look at you, what a sight. Su Qingni scoffed disdainfully, questioning how one could possibly film a movie about stunt flying without even possessing the awareness of it. Upon hearing the mention of a film, Chai Xian immediately adopted a serious demeanor, his transformation and expression leaving Su Qingni in awe. She stated, I have written a screenplay concerning stunt flying. Once we disembark from the plane, I shall present it to you for your consideration. The scenes requiring stunt flying can be filmed with my flying club. Excellent. Chai Xian nodded vigorously, his mind already commencing the preparations for the new production crew, filled with anticipation for the new script. A screenplay penned by the acclaimed Jean Dady is bound to be a masterpiece. Su Qingni observed him with a click of her tongue before retrieving a script from her handbag and tossing it towards his cheek. Chai Xian fumbled to catch the script. Although he had yet to peruse its contents, his hands were steady and his legs no longer trembled. Clutching the script tightly, he followed closely behind Su Qingni as they exited the airport. Su Qingni introduced, This is the flying club I established. Should you wish to find me in the future, this is the place to come. Chai Xian nodded repeatedly, his admiration for Su Qingni flowing like an unceasing river. Although he could not endure the thrill of stunt flying, it did not diminish his respect for those capable of it, nor for Su Qingni's extravagant pursuits. While other wealthy young heirs sought thrills through racing, Wei Xiao soared far beyond them, indulging in the exhilarating experience of flying planes, a pursuit far more thrilling and costly. He finally comprehended where Wei Xiao's billions were being invested. Indeed, flying planes is a lavish endeavor. Your prowess is undoubtedly unparalleled among us. Chapter 45, The Modern Prodigal 12. Su Qingni nodded. Starting tomorrow, I shall reside at the airport, training alongside my teammates. Initially reluctant, the squad members altered their stance upon witnessing Su Qingni's exceptional skills, acknowledging her as their leader, occasionally seeking her counsel on aviation techniques. Su Qingni, open and generous with her knowledge, garnered their admiration and trust. Thus, the entire team embraced her leadership, obediently following her commands without dissent. In this manner, Su Qingni seamlessly integrated into the group, fostering an ever-deepening camaraderie among the members. During the training sessions, Chai Xian brought the cast of the new film Aerial Ballet to the airport for assistance, capturing numerous scenes of Su Qingni and her teammates in action, while also allowing the teammates to serve as stunt doubles for the lead and supporting actors, resulting in countless thrilling moments on film. Observing the male and female leads, along with several key supporting actors seated nearby, a mischievous smile graced Su Qingni's lips as she cheerfully inquired, Ladies and gentlemen, Would you like to soar into the azure skies and personally experience the exhilaration of aerial stunts? Some of the male actors, filled with youthful exuberance and a touch of recklessness, were stirred by the prospect, while the female actors hesitated in trepidation. At that moment, the actress playing the second female lead stepped forward with a smile and asked, "Does Wei Xiao pilot the aircraft?" Su Qingni raised an eyebrow. "Indeed." The second female lead smiled with enchanting charm. "Then I shall indulge in the experience." Su Qingni chuckled. "You mustn't regret this." The second female lead's eyes sparkled, seemingly casting a flirtatious glance at Su Qingni, though it was ambiguous, depending on the interpretation of the observer. "I have faith in Wei Xiao's skills," Su Qingni remarked with a smile. "So let us board the plane." With that, she guided the second female lead towards her private aircraft. The other actresses watched their retreating figures with discontented expressions. As Su Qingni ascended into the azure sky with the second female lead, the initial moments were calm. The latter appeared quite composed. Yet, when Su Qingni executed a vertical dive maneuver, the second female lead's complexion paled slightly. Though she still had the wit to tease Su Qingni with ambiguous remarks, Su Qingni smirked and suddenly accelerated, first performing a wing roll, followed by an Immelmann turn, ascending into a half-roll reversal, leveling off before entering a proper loop, completing a half-loop at the apex, and then executing another half-roll. The second female lead's face turned as pale as snow. But this was merely the beginning. Su Qingni proceeded to showcase an array of intricate aerobatic maneuvers: the cobra maneuver, the barrel roll, the hammerhead turn, the cubal turn, the leaf whirl, and the Levinson maneuver. As the second female lead appeared on the verge of retching, Su Qingni hastily landed the aircraft and coldly declared, "If you were to vomit in my plane and tarnish it, I would blacklist you." Su Qingni scoffed. "If you wish to entice me, first cultivate your courage. Otherwise, do not harbor any intentions towards me. My wife is precious, and I cannot allow you to soil her." Female supporting character. How absurd. Who claims that the second young master of the Wei family is easily seduced, that a mere flirtatious glance could ensnare him. How ridiculous. Such a man, lacking in romantic finesse, cannot possibly be enamored by feminine charms. She believes that the rumors circulating in the entertainment industry regarding the second young master of the Wei family are entirely unfounded. The male actors, accompanied by skilled stunt pilots, had the opportunity to experience aerial acrobatics firsthand. Although they descended from the aircraft feeling somewhat weak and unsteady, the experience was immensely rewarding, and their performances became notably more fluid and natural in subsequent shoots. 2 months later, Su Qingni, alongside her club members and the film crew, journeyed to Z City to participate in the World Formation Aerobatics competition held in a city. The film crew had proactively contacted the competition's organizing committee, intending to capture some footage of the event for inclusion in the film. The committee recognized this as an excellent promotional opportunity and readily facilitated the crew's endeavors. After concluding her call, Su Qingni noticed her team members gazing at her with intense anticipation. She touched her cheek, perplexed, and inquired, "Is there something on my face?" "Nothing at all," replied one of the team members, Zhang Chunlai. "Boss, aren't you feeling nervous? You even have the time to take your son to the amusement park." Su Qingni chuckled lightly, not at all anxious. "To me, the competition is hardly a significant matter. It's akin to play." The team members were left speechless. The wickedness of the wealthy, the debauchery of the young masters, the tyranny of the big bosses. The club manager smiled and remarked, "The boss has participated in numerous international competitions and is well acquainted with the experience. Naturally, she won't feel nervous." Chapter 46. The modern prodigal. Perhaps due to insufficient time for adjustment, Su Qingni's team did not emerge victorious in the recent competition. However, securing third place was still a commendable achievement. The other members of the club were ecstatic, and with a grand gesture, Su Qingni rewarded everyone with generous red envelopes as a token of appreciation. A few team members received the largest bonuses, amounting to 500,000 each. Conversely, the club's cleaning lady received the least, a modest sum of 10,000. Yet it brought a radiant smile to her face as she expressed her good fortune in joining such a commendable company. On one occasion, while Su Qingni was in the restroom, she overheard the cleaning lady on the phone, extolling the virtues of her employer and the company's generous treatment, her demeanor brimming with pride. Su Qingni was amused, convinced that the lady was genuinely boasting rather than merely flattering her. "You're not allowed to speed. Yet you've taken to flying instead. Your pursuits have certainly escalated in sophistication." Mr. Wei, infuriated, picked up his teacup to hurl at Su Qingni. but she deftly dodged the throw. Mrs. Wei quickly intervened, urging her husband, "Let us discuss matters without resorting to throwing things. What if you accidentally hit Asu? A mother's indulgence only spoils her son. It is you who have coddled him," Mr. Wei retorted, grumbling. Su Qingni swiftly defended Mrs. Wei, saying, "Father, that's not entirely fair. While mother may dote on me, you do so as well. The person I am today is a product of both your indulgences. You. Mr. Wei was so incensed that he contemplated smashing the cup once more. Su Qingni stuck out her tongue, her gaze reflecting a blend of emotions. The original protagonist transforms into a debauched scion, which is not entirely unintentional on the part of Wei's father, who has deliberately nurtured him in that direction. With a competent heir already within the family, there is little expectation for the younger son to excel. You are utterly lacking in discretion. Wei Baiken admonished his younger brother with a furrowed brow. Flying is far more perilous than driving, particularly with the high-risk nature of stunt flying. Should anything go awry, you are certain to meet your doom. In reckless driving, there might still be a glimmer of survival, but in aviation, any mishap could spell certain death. Brother, my dear brother, there's no need to curse me so, Su Qingni exclaimed dramatically. Flying is far safer than driving. Just look at the annual statistics on car accidents compared to aviation incidents. Wei Baiken scoffed. That's only because those who pilot aircraft are not as reckless as you. Brother, I am not being reckless. I possess skills. Su Qingni protested. Skills that flirt with death? Wei Baiken retorted coldly. You must immediately relinquish your membership at that flying club and refrain from engaging in such perilous activities henceforth. I'm sorry, but I cannot comply, Su Qingni replied. Even in his youthful exuberance, he had never dared to defy their father's commands. No, Su Qingni shook his right index finger. I have matured. I possess my own thoughts and judgments now. You cannot continue to treat me as a child, dictating what I can or cannot do. Your responsibility lies with your daughter. Wei Baiken's expression darkened. You have matured? If you were truly mature, would you still indulge in such life-threatening games? He wiped his face and lamented. Had I known earlier, I would not have restricted your driving. At least driving offers a greater chance of survival than flying. Su Qingni smirked inwardly but spoke with earnestness. Dad, brother, trust me just this once. I am not reckless. I have yet to fully experience life. You can come watch my flying performance and see how skilled I truly am. No, Wei father retorted decisively. I am too old and my health is failing. I cannot afford to risk another heart attack. Su Qingni shrugged. But Dad, your annual health reports indicate you are in good shape, healthier than many in their 40s. It would be surprising if you were to develop issues. Wei father commanded. Listen to your brother. Shut down that club of yours immediately. Otherwise, I shall take matters into my own hands. Su Qingni smirked. I doubt you would be able to do that, Dad. Wei father scoffed. In S City, there is nothing my Wei family cannot accomplish. Su Qingni chuckled. Though I funded the establishment of that club, it is backed by the China Aviation Sports Association. Wei father, having a national department involved complicates things. You little rascal, when did you become so cunning and well-connected, securing such a formidable ally? He turned to Wei Baiken. Have a few people shadow this little rascal 24 hours a day. He is not to return to the flying club. Since we cannot dismantle the club, we shall ensure he cannot touch an aircraft. This young man's interests seemed to ebb and flow like the tides. Previously, he was infatuated with racing, spending a considerable fortune on purchasing and modifying sports cars. Once restricted from indulging in his automotive passion, he swiftly shifted his focus to flying. Now, as they seek to curtail his enthusiasm for aviation, one cannot help but wonder where his attention will wander next. Perhaps he will take to piloting rockets? This thought left Wei father momentarily bewildered. Wei Baiken nodded, preparing to contact the security company to arrange for personnel to monitor his restless younger brother. This security firm had long been a trusted partner of the Wei family, and the personnel they dispatched were deemed reliable. Seizing the moment while Wei Baiken was dialing, Su Qingni interjected with a light-hearted chuckle. Dad, big brother, I almost forgot to mention that I have signed up for the World Aerobatics Championship. This event has scarcely seen any participants from our nation. This time, I am registering alongside club members, marking a significant breakthrough. And the Aviation Sports Association holds this competition in high regard. As one of the primary competitors, the unspoken implications were clear, and both Wei father and Wei brother could easily surmise what was to come. Veins throbbed on their foreheads in exasperation. What a troublesome child. In light of this, They were left with no choice but to allow Su Qingni to engage with aviation and participate in the competition. Chapter 47. The Modern Prodigal After the Competition. You must withdraw from the flying club. Let us discuss it after the event, Su Qingni replied with a playful laugh. He was acutely aware of Wei father's intentions. Yet he was determined to leave him feeling disappointed. The World Aerobatics Grand Prix is merely the beginning. Father, brother, would you like to witness my competition in person? Su Qingni extended her invitation with a smile, noting that this prestigious event was being held domestically. If you could spare a day or two, it would allow you to watch the competition without interrupting your official duties. Wei father and Wei Baiken exchanged glances, reaching a mutual decision. Attending the event in person would be preferable to anxiously worrying at home. Should any issues arise, they would be able to rush to their younger son brother's side immediately. This reflects their profound lack of confidence in him. As the day of the grand competition arrived, Su Qingni set out for H province accompanied by her team and 2 bodyguards. Wei father, along with Wei mother and Wei Jiaxi, also departed, while Wei Bioseo remained at home with their daughter, who was less than 6 months old and unable to travel far. Aside from the young Wei Jiaxi, the hearts of Wei father, Wei mother, and Wei Baiken were heavy with apprehension. They feared any mishap involving Su Qingni, as their consistent impression of Wei Bishu was one of unreliability. They were genuinely concerned that he might jeopardize his own safety. Conversely, the 2 bodyguards accompanying Su Qingni held unwavering confidence in her abilities. These men, veterans with backgrounds in special forces, were also skilled pilots. After observing Su Qingni's flying, they offered her a thumbs up, acknowledging that her skills were rarely matched even within the ranks of the Air Force. Recognizing that the bodyguards would be of little use during the competition, Su Qingni sent them to join Wei Baiken and Wei father instead. The Wei family sat anxiously in the VIP seats, their hearts lodged in their throats, unable to find solace in their seats. The bodyguard, noticing their distress, offered words of comfort. Mr. Wei, Mrs. Wei, young Master Wei, there is no need for excessive worry. Young Master Wei's driving skills are exceptional. I assure you he will be safe, and he may even secure an award. Wei Baiken turned to the bodyguard, inquiring, You have such confidence in Asu? The bodyguard nodded affirmatively. Both Lin Ji and I can pilot aircraft, yet our skills pale in comparison to the second young master. The 3 members of the Wei family were taken aback, their mouths agape. While Wei mother was oblivious, Wei father and Wei Baiken understood the implications. The bodyguards were all former military personnel, either elite soldiers or retired special forces, each possessing remarkable capabilities. It was no mere exaggeration to say that Wei Bishu's skills surpassed even theirs. This revelation prompted Wei father and Wei Baiken to reevaluate their perception of their son and brother. Perhaps they had underestimated Wei Bishu in the past. They simultaneously recalled the entertainment company he had established. Although modest in scale, it had proven to be quite lucrative, becoming a legend in the entertainment industry. How could Wei Bishu manage such a lucrative venture without possessing formidable abilities? Wei father mused. Perhaps the Wei family's approach to education has been flawed and requires adjustment. Wei Baiken added, If one has more than one son, it is unwise to hastily designate a sole heir. Even if an heir is chosen, one should not neglect the education and development of the other sons. The broadcast announced the name of Su Qingni's flying club and mentioned Wei Bishu, causing the Wei family to tremble with anticipation as they focused their attention on the sky. A plane ascended, soaring freely as if it were a bird, naturally belonging to the vast expanse above. To onlookers, the aircraft appeared as the sovereign of the heavens, commanding the skies. The Wei family's mouths gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief, scarcely daring to breathe. Finally, as Su Qingni's performance concluded, the Wei family collectively exhaled a long sigh of relief. Remarkable, Wei Baiken exclaimed, astonished by Su's talents. Wei father nodded in agreement, acknowledging, This child has truly matured. No longer merely indulging in play, he has transformed his passion into a vocation. The anxiety that had gripped the hearts of the Wei family was now directed not at Su Qingni's safety, but at her achievements. As the results were announced, the cunning Wei father, the elegant Wei mother, and the composed Wei elder brother all disregarded decorum, erupting into cheers. Young Wei Jiaxi's cheers were the loudest. He leapt up, fists raised triumphantly, filled with pride for his father. His eyes sparkled as he gazed at the figure emerging from the plane on the screen. Though the individual wore a flight cap and goggles obscuring their face, in that moment, he perceived his father as extraordinarily impressive. The club achieved commendable results in this grand competition. Su Qingni has triumphantly secured the championship, while two other members achieved commendable 5th and 9th places, marking a historic breakthrough for the acrobatic pilots of the Flower Nation at the World Aerobatic Grand Prix. As Su Qingni stood on the podium, witnessing the national flag rise alongside the national anthem, a profound sense of pride swelled within the Wei family, with Wei's mother's eyes glistening with unshed tears. She longed to point at Su Qingni and exclaim to others, "This is my son. This is my son. Dad, I also want to fly a plane." Su Qingni smiled, lifting the child into his embrace. "All right, when you grow up, I will teach you how to fly. Can't you teach me now?" The child inquired. "You are still too young," Su Qingni replied, "but your father can take you up in the plane for some fun." The child's eyes sparkled with excitement as he cheered. "Great. I want to fly in the sky. Dad, you promised me, so don't go back on your word. I want to backtrack. This weekend, I'll take you out for some fun," Su Qingni assured the child. Wei Dage approached, expressing his concern. "Xiaoxi is too young. It would be best to avoid any thrilling maneuvers that might frighten him. I want to be scared." Wei Jiaxi clung tightly to Su Qingni's neck, fearing he might change his mind. Su Qingni chuckled softly. "Rest assured, brother, I want to perform any acrobatic stunts. I'll just take Xiaoxi for a few gentle loops." "That's good to hear," Wei Dage responded, smiling at Su Qingni. "Congratulations. You are truly remarkable." "Thank you." Su Qingni smiled as she extended her fist to lightly bump against Brother Wei's, revealing her prowess in the realm of amusement. Brother Wei felt a stir within him, and his smile widened. Chapter 48. The modern dandy Su Qingni engaged in aerial stunts until the age of 40. Even after reaching that milestone, her vigor remained unabated. Yet she chose to retire from it and pursue other interests. She decided to embark on the adventure of treasure hunting, a pursuit that encompassed a broad spectrum of activities, including the more dubious practice of tomb raiding. Although she had perused a few novels on grave robbing and watched adaptations of two such tales, where she had found herself captivated by the youthful actors, Su Qingni held firm principles and would never stoop to grave robbing. After all, she was a frequent visitor to the underworld. The prospect of encountering the owner of a disturbed grave would be exceedingly awkward. Thus, she opted to salvage treasures from sunken ships. Consequently, after abandoning her aerial pursuits, the second young master of the Wei family turned his attention to maritime endeavors. Su Qingni taught herself the art of navigation, acquired a salvage vessel, and assembled a crew, setting sail with a sense of determination and pride. Many onlookers were eager to witness the spectacle. While the second young master of the Wei family had certainly made a name for himself in aviation, skepticism lingered regarding his ability to achieve similar feats at sea. After all, treasures lying beneath the waves were not so easily retrieved. If they were, surely other salvage companies would have already claimed them, leaving no opportunity for the Wei family's second young master. Subsequently, the second son of the Wei family managed to salvage 3 or 4 sunken ships, employing the aforementioned methods. This achievement earned him a warm reception from the nation's paramount leader, a true testament to the family's honor and legacy. As a result of this incident, the Wei family's business flourished even further, with various departments extending them green lights for their ventures. How proud Mr. Wei must be. His youngest son has undoubtedly brought him great pride. While no one has ever calculated the exact personal wealth of the second son of the Wei family, those close to him are well aware of his immense fortune, which not only surpasses the total assets of the Wei family, but also eclipses many of the billionaires listed on the Forbes rankings. However, the second son's assets are so diverse that Forbes has no clear understanding of the extent of his stocks and wealth. Su Qingni counted on her fingers and realized, to her astonishment, that she had inadvertently amassed over 100 billion in assets in this world. Part of this wealth stemmed from her investments in the entertainment industry. Another portion came from the treasures recovered from the sunken ships, and yet another part was earned through her investments in the stock market. Su Qingni's luck was remarkably fortuitous. Every film or television series she invested in became a hit, generating profits. When salvaging the sunken ships, she relied solely on luck rather than any supernatural powers to locate them. Her fortunate streak continued in the stock market, where not a single stock she purchased ever declined. The profits she accrued from the stock market were entirely converted into equity shares of some of the world's largest corporations. Now, she stands as one of the shareholders in numerous multinational conglomerates. Su Qingni transferred all these shares to the original owner's son, Wei Jiaxi, transforming the young man into one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. When Wei Jiaxi was but a child, Su Qingni often took him to soar through the azure skies, and the young lad relished the exhilarating sensation of boundless freedom. Qingni assumed that as he matured, he would pursue a career in aerobatic flight. However, Wei Jiaxi merely embraced it as a hobby and a means of relaxation, ultimately choosing the path of a meticulous scientist. Respecting her child's decisions, Qingni invested substantial resources into Wei Jiaxi's laboratory, aiding him in conquering numerous challenges and achieving several technological milestones. By the age of 40, Wei Jiaxi became a laureate of the Nobel Prize. During the transfer of shares, Qingni recalled her initial intention to purchase shares of the Yu family enterprise and gift them to her son, thereby elevating him to the status of a major shareholder and delivering a resounding rebuke to the Yu family. In a moment of indulgence, she had inadvertently overlooked this plan. With urgency, she set about its execution, and before long, she amassed all the shares outside the Yu family. Presenting the stocks to her son, Wei Jiaxi couldn't help but smile upon seeing them, aware that this was his mother's way of vindicating him. Throughout the years, he had dutifully visited the elderly Yu couple each new year, acutely sensing their waning affection towards him as they increasingly prioritized the grandchildren born to Yu Qiuming. In fact, the daughter of Yu Qiuming held greater significance in the hearts of the elderly couple than he, their eldest grandson. In his youth, they had spoken of granting him some shares, yet as the years passed, such discussions ceased altogether. Evidently, they desire for their grandson and granddaughter to inherit the Yu family business, with shares designated for these two grandchildren. As for the eldest grandson, he holds a significant amount of shares from the Yu family through his father. Should they bestow additional shares of the Yu family enterprise upon him, his stake could become considerable. It would be inappropriate for the eldest grandson to leverage these shares in a rivalry against the younger grandson for control of the Yu family business. The elderly couple of the Yu family has refrained from discussing shares for the eldest grandson, now treating him with a semblance of respect. In his youth, Wei Jiaxi felt disheartened, but he has since come to terms with his lack of connection to his mother and the Yu family. He is indifferent to the shares of the Yu family enterprise and harbors no interest in it. His laboratory surpasses it in significance. The work conducted in his lab contributes to the welfare of the nation and its people, creating value far greater than that of a commercial conglomerate. Unexpectedly, having relinquished his ties to the Yu family business, his father acquired all shares outside of the Yu family and allocated them to him, seemingly to undermine the Yu family. This action was rather childish yet heartwarming, prompting Wei Jiaxi to stifle a laugh. Chapter 49. The modern profligate. When the Yu family members discovered that Wei Jiaxi was the largest shareholder of the company, their expressions were amusing, as both Qingni and Wei Jiaxi later recalled with laughter. The regret of the elderly Yu couple is self-evident. While Yu Qiuming has developed a conspiratorial view of her eldest son, perceiving him in an unfavorable light, especially in his interactions with Wei Jiaxi. Consequently, Wei Jiaxi felt distressed throughout the night. Qingni spent half the evening drinking with him and tended to her son with care. The following day, Wei Jiaxi awoke and conferred with Qingni about transferring all shares of the Yu family enterprise to Yu Qiuming, considering it a one-time provision for his son's future welfare. However, from that moment on, he would sever all ties with Yu Qiuming. Should anything happen to him, he would no longer be able to seek out his son. Wei Jiaxi had grown utterly disillusioned with his mother. This support was undoubtedly the most extravagant of its kind. Qingni chuckled lightly, suggesting that if he wished to give, he should proceed. For the two of them were financially secure and not concerned about the Yu family's meager shares. By the way, I recently acquired 3% of Apple Incorporated shares. I will instruct my lawyer to transfer them to you. Although 3% and 60% may seem vastly different, one represents a fraction of a world-class conglomerate, while the other pertains to a domestic family business. In monetary terms, the difference is not as significant as it appears. The value of that 3% may indeed surpass the 60% of the Yu family's holdings. Father, you truly are generous, Wei Jiaxi marveled. No wonder uncle claims that your wealth dwarfs his. Qingni beamed with pride. Well, how about that? Shouldn't you pay homage to your father? Wei Jiaxi replied with a smile. I have always held you in the highest regard. Such a good child, Qingni responded. Is that how you treat a child? Wei Jiaxi retorted. We are both in our 20s and accomplished young adults now. Could you perhaps adjust your attitude? The elderly Yu couple felt a profound sense of sorrow upon learning of this development. Unlike Yu Qiuming, they still valued familial bonds. And now their grandson had severed ties with the Yu family, leaving them deeply affected. Alas, the die had been cast. Both individuals, being of considerable pride, were unwilling to humble themselves and offer an apology to a junior member of the family. Consequently, they never crossed paths with Wei Jiaxi again. It was only upon learning of their demise that Wei Jiaxi managed to extract himself from his experiments to attend their funeral. Su Qingni's sojourn in this world was of a more protracted nature, for it was here that she unearthed a fragment of Zesheshi's true spirit. Though exceedingly minute, its discovery was nonetheless significant. Overjoyed, Su Qingni remained in close proximity to the true spirit until the demise of the individual it had possessed. Only then did she retrieve the fragment and depart from that world. It should be noted that the vessel of Zesheshi's true spirit was none other than Wei Bishu, the eldest of the Wei siblings. It was the presence of this fragment that accounted for Wei Bishu's otherwise unblemished success. However, the presence of the Wu clan's true spirit fragment also bore with it a trace of the heavenly curse upon the Wu clan. Imbuing Wei Bishu with the aura of a male supporting character, the kind destined to be cannon fodder. Thus, his romantic entanglements concluded with betrayal. His girlfriend not only cuckolding him, but also purloining the company's trade secrets for the benefit of her paramour. It was only due to Su Qingni's presence, with her inherent aura of good fortune, that Wei Bishu's losses were mitigated to a significant extent. As for Nai Pundi, her fate was far from enviable. She was no Cinderella, for even Cinderella was born of noble lineage and received the appropriate upbringing for high society. Nai Pundi, however, was lacking in both background and etiquette, falling short of Cinderella's standards. Moreover, she failed to gain the favor of the prince's family, remaining unaccepted by them. Moreover, her true nature was not the type favored by the prince. All that she exhibited was merely a fade of her own design. After spending several years sailing alongside Su Qingni, both had become modestly wealthy. Su Qingni treated her crew exceptionally well, granting them 20% of the profits from the salvaged treasures. These amounts were not insignificant. Accumulated over time, each individual had garnered a few million. If this world were a fictional realm, Nai Pundi would undoubtedly be the heroine, destined to transform from a humble Cinderella into a noble woman, living a life of happiness and contentment. Alas! Chapter 50. The possession of a young girl regrettably, with Su Qingni present. Even without any overt actions on her part, her mere interaction with Nai Pundi had subdued the latter's protagonist aura, thus altering her fate. Let us observe a moment of silence for Nai Pundi. Su Qingni approached the goddess Pingxin with the true spirit of Shabi in tow. The goddess, upon seeing the diminutive spirit, was overjoyed. At last, a trace had been found. Su Qingni inquired, were the previous two worlds devoid of any traces? The goddess shook her head. Those two realms likely lack the true spirits of your brothers. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Su Qingni lamented the arduous journey she had undertaken through chaotic spatial currents, only to discover that the two worlds were of no use. Observing her drooping shoulders, the goddess hurried to console her. The worlds within chaos are countless. It is entirely normal for some to lack the true spirits of your brothers. Perhaps in the next realm, you may uncover even more traces of their essence. Su Qingni pondered for a moment and remarked, I believe the absence of the true spirits of the ancestors in the first two worlds may be related to the laws of those realms. These worlds lack any cultivation system because the celestial laws do not permit cultivation. The true spirits of the ancestors carry the rules of the primordial world, which those realms cannot accommodate. Hence they do not allow fragments of true spirits to enter. This reasoning seemed sound. Lady Pingxin nodded and inquired, from which book did you derive this notion? Su Qingni chuckled. I read it on the Duandian Novel Network. The Duandian Novel Network? Lady Pingxin queried, puzzled. Su Qingni laughed softly. It is a novel website jointly established by our Witch clan and the Yao clan, modeled after the Earth's Shoudian website. You may not be aware, but there are quite a few talented individuals among our Witch and Yao clans. After absorbing the current knowledge of Earth, their imaginations have expanded tremendously, even surpassing those of Earthlings. One author, using the pseudonym Biluo, has penned a science fiction saga set in a grand interstellar age that is even more captivating than those written by humans. Incorporating the concept of chaotic time and space, Lady Pingxin noted down this pseudonym and asked for the title of the novel, intending to read it when she had some leisure time. Biluo, Lady Pingxin remarked with a smile. That name is quite poetic. Su Qingni smiled in return. Indeed. The name is derived from classical poetry. Lady Pingxin responded with an O and inquired, which poem? As she searched her mind for the lines, she laughed even more. So this Biluo belongs to the Qinghuang clan? With a smile, Su Qingni nodded. Indeed. The little Qingwan has delivered messages. The peach tree has borne its delicate blossoms. In joyful intoxication, the world applauds, and with a smile, the east wind blows. This little Qingwan possesses quite a literary flair. The Empress Pingxin remarked, without literary finesse, one cannot craft captivating novels. Su Qingni nodded in agreement. Indeed, our Duandian novel network is devoid of trivial writings. Each author possesses commendable prose. After perusing several novels, Su Qingni embarked on her cultivation journey. This realm was not Earth, where cultivation was unattainable. The witch and demon clans prioritized cultivation and strength, with entertainment merely serving as a diversion. As she cultivated, time flew by, and when Su Qingni finally opened her eyes, several years had passed. She took a brief glance at Earth, noting the immense transformations. Magnetic levitation vehicles had supplanted traditional cars, and humanity had begun resource extraction on the Moon and Mars. Holographic online games had emerged, yet artificial intelligence lagged behind, requiring real people to portray the NPCs. Su Qingni decided to transfer these new technologies into her quantum brain, intending to study them during her travels to other worlds, thus alleviating her boredom. After completing her preparations, Su Qingni once again commenced her journey through time and space. She found herself inhabiting the body of a young girl, merely 16 or 17 years of age, possessing exquisite beauty and delicate skin. However, her hands and feet were covered in blisters, and her frail body bore the marks of torment, with whip scars on her back and traces on the inner thighs. This girl had been pushed to the brink of despair. When Su Qingni's soul descended, the young woman had already turned her back, and others might have mistaken her for dead, carelessly discarding her by the roadside. Had Su Qingni not arrived, this girl would have struggled to survive for a breath longer, ultimately becoming prey for the beasts of the forest. This world imposed fewer restrictions upon her than previous realms, and the fragment of her soul that had been sent forth was somewhat more substantial, carrying with it a few items. With a simple flick of her right hand, a small pouch materialized in the palm of Su Qingni's hand. This pouch served as a storage bag, albeit of the most rudimentary kind, with a mere cubic meter of space. Yet, its very presence in this world was commendable. Higher-grade storage bags, bracelets, and rings could not be transported here. The contents of the storage bag were scant, aside from some gold and silver and a few medicinal items purchased on Earth. It contained only a few sets of clothing and a dagger, nothing more. Items imbued with spiritual energy or celestial artifacts could not be brought over, nor could modern weaponry. Su Qingni pricked her fingertip, allowing her blood to drip onto the storage bag. For such a primitive storage bag, blood recognition sufficed for ownership. She preferred not to expend her consciousness and opted for this method instead. As for the issue of the bag recognizing its original owner after her departure, Su Qingni regarded it as a trivial matter, unworthy of her concern, and thought it best to leave it for the original owner. Indeed, the original soul still lingered within this body, not yet departed. Su Qingni's situation mirrored that of Shi Qingya in the First World. However, the original owner lay unconscious, granting her the liberty to utilize the body as she pleased. With the successful blood oath, Su Qingni opened her storage bag and retrieved a box of anti-inflammatory medication. Following the instructions on the label, she halved the dosage and swallowed 3 tablets. The effects of the medicine were not instantaneous, so Su Qingni donned a cloak and leaned against a sturdy tree to rest. Chapter 51. The ancient cannon fodder woman. The spot Su Qingni chose to lean against was meticulously selected, positioned 5 meters away from the mountain path. With her back turned to the path, the towering tree behind her and the surrounding wild grass and shrubs effectively concealed her presence. Even if someone were to pass by on the mountain path, they would remain oblivious to her existence. While she could keenly listen to the sounds of movement on the trail, thus avoiding any encounters with passers-by, the thought of seeking help from strangers was futile. Who could predict the intentions of those who passed by? She was merely a frail woman now, devoid of the strength even to kill a chicken. And how could she resist if confronted by ill-intentioned individuals? Closing her eyes, Su Qingni delved into the memories of this body. The original owner was named Su Qingyi, a young lady from an esteemed official family. However, calamity struck unexpectedly. Her father, for reasons unknown, was unjustly punished, leading to the imprisonment of the entire family. Subsequently, her father was executed, her mother took her own life in prison, and her elder brother, second brother, 2 sisters-in-law, along with her and 3 half-sisters, were condemned to exile at the border. On the surface, it seemed they had been granted a path to survival. Yet the arduous journey of exile proved to be a perilous ordeal for those who had been raised in comfort. The elder and second brothers, being men, possessed greater physical strength, perhaps enabling them to endure and reach the border. However, the women, delicate and unaccustomed to hardship, found it nearly impossible to withstand the tribulations. Tragically, one sister-in-law and a half-sister succumbed to illness along the way. Another half-sister, Su Chuanru, unable to endure the hardship, bartered her body with their escorts for sustenance, securing a seat in the carriage, sparing herself the arduous walk. Not content with compromising herself, Su Chuanru schemed to involve the other female relatives. Having sullied herself, why should her two sisters remain pure? Su Chuanru harbored particular animosity towards Su Qingni, instigating the soldiers escorting them to assault Su Qingni. Though Su Qingni resisted with all her might, she was, after all, but a frail woman, powerless against the burly soldiers. She was defiled by them, several men taking their pleasure upon her. Su Qingni, of delicate constitution, unable to withstand the men's unrestrained abuse, lost her breath and feigned death. The men, indifferent to whether Su Qingni lived or died, as many had perished along the way, simply discarded her body by the roadside. Had Su Qingni not arrived, the child would surely have perished. Su Qingni sighed, raising a hand to rub her temples. To keep Su Qingni alive would not be an easy feat. Setting aside the child's initial desire to die, even if she changed her mind and wished to live, how could a weak woman survive? Su Qingni possessed talent in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but these were not skills for survival. The young woman could not cook, farm, raise poultry, do laundry, wash dishes, or hunt. She was utterly useless. How was she to live? By what means? Moreover, her very identity as the offspring of a disgraced official meant that if discovered, she would be arrested and sent to the border. Su Qingni sighed again and again, truly a vexing situation. She longed for the two previous worlds, reminiscing about the carefree life she once led. How unfortunate it was to find herself in this realm, encountering such dismal individuals and events. Alas, the effects of the medicine began to take hold, and Su Qingni felt a slight improvement. She crossed her legs, palms facing the heavens, and commenced her practice. Of course, her cultivation did not involve the primordial art nor any techniques from the Honghuang world, for the laws of this world forbade the practice of immortality. Instead, Su Qingni focused on an internal martial arts philosophy. Ever since the novels by Jin Juju, Gujuju, and Wenda were introduced to the Wuliao realm, both the witch and demon races developed a keen interest in these so-called internal arts, each attempting to create their own versions to compare with one another, striving to see whose rendition was most akin to the Nine-Yang divine art and the Nine-Yin manual. Within the cultivation community, it was relatively easy to devise such low-level techniques. Su Qingni found the endeavor amusing and collaborated with goddess Pingxin to compose a couple of internal arts. Given the underworld's Yin attributes, goddess Pingxin named her creation the Nine-Yin manual, while Su Qingni developed a technique that aligned with the efficacy and description of the little formless art. Now, Su Qingni diligently practiced her self-created little formless art. Although the young girl's physique was frail, half of her meridians were unobstructed, making her surprisingly well-suited for cultivation. Following the principles of the little formless art, she felt a surge of energy within just half an hour, a thread of inner strength coalescing in her dantian. This newfound power invigorated her, alleviating her previous weakness. As Su Qingni completed her task and was about to rise, she felt a stirring in her brow. The young girl's soul had awakened. Su Qingni closed her eyes, and after a moment, the girl opened hers. Her expression transformed: confusion, sorrow, despair, and a hint of uncertainty. The young girl glanced around. This place was not the underworld. The surroundings felt somewhat familiar, resembling a path by the mountains. So, she had not perished? Why was she still alive? Tears streamed down her face. Was she so unworthy that even the underworld refused to accept her? The girl's tears flowed freely, and she truly wished to cease existing. After weeping for an extended period, she removed her outer garment, tearing it into strips with force, binding one end to a stone, and throwing it toward a branch taller than herself. The stone soared over the branch and fell downward. The girl caught the stone and tied it to the end of the strip in her hand, creating a noose. With great effort, she stacked several stones together, stood upon them, and pulled the strip taut, leaning her head towards its center. Her resolve to die was unwavering. She had made up her mind to abandon life. Even if the underworld rejected her, as becoming a ghost would liberate her from this filthy body. She did not wish to possess such a tainted form. Alas, this girl intended to hang herself. Su Qingni acted swiftly. Chapter 52. The Ancient Supporting Female Character. Su Qingni pulled the young girl's soul into the dream world she had constructed for her. As Su Qingni blinked, her surroundings transformed, revealing an endless sea of flowers. Amidst this breathtaking vista stood a palace shrouded in ethereal mist, where a celestial maiden smiled graciously at her from the entrance. Overwhelmed, Su Qingni's legs gave way, and she knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. I have encountered a celestial maiden. I have encountered a celestial maiden. Surely, she must have perished. Yet, it seemed she had been bestowed with fortune, for instead of reporting to the underworld, she had arrived at the abode of this divine being. Suddenly, verses of poetry surged in her mind. Suddenly, I hear of a celestial mountain upon the sea, a peak suspended in the realm of the ethereal. Delicate towers arise from the clouds, where many fairies reside. Among them is one named Taizhan, with skin like snow and a visage like blossoms. After Yang Guifei's demise, she became a celestial being. Could it be that Su Qingni too might ascend to such heights? But soon, a shadow of despair crossed the young girl's face. She felt sullied, unworthy of comparison to Yang Guifei, pondering how a celestial maiden could ever regard her favorably. This time, Su Qingni was no longer pretending to be a celestial being, for ancient people had no understanding of such systems. One simply sang whatever song suited the mountain they climbed. Su Qingni, why do you weep? The melodious voice, ethereal and enchanting, reached her ears. Startled, the girl halted her tears, lifting her gaze in astonishment. Do you know my name? Su Qingni realized. You are a celestial being, omniscient. How could you not know my name? Su Qingni continued to smile. Her affection directed solely at Su Qingni, rise. But Su Qingni shook her head vigorously. It is proper for this humble girl to remain kneeling. Stand, please. I am unaccustomed to having others kneel before me. Oh. Su Qingni finally rose from the ground, standing there in a flustered state. Su Qingni inquired, do you know why I have summoned you to my celestial abode? Su Qingni shook her head, replying, no, I do not know. Su Qingni continued, we are fated to meet. Unfortunately, I arrived too late. When I found you, you were on the verge of taking your own life. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down Su Qingni's face once more, and she choked out, Fairy, I am no longer a pure soul. Aside from death, I see no other option. Su Qingni snorted and said, I am well aware of your plight. Though you have been sullied by vile creatures, your essence remains untouched. One should live their life fully. How can one so easily seek death? Do you know that suicide is considered a grave sin in the underworld? What? Su Qingni gasped in shock and fear, exclaiming, I did not know. I truly did not know. Had she been aware that suicide was a sin and would lead to punishment in the afterlife, she would not have contemplated it. Yet, she understood that as a fragile woman, living was an arduous task even without resorting to such extremes. Alas, had she known, she would have simply awaited her demise in peace. Now, she found herself burdened not only in the world of the living but also in the realm of the dead. How unfortunate her fate was. Rise, Su Qingni said, I am not a judge of the underworld. I shall not condemn you. Moreover, you are not dead. Su Qingni blinked in disbelief. I am not dead? She soon realized that the fairy must have intervened just in time to save her from hanging, bringing her to her celestial refuge. Thank you, fairy, thank you. Su Qingni repeatedly bowed her head. If you do not mind, please accept this humble girl. I shall strive to serve you diligently and repay your life-saving grace. Su Qingni shook her head. My celestial abode does not accept outsiders. Disappointment washed over Su Qingni. Her shoulders slumped in a posture of despondency. Su Qingni remarked, I understand your concern as a fragile maiden struggling to survive. I shall bestow upon you a treasure, granting you the means to sustain yourself. Each night, I will enter your dreams to impart survival skills. Upon hearing this, Su Qingni forced a bitter smile. Fairy. My parents have already passed away. I have 2 elder brothers, a sister-in-law, and a younger half-sister, but I do not know if they will survive to reach the border. My family is almost entirely gone. What purpose is there in my solitary existence? Su Qingni sighed, recognizing the girl's plight. Your 2 brothers and sister-in-law have indeed made it to the border, but the conditions there are harsh. They have endured much suffering along the way and are in poor health. In 2 or 3 years, they may succumb to illness. However, that is still some time away. If you learn the skills I impart, you can seek them out and help restore their health, enabling them to survive. As for your youngest sister, Su Qingni sighed again. She shares a similar fate, betrayed by Su Chuanru and met a tragic end. Su Qingni's face darkened with rage and hatred as she inquired, "And what of that vile Su Chuanru?" Su Qingni replied, "Su Chuanru did not fare well either, due to her actions upon arriving at the border. She was condemned to the brothel." Su Qingni burst into a hearty laugh, tears streaming down her face. She deserved it. She truly deserved it. What was the red tent? It was a place in the military specifically designated for soldiers to address their physiological needs. For a woman to enter such a place was far worse than entering a brothel. Once Su Qingni had vented sufficiently, Su Qingni spoke up. "Do you now possess the motivation to live?" Su Qingni, tears still falling, nodded. "For my 2 brothers and my sister-in-law, I must survive." Her 2 brothers were her own flesh and blood, born of the same mother. For their sake, she must endure and hone her skills to assist them. Since she had been granted a chance at immortality, it was only fitting that her family also benefited from it. Su Qingni smiled and added, "Let me give you another reason to live. Your father has been wronged and framed." Su Qingni's eyes widened in disbelief as she took a couple of eager steps forward. But then she recalled Su Qingni's status and halted, her eyes filled with urgency as she gazed at Su Qingni, asking, "Fairy, is it true that my father was framed? Who is the enemy?" Su Qingni uttered 4 words, "Prince Qingxua." She regarded the young girl with sympathy, withholding the truth that her own actions had unwittingly implicated her family. In reality, the girl had committed no wrongdoing. She had merely fallen for a man she should not have. The infatuation of youth was hardly a grave matter. Yet the Prince Qingxua, in his wrath, had harmed her entire family, truly a despicable act. Chapter 53, The Ancient Cannon Fodder Female Third. Prince Qingxua? Su Qingni was left in a state of bewilderment. Su Qing was well acquainted with Prince Qingxua, for no one in the capital was unaware of this royal figure. He was the youngest son of a former emperor, cherished deeply by the late sovereign, who harbored intentions of bequeathing the throne to this favored child. This favoritism, however, rendered Prince Qingxua less favored among his elder brothers. Tragically, misfortune befell him. Before he could mature, the old emperor succumbed to illness without leaving behind a will, and the ministers were disinclined to support a mere 8 or 9-year-old child for the throne. Ultimately, it resulted in a fierce struggle among his brothers, leading to the ascension of the current emperor. In a twist of fate, Prince Qingxua found himself in a relatively fortunate position. As he was the last remaining brother of the emperor, and being merely an innocuous child, he was granted the title of prince to showcase the bond of brotherhood. Within the capital, he held a certain prominence, yet the emperor's courtiers deliberately led him astray, indulging him in the vices typical of the city's young scions, excessive revelry, gambling, and all manner of pleasures. Engrossed in hedonism, he entirely eschewed involvement in state affairs. The emperor, reassured by his harmlessness, lavished him with honors, albeit devoid of any real power. Prince Qingxua was notably handsome, rumored to bear a striking resemblance to his mother, with enchanting peach blossom eyes that captivated the hearts of many young maidens in the capital. Countless women regarded him as their ideal partner, dreaming of marrying the prince. Yet, despite his charms, Prince Qingxua frequented brothels and entertainment houses, showing no inclination toward a serious marriage that would bestow multiple mistresses upon his household. Eventually, the emperor orchestrated a marriage for him. However, Prince Qingxua only entered his wife's chambers on their wedding night and never returned thereafter, leaving the emperor at a loss for how to manage him. Consequently, many young women have retreated, no longer daring to venture into the courtyard of Prince Qingxua, fearing a fate akin to that of the princess, condemned to a life of solitude. Su Qingni remarked, "Our family holds no connections with Prince Qingxua. How could he possibly conspire against my father? Moreover, Prince Qingxua is merely a farcical lord devoid of real power. What influence or capability does he possess to harm my own family?" Su Qingni refrained from disclosing the truth about Prince Qingxua's facade. Believing it was up to Su Qingni to seek the answers herself, vengeance must be pursued by her own hand. Upon hearing Su Qingni's words, Su Qingni nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is the duty of kin to avenge their own grievances. How could they impose upon the celestial being? The celestial has already aided her far too much. The celestial will impart skills to her, and with such knowledge, she would be able to avenge her parents and loved ones. Su Qingni bowed 3 times to Su Qing, pleading, "Please, celestial, bestow upon me your teachings." Su Qingni stepped forward, mimicking the gesture of the Empress Pingxin, and gently touched Su Qingni's forehead. This is a practice method. If you cultivate it daily, although it may not grant immortality, It will extend your lifespan. Most importantly, it will enable you to harness inner strength, bestowing upon you formidable martial prowess, allowing you to traverse walls and claim victory amidst the chaos of battle. While Su Qingyi was unfamiliar with the concept of inner strength, the ability to scale walls and triumph over foes in the midst of a multitude was an aspiration she held dearly. She had secretly perused various novels, including The Legend of Nian Yang and The Red Thread of Destiny, which were her favorites, and she deeply admired the two heroines, Nian Yang and the Red Thread Woman. Now presented with the opportunity to become like them, a flicker of excitement ignited within the young girl's heart. Su Qingyi remarked, "I have left a trace of internal energy within your dantian, providing you with a foundational basis. Your future cultivation will progress at a much swifter pace." Su Qingyi repeatedly bowed in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, Immortal. Thank you, Immortal." Su Qingyi then produced a pouch-like storage bag and, under Su Qingyi's bewildered gaze, made a small incision on Su Qingyi's fingertip to let her blood drip onto the bag. This was a storage pouch, despite its modest size. It possessed a vast internal space capable of holding numerous items. By dripping blood to acknowledge ownership, the pouch now belonged solely to her. No one else could utilize it, even if they were to acquire it. Su Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment as she cradled the pouch, her hands and wrists trembling with excitement. Is this truly an immortal artifact? Is it really, for me? Her voice quivered with disbelief. Su Qingyi smiled, affirming, "Indeed, it is yours." Taking a deep breath, Su Qingyi carefully placed the pouch into her bosom and bowed deeply to Su Qingyi 9 times in gratitude. It seemed impossible that this was merely a dream. The cultivation method bestowed upon her by the immortal was vividly clear in her mind. This immortal was remarkably attentive, not only providing her with the method but also detailed explanations and even a diagram of the body's acupoints, all transmitted into her consciousness. Sitting cross-legged, Su Qingyi began to cultivate, following the method in her mind while consulting the acupoint diagram. Before long, she could feel the trace of internal energy within her dantian. Upon completing a full cycle, Su Qingyi opened her eyes in delight, exclaiming, "This is not a dream. The martial arts are indeed genuine, and the faint inner strength residing within her dantian is authentic as well. Thus, she has truly encountered a celestial being." Su Qingyi hastily reached into her bosom and, to her astonishment, felt a delicate pouch. Upon opening it, she beheld an astonishing space, filled with gold and silver, along with an assortment of peculiar pills. The descriptions upon them led Su Qingyi to believe these must be elixirs of immortality, for how else could they possess such remarkable efficacy? The pouch also contained several garments, some of which were of strange designs, along with a few pieces of men's clothing. There were women's outfits as well, but after some contemplation, Su Qingyi selected a set of men's attire, discarding her tattered rags, and donned the male garments, fashioning her hair into a masculine bun. At first glance, this young girl had transformed into a slender youth. Within the pouch, there was also a modest supply of food and water, bread and mineral water. However, the young girl, lacking experience, could only perceive that the food and water bestowed by the celestial being were distinctly different from that of mere mortals. The food was soft and sweet, exceptionally delectable, while the water was remarkably pure. After satiating her hunger, the girl began her descent along the mountain path. Yet, as she neared the foot of the mountain, she abruptly halted. She now found herself a wanted fugitive, and what would happen if her identity were to be discovered? Even if her identity remained concealed, she had only just begun her martial training and possessed limited means of self-defense. What if she encountered someone with ill intentions? The girl hesitated, her thoughts drifting to those who had wronged her, causing her complexion to pale. Ultimately, she chose not to proceed further. Glancing at the smoke rising from the hearths at the mountain's base, she resolutely turned and ventured in another direction. Chapter 54. The ancient cannon fodder female. For on the hillside in another direction stood a dilapidated mountain deity temple, half of its structure having collapsed and the idol long removed, leaving behind only a few crumbling rooms, each boasting a gaping skylight. Su Qingyi searched the premises and found temporary refuge in one of the slightly more intact rooms. Given the temple's abandonment, the inhabitants at the foot of the mountain seldom ventured here, ensuring that Su Qingyi could remain undetected for the time being. She inhaled deeply, closing her eyes as tears trickled down her cheeks. Her body felt weary, although her spirit remained somewhat invigorated. Yet, as soon as she shut her eyes, she succumbed to a profound slumber. Once she fell asleep, Su Qingni seized control of the young girl's body. Rising from the ground, Su Qingni took a stroll around the temple, illuminated by the moonlight, and shook her head slightly. Such a naive little girl, believing that a decrepit temple could serve as a sanctuary without pondering why it had been forsaken. Why did the people at the foot of the mountain refrain from paying homage to the mountain deity? One must understand that to survive by the mountain's bounty, reverence for the mountain deity is essential. Clearly, something had gone awry with this temple, instilling fear in the villagers below, preventing them from ascending to honor the deity, leading to its neglect. What could have transpired? Surrounding the temple, Su Qingni spotted a ring of bones, both human and animal, remarkably clean, with the flesh gnawed away. This place was evidently home to large feral beasts. Turning her gaze toward the mountain peak, her eyes sharpened, and she unleashed the formidable aura from her spirit. Though but a scintilla of her primordial spirit had descended upon this realm, its sheer magnitude dwarfed any resistance from mortal beings. A gentle chuckle escaped Su Qingni's lips. So, a sizable feline graces these mountains. 'Tis a clever beast, ensuring the safety of this peak henceforth. After circulating her inner energy thrice, augmenting it ever so slightly, Su Qingni relinquished control of the corporeal form to Su Qingni, yet drawing the latter's soul into the dreamscape. Su Qingni's eyes fluttered open, beholding once more the floral expanse before the celestial abode, her heart brimming with elation as she hastened towards it. Ere long, she espied the ethereal figure amidst the blossoms. Promptly kneeling in reverence, with a gentle flick of her right sleeve, Su Qingni prevented the obeisance. As our paths shall frequently converge, she stated. Spare yourself the repeated genuflections. 'Tis cumbersome. Yes, Su Qingni acquiesced obediently. I am privy to your day's events, Su Qingni continued, and discern flaws in your conduct. Mark well my corrections, lest you repeat them. Yes, Su Qingni responded hastily, her mind preoccupied with the fear of displeasing the celestial being. Your decision to delay descent into the throng was a double-edged sword, yet ultimately advantageous, Su Qingni remarked. For your skills are yet nascent, and your disguise is woefully inadequate, easily betraying your true gender. A lone woman is susceptible to being coveted. Though the world is replete with virtuous individuals, it is also teeming with malevolent ones. Your impetuous descent into society could render you vulnerable to abduction by traffickers, who, given your comely appearance, might sell you into a brothel. Su Qingni broke out in a cold sweat, relieved that she had made the right decision. Were she to be sold into a brothel, she would commit suicide, regardless of any posthumous punishment. Su Qingni stated, your skills in disguising yourself as a man are woefully inadequate. In due course, I shall impart to you the art of disguise, ensuring that your true gender remains indiscernible. Su Qingni promptly inquired, is it not feasible to instruct me now? Su Qingni replied, at present, you have more pressing matters to learn. Su Qingni blinked her large eyes at Su Qingni, her gaze conveying her thoughts. Su Qingni did not disclose what she would teach her at present, but instead pointed out her myriad errors. Have you not pondered why this mountain temple has fallen into disrepair? Su Qingni shook her head, yet took the matter to heart. The mountain temple was situated halfway up the mountain, with residences at the foot. With villagers overseeing it, the temple should not have been abandoned. The people of this era held deities in great reverence, and with a temple present, they would diligently care for it. How could they allow it to fall into ruin? Su Qingni looked to Su Qingni for answers. Su Qingni then recounted the tale of a man-eating tiger on the mountain, which caused Su Qingni to pale with fright. Su Qingni breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for the fairy's protection, lest she become the tiger's supper. Su Qingni listened even more attentively as Su Qingni pointed out her mistakes, committing them to memory, determined never to repeat them. Seeing her earnestness, Su Qingni smiled and said, now, I shall impart some practical skills to you. Su Qingni promptly inquired, what skills? Su Qingni replied, gathering firewood, building a stove, and making a fire. Su Qingni's face fell. What? Gathering firewood? Building a stove? Making a fire? How can these be considered skills? Su Qingni stated, do not underestimate these 3 skills. Without them, you cannot heat water or cook rice. Autumn is fast approaching, and when it arrives, the temperature will drop. If you do not have a warm stove for warmth and hot water to drink, you will freeze. It seemed that these 3 skills were indeed useful. However, Su Qingni blushed. In ordinary households, everyone knew these 3 skills, and she was only now beginning to learn them. Su Qingni considered mentioning that animal dung could also be used as fuel, but fearing that the young girl would not be able to accept it, she refrained from saying so. Su Qingni guided the young girl in building a stove. It was a very simple earthen stove, not difficult. But the young girl had never done such rough work before, and she spent most of the evening building the stove. She built 7 stoves, the first 6 of which were completely substandard, and the 7th was barely usable. Qingni then stopped the young girl from building any more, as the stove was barely usable. Then she taught the young girl how to light and make a fire. There was a lighter in the storage bag, and Qingni showed the young girl how to use it, which the young girl found incredibly novel. Although the young girl's hands were delicate, Qingni still taught the young girl how to start a fire by rubbing wood. If the lighter broke down in the future, wouldn't she have to use the primitive method to light a fire? To know that there was only a single lighter in the storage bag. The next day, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the young girl's face, she opened her eyes. Once her senses returned, she immediately set about her tasks, gathering firewood, constructing a stove, and locating a usable jar and a chipped bowl in the mountain shrine. Following the guidance of Qingni from her dreams, the girl cradled the jar and stacked the bowl atop it, proceeding in a singular direction, except towards the shrine's entrance. After walking approximately 2 miles, she stumbled upon a mountain stream. She crouched down, placing the jar and bowl aside, and dipped her hands into the crystalline waters, scooping up a handful to immerse her face. The refreshing water sent a delightful shiver through her, yet she felt no discomfort. Rather, it was a wave of invigorating relief. It had been ages since she had washed her face with such pure water, let alone bathed. A sudden realization struck her. Since being imprisoned and subsequently exiled, it had been over 3 months without a proper wash. How filthy she must be, and the conditions in that dungeon. A shiver ran down her spine as she wondered if she might have even acquired lice. Oh dear. This thought made her feel an uncontrollable itch all over. And without a second thought, she leapt into the stream. She scrubbed vigorously, cleansing herself of all the grime. And only when she donned a fresh garment did she finally exhale in relief. Yet, a wave of anxiety soon washed over her. How could she have bathed in the open during broad daylight? What a display of vulgarity. Fortunately, no one had passed by. Otherwise, how could she ever face anyone again? However, how could she endure without bathing? The young girl hesitated for an extended period, torn between adhering to decorum and allowing herself some comfort. She was no longer a pampered young lady. Why cling to propriety? With a sardonic smile, she resolved to bathe in the mountain stream at night, where the darkness would conceal her from any potential onlookers. Of course, due to the presence of tigers in previous years, no one dared to venture up the mountain anymore. Choosing to bathe at night was not merely to shield herself from prying eyes, but to soothe her own conscience. As the fire in the stove blazed to life, she placed a pot atop it to boil water. Once the water reached a rolling boil, she poured out half a bowl and set it aside to cool. Such trivial tasks consumed much of her time. Having skipped both breakfast and lunch, her stomach growled in protest. She retrieved a piece of bread from her storage pouch and nibbled on it delicately. After finishing, she glanced at the dwindling supply of bread with concern. Once the provisions in her pouch were exhausted, what would she eat next? Yet, the thought of the celestial beings from her dreams offered her a modicum of reassurance. Surely, the fairies would not let her go hungry. After her meal, the young girl began her cultivation practice. The celestial being had imparted wisdom to her, stating that to establish herself in this world, to rescue her siblings and avenge her parents and family, she must possess strength. To attain strength, she needed to devote herself to diligent training. As she practiced, she felt her inner power surging, a slight increase from the previous day. Could it be that her cultivation continued to progress even in her dreams? The young girl pondered for a moment, attributing her good fortune to the fairy's assistance. And then she relaxed her grip. Yet, her reasoning was not unfounded. After reaching the pinnacle of her training at the moonlit treetop, she consumed half a piece of bread and sipped a bowl of warm water, feeling her stomach settle comfortably. She then reclined, striving to lull herself into slumber, eager to learn skills from the fairy in her dreams. As before, Qingni inhabited the girl's body, stepping outside the temple. She lifted a stone and began to dig into the earth. With the internal energy cultivated last night, combined with the energy the girl had harnessed today, this body was no longer as weak as a fledgling. Channeling her internal power into her hands, she might not possess the strength to move mountains or shatter stones, yet she could certainly excavate a pit. In the realm of dreams, Qingni commenced imparting additional skills to Qingni. Although these were simple tasks that many could perform, it was noteworthy that Qingni had once been a sheltered young lady, untouched by toil. There was much for her to learn. The following day, under Qingni's guidance, Qingni crafted a broom from twigs, tidied the mountain deity's temple, and dug several small pits nearby, setting up modest traps. Throughout that day, Qingni subsisted on bread, but only one piece remained in her storage pouch. She resolved to seek the fairy's wisdom in her dreams on how to identify and forage for wild vegetables. Intending to rely on them to satiate her hunger in the future, she would preserve the bread in her storage pouch for when it became absolutely necessary. Naturally, when Qingni voiced her request, Qingni was more than willing to oblige. She, Professor Qingni, became acquainted with wild vegetables such as shepherd's purse, lamb's quarters, and other edible plants, while also learning to distinguish between edible mushrooms and their toxic counterparts. She gained knowledge of various wild fruits and recognized mountain specialties such as wild chestnuts. On the third day of her arrival at the mountain god's temple, Qingni spent the entire day foraging for wild vegetables. Her meals consisted solely of these wild greens, boiled in plain water, which were bitter and unpalatable. Nevertheless, she compelled herself to swallow them. That night, in her dreams, she trained alongside Qingni, mastering a set of martial arts and learning methods for skinning and cleaning game. At dawn, she joyfully discovered 2 wild chickens trapped. One was destined for soup, which, even without salt, was extraordinarily delicious, making the wild vegetables more palatable. Thus, by night, Qingni honed various skills under Qingni's guidance, while by day, she practiced them, not only acquiring essential survival skills, but also significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Her inner strength transformed Qingni from a delicate figure into a formidable presence. Armed with a wooden stick, she could fell a wild boar with a single blow. This boar enabled her to exchange for several dozen pounds of grain. With her newfound strength, Qingni boldly descended the mountain. As a result of her martial training, the frail aura that once surrounded her vanished. She grew taller and wore a determined expression, carrying the exposed tusks of the wild boar on her back. Who would dare to challenge such a powerful individual, capable of dispatching a wild boar with a single strike? No one associated her with femininity. Instead, they perceived her as a man. Regarding her identity after committing the crime, at that time, there were no photographs, no internet. Who could possibly recognize her as a criminal? The fact that Qingni was not consumed signifies that the tigers on the mountain have vanished, allowing them to ascend the heights. The mountain harbors numerous treasures, and they can gather wild goods to exchange for money, thereby improving their domestic circumstances. The villagers at the foot of the mountain hold deep gratitude towards Qingni, believing that she has undoubtedly vanquished the tigers. If she can strike down wild boars with a single blow, then dispatching a tiger would merely require a modicum of effort. In their eyes, Qingni has become a formidable, untouchable figure. Even those who harbor doubts about her identity do not dare voice their suspicions. Qingni cast a glance at the cunning village head, a smirk dancing on her lips. She approached, standing beside him, and with a respectful gesture, said, "This humble Qingni pays his respects to the village head." "A warrior," the village head exclaimed. "This lad has been a creature of the mountain for over a decade, hence lacking a household registration. Now, he wishes to descend and reside in the village, seeking assistance in obtaining the necessary documentation." As she spoke, Qingni produced a deceased marten from the bamboo basket strapped to her back, presenting it to the village head as a token of her modest appreciation. The village head gazed at the vibrant red marten fur, his heart racing. Such exquisite pelts could fetch thousands of taels of silver. With a broad smile, he accepted the lifeless marten and assured Qingni, "Leave the household registration to me. I shall visit the mountain god temple to find you in 3 days." "Thank you, village head," Qingni replied, her own smile mirroring his. She felt a pleasant sense of engagement with others. The fairy encouraged her to interact more, to observe and learn extensively, and indeed, it proved to be quite insightful. 3 days later, the village chief brought the household registration documents along with the villagers' requests, asking Qingni to descend the mountain to reside among them, promising to collectively assist in constructing a dwelling for her. The chief remarked, "May the mountain deity bless us all. Previously, we were unable to ascend the mountain to pay homage to the deity due to the presence of tigers, but now, thanks to the valiant Su who has eradicated the threat, we are eager to restore the mountain shrine and properly honor the deity in gratitude." Qingni nodded and said, "Very well, I shall make preparations to descend the mountain, but I will forego the house. I have been isolated and uninformed in the mountains. Yet I have always yearned to see the world beyond." The chief's eyes twinkled as he cheerfully engaged her in conversation about other matters. What a cunning fox. The following day, Su Qingyi departed with a large bundle upon her back. Inside the bundle were the pelts of the game she had hunted over the past 6 months. Rather than selling them immediately, she intended to visit a larger city where she could sell the pelts for 3 to 4 times the highest price obtainable in the small county town. With this venture, her storage bag swelled with an additional 2 to 3,000 taels of silver notes. Initially, her storage bag contained only a few hundred taels of silver and gold combined, insufficient for ensuring a comfortable life for her brothers and sisters-in-law. However, with the newfound wealth of 2 to 3,000 taels, her options had significantly broadened. The fairy had foretold that her brothers and sisters-in-law would succumb to illness within 2 years, though it remained unclear whether they would perish simultaneously or in succession. Now, having passed 6 months, could it be that one of her brothers or sisters-in-law had already fallen ill? She hastened her pace towards the border town. Su Qingyi arrived at a market dedicated to livestock, where she spent 100 taels of silver to purchase a fine horse. At first glance, the horse appeared rather ordinary. However, based on the knowledge of horse appraisal imparted by the fairy, she discerned it to be a steed of exceptional capability, merely lacking the recognition of a discerning master. Indeed, as her assessment suggested, the horse proved to be remarkable, not particularly swift, yet possessed of great endurance. While the notion of covering 1,000 miles in a day might be an exaggeration, traversing several hundred miles was certainly within its capacity. Su Qingyi journeyed day and night, and after several days, she reached the border. Finding news of her 2 brothers and sister-in-law was no simple task, as the border was rife with exiles scattered across several towns. Methodically, Su Qingyi searched village by village, town by town, and after more than a month, she finally gleaned information about her siblings. The 3 had been relegated to a remote village, far from the town yet perilously close to the neighboring country. The conditions there were harsh, and small bands of soldiers from the neighboring land often came to take advantage of the locals. The villagers suffered from chronic hunger, and their lives were perpetually under threat. Upon arriving at the village, Su Qingyi discovered that her sister-in-law was gravely ill, lying on the cold ground with no doctor or medicine to be found, merely awaiting death. Her brother stood vigil by her side, his eyes vacant, embodying a profound sorrow that rendered him numb, eliciting tears from anyone who met his gaze. Meanwhile, her elder brother sat outside their thatched roof hut, staring blankly at the sky, his expression equally devoid of emotion. He had grown emaciated, his cheekbones protruding sharply, a stark contrast to the elegant scholar he once was in the capital. As Su Qingyi beheld the scene before her, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she tremulously called out, "Elder brother." Su Qingxing, upon hearing the familiar voice, was jolted. This voice belonged to his own sister, his beloved blood relation, the sister he shared both mother and father with. Yet, he had failed to protect her, allowing her to fall victim to that vile Su Chuanru, subjected to unspeakable horrors and ultimately meeting a tragic demise. Her lifeless body was callously discarded by the roadside, serving as fodder for the beasts. "Elder brother," Su Qingyi cried out once more. Su Qingxing was certain he had heard her clearly. It was indeed his sister's voice. However, she had already perished. Yet, the sound did not bear the characteristics of mere hallucination. Slowly, he turned his head toward the source of the voice, where he found a youth, eyes brimming with tears, gazing intently at him. The features were strikingly familiar. Yet this was a boy, not his sister. "Elder brother." The boy's voice unexpectedly carried the timbre of a girl. A rare and different expression flickered across Su Qingxing's typically numb face. "Who are you?" "Elder brother, I am Qingyi." Su Qingyi rushed forward, kneeling before him, aligning her face with his, ensuring he could clearly perceive her features. "Elder brother, take a good look at me. Though I have changed greatly over the past 6 months, I am still me." Indeed, Su Qingxing focused intently, noting the familiar brow and eyes, the resemblance that bore a striking 5 parts to him, and the clear, bright eyes. In a sudden surge of emotion, he reached out, gently pressing his hands over Su Qingyi's eyes, scrutinizing her with utmost care. You. Su Qingxing's voice began to tremble. "Are you truly Qingyi? You are not dead?" "I am not dead," Su Qingyi choked out. "My sister was rescued by a noble person, who not only healed her wounds, but also taught her the skills to survive. Once she gained some ability to walk in the outside world, the noble person sent her to find our brother and sister-in-law." Su Qingyi would not allow Su Qingyi to disclose her encounters with the divine. So Su Qingyi had to respond to others' inquiries with the tale of the noble person. Heaven has mercy. There are indeed many good people in this world. Brother Su is exceedingly grateful to this noble person. Since they saved my sister, They are also a benefactor to me, Su Qingxing. Brother, what of second brother and sister-in-law? Su Qingni inquired. Upon seeing her elder brother, a third of her worry dissipated, yet two-thirds remained lodged in her throat. They are inside, Su Qingxing sighed. You have arrived just in time to see your sister-in-law for the last time. What? Sister-in-law is unwell? Su Qingyi sprang up from the ground and rushed into the dilapidated, thatched hut. Su Qingxing narrowed his eyes as he observed her actions. It seemed his sister had encountered a great opportunity. He rose slowly and walked into the room, where he found his sister with 2 fingers of her right hand pressed against the frail wrist of her sister-in-law. Has she even learned some medical skills? After only half a year, how much could she possibly have grasped? Even if it is just the basics, that is quite commendable. With a bit of medical knowledge, she need not fear a headache or fever in the future. Chapter 57. The ancient cannon fodder girl 7 Su Dage found solace in his sister's newfound medical knowledge. Yet he harbored no illusions regarding Su Qingyi's abilities. After all, how long had she studied medicine, while his second brother's wife was on the brink of death? However, Su Qingyi's response altered his perspective, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Brother, is there water? Please bring me a bowl. Su Qingyi called out to Su Qingxing for assistance. Observing Su Qingyi's seemingly confident demeanor, Su Qingxing swiftly fetched a ceramic bowl and filled it with water from the vat, handing it to her. Gazing at the bowl of raw water, Su Qingyi sighed. There was no time to heat water now. She would have to make do with this unboiled water, as she needed to administer the medicine without delay. With that, she extended her hand to feed the medicine to her second sister-in-law. Su Qingyan, had remained in a daze, lost in his own world, fixated on Su Urseo without a blink. Yet, as Su Qingyi obstructed his line of sight while tending to Su Urseo, he finally reacted. Who are you? What do you intend to do to my wife? Su exclaimed, springing up and lunging towards Su Qingyi. She gently blocked him with one hand, her voice soothing. It's me, Qingyi. I am administering medicine to Urseo. I am here to save her. You are deceiving me. Qingyi is already dead, and Chui'er will follow suit. Su Qingyan, in a state of frantic rage akin to a beast bereft of its mate, flailed his arms and legs, attempting to strike Su Qingyi. As the eldest brother, Su Qingxing commanded considerable respect among his siblings, including Su Chuanru, who, despite her ill intentions in the past, dared not provoke him. From a young age, Su Qingyan had followed her elder brother closely, completely trusting him and obedient to his words. At this moment, when Su Qingxing spoke, Su Qingyan ceased her struggles and listened intently. Elder brother? Is that really Sister Qingyi? Her sister was a delicate beauty. How could she possibly have transformed into this seemingly fierce young man? It is indeed Qingyi. We have all changed so much. How could she remain the same? She has danced on the brink of death. Is it truly Qingyi? Our parents, resting in the underworld, must find solace in knowing that she is not dead. Yes, all 3 of us siblings are alive, and that is the most wonderful news. By the end of this year, during the ancestral rites, we will no longer have to feel shame before our parents. Elder brother, Qingyi has changed drastically. Can she really save Chui'er? Let us treat a dying horse as if it were alive. Given Du's current state, Su Qingyan understood, for he had long relinquished hope for Du's survival. Indeed, as Su Qingxing had stated, one must treat a dying horse as if it were alive. Initially, Su Qingyi had been devoid of life, yet now she thrived. If Du still drew breath, could there be a chance for her recovery? Su Qingyan's gaze was fixed intently on Su Qingyi's actions, observing the reactions of his wife. Du Ningcue, unable to swallow on her own, Du Ningcue had her mouth pried open by Su Qingyi, who administered the medicine, followed by water, while her other hand pressed on the acupoints below Du Ningcue's chin, facilitating the swallowing of the medicine mixed with water. She has swallowed it. She has indeed swallowed it. Su Qingyan exclaimed in delight. Prior to this, Du Ningcue could hardly swallow even water, but now she was able to do so, which signified her recovery. A glimmer of hope surged within Su Qingyan, causing the numbness on his face to gradually fade away. Although he had previously thought that it might be better if Du Ningcue passed away, as death would spare her from suffering, and he believed he would soon join her. The desire to live prevailed. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, and then, this man, taller than Su Qingyi by a head, abruptly crouched down, clutching his knees and weeping bitterly. Su Qingxing sighed and beckoned Su Qingyi to exit the room, allowing her second brother a moment to grieve. No one understood Su Qingxing's emotions better than he did. Su Qingyi nodded, comprehending to some extent, though not entirely. She recognized the deep bond shared between her two brothers and their sisters-in-law. Their unions were not mere arrangements of convenience. Before marriage, both sisters-in-law had been close friends with her and had known their husbands since childhood. Their marriages were founded on mutual affection, and the families had been pleased with the unions. After marriage, the two couples were inseparable in their happiness. Alas, such joy was fleeting. The elder sister-in-law had passed away just a year after entering the family, while the younger sister-in-law had been with them for less than a month when the Su family faced calamity. One couple had already been torn apart by death, while the other was on the brink of a similar fate, like the phoenix that soars only for a day, or the fish that separates in the river. Su Qingni sighed softly. The elder sister-in-law was gone, and there was no way to bring her back, yet the younger sister-in-law remained. And she was determined to ensure that she survived, so that she and her second brother could grow old together. Su Qingxing reached out, intending to gently pat his sister's head, a gesture he often performed at home. However, upon observing Su Qingyi's current appearance, a peculiar feeling stirred within him, causing his hand to drift downward, settling on her shoulder for a light pat. Su Qingyi swiftly removed his right hand from her shoulder, her fingers brushing against his wrist as she said, "Elder brother, allow me to take your pulse." The sight of her elder brother in such a diminished state filled her with sorrow. His health had deteriorated significantly, and she feared that even a minor ailment could bring him to his knees, much like their second sister-in-law. The latter had succumbed to exhaustion, her body having been drained to the point where she could not recover after collapsing. Tears welled in Su Qingyi's eyes as she lamented, "Elder brother, you have endured so much hardship these days." Su Dage gently consoled his sister, "Do not weep. I am all right, truly." Su Qingyi retorted, "Elder brother, I have acquired medical knowledge now, and you cannot deceive me. I am more aware of your condition than you are." Su Dage remained silent, contemplating the apparent prowess of his sister's medical skills. "Qingyi, is your medical expertise truly reliable?" he inquired. Su Qingyi shot him a glare, "Elder brother, how can you question my medical abilities? Even the immortals and nobility have acknowledged my skills. They praise my innate talent for medicine and have imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, including esteemed texts such as Compendium of Materia Medica, General Principles of Natural Philosophy, elucidations on formulas, and inquiry into febrile diseases. These are unique to the nobility, and having studied them, I possess a deeper understanding of medical principles than most. My dear brother, I have also studied the 3 Yuan Sanjian Yin Shou Shu, which discusses the art of nurturing one's health. Allow me to share its wisdom with you, as well as with our second brother and sister-in-law, to enhance their well-being." Chapter 58. The Ancient Cannon Fodder Woman 8. Brother Su is indeed a talented scholar, well-versed in a multitude of texts, including medical literature. Although he has perused only a few tomes, he is familiar with the titles of most contemporary medical books. However, the titles mentioned by my sister are entirely unknown to him. This suggests that the benefactor who rescued my sister must belong to a family of considerable lineage and depth. Such is your fortune. Su Qingyi nodded, acknowledging that it is indeed her blessing to be under the care of a celestial being, learning skills from them. Even now, she continues to study under the immortal every night. "Brother, I shall take a stroll outside the village. Please keep an eye on our second brother and sister-in-law." Observing the conditions of their home, she estimated that they likely lacked sufficient provisions. She intended to catch some wild game to nourish her siblings. "Is your sister-in-law feeling well?" inquired Su Qingxing. "As long as she is alive, that is what matters." Su Qingxing sighed in relief and advised Su Qingyi, "Be cautious. Our village often sees small bands from neighboring countries wandering about. If you encounter them, swiftly take your leave." Su Qingxing did not restrain his sister from venturing out. Recognizing that her successful journey to the border town indicated she had acquired the skills necessary to navigate the outside world. Su Qingyi nodded, shouldering a bow and quiver of arrows from the basket in the yard as she stepped outside. Su Qingxing's gaze narrowed slightly as he watched the bow and arrows. Upon spotting an antelope, he nearly drooled in anticipation. How long has it been since he last consumed meat? To say nothing of meat, he has not had a full meal in quite some time. "Brother, please help me boil some water. I will prepare lamb soup for you shortly." As Su Qingyi deftly skinned the lamb and cleaned its entrails, she smiled and instructed Su Qingxing. Su Qingxing efficiently placed dry firewood into the rudimentary earthen stove and set a clay pot filled with water above the flames. The siblings exchanged glances, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. Such nimble actions were honed through countless hardships endured over time. While feeling a pang of sympathy for one another, they continued their tasks. By the time Su Qingyi had finished preparing the lamb, the water in the pot had reached a boil. She added several pieces of lamb bones and 2 fist-sized chunks of meat into the pot, then searched the kitchen for seasonings. She found only a bit of coarse salt, with nothing else in sight. This circumstance was anticipated by Su Qingyi. During their journey, she had procured some condiments and even purchased some grains, all stored in a basket. She brought the basket into the kitchen and retrieved salt and sugar as seasonings, along with a 20-pound bag of brown rice, a 5-pound bag of flour, and a 20-pound bag of white rice. Initially, Su Qingyi intended to purchase only white rice, but upon hearing Su Qingyi mention that consuming coarse grains occasionally is beneficial, she decided to buy some brown rice as well. This choice proved to be fortuitous, as the brown rice would soon serve a purpose. Next, she took out an iron pot with a diameter of 1 foot, deep enough to hold a considerable amount of contents. Then came the spatula, bowls and chopsticks, a kitchen knife, and a cutting board, even a rough little jar. Su Qingxing laughed and remarked, "You have truly bought everything comprehensively." Su Qingyi sniffed slightly and remarked, "I thought you might be lacking in essentials, so I purchased some. However, do you have ginger here? Even if you do not cultivate it at home, surely wild ginger must be available." "Indeed, we do have it," Su Qingxing affirmed. "We lack a physician here, and it takes at least a day to reach the county town. To safeguard against illness, every household cultivates a small patch of ginger, ensuring they can brew ginger tea during chilly spells to prevent the onset of fevers." Su Qingyi suggested, "Then please dig up a couple of roots for me. Clean them thoroughly and place them in the jar. They will help eliminate the mutton's gamey flavor." Su Qingxing promptly complied. Su Qingyi retrieved the last 2 items from her basket, the jar and the bowl she had used at the mountain god temple. These 2 possessions held a peculiar significance for her. She had not discarded them upon leaving the temple, but rather stored them in her pouch. Noticing that the Su household possessed only 1 jar, she transferred these items from her pouch to the basket, presenting them openly. She took 3 handfuls of rice and placed them into the jar, adding fresh water. Alas, with only a single earthen stove at home, she could not prepare porridge while simmering mutton soup. In haste, she ventured outside to gather stones and clay. Su Qingxing watched in astonishment as Su Qingyi skillfully constructed the stove. "You can even build a stove?" he exclaimed. With a smile, she replied, slightly proud, "I have acquired many skills now. I'll assist you," Su Qingxing offered. "No need. I work swiftly," Su Qingyi declined. "Brother, you can exchange the jar for cooking porridge with the one for the mutton soup. Once I finish building the stove, we can use it to simmer the soup. You and my second brother and sister-in-law have not indulged in meat for quite some time. Suddenly consuming it may prove detrimental to your digestive health. It would be wise to first nourish your stomach with some congee. There is no need to prepare a separate stove." Brother Su suggested that once the congee is ready, we can then simmer the lamb soup. However, using a single stove can be rather inconvenient, Su Qingyi interjected. The lamb requires a longer cooking time to become tender. Furthermore, after preparing the congee on the other stove, we would still need to boil water. It is advisable to drink boiled water to avoid the risks associated with raw water. Brother Su remarked, "Sister, your capabilities instill in me and your second brother and sister-in-law a sense of hope for our survival. It seems the Su family will not face extinction." A wave of emotion washed over Su Qingyi as she recalled the numbness she had witnessed in her eldest and second brothers upon her arrival, a reflection of their apparent loss of will to live. "Eldest brother," Su Qingyi choked out, "I promise to strive to ensure that you and second brother lead a good life." "Foolish girl," Brother Su's voice was tinged with hoarseness. "Providing for the family is a responsibility that rests upon your second brother and me. While we currently rely on your assistance, we must ultimately depend on ourselves." Hearing those words filled the elder brother with a sense of shame. It was not Brother Su who spoke, but rather the second brother of the Su family, who entered with a face full of remorse, his expression no longer numb but instead marked by a hint of relief and surprise. "Qingyi, your current appearance leads me to believe I have gained another younger brother." Upon witnessing her sister, Su Qingyan, engaging in playful banter, Su Qingyi realized that the medication she had administered to Du Ningxue had taken effect. With a smile, she inquired, "Has my sister-in-law awakened?" Su Qingyan shook her head, replying, "Not yet, but her breathing has become more even, and the high fever has subsided. Her life has been preserved." "Thank you, Qingyi." Su Qingyi responded, "We are family. There is no need for thanks." Su Qingyan acknowledged, "I misspoke. Is there anything you would have me do?" Su Qingxing interjected, "Please help stoke the fire." Thus, the 3 siblings toiled together in the kitchen, their efficiency markedly improved. Su Qingyi constructed the stove and placed the earthen pot of simmering lamb soup upon it, allowing it to cook gently over low heat before stepping out to fetch water. Meanwhile, Su Qingyin and Su Qingxing prepared rice porridge and boiled a pot of water, organizing the items brought by Su Qingyi. The two siblings marveled at how their younger sister could fill the water tank with just 2 trips, while they themselves had to make 7 or 8 journeys to achieve the same. In comparison to their sister, they felt a peculiar sense of role reversal. Du Ningzue opened her eyes, her gaze landing on the humble thatched roof above. This was her dwelling. She was not dead after all. Awake? If so, she should rise to partake in the porridge. Hearing her husband's voice, she felt familiar hands assist her in sitting up, leaning against the earthen wall, which felt cool against her skin. Her husband draped a thick cloak over her shoulders. Drink the porridge, he urged softly. The pot on the stove simmered with lamb soup, promising a meal of meat tomorrow. As Du Ningzue remained somewhat dazed, she found herself being fed the white porridge. The rice porridge was thick and fragrant, and even without any accompaniments, it was remarkably delicious. How long had it been since she had savored such exquisite food? Ever since the Su family was besieged and everyone was imprisoned, she had not tasted anything so delightful. Was she dreaming, or had she perhaps already departed from life? Finding herself in the realm of the dead, she focused her gaze, scrutinizing the surroundings of this otherworldly abode. The furnishings bore a striking resemblance to those of the living world, albeit the room appeared considerably cleaner. Glancing down, she noticed the cloak draped over her shoulders was made of an unidentifiable fur. Its softness and thickness were undeniable. She was nestled under a nearly new quilt, imbued with the warmth of sunlight. Her husband sat before her, holding a bowl that indeed contained the enticing white rice porridge, its pure color inviting. The numbness that had once graced his face had vanished, replaced by joy and hope, along with a hint of relaxation, expressions she had not witnessed in a long time. The air was rich with the aroma of meat broth, tantalizingly fragrant, enough to make one salivate. Everything felt so exquisite, so surreal. Du Ningzue's eyes instantly welled with tears. Do not cry. There will be ample opportunities to enjoy rice porridge in the future, Su Qingyan reassured his wife. Our lives will improve. I shall no longer allow you to suffer. Su Qingyan chuckled after a moment, finally grasping that Du Ningzue believed they were both deceased. Silly wife, we are not dead. We are very much alive. Alive? Du Ningzue was skeptical. She was well aware of the current state of their household. Where did this quilt, cloak, white porridge, and meat soup come from? I cannot fathom how you and uncle could procure such items. Only in death could one dream of such luxuries, perhaps. You have indulged too much in tales of ghosts and spirits. Su Qing spoke up. Someone has arrived. Who? Du Ningzue inquired hastily. Su Qing raised her voice. Qingyi? Qingyi? She is not dead? At that moment, Du Ningzue spotted a somewhat familiar young man entering the room. Exhaustion and hunger weighed heavily on Du Ningzue, as well as on Su Dage and Su Urge. Fortunately, with Su Qingyi providing care, the three began to regain their strength. After consulting with Su Qingyi received permission to teach a set of health-preserving internal martial arts to the trio. Though their innate talents were lacking, they were intelligent and persistent, gradually cultivating a sense of qi. Using her silver notes, Su Qingyi secured the release of the Su family members from their exile and arranged for them to relocate to the town. She purchased a courtyard to accommodate them and opened a herbal medicine shop for Su Dage and Su Urge to manage. Su Dage had previously perused a few medical texts, possessing some understanding of minor ailments. Su Qingyi transcribed all the medical knowledge she had learned from Su Qingni and gifted it to Su Dage. He diligently studied the texts and became a physician in the town. The second brother is responsible for procuring medicinal herbs. Although this apothecary cannot afford the Su family a life of luxury, it provides them with a modest comfort. Revenge? The elder brother, Su, seized upon the key phrase in Su Qingyi's words, and his expression darkened considerably. Su Qingyi hastily covered her mouth with her hand, realizing she had inadvertently let something slip. Who is our family's enemy? Su's voice turned cold, his face set in a grimace. Su Qingyi's eyes darted, reluctant to reveal the name of their adversary. That person's status was far too elevated. Her two brothers were currently in no position to confront such an individual, and she did not wish to put her brothers in a difficult situation. Qingyi, whatever you know, please speak up without concealing it from me and elder brother, urged the second brother. In fact, both elder brother and I suspect that our father was framed, possibly by a political rival. However, Our father was known for his benevolence, always leaving room for others, and we have never heard him mention any particular enemy. So please, tell us who is truly our family's foe. Chapter 60. Ancient Cannon Fodder Female 10. Please, tell us who is truly our family's foe. Su Qingni's gaze flitted between her elder and second brother before finally settling on her elder brother's dark, penetrating eyes. With a sigh, she replied, "This enemy holds a high position, and currently, we are powerless against him. There may be no means now, but there will be in the future," Su Qingxing interjected. "Won't there?" Su Qingyi nodded, recalling the celestial being's words, which urged her to wait a few years for an opportunity to arise. Su Qingyi referred to the immortal as a noble figure and conveyed this message to her two elder brothers. The brothers were intrigued by the identity of this noble person, yet their sister steadfastly refused to divulge any details, leaving them with no choice but to abandon their inquiries with a sense of regret. Who, then, is the enemy of the Su family? Su Qingxing pressed once more. Under the intense gazes of her two brothers, Su Qingyi finally uttered a name, Prince Qingshuo. How could it be him? Both brothers were incredulous, questioning whether there had been a mistake. This Prince Qingshuo was merely a powerless royal, known for his indulgence in fleeting romances and his frequenting of brothels, with no connection to officials in the court. How could he possibly conspire against their father? The noble figure cannot be mistaken, Su Qingyi insisted, though she refrained from explaining why Prince Qingshuo would wish to harm their family. Instead, she suggested that they investigate for themselves, adding that if the truth remained elusive, in a few years' time, she would come to understand the reasons behind it. Su Qingxing narrowed his eyes, remarking, "This noble figure is indeed rather extraordinary." Su Qingyi reassured him, "Elder brother, there is no need to doubt her intentions. She harbors no malice towards us." In a fit of anger, Su Qingyin struck the table beside him, exclaiming, "If our enemy truly is Prince Qingshuo, I shall ensure he pays in blood for his debts. Let him not think his title makes him invincible." Su Qingxing admonished him sternly, "Enough. Given our current status and predicament, how can we possibly confront a prince favored by the emperor?" Indeed, Su Qingyin conceded, disheartened. His elder brother was right. Knowing their enemy meant little if they could not stand against a royal. Su Qingyi declared, "As for the matter of vengeance, I shall leave it to fate. Once the new year has passed, I will journey to the capital." "That is unacceptable," both Su Qingxing and Su Qingyin replied in unison, casting disapproving glances at her. A faint smile graced Su Qingyi's lips. "Elder brother, second brother, I am no longer the Su Qingyi of the past. I possess the ability to protect myself and to take action." Yet, Su Qingxing and Su Qingyin remained unconvinced. "Qingyi," Su Qingyin interjected, "you are our sister. Such burdens should not fall upon a young lady. It is our responsibility to bear them." "Second brother, I am also a part of the Su family. Why must I be excluded from this responsibility?" Su Qingyi countered, "I have heard it said that with greater power comes greater responsibility. You have seen my capabilities, have you not? With my current strength, I am more than capable of shouldering the duty of vengeance." Su Qingxing fell silent. Su Qingyin, too, found himself at a loss for words, grappling with the complexity of their emotions, realizing that their sister's prowess overshadowed their own. "I will accompany you to the capital," Su Qingxing finally stated. "That is acceptable," both brothers conceded, their resolve wavering. They had witnessed their sister's extraordinary strength, capable of crushing stones, and had personally felt the transformative power of her inner energy. With such formidable prowess, could they not also escape the confines of their city and exact vengeance for their parents and family? Ultimately, the brothers were swayed by Su Qingyi's words, for she implored them not to regard her as a mere sister, but rather as a brother. Since the day she was nearly killed by a band of beasts, Su Qingyi had relinquished her identity as a woman. Upon hearing this, the two brothers were deeply grieved, realizing the futility of using Su Qingyi's identity to dissuade her. Thus, the three siblings finalized their plans for the journey to the capital. This matter evoked memories of Su Chuanru, the principal culprit behind the misfortunes of Su Qingyi and their other sister. The siblings harbored intense animosity towards Su Chuanru, aghast that their family had nurtured such an ungrateful and malevolent individual. Su Chuanru, however, did not fare well, having been consigned to a life of prostitution. Su Qingyi shared the information she possessed with her two brothers. Su Qingxing scoffed, betraying one's own kin in the deluded hope of gaining something favorable? Serves her right. Su Qingyin spat in disgust, adding, "Our Su family cannot countenance such a depraved individual." Su Qingxing concurred. Once the Su family's case is successfully overturned, We shall expunge Su Chuanru's name from the family genealogy. While the two brothers ceased to concern themselves with Su Chuanru, Su Qingni remained fixated on the woman who had wronged her. She yearned to witness the extent of her wretched fate firsthand, to assuage the pent-up resentment within her. Consequently, one evening, after her elder brothers and sister-in-law had retired for the night, Su Qingni stealthily slipped out under the cover of darkness, unaware that 3 pairs of eyes were observing her through the window as she scaled the high wall with remarkable agility and vanished into the night. Qingyi is truly remarkable, Du Ningzue remarked with admiration. Su Qingyan nodded in agreement, inwardly contemplating when he, too, might acquire the ability to traverse walls with such ease. With her still developing agility, Su Qingyi successfully infiltrated the Red Chamber, which might have once served as an ancient brothel, permitting her entry with surprising ease due to its lax management. She thoroughly searched the premises, yet could not locate any trace of Su Chuanru. Venturing into one of the rooms, she found a woman reclining on the bed, unable to entertain guests due to her monthly cycle. Mistaking Su Qingyi for a young patron seeking pleasure, the woman was about to shoo her away when Su Qingyi tossed a silver coin her way. The woman quickly caught the coin, her expression wavering. Although the silver was more than she typically earned in 10 days, her current condition precluded her from accepting such earnings. Reluctantly, she extended the coin forward, saying, "Esteemed guest, I am unwell and unable to serve you." Chapter 61. The Ancient Cannon Fodder Girl. Esteemed guest, I am unwell and unable to serve you. The woman swallowed nervously and added, "Please, do ask your questions." Su Qingyi inquired, "Is there a woman named Su Chuanru within this establishment?" "Indeed, there is," the woman replied. "But you have arrived too late. Su Chuanru is no longer here." Su Qingyi pressed urgently, "Where has she gone? What fortuitous luck?" Su Qingyi gritted her teeth in frustration, initially believing that Su Chuanru had become ensnared in her predicament, yet it seemed she had managed to extricate herself. Infuriated, Su Qingyi flung the silver coin at the woman and stormed out of the Red Chamber. The following day, during breakfast, Su Qingyi expressed her desire to travel to the capital. Su Chuanru was also heading to the capital, as Su Qingyi stated. Her two brothers and their wives understood the depth of her animosity towards Su Chuanru and did not attempt to dissuade her. Instead, her sister-in-law promptly assisted Su Qingyi in packing her belongings. Within the span of an hour, Su Qingyi set out on her journey. Upon her departure, she left all the silver notes in her storage bag for her two brothers and their wives, retaining only a few dozen silver coins for herself. She could earn more silver along the way, but her brothers and their wives, residing in the border town, required a greater amount for their own safety. Fortunately, her brothers and their wives had taken to learning the methods of physical enhancement from her, ensuring their health and preventing them from meeting an untimely demise like a fairy. Grateful she was to the heavens and to the fairy for not allowing Su Chuanru to benefit from her misfortune. Upon realizing she had strayed from Su Chuanru, Su Qingyi slowed her pace. Along the way, when encountering a mountain, she engaged in hunting down a couple of large beasts and foraged for a few rare herbs. After descending the mountain, she exchanged her spoils for silver, gradually replenishing her storage bag. On that day, while Su Qingyi was making her way out of the mountain with a bear she had hunted, she spotted an individual standing precariously on the edge of a ridge, seemingly poised to leap down. In a hurry, she dropped the bear from her back, rushed forward, and seized the person. "Good sir, what troubles you so profoundly that you would seek to end your life?" she inquired, pulling him to safety against the mountainside. The individual did not resist vehemently. However, his strength was no match for Su Qingyi's. "Let me go," he exclaimed, his face flushed and his voice raised. "Your actions are utterly unbecoming." Su Qingyi released her grip and innocently remarked, "I intended to save you, not to insult your dignity." The man replied, "I do not require your salvation." Su Qingyi continued, "Are you aware that suicide is a sin? After death, one faces punishment in the underworld, and only after the term is served can one reincarnate." The man was taken aback. He truly had no knowledge of this. He sighed deeply, saying, "Even if it means suffering punishment, I would accept it, as long as I could be reborn anew, unlike my current state, which extinguishes all my hope." Su Qingyi scrutinized him closely, noting the profound sorrow etched on his face and the despair in his eyes. Yet, his attire was respectable and clean, not indicative of someone who had fallen into misfortune. It seemed he had merely been driven to this state by some stimulus. Su Qingyi quickly discerned his intention to end his life once she departed. She would not allow such a fate, One hand grasped his arm firmly while the other led a massive bear down the mountain. The man struggled desperately, but Su Qingyi's grip was as unyielding as iron, rendering his efforts futile as she dragged him along. Upon realizing his inability to escape, he glanced at the enormous black bear, 3 times his size, being towed by Su Qingyi, and his pupils dilated in fear, compelling him to cease his resistance. After only a few steps, their path was obstructed by individuals wishing to purchase the bear. The sight of such a formidable creature entering the city attracted many buyers. Deterred by Su Qingyi's formidable strength, they did not dare to haggle and offered a fair price. Su Qingyi, unconcerned with the details, sold the bear and settled into a nearby inn. After dining, Su Qingyi reclined, eager to immerse herself in the realm of dreams to absorb the knowledge of the day. Su Qingyi remained by her side, aware of her intentions, refraining from questioning the change in schedule. Instead, she completed the day's discussion, allowing Su Qingyi to practice independently before delving into the dream world, where she sought the presence of extreme yin energies and the ancestral spirit. Rising from her bed, Su Qingyi noticed the night had deepened. The sound of the bell indicated it was the second watch, between 9 and 11 in the evening. She opened her window and leapt outside, guided by the memories of the day to the doorstep of a certain individual. This person's residence belonged to a prominent family in the county, renowned for its scholarly lineage. The elder uncle served as an official in the capital, while the second uncle held the position of governor in a distant region. Although his father did not pursue an official career to care for his elderly mother, he was the esteemed head of the county's finest academy. Thus, the household was filled with learned individuals. Even the women were educated, capable of reading, writing, composing poetry, and painting. The young man in question, Feng Bai, at the age of 20, was unfortunately marked by fate. Born with 6 fingers, he bore a disability that barred him from the civil service. Despite his academic prowess, he faced insurmountable obstacles on the path of the imperial examination, destined to remain in the county as a humble teacher. Unlike his father, he could not ascend to the position of academy head due to his lack of official credentials, and the other instructors would undoubtedly lack respect for him. In stark contrast to his cousins, who all enjoyed official titles, Feng Bai's heart was heavy with sorrow, a sentiment universally understood. Chapter 62. The ancient cannon fodder woman. The events that unfolded subsequently plunged Feng Bai into despair, nearly extinguishing his will to live. Engaged at the tender age of 15, his fiancée tragically passed away when he was 16. After a 6-month interval, a new engagement was arranged, and the wedding date was set. Yet, merely a month before the ceremony, his second fiancée also succumbed to death. From that point on, whispers of his supposed misfortune with women began to circulate, attributing his ill fate to his 6 fingers, deemed an omen of bad luck. Although the Feng family, being learned individuals, adhered to the belief that one should not speak of supernatural forces, such idle gossip nonetheless seeped into their hearts, causing a rift in their relationship with Feng Bai. His bond with his brothers and sisters-in-law grew distant. Fortunately, his third fiancée entered the household without incident, which momentarily silenced the rumors. Alas, she too did not survive the year, perishing during childbirth, resulting in the loss of both mother and child. This tragedy further fueled the narrative that Feng Bai was cursed not only to lose wives, but now children as well. The prospect of remarriage became an arduous endeavor for him, yet he could not be condemned to a solitary existence, dying alone without anyone to mourn him. Ultimately, the Feng family invested substantial resources to secure a rural scholar's daughter as his new wife. The scholar's family, facing financial hardship, was more than willing to marry off their daughter to the Feng family. However, the scholar's second daughter, Feng Bai's new bride, was unwilling at heart. She had long been in love with another and was coerced into marrying Feng Bai. Despite her marital bonds, she clandestinely maintained her affair with her true love. A year later, she bore a healthy and robust daughter. Feng Bai was filled with joy, relishing the presence of his daughter, unaware of the despair that awaited him. His affection for the child was akin to treasuring a precious gem, yet he remained oblivious to the truth that she was not his daughter. It was only half a month ago, during a clandestine meeting between his wife and her lover, that Feng Bai discerned the truth while eavesdropping on their conversation, realizing that he had been betrayed and that the child was not of his blood. In that moment of revelation, he was overwhelmed, and his loyal servant, terrified, raised an alarm, exposing the affair. The lover intended to flee with his wife, who, fearing she would hinder his escape, urged him to leave without her. She recognized that in a modern society that clings to notions of chastity, her existence was untenable, leading her to choose the path of self-destruction. In a heartless act, she believed that since the child was not of the Feng lineage, the family would reject her, and her own kin would see the child as a stain upon their honor. Thus, she ended the life of her daughter before taking her own. Upon hearing this tragic news, Feng Bai was once again struck by despair. Logically, one would not expect him to mourn the death of a child that was not his and a wife who had betrayed him. However, the whispers of society are sharp as blades. After expressing sympathy for his plight, the public's tone shifted. They claimed Feng Bai was destined for misfortune, a wretched being who had fathered a child that was not his own. Accusations of being a husband and father doomed to fail echoed through the community, prompting Su Qing to speculate that these malicious rumors originated from the intimates of his wife's lover. There are numerous unfavorable rumors surrounding Feng Bai. Despite his strong psychological resilience, he ultimately succumbed to the pressure and broke down, leading to the tragic scene of Su Qingni encountering a suicide attempt today. This conclusion was drawn by Su Qingni, who pieced together the gossips circulating in the county, information provided by the innkeeper, and snippets of conversations she overheard between Feng's family members before they retired for the night. Upon hearing this, she could not help but murmur, "Is Feng Bai truly destined to be a cursed soul? Should I intervene to prevent his suicide?" As he himself stated, if given the chance to start anew in the next life, he would willingly accept the punishment of death. Indeed, the fate of a cursed soul is quite bleak. Suddenly, the voice of Su Qingni echoed in her mind. "Huh!" Su Qingni exclaimed in surprise, hastily employing her lightness skill to leave the Feng family estate. She found refuge in a secluded corner and whispered, "Fairy, fairy, are you there?" "Stop calling," Su Qingni replied. "I shall not manifest in the mortal realm. I merely released a fragment of my consciousness out of boredom to see what you were up to, and unexpectedly encountered such a pitiable soul. It is still a matter of renown. In their eyes, chastity and reputation hold greater importance than life itself. Can the fairy alter destinies?" Su Qingni inquired. "Do you genuinely believe Feng Bai is cursed?" Su Qingni asked in return. "He was born with 6 fingers, Su Qingni asserted. "Being born with 6 fingers is merely a deformity. It bears no relation to one's fate," Su Qingni contended. But Feng Bai has lost 2 fiancés and 2 wives, and both his son and daughter have also perished," Su Qingni lamented. "Those are merely coincidences," Su Qingni dismissed. "If he truly is a fated solitary star, then why does he not bring misfortune upon his father, mother, brothers, and nephews?" Upon observing his countenance, I cannot discern that he is indeed such a solitary star. His marriage line, however, bears signs of turbulence. It appears that he is not suited for early matrimony, and it is only through later union that his marriage may endure, leading to the blessing of children. Su Qingni remarked, "In that case, I can rest easy in preventing his suicide." Su Qingni responded with an affirmative sound, urging, "Hurry, he is on the verge of hanging himself." Su Qingni sprang into action, dashing across the eaves to the outside of Feng Bai's room, where she heard a loud thud. Presumably Feng Bai had kicked a stool. Due to the rumors surrounding the solitary star, the servants of the Feng household dared not approach Feng Bai closely. Many of those who had connections were reassigned from this courtyard, leaving a significantly reduced number of attendants, and those remaining were deliberately sent away by Feng Bai, resulting in no one hearing the commotion from within his room. Had Su Qingni not arrived, Feng Bai would likely have gone unnoticed until the following day, by which time he would have perished completely. Without delay, Su Qingni entered and lifted him down from the noose, laying him upon the bed. Feng Bai had barely placed his neck within the noose when he regained consciousness, seeing Su Qingni and hoarsely exclaiming, "Why is it you again?" Su Qingni retorted, "Having saved you once, I cannot stand by and watch you die again. Did I not tell you? Suicide will only lead to punishment in the underworld." Feng Bai replied, "I have also stated that I would rather face punishment than not have the chance to start anew." Su Qingni remarked, "Is it because of the so-called destiny of the doomed star? I have consulted a sage on your behalf, and it is unfounded. You are not fated to be a solitary star. The deaths of your fiancés and wives are mere coincidences, unfortunate accidents." Chapter 63, The Ancient Cannon Fodder Girl 13. "I was born with 6 fingers, marked by misfortune." "Nonsense," Su Qingyi asserted. "That is merely a sign of poor maternal development." Feng Bai, not fully comprehending Su Qingyi's words, believed she was fabricating excuses to prevent his demise and dismissed her concerns. He did not wish to engage further with this meddlesome individual and stated, "Esteemed warrior, I acknowledge your good intentions, yet some matters do not concern an outsider like you. You may be able to thwart me once or twice, but can you remain by my side indefinitely to stop me? You are but a passerby, destined to depart." This was indeed a dilemma, as Su Qingyi feared that if she left this county, Feng Bai might seek death once more, with no one to deter him then. Su Qingyi fixed her gaze upon Feng Bai, her intensity causing him to feel uneasy. He took a step back, his voice trembling as he questioned, "What do you intend to do?" Su Qingyi declared, "I have resolved to keep you close, watching you constantly. Only when you no longer wish to die will I allow you to leave." Such fanciful thoughts. Feng Bai was amused by her audacity. "I will not accompany you." Su Qingyi replied, "That is not for you to decide." Suddenly, Feng Bai sprang from his bed, attempting to flee. But Su Qingyi swiftly extended a finger to press on a vital point, rendering him immobile. Feng Bai was horrified, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this? This is not sorcery. It is the art of acupoint manipulation." Su Qingyi offered a brief explanation before rummaging through Feng Bai's room. She opened a wooden chest containing clothing and retrieved 3 or 4 sets of clean garments, wrapping them in a piece of cloth to place on Feng Bai's back. In her search, she discovered a locked small box within the room. The iron lock, to Su Qingyi, was as feeble as air, with a gentle squeeze. It yielded to her touch. Upon opening the box, she found 2 land deeds, a property deed, 300-tael silver notes, 2 50-tael notes, and a number of loose silver coins, totaling 568 taels. She carefully wrapped the deeds, silver notes, and loose coins in 3 lotus leaf packages and tucked them into the folds of Feng Bai's clothing, inquiring, "Has your family already split?" Feng Bai remained unresponsive, eyes closed. Undeterred by his silence, Su Qingyi grasped his shoulder with her right hand and hoisted him upright. Startled, Feng Bai opened his mouth to cry out, but Su Qingyi, swift as lightning, pressed on his mute acupoint, eliciting a triumphant smile at his incredulous expression. The following morning, Su Qingyi procured a horse-drawn carriage and, seizing an opportunity when no one was watching, stuffed Feng Bai inside and drove away from the county town. After traveling some 20 to 30 miles, she released Feng Bai's acupoint and placed a still warm bun into his hands. "Eat," she commanded. "Do not entertain thoughts of starvation. Should you refuse, I can simply force it into your mouth." Silently, Feng Bai accepted the bun and began to eat, resigned to his fate. Unable to resist the presence of the individual before her, and trapped within their grasp, she found herself in a state of despair, contemplating the futility of her existence. What more could she do? Her only recourse was to comply with the demands laid before her. This person had made it clear, as long as she relinquished her suicidal thoughts, she would be granted her freedom. Thus, she resolved to suppress such thoughts temporarily. Striving to present herself as someone who had indeed come to terms with life, hoping to deceive this individual into believing her fade. Naturally, this transformation had to be gradual. Any abrupt change would surely incite suspicion. With this strategy in mind, Feng Bai resigned herself to her current predicament, indulging in the essentials of food and drink while maintaining a deliberate silence, almost entirely ignoring Su Qingyi. The latter, however, was well aware of Feng Bai's intentions and thought to herself, "Do not presume I am oblivious to your schemes. If you genuinely abandon your suicidal inclinations, I might consider letting you go, but if your resolve is feigned, I shall not permit your escape. I will keep a close watch on you. Tell me," Su Qingyi continued, pressing a metaphorical knife into Feng Bai's heart, "what do you think will be the reaction of the Feng family upon discovering your absence? This individual is riddled with emotional scars. Perhaps the wounds are festering within. To heal these afflictions, one must inflict further pain, squeezing out the infection before any hope for recovery can arise." Feng Bai glared coldly at Su Qingyi, remaining silent. Su Qingyi, with a smile, suggested, "Why don't we pause for a moment? We could inquire about any news from those who have come from the county town. Surely, you are curious whether the Feng family is worried about you and searching high and low for your whereabouts. No need to ask." Feng Bai sighed, expressing that his sister-in-law and younger siblings wished for his demise, while his elder brother and younger brother did not desire his death. Yet they also wished for him to leave their home. They would feign a search for him, but in truth, they had no intention of actually locating him. Only his father and mother might sincerely seek him, yet they were preoccupied with his elder brother and younger brother, as well as their grandchildren, rendering him far less significant in comparison. In a few days, they would abandon the search, completely casting him aside. Su Qingyi inquired, "Is this the primary reason for your desire to end your life?" Feng Bai gazed into her eyes and replied, "My parents, siblings, and relatives have forsaken me. Do I still have a reason to live?" Su Qingyi touched her nose, acknowledging the validity of his statement. "Then why not remarry and have a son? The rumors would dissipate on their own," she suggested. However, Feng Bai shook his head, asserting that he had no intention of marrying again in this lifetime. Observing his demeanor and recalling his second wife, Su Qingyi's lips twitched, feeling pity for him. It seemed he had lost faith in marriage. Yet, if he chose not to marry and have children, the rumors surrounding his cursed fate would persist, and his mindset would remain unchanged, preventing him from relinquishing his thoughts of ending his life. This was a troublesome predicament. Did she truly have to bind him to her side indefinitely? Su Qingyi felt overwhelmed, regretting her involvement in Feng Bai's affairs. Nevertheless, her momentary regret dissipated quickly, as she could not bear to witness a living person seek death before her very eyes. Chapter 64. The Ancient Supporting Female Character 14. On which hand does your six-fingered birthmark reside? Suddenly, Su Qingyi inquired, "Show me your hand." She had often heard that Feng Bai was born with 6 fingers, but had never seen it with her own eyes. Feng Bai silently raised her right hand, revealing an additional segment on her pinky finger, protruding an inch from the nail, rather than the bifurcation at the palm that Su Qingyi had imagined. This extra segment appeared as an unnecessary appendage, yet it did not hinder the mobility of her right hand. It was said that Feng Bai also possessed remarkable calligraphy skills and was quite adept at painting. As she lifted her hand halfway, Su Qingyi seized her wrist suddenly. "What are you doing?" Feng Bai demanded. Su Qingyi replied with a smile, "I'm going to perform a little surgery." Huh. Feng Bai was bewildered by the term surgery, when suddenly, a dagger appeared in Su Qingyi's right hand. In a swift motion, the blade glinted, and Feng Bai felt a sharp pain in her right hand. She glanced down, horrified to see the severed portion of her finger lying on the mat of the carriage, staining it crimson, while blood poured from her hand. You. Feng Bai was overwhelmed with a mixture of anger and pain, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, Su Qingyi set down the dagger and took out a medicinal powder, applying it to Feng Bai's wound to stem the bleeding. She tore a strip of fine cloth from her undergarment to bandage the injury. After completing these tasks, Su Qingyi, with a sense of triumph, said to Feng Bai, "You see, now you are no longer a 6-fingered person. Once you heal, others will only notice the scar on your pinky and will never guess that you once had 6 fingers." Feng Bai gazed blankly at his right hand, observing the 5 fingers, perfectly intact, yet wrapped in white bandages. His eyes brimmed with tears. He had not wept when labeled a husband cursed by fate. He had remained stoic upon the death of his first wife, who carried their unborn child. He had not shed a tear when his second wife betrayed him, nor had he cried when branded as a childless wretch, or when marked as a star of misfortune. Even when abandoned by his family, though despair enveloped him and thoughts of death crossed his mind, he did not weep. In truth, he possessed a resolute character, for he had endured in silence for 20 long years. Yet now, tears streamed down his face. In remembrance, Feng Bai extended his left hand, grasping the wooden box tightly, and carefully stowed it within the pocket of his inner robe. Su Qingyi stepped out of the carriage, raised her whip, and urged the horse-drawn cart to amble forward at a leisurely pace, hardly faster than a gentle jog. Consequently, a considerable time elapsed. Yet the cart had scarcely covered 5 miles. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Feng Bai emerged, seating himself beside Su Qingyi, whispering, "Thank you." Su Qingyi smiled. "Have you found clarity? No longer seeking death?" Feng Bai nodded softly. Su Qingyi shook her head. "No, I do not wish for anyone to follow me. You, a scholar, are not of my kind. Following me would only hinder my progress." Feng Bai replied, "Young brother, I pride myself on my ability to discern people. Though you possess the ability to hunt bears and exhibit a skill that is as elusive as a specter, resembling the chivalrous figures often portrayed in tales. Your eloquence and the subtle habits you occasionally reveal suggest that you are indeed a well-educated individual, hailing from a distinguished lineage. When we first met, you arrived from the northern territories, where only those of your caliber could possibly emerge, for many noble families have fallen into misfortune there. Your journey from the border city appears to be destined for the capital, driven by 2 motives. One to seek redress for your family's grievances, and the other to avenge them. Am I correct? Su Qingyi. The sincerity in the other person's gaze made it difficult for me to dismiss him as merely a companion. Feng Bai continued, "I assure you, I shall not be a burden. I can assist you in strategizing. Whether your aim is to overturn a verdict or to seek vengeance, I can provide guidance. Two minds are better than one. Su Qingyi regarded Feng Bai for a considerable time, his eyes meeting hers with unwavering honesty. Finally, she spoke. My name is Su Qingyi. She did not fully trust Feng Bai, merely revealing her name to him. However, Feng Bai was not deterred by Su Qingyi's skepticism. Had she been the type to blindly accept him without question, he would not have chosen to accompany her. Remarkably, by the following day, Su Qingyi had placed her complete trust in him, even divulging her family's circumstances. Feng Bai expressed surprise. You trust me so readily? Su Qingyi replied with a mysterious smile. Someone told me that you are worthy of trust. Who might that be? Feng Bai inquired eagerly. Assuming that someone from the Feng family had come looking for them, Su Qingyi chuckled. I shan't tell you. Feng Bai fell silent. Although she had placed her trust in Feng Bai, Su Qingyi discreetly observed her companion throughout their journey to Shanghai, and Feng Bai was aware of this scrutiny, choosing to remain silent and focus on their tasks. As they approached the capital, Su Qingyi remarked, Indeed, the words of the fairy were the most accurate. Chapter 65. The ancient cannon fodder girl Feng Bai was oblivious to the identity of the fairy Su Qingyi spoke of, yet their bond had grown remarkably strong throughout their travels. Aside from her own identity as a woman and the matters concerning Su Qingyi had divulged everything about the Su family and revealed that their family nemesis was Prince Qingshuo. Prince Qingshuo? Surely there must be some mistake. Though Feng Bai resided outside the capital, she had family in Beijing who were well-versed in the affairs of the city, and she had heard tales of Prince Qingshuo. It cannot be. Su Qingyi asserted firmly, the fairy could not possibly be mistaken, although I do not comprehend the reasons. He is undoubtedly the one who has wronged our family. My purpose for coming to the capital is to investigate Prince Qingshuo and uncover the reasons behind his treachery against my father. As Feng Bai pondered this revelation, she remarked, If it is indeed Prince Qingshuo who has conspired against your father, then the debauchery he exhibits may merely be a fade, concealing a significant amount of power. Su Qingyi nodded in agreement, as her elder and second brothers had drawn similar conclusions. Feng Bai continued, This prince is the favored youngest son of the late emperor, who even contemplated placing him in a position of power. Now, he finds himself reduced to a frivolous prince devoid of power, a fate he cannot accept. It is likely that Su Qingyi has realized, my father must have discovered something, which is why he was preemptively targeted by Prince Qingshuo. Feng Bai suggested, It is also possible that Prince Qingshuo sought to win over your father, only to be met with rejection. They speculated several reasons, but the true motive remains for Su Qingyi to uncover. Upon arriving in the capital, they first rented a modest courtyard and began to gather information in their own ways. Su Qingyi had lived in the capital for over a decade, yet her existence was confined to the inner chambers, her acquaintances primarily the daughters of nobility. However, the knowledge these noble women possessed was limited to matters pertaining to the inner quarters, leaving them oblivious to the outside world, and thus, Su Qingyi could not glean information from them. Moreover, her current identity and guise rendered her unable to mingle with those aristocratic ladies. She clandestinely visited an old friend with whom she had once shared a close bond. This visit, however, proved somewhat disheartening, as she discerned who among them truly regarded her as a friend and who merely feigned sweetness while harboring malice. After this realization, she found her circle of cherished friends reduced to two. One, Yuilio, is 2 years her senior and now a married woman. The other, Zhang Yanci, is a year younger than Su Qingyi and remains unmarried. Yet, upon observing her discreetly, Su Qingyi noted a glimmer in the young woman's eyes, suggesting she may have captured the heart of someone special. Yuilio's married life is fraught with difficulties, though it appears glamorous on the surface. The underlying struggles compel Su Qingyi to wish to confront Yuilio directly, urging her to consider separation from her husband. However, Su Qingyi was acutely aware that Yuilio was unlike herself and would never choose to part ways. She would inevitably depend on a man for her entire life. Thus, she suppressed the urge to confront Yuilio directly and instead discreetly offered her assistance. Yuilio's husband harbored little affection for his wife, his heart captivated instead by his cousin, who had grown up alongside him. Yet, the cousin's family background did not match that of Yuilio's husband, preventing her from assuming the role of his legitimate wife. Less than a month after marrying Yuilio, her husband took the cousin as a concubine. This cousin, possessing a sweet facade but a heart full of malice, feigned utmost respect towards Yuilio while secretly orchestrating numerous obstacles for her. She even portrayed herself as a victim of Yu Ilio's supposed mistreatment in front of Yu Ilio's husband, leading him to develop a profound dissatisfaction with his wife, eroding any remnants of respect he once held for her, thus creating a relationship characterized by icy estrangement. The cousin, still unsatisfied, yearned for the status of the primary wife and the authority within the household. She resorted to bribing several servants to devise a sinister trap, intending to frame Yu Ilio for infidelity, meticulously orchestrating a scenario for Yu Ilio's husband to witness. Should this scheme succeed, Yu Ilio would undoubtedly be ruined, allowing the cousin to ascend to her desired position. However, fortune did not favor the cousin. While she plotted her malice, Su Qingni happened to visit an old friend. Upon learning of the cousin's treachery against Yu Ilio, she subtly intervened. The outcome was that Yu Ilio's husband discovered the cousin in a compromising situation with another man. Men are most intolerant of being cuckolded, regardless of whether the woman was coerced. Even though he held a deep affection for his cousin, witnessing her in the company of another man stirred a profound unease within him. Moreover, he was not alone in this disconcerting experience. His friends and guests were also present, their eyes drawn to her form. She had cruelly sought to expose Yu Ilio's body to numerous men, aiming to plunge her into despair, yet remained oblivious to the fact that she was ultimately digging her own grave. What is this called? Harming others ultimately leads to one's own demise? Yu Ilio's husband discerned the true nature of his cousin, and his feelings of guilt towards Yu Ilio only deepened, fortifying their bond in the aftermath of this incident. Su Qingni harbored disdain for Yu Ilio's husband, believing him unworthy of her friend. However, Yu Ilio now appeared remarkably content. Su Qingni felt a sense of relief for having extricated herself from the confines of noble womanhood. She approached, settling across from Feng Bai, casting her gaze momentarily upon the chessboard. Extending her hand, she plucked a white piece and placed it on the board. Feng Bai, in turn, selected a black piece and positioned it beside hers. The intense clash of strategy unfolded between them, the chessboard alive with a fierce exchange. After more than an hour, Su Qingni relinquished a piece, conceding, "I have lost." Feng Bai chuckled, placing down his black piece, remarking, "Your skill has grown considerably. It becomes increasingly difficult for me to claim victory." "Even so, I am no match for you," Su Qingni replied. "The complexities within your mind surpass the collective ingenuity of 10. Are you praising me or disparaging me?" Feng Bai inquired. "Certainly, I am offering you praise. Your cunning is on par with the likes of Guojia and Jiasu." Feng Bai responded with a light-hearted chuckle. "I appreciate your kind words. You praise me as resembling Guojia, and I might feel a modicum of joy. Yet, why must you also invoke Jiasu? I never entertained the notion of becoming a poison master. By the way, today I attended a literary gathering and received a piece of poetry that may endure through the ages." Chapter 66. The Ancient Cannon Fodder Woman. Today, at the literary gathering, I acquired a poem that has the potential to be immortal. Being lauded by you as timeless suggests that this piece is indeed extraordinary. Su Qingni, who harbors a deep interest in poetry, couldn't help but glance expectantly at Feng Bai. With a smile, Feng Bai retrieved a palm-sized sheet of Xian paper from her bosom and handed it to Su Qingni. Eagerly, Su Qingni unfolded the paper, revealing characters that were vigorous and forceful, imbued with an indomitable spirit. It was indeed a commendable piece of calligraphy, the handiwork of Feng Bai herself. As she examined the content, she read, "The great river flows eastward, sweeping away countless historical figures. To the west of the ancient fortress, it is said, lies the red cliffs of Zhoulang from the Three Kingdoms. Jagged rocks pierce the sky, and the roaring waves crash against the shore, conjuring mounds of snow. The landscape is picturesque, teeming with heroes of the time." Unable to contain her enthusiasm, Su Qingni clapped her knees, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Magnificent! The grandeur is overwhelming. Soaring into the clouds, the vastness of the realm is unprecedented." Feng Bai nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Only with such a poem can it be sung through the ages." The two continued to applaud, while Su Qingni stood in a daze. What on earth? Is this not Su Da S Nian Nu Jiao? Remembering the Red Cliffs? Has another time traveler emerged in this world? The history of this realm took a turn after the Enshi Rebellion, with no 5 dynasties, no Song, Yuan, Ming, or Qing. Only a David dynasty that has endured for over a century, converting the current era of this world into the timeline of Earth's history. We find ourselves still in the period of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, long before the Song dynasty had emerged, and even more so, before Su Shi had been born, rendering it impossible for him to compose Nian Nu Jiao, Chibi Huaigu. Thus, The appearance of this piece can only be attributed to the efforts of a time traveler. After expressing her admiration, Su Qingni inquired, "Might I know which esteemed scholar penned this masterpiece? Could you possibly introduce me to this illustrious figure?" Feng Bai's expression shifted to one of perplexity as he replied, "Not a venerable scholar, but rather a young lady of similar age to yourself." "Impossible," Su Qingyi immediately protested. "How could a young girl produce such grand and magnificent poetry? Moreover, consider the final line of the poem. In the spirit of my homeland, one might smile at my sentimental folly, for I have grayed early, if she has already grayed. How could she be a young lady?" Feng Bai countered, "Yet, it was indeed composed by a young lady, one whom I witnessed firsthand. During a literary gathering, she was put on the spot and tasked to compose poetry with a specified theme. In scarcely more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, she crafted this very piece, earning resounding applause. The poem is indeed exquisite, yet I cannot believe it was authored by a young lady," Su Qingyi mused. "It seems implausible that someone of her youth could encapsulate such profound sentiments. Perhaps this poem was written by an elder relative of hers, and she merely presented it as her own. Such speculation appears quite reasonable." Feng Bai remarked that there were indeed others who harbored similar suspicions. Otherwise, would there have been any attempts to vex that young lady at the literary gathering? Prior to this, many had questioned her, seeking to uncover her true abilities. Yet, this young lady consistently produced exquisite poetry, each piece a classic, leaving no trace of having sought assistance in her writing. Over time, the public came to acknowledge her talent, believing her to possess extraordinary gifts that allowed her to compose such timeless verses. Thus, Su Qingyi chose to believe only half of what she heard, reserving the other half for evening inquiries with the fairy for confirmation. Deep down, she harbored skepticism towards this so-called talented woman. Her instincts suggested that something was amiss. "After hearing you, I am indeed curious to meet this young lady," Su Qingyi expressed. Feng Bai replied, "This lady is surrounded by numerous talented scholars and noble gentlemen. It would be quite challenging for us to glimpse her true visage, let alone converse with her." "What?" Su Qingyi exclaimed, finally realizing the inconsistency she had sensed earlier. When Feng Bai first mentioned that woman, something had felt off, and now she understood why. How could a young lady from a prominent family attend a gathering meant for men? "Which esteemed family does this young lady belong to?" Su Qingyi inquired. Feng Bai chuckled. "Only you would pose such a question. This young lady is no courtesan. Her status is quite elevated, as she is the daughter of Lord Kong, the Minister of Rights." "The daughter of Lord Kong?" Su Qingyi recalled an impression of the Kong family's daughter in her memory. Two individuals of comparable age to her exist. One is the legitimate daughter of Lord Kong, and the other is his illegitimate daughter. The former is a legitimate young lady of the household, holding a prominent status, while the latter is the favored daughter of Lord Kong's beloved concubine, who enjoys his utmost affection. Within the household, these two young ladies vie for superiority, each unwilling to yield to the other. Su Qingyi is acquainted with both, but has had limited interaction with them. Nonetheless, she is aware that their talents are rather mediocre, particularly lacking in poetic prowess. "Which young lady belongs to Lord Kong's family?" "The illegitimate daughter, of course." Su Qingyi furrowed her brow, recalling that during her time in the capital, her sisters spoke of the eldest daughter of the Kong family, whose poetic talent could only be deemed mediocre at best. Feng Bai remarked, "It is said that the eldest daughter of Kong is quite modest, although she possesses remarkable talent. She refrains from showcasing it to avoid inciting displeasure from her legitimate mother and sister, thus enduring hardship from her biological aunt by feigning mediocrity. Yet, despite her efforts to appease her legitimate sister, the latter, along with their mother, failed to tolerate her, even going so far as to push her into a pond during the frigid winter, where, although she did not drown, she nearly succumbed to the cold. Following a severe illness, the eldest daughter of Kong came to a realization. She no longer wished to endure and chose to reveal her talents, earning widespread acclaim and further endearing herself to Lord Kong, thus elevating her status within the household. From that point onward, her legitimate mother and sister dared not bully her any longer. This assertion is inaccurate." Su Qingyi shook her head, recalling that her younger sister had mentioned both daughters of the Kong family. The mother of the eldest daughter is Lord Kong's favored concubine, and her treatment within the household is hardly inferior to that of the legitimate daughter, rendering her immune to any bullying from her legitimate mother and sister. Moreover, my sister has mentioned that Miss Kong possesses a delicate temperament and is not one to endure silently. Feng Bai inquired, "Do you still suspect that those poems were composed by someone else, and that Miss Kong has appropriated another's work?" Su Qingyi shook her head. In a city as vast as the capital, with so many people, no one has uncovered any evidence of Miss Kong plagiarizing. Perhaps it is indeed Miss Kong who penned them herself. She harbored doubts that Miss Kong, like herself, might have experienced an extraordinary encounter, perhaps meeting a celestial being in a dream and acquiring extraordinary skills. She contemplated whether to engage with Miss Kong to discern what abilities she had acquired. Besides poetry, had she also mastered martial arts? In Chapter 67, titled The Ancient Supporting Female Lead, Feng Bai interjected, "By the way, Prince Qingxua is also a suitor of Miss Kong, and he is quite a successful one at that. Their relationship is rather special." Su Qingyi's gaze sharpened immediately. The notion that Prince Qingxua shared a close connection with Miss Kong raised her concerns. What if Miss Kong were to assist him? Uncertain of the extent of Miss Kang's abilities and whether she could best her in a confrontation, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Su Qingyi promptly rose and said to Feng Bai, "I find myself rather fatigued today. I shall retreat to my chamber for some rest. Please, make yourself comfortable." Feng Bai waved her hand dismissively. Understanding Su Qingyi's urgency to meet with her, Su Qingyi willingly guided her into the realm of dreams. Upon encountering Su Qingyi immediately recounted the matter concerning Miss Kong, and then inquired, "Fairy, does Miss Kong Yuru share a similar fate as mine, having encountered an opportunity within her dreams?" Su Qingyi shook her head. "It's different. Kong Yuru indeed possesses opportunities, but those opportunities do not belong to the original eldest daughter of the Kong family. They belong to the current Kong Yuru." Su Qingyi was perplexed. Su Qingyi explained, "The present Kong Yuru is not the same as the former Kong Yuru." After a moment of confusion, Su Qingyi realized, is it a case of borrowing a body and returning the soul? Su Qingyi nodded. The external soul must originate from below the currents of time, possessing hundreds of years of memories, far surpassing the knowledge of many contemporary individuals. Su Qingyi understood further. So those poems were composed by later generations and were claimed by Kong Yuru as her own? Su Qingyi nodded again. Su Qingyi quickly inquired, "Then does she possess martial skills?" Su Qingyi replied, "No. In this world, the only ones with inner strength are you and your family." Su Qingyi let out a long sigh of relief. Her greatest concern was this: if Kong Yuru were also adept in martial arts and lightness skill, opposing Prince Qingxua would become quite troublesome. Understanding her thoughts, Su Qingyi comforted her, "Do not worry. This woman may, at some point, become your ally." What nonsense about Prince Qingxua pursuing the eldest daughter of the Kong family. It would be strange if Prince Qingxua genuinely loved a woman. Once Kong Yuru realizes that Prince Qingxua's pursuit is insincere, it is highly likely she will turn against him. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, it is better not to forge a connection with such a friend. With the disposition of this time traveler, forming alliances would only invite excessive troubles. Having received Su Qingyi's assurance, Su Qingyi felt a sense of relief. The following day, she accompanied Feng Bai to attend a literary gathering. Although the fairy had advised her to maintain a distance from Kong Yuru, she found herself quite intrigued by the notion of such a borrowed existence. Observing Kong Yuru from afar should pose no issues. Noticing Su Qingyi's curiosity about Kong Yuru, Feng Bai harbored no doubts. After all, many were captivated by Kong Yuru, himself included. However, with genuine concern, Feng Bai cautioned Su Qingyi against getting too close to Miss Kong. "I have sensed a peculiar ability about her. Those who draw near seem to be ensnared, losing their sense of self. The only two exceptions to this phenomenon are Prince Qingxua and Lord Lu Yuanhao." Lu Yuanhao? Upon hearing this name, Su Qingyi's heart skipped a beat. He was the youngest top scholar of the David dynasty, a dream figure for the noble ladies of the capital and Su Qingyi's first love. The memories of her time spent with Lu Yuanhao felt surreal, akin to a dream. Such a splendid gentleman was now beyond her reach. She felt tainted, unworthy of a man as pure and beautiful as a lotus flower. A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Su Qingyi's face, which did not escape Feng Bai's notice. "What is the matter? Do you have a history with Lu Yuanhao?" Feng Bai inquired. "Absolutely not," she blurted out, but immediately recognized a hint of feminine defensiveness in her tone and quickly amended. "It's just that when I was younger and less wise, I harbored a bit of jealousy towards him. But you are still quite young." Feng Bai gazed at Su Qingyi's youthful face, a few years her junior, and felt the weight of her own age. Lu Yuanhao, exceptionally talented and possessing a commendable character, exhibited an air of aloofness. Although Feng Bai had encountered Lu Yuanhao once, she had yet to exchange words with him. He was inherently admirable. Upon hearing others praise Lu Yuanhao, Su Qingyi felt a surge of pride intertwined with a tinge of bitterness, leaving her emotions rather conflicted. She swiftly shifted the topic, observing, "From your reaction, it seems you were not ensnared by Kong Yuru's allure, were you? Such an enchanting ability must surely belong to supernatural beings. Or perhaps I should request a couple of protective talismans from the fairy, one for myself and one for you. Perhaps it is simply my distance from Miss Kong." Feng Bai replied, "Yet, one cannot be certain. Others in his vicinity maintain a similar distance from Kong Yuru, but still fall under her so-called charm. However, they are not as utterly captivated as those men who are closer to her." During this literary gathering, Kong Yuru was notably absent. Both were somewhat disappointed, though their dismay paled in comparison to the men eagerly awaiting her presence. Without Miss Kong, the atmosphere for poetry recitation diminished, leading to an early dissolution of the gathering. That evening, Su Qingyi sought a protective talisman from Su Qingni, who shook her head in response, indicating she possessed none. Can a talisman truly resist the allure of a transcendent being? Perhaps it is merely the protagonist's halo? Su Qingni pondered, uncertain, as she lacked such a talisman. Only those with unwavering will can withstand Kong Yuru's bewitchment, Su Qingni stated. Both you and Feng Bai are individuals of steadfast resolve. That is reassuring, Su Qingyi replied, feeling a sense of relief. Half a month later, Princess Chong hosted a chrysanthemum appreciation gathering in a garden on the outskirts of the city. Esteemed scholars and noble ladies and gentlemen from the capital were invited to partake in this event, which served as a subtle matchmaking affair. The gathering provided a relaxed atmosphere for young maidens and gentlemen, allowing them the opportunity to engage in conversation and leisure activities with potential suitors. The elders observed them with benevolent smiles, no longer criticizing their lack of decorum as they had in the past. It was at a similar chrysanthemum gathering that Su Qingyi first encountered Lu Yuanhao, and they conversed for quite some time. While she could not ascertain Lu Yuanhao's sentiments, she felt a genuine joy in their interaction, which led her to cherish his memory thereafter. In Chapter 68, titled The Ancient Cannon Fodder Girl, Su Qingyi procured an invitation to the chrysanthemum gathering, as did Feng Bai. Su Qingyi was greatly impressed by Feng Bai's capabilities. Within less than a month of his arrival in the capital, he had already made numerous acquaintances, ranging from the sons of high-ranking officials to learned scholars from humble backgrounds. Remarkably, he achieved this not through the connections of the Feng family, but rather through his own talents and abilities, successfully infiltrating the circles of the elite. Su Qingyi found herself lamenting for Feng Bai. Had he not been delayed by Lu Ji, he might have already made a significant impact in the capital. The two entered the garden discreetly, and Feng Bai quickly found the event's organizers. Although the chrysanthemum gathering was primarily intended for the elite, exceptionally talented scholars from humble origins were also invited. Certain families held high hopes for these scholars, aspiring to recruit them into their households, with the prospect of marrying off a concubine or a daughter in due course. The scholars from humble backgrounds are well aware of the intentions of the adults around them, and they are not the least bit perturbed by such plans. Even as a concubine, being a secondary daughter of a prestigious family is far superior to the fate of women from lesser households. Marrying such a woman would indeed be of great assistance to them. Feng Bai did not reveal his identity as a scion of the Feng family. Thus, he was perceived as one of the humble scholars by the others. He mingled with the group of scholars, introducing Su Qingyi among them. Su Qingyi had studied the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. During her time at home, she developed a fondness for reading, having delved into the 4 books and 5 classics and sought guidance from her 2 elder brothers. She possessed a certain talent for poetry, enabling her to engage in meaningful conversations with the scholars. Before long, she was accepted by them. "Has Miss Kong not yet arrived?" inquired one scholar eagerly, clearly anticipating the presence of Kong Yuru. His friend patted him on the shoulder, cautioning, "Miss Kong is beyond our reach. Despite being a secondary daughter, many noblemen have taken a liking to her. She would never choose one of us." "How can that be?" Scholar A retorted. "Miss Kong is approachable and harbors no prejudices regarding family backgrounds. If she were to take a liking to someone, she would not care whether their family is humble or illustrious." His friend, Scholar B, countered, "But Lord Kong does care. He would never allow his carefully nurtured daughter to wed into a humble family." Scholar C interjected, "If the sons of humble families are indeed more outstanding than those of noble lineage, surely Lord Kong would be amenable?" Scholar D scoffed with derision. Do you truly believe yourselves to be so exceptional that Lord Kong would consider marrying his daughter to you? Do not delude yourselves. While you may indeed possess merit, can you outshine Lord Lu Yuanhao? In the gathering, the students lamented their inadequacies, acknowledging that not only could they not compete with Lu Yuanhao, but several other noble scions also fell short. These individuals hailed from illustrious scholarly families, possessing vast collections of books, and thus their knowledge surpassed that of the others, rendering them more distinguished. Amidst the somber atmosphere, a cheerful exclamation broke through. Miss Kong has arrived. At the entrance, several noble young men surrounded a lady as she entered. She radiated a luminous charm that captivated the attention of all present. However, Su Qingyi's gaze lingered only briefly upon her before shifting to the two men beside her. One of these men was someone Su Qingyi admired, while the other incited a fierce desire within her to confront him with hostility. Prince Qingshua. Su Qingyi seethed, her animosity towards him overwhelming her previous affections, causing her focus to fixate solely on Prince Qingshua. The prince, perceptive as he was, sensed the malevolent gaze and turned to investigate its source. Alarmed, Su Qingyi quickly averted her eyes. Although Prince Qingshua did not identify the owner of the gaze, he assumed it belonged to one of the many envious individuals in the capital, dismissing it without much thought. His attention was entirely consumed by the woman beside him and the man on her other side. As he observed the lady engaging in intimate conversation and laughter with the man, a shadow of discontent clouded Prince Qingshua's eyes. Su Qingyi's sleeve was tugged gently by Feng Bai, who whispered a caution, "Do not let anyone notice your distress." Su Qingyi took a deep breath. Addressing Feng Bai with a reassuring tone, "Rest assured, I understand the boundaries." Her visit to the capital was never aimed at eliminating Prince Qingshua, rather. She was here to investigate the underlying reasons. The prince was to be left for her elder brother and second brother, who, as the current heads of the Su family, were far more inclined to seek vengeance themselves. "I shall wander elsewhere," Su Qingyi expressed, seeking tranquility in other locations. Feng Bai acknowledged her with a nod, choosing to remain behind, intrigued by Kong Yuru. His interest was distinct from that of other men. He was eager to discover what exquisite poetry Kong Yuru could compose. As Su Qingyi strolled through the garden, she encountered no one, for all attention was captivated by the three focal figures, Kong Yuru, Lu Yuanhao, and Prince Qingshua. The men were drawn to Kong Yuru, while the women were captivated by Lu Yuanhao and Prince Qingshua. As Su Qingyi meandered, she admired the chrysanthemums lining the pathway. These flowers were not of rare varieties, limited to hues of yellow and white, rendering them rather commonplace, losing their novelty upon repeated viewing. Su Qingyi recalled having visited this garden before. She remembered a bamboo pavilion situated in the southeast corner, which provided a refreshing respite during summer, attracting many visitors. However, in the current month of September, with temperatures having dropped, most were reluctant to venture into such damp and chilly spaces. Now, it appeared to be a serene retreat. With this thought, Su Qingyi made her way towards the bamboo pavilion. Indeed, it was deserted. She entered without hesitation and ascended to the second floor. Pushing open the window halfway, Su Qingyi sat by the window, her gaze sweeping across the picturesque scenery of the three shores. However, due to the window's obstruction, it was impossible for others to discern that there was indeed someone within the bamboo dwelling. A small boat glided across the water, presumably manned by the servants overseeing this area. Their hushed conversation drifted into the bamboo house, allowing Su Qingyi to glean fragments of information. It appeared that someone had bestowed silver upon them, instructing them to remain hidden in the reed marshes behind the bamboo house, forbidding any wandering about. Su Qingyi realized that yet another individual was being plotted against, their saviors dispatched far away. Chapter 69. The Ancient Cannon Fodder Girl 19. Su Qingyi was no stranger to such underhanded schemes. It seemed yet another unfortunate soul had crossed someone else's path and fallen victim to deceit. Initially, she had no intention of intervening, as this affair bore no relevance to her. She was merely an observer. Yet, upon discovering that the person in distress was her dear friend, Zhang Nianzi, Su Qingyi sprang to her feet in alarm. When the victim was a close companion, she could not remain indifferent. However, she refrained from acting impulsively. Her keen eyes scanning the crowd, she noticed a woman retreating, hiding among others, and a man, his face alight with excitement, shedding his outer garments in preparation to leap into the water. She recognized this man. He was the son of an official under her father, a fifth-rank officer, while Zhang Nianzi's father held a third-rank title. The man had a notorious reputation. While Prince Qingshua was known for his charm, this man was infamous for his lewdness, and no one wished to entrust their daughters to him. Was this a case of opportunistic plunder? As Su Qingyi's gaze darkened, she retrieved a silver ingot from her storage pouch and, employing the technique of a concealed weapon, hurled it towards the man, striking a vital point in his leg. However, due to the considerable distance, the force diminished significantly, leaving the man with merely a numbed limb, causing him to collapse and be unable to move. Had the strength of her throw been fully realized, his leg would undoubtedly have been irreparably damaged. Departing from the bamboo pavilion, Su Qingyi discreetly descended into the water on the side unseen by others, swimming gracefully to the side of Zhang Nianzi. With the support of her inner strength, she could remain submerged for an extended period without the need to surface for air, allowing her to navigate unnoticed beneath the surface. Upon reaching Zhang Nianzi, Su Qingyi concentrated her inner energy into her right hand, pressing her palm against Zhang Nianzi's back. With a deft motion, she propelled her upwards from the depths of the water. Spectators witnessed a sudden eruption of a water column from the lake, elevating the submerged figure and launching her towards the shore. Many assumed that the fallen individual would crash violently upon landing, likely resulting in injury and bloodshed. Yet, as Zhang Nianzi descended, it appeared as though she were cradled by an unseen force, landing gently upon the ground without a hint of distress. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the onlookers, only to be broken moments later as realization dawned upon some. The owner of the garden commanded the maids to assist Zhang Nianzi in rising, escorting her to the guest room to change her garments and attend to her needs, while also summoning the physician for her treatment. Meanwhile, others engaged in fervent discussions, speculating about the mysterious circumstances that had facilitated Zhang Nianzi's miraculous return to the shore. The prevailing belief among the masses is that within the waters resides a benevolent water deity who rescues those in peril. There are whispers that Zhang Nianzi once saved a carp, which, having transformed into a spirit, returned to express gratitude. Those recounting the tale speak as though they have witnessed the events firsthand, weaving an intricate narrative. Regardless of the myriad interpretations, they invariably converge upon the figure of Zhang Nianzi, who has surprisingly eclipsed Kong Yuru to become the most sought-after individual in the capital this year. Many families lament their missed opportunity to propose to the Zhang family, as Zhang Nianzi has already been promised to another. Following the incident, Su Qingyi embarked on an investigation into the mastermind behind Zhang Nianzi's near-drowning. As a friend she holds in high regard, she could not stand idly by while someone was wronged. Naturally, the owner of the garden, the Grand Princess, along with the Zhang family, conducted their inquiries. However, due to various concerns, their investigation stalled after uncovering only a portion of the truth, failing to reveal the true culprit. In secret, Su Qingyi trailed the woman who had blended into the crowd that day, discovering that she was an admirer of Zhang Nianzi's fiancé. Although Zhang Nianzi's fiancé may not possess the same renown as Liu Yuanhao or Prince Qingshua, he is nonetheless a promising young nobleman, not lacking in admirers. This woman harbored feelings for Qi Wenyu, Zhang Nianzi's fiancé, and her jealousy towards Zhang Nianzi stemmed from her unrequited affection. Little did she know that Qi Wenyu did not reciprocate feelings for his betrothed. Rather, he was enamored with the goddess of the capital, Kong Yuru. Qi Wenyu believed that the goddess's indifference was a consequence of his engagement, leading him to harbor deep resentment towards both the betrothal and his fiancée, Kong Yuru. He yearned to dissolve the betrothal, yet without tarnishing his reputation or incurring Kong Yuro's displeasure. Thus, he directed his machinations toward her. Cognizant of her infatuation, he merely feigned discontent with Kong Yuro and resignation regarding the marriage. The woman then became a crucial component of his scheme to plunge Kong Yuro into the water. Subsequently, Qi Wenyu, through circuitous routes, located the profligate son of a fifth-rank official, instructing him to await by the water's edge, poised to rescue the damsel and thereby gain a noble lady as his wife. Qi Wenyu's arrangements were meticulous, and he reveled in the prospect of pursuing Kong Yuro unencumbered after the annulment. Alas, fate dealt him a blow. A water deity dwelled within the water, and it rescued Zhang Nianzi. Presently, the denizens of the capital proclaimed Zhang Nianzi divinely protected, a woman of great fortune. And the matriarchs of noble houses coveted such a daughter-in-law. His own mother, in her elation, urged the Zhang family to expedite the wedding, eager to welcome Zhang Nianzi into their household. This was a setback for Qi Wenyu. Were he to wed Zhang Nianzi, his prospects of courting Kong Yuro would be extinguished. Yet, He could conceive of no further means to sabotage the union. Chapter 70. Ancient cannon fodder female, 20. The Qi family was, of course, loath to rescind the engagement. However, the Zhan family presented irrefutable evidence, compelling the Qi family to concede. Following the departure of the Zhan family, the head of the Qi household subjected Qi Wenyu to corporal punishment, rendering him bedridden for half a year, thereby thwarting his pursuit of his idealized goddess. Upon learning of the incident, Zhan Yanci harbored no expectations for matrimony and even developed a certain aversion, desiring to remain unmarried for the time being. The Zhan family, understanding her situation, chose to refrain from discussing her marriage for the time being. They merely stated that Zhan Yanci wished to express gratitude for the protection of the deities and intended to serve them for 2 years, after which the matter of marriage would be reconsidered. The public, unaware of Qi Wenyu's ulterior motives, assumed that the Qi family and the Zhan family had called off the engagement due to Zhan Nianci's commitment to serve the deities, and they believed that the Qi family had grown impatient. The head of the Qi family let out a long sigh of relief, grateful that the truth had not surfaced. For if others were to learn of Qi Wenyu's machinations against his fiancée, who would be inclined to marry their daughters into the Qi family? He was not oblivious to his own son's sentiments. Kong Yuru had never held any affections for him, and apart from the affair with the Zhan family, it was unlikely she would ever find him appealing. Following this incident, the discreet Su Qing shifted her focus away from Zhan Nianci and turned her attention towards Prince Qingshuo. Prince Qingshuo was difficult to approach, and so was Kong Yuru. Thus, Su Qing resorted to clandestinely infiltrating the royal residence at night to monitor Prince Qingshuo. However, in recent days, Prince Qingshuo had been preoccupied with Kong Yuru, leaving Su Qing devoid of any useful information. Feng Bai made a move and remarked, "Prince Qingshuo harbors treasonous intentions." Su Qing nodded in agreement, having arrived at the same conclusion. Feng Bai continued, "In less than 2 years, this capital will witness a significant transformation." Su Qing, pausing with her chess piece in hand, gazed at Feng Bai. "So soon?" Feng Bai replied, "I fear that nearly half of the military strength in the capital has already fallen under this prince's command." Su Qing inquired, "How do you know this?" Feng Bai responded, "I followed some individuals to a few brothels, where I encountered numerous military officials." Su Qing. Feng Bai remarked, "The Zhang family brothel is far from ordinary. I suspect it bears the mark of Prince Qingshuo." Su Qingyi recalled that prior to pursuing Kong Yuru, Prince Qingshuo had spent a significant amount of time at this very establishment, lending some credence to Feng Bai's conjecture. Under the cover of night, Su Qingyi feigned the guise of a patron and entered the brothel. This investigation yielded no fruitful discoveries. The brothel exhibited no distinctiveness from others of its kind. Even the proprietor, whom Su Qingyi encountered, bore no connection to Prince Qingshuo. Nevertheless, Su Qingyi remained undeterred. She trusted Feng Bai's assessment, and her intuition insisted that something was amiss within the brothel. On her second visit, Su Qingyi resolved to remain concealed within the brothel, vigilantly observing its inhabitants. At last, she uncovered a hidden passageway leading to a house situated 300 meters from the brothel. Within that house lay yet another secret passage, which led to a garden, one of Prince Qingshuo's properties. It became evident that Prince Qingshuo wielded this method of coercion to manipulate the military. Feng Bai regarded this strategy with disdain, deeming it neither righteous nor sustainable, albeit temporarily effective with potentially grave repercussions. Su Qingyi, however, was unconcerned with notions of righteousness or future consequences. Her sole focus was to present this evidence to the emperor, utilizing his authority to address Prince Qingshuo. She could not allow her elder brothers to seek vengeance directly, as it would weigh heavily upon her conscience. The evidence was delivered to the emperor through the hand of the Grand Princess. That night, while Su Qingyi was immersed in a dreamscape honing her skills, she was abruptly yanked from her slumber by Su Qingyi. "The weather has changed outside. Shouldn't you take a look?" "What has changed?" Su Qingyi, perplexed, had not yet opened her eyes when the cacophony of sounds invaded her ears. The distant echoes of footsteps, battle cries, and agonized screams grew increasingly louder, as if the chaos of conflict had encroached upon their vicinity. Startled, Su Qingyi opened her eyes wide, leaping from her bed and rushing to the yard. Feng Bai, rising moments later, joined her in the courtyard. Standing there, they beheld the direction of the palace engulfed in flames, illuminating the center of the royal city as brightly as day. Feng Bai's complexion paled slightly. Prince Qingshuo, cornered and desperate, has staged a coup. It seems that Prince Qingshua's influence exceeds our expectations. The outcome of this coup remains uncertain. Su Qingyi's countenance mirrored her unease. If Prince Qingshua were to triumph, how would they ever seek justice? How would they exact revenge? Feng Bai understood her sentiments and sighed softly. He felt a profound sympathy for Su Qingyi. She had sought vengeance, and while a path appeared viable, fate had intervened, propelling her adversary further along. If Prince Qingshua were to successfully ascend to power, Feng Bai mused, he ought to light a row of candles in honor of Su Qingyi. Suddenly, Su Qingyi strode toward the main gate, prompting Feng Bai to hastily grasp her arm. Do not go out. It would be futile. Even if you were to find Prince Qingshua, you would have no opportunity to take his life. Su Qingyi, her eyes reddened with suppressed emotion, glared at Feng Bai. They locked gazes for a long moment before she dejectedly lowered her head, and Feng Bai released his grip on her arm. Su Qingyi sighed, her voice imbued with a sense of resignation and sorrow as she remarked, let fate take its course. She reclined upon her bed and soon drifted into the realm of dreams. In this dreamscape, Su Qingyi found herself devoid of any inclination for cultivation or study. Instead, she sat listlessly amidst a cluster of flowers, lost in contemplation. Su Qingyi approached her side and stood silently. Su Qingyi broke the silence, inquiring, Fairy, has Prince Qingshua ascended successfully? Su Qingyi responded with a simple affirmative. Su Qingyi pressed on, then do I still have a chance for revenge? Su Qingyi nodded again, yet added, but once he ascends, he will be the emperor. Su Qingyi remarked, how could he possibly aid our Su family in exoneration after becoming emperor? Su Qingyi replied calmly, while Prince Qingshua may ascend, it does not guarantee the stability of his reign. A tremor coursed through Su Qingyi, her eyes sparkling with newfound hope. Are you suggesting? Su Qingyi gently patted her shoulder. There is no need to rush for revenge. With Su Qingyi's words, the agitation within Su Qingyi subsided. It was not yet the opportune moment to eliminate Prince Qingshua. Rather, it would be wiser to remain an observer, watching as he performed like an actor upon the stage. The following day, Su Qingyi appeared composed before Feng Bai, who was momentarily taken aback. Su Qingyi stated calmly, I am going out for breakfast. Will you join me? Of course, Feng Bai replied with a smile. The streets were eerily quiet, with the usually bustling breakfast stalls remaining shuttered. Every household had bolted their doors, and no one dared to venture outside. There were hardly any individuals as leisurely strolling through the streets as Su Qingyi and Feng Bai. Eventually, the two found a rather sizable inn, where they ordered a hearty breakfast. The inn's willingness to open its doors suggested a formidable backing, most likely that of Prince Qingshua. The audacity of such an establishment to operate indicated a certain confidence. The outcome of any political maneuvering was, of course, self-evident. What are your plans moving forward? Will you remain in the capital? Feng Bai inquired after finishing her share of the baked bread. Su Qingyi shook her head. For the time being, revenge is unattainable, and staying in the capital serves no purpose. What about you? Do you intend to stay here? Su Qingyi asked, will you participate in the imperial examinations? However, Feng Bai shook her head in response. Prince Qingshua is not a commendable lord. I refuse to serve under him any further. Su Qingyi remarked, I had thought you might enter the court. If you were to pledge allegiance to Prince Qingshua and divulge my matters, should I kill you or render you mute? Although her tone carried a jest, Feng Bai understood that the implication was likely sincere. Should she actually betray Su Qingyi to Prince Qingshua, there was a genuine possibility that Su Qingyi would take her life or silence her. Su Qingyi was not one to be trifled with. Her words were not mere bluster. Feng Bai smiled. I do not have faith in that individual. Understanding her sentiment, Su Qingyi chuckled in return. After finishing their breakfast, the two ordered a pot of tea and leisurely sipped it. Before they had even finished half the pot, the innkeeper instructed his staff to set off a long string of firecrackers, cheerfully announcing to the patrons in the hall, today, our master is celebrating. All expenses are waived. The guests rejoiced, smiling and offering their congratulations to the innkeeper. Inquiring about the joyous occasion from the innkeeper, he smiled broadly and proclaimed, a great joy, indeed. However, he refrained from disclosing any particulars regarding this momentous event. Feng Bai and Su Qingyi exchanged glances, then rose and departed from the inn. Su Qingyi lingered for a moment. Although the capital appeared tranquil, the city gates had remained closed for a full 3 days. After this period, the gates reopened, and she was among the first to exit the city. Her pace was leisurely as she walked, absorbing the incessant flow of news from the capital. Prince Qingshua had successfully ascended to the throne and was now the emperor, adopting his title as his imperial name. Emperor Qingni left no survivors in his ruthless quest for power, executing not only his imperial brother but also his nephews, along with all the concubines and princesses of the former emperor. The family of the eldest princess, who had betrayed the previous emperor, did not escape the fate of annihilation either. She witnessed her husband and children perish before her eyes, ultimately taking her own life in despair. Before her demise, the eldest princess cursed Emperor Qingni with her final breath, wishing him a wretched fate and instability upon his throne. Enraged by this curse, Emperor Qingni harbored a deep-seated hatred for the eldest princess, ordering her remains to be ground to dust, a punishment deemed the most heinous in ancient times. Upon ascending the throne, Emperor Qingni promptly took Honghuang as his empress. The Kong family flourished alongside his rise, with Lord Kong becoming a national pillar, basking in the flattery and adoration of many, indulging in their newfound prestige. Meanwhile, Honghuang's biological mother was elevated to the status of a concubine, wielding authority over the household affairs of the Kong family. In stark contrast, Honghuang's stepmother and younger sister endured a life of distress. The younger sister fared slightly better. Despite a strained relationship with Honghuang, she managed to marry into a powerful family beyond the capital, living a relatively comfortable life, as her husband respected the influence of the Kong family and the empress. However, Honghuang's stepmother, consumed by resentment and fear of retribution from Honghuang, succumbed to her own despair and anxiety, ultimately leading to her demise. Liu Yuanhao, once the best friend of Emperor Qingni, also experienced a meteoric rise, leaping from a 6th-rank Hanlin Academy assistant to a 1st-rank cabinet scholar, inciting jealousy among many. Numerous individuals, unable to bear Liu Yuanhao's ascendance, submitted memorials to impeach him, claiming he was unworthy of his position. Yet, every daring soul who attempted to challenge him faced Emperor Qingni's wrath. The lightest punishment resulted in demotion to commoner status, while the gravest consequences included execution, with even the offender's family subjected to exile at the borders. On her journey, Qingni encountered these exiled individuals, reminding her of her own family's plight. Feeling a kinship with their suffering, she discreetly extended her aid to them, fiercely defending those vulnerable women from the predatory officials who sought to harm them. The laborers, having been chastened, remained oblivious to the identity of their chastiser. They were thoroughly intimidated, believing that these exiles were under divine protection, much like Miss Jean, and thus refrained from further humiliating any woman, and even hesitated to lash out at men or withhold their rations. Qingni recounted her observations from the capital to her elder brother Qingxing, her second brother Qingyang, and her sister-in-law Du Ningcue. The trio sighed in sympathy, sharing a sentiment of empathy for their kind. Qingxing inquired about the origins of the exiles. Qingni disclosed the surnames of their families and the official ranks of their heads. The three recognized some individuals among them, aware of whom possessed commendable character and whom it would be prudent to avoid. Qingxing shared the names of those worthy of association. These individuals should be aided if possible. Qingni's attention was drawn to a particular name, Yu Tianlan. This young lady was once the object of affection for her elder brother. Chapter 72. The ancient supporting character. It has been a year since the elder sister-in-law passed away, Qingni remarked. Qingxing's countenance darkened, and he rose as if to depart. Qingni hastily added, I understand that you cannot forget your elder sister-in-law. And neither can I. Yet, you are still young. It is unreasonable to expect you to remain celibate for her sake. Moreover, it is said that of the 3 unfilial acts, having no descendants is the gravest. Brother, you are the head of the Su family. Qingxing paused momentarily before exiting the room. Qingni sighed and reassured Qingni, do not worry, I shall persuade our brother further. Qingni nodded, confident that Qingxing would come to terms with this reality. Although Qingxing shares a close bond with his sister-in-law, as the head of the Su family, he is acutely aware of his responsibilities, one of which is to carry on the family lineage, a duty he will not shirk. Qingni silently apologizes to her sister-in-law in her heart. Her elder brother is still young, and the road ahead is long. It would be unthinkable for him to walk alone. Observing the attentive care that her second sister-in-law bestows upon her second brother, Qingni wishes for her elder brother to also have someone who understands and cares for him by his side. She believes that Yu Tianlan would be a splendid choice. While her relationship with Yu Tianlan does not compare to that with her 2 sisters-in-law, she has had interactions with her and knows her character to be commendable. Most importantly, Yu Tianlan genuinely harbors affection for her elder brother. After her elder brother and sister-in-law became engaged, Yu Tianlan mourned for quite some time. Life at home seems to pass swiftly. 2 months have gone by in the blink of an eye. Su Qingni observes her elder brother leaving the house with a package in hand. Noticing that it is quite late and the sky is about to darken, she wonders where he is headed. With a thought, she refrains from calling out to Su Qingxing and follows him quietly outside. Su Qingxing makes his way out of the city, arriving at the banks of a small river. There, he uses small stones to draw an irregular circle on the damp earth, leaving an opening unclosed. He then unpacks the contents of the package, revealing incense and paper money. Su Qingxing inserts the lit incense into the ground at the opening and begins to burn the paper money, placing each piece within the circle. It seems that her elder brother has come to a realization. Su Qingyi waits silently for him to finish burning the paper before he departs. She approached the pile of papers still smoldering with faint sparks, knelt down, and earnestly bowed 3 times. Rest assured, dear sister-in-law, both my brother and I will never forget you. Every year during the Qingming and Zhongyuan festivals, I shall burn paper for you. Live well in the underworld. And if you are granted the chance to reincarnate, do not hesitate. Do not wait for my brother any longer. Hurry and take your rebirth. Perhaps in the next life, you and he may have the opportunity to meet again. A smile graced Su Qingyi's lips as she replied, "Thank you, dear sister-in-law." The following day, Su Qingyi visited the residence of the Yu family. Due to the so-called divine protection during their journey, this group of exiles had not been sent to a desolate place, but had remained in the county town. The women among them, adorned with jewelry, pawned their treasures for money, managing to rent a modest abode in the town. The Yu family's dwelling was relatively decent, comprising 2 brick houses, 2 thatched cottages, and a courtyard where the entire family squeezed together. The Yu family upheld commendable values, not only Yu Tianlan, but also her elder brother, 2 younger brothers, and a younger sister shared similar virtues. Although Yu Tianlan's father had passed away, her mother remained. A pragmatic woman, her mother managed the household with great efficiency and frequently reminded her children that they were no longer of noble descent and lacked wealth. To survive, they must work diligently and lead a good life. She engaged in embroidery to earn money with her 2 daughters while sending her 3 sons to seek employment in local shops. Each member of the family toiled diligently, and the earnings from a month's labor sufficed for their sustenance, ensuring they did not suffer the hardships faced by other exiled families who struggled with extreme poverty, alternating between hunger and brief reprieves. In summary, both families were quite satisfied, and the wedding soon came to the forefront. The eldest son of the Yu family married within just 2 months of arriving in the border town, inciting envy and jealousy among the other exiled families. Su Qingyi presented a gold ingot as a congratulatory gift and entered the gates of the Yu residence, where she found a table to sit at in the courtyard. The number of guests was sparse. Aside from the bride's relatives, only 2 families who had shared hardships with the Yu family were present. Due to the limited company, Su Qingyi's unfamiliar visage stood out. "May I inquire who you are?" Yu Tianlan approached Su Qingyi and asked. In the borderlands, social customs were not as strict as in the capital. Even Yu Tianlan and her sister had to attend to the guests. As she looked at Su Qingyi, she could not recall her identity, yet there was an undeniable sense of familiarity. "Your surname is Su? You were also exiled to the border town." A flicker of recognition sparked in Yu Tianlan's heart, quickening its pace as she recalled someone, an individual who had been exiled to the border town over a year ago. "Do you know Su Qingxing?" Yu Tianlan inquired eagerly. Su Qingyi's smile broadened. "Indeed, I am related to Su Qingxing. We live together." "Really?" Yu Tianlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Where do you both reside?" Su Qingyi chuckled softly. "We live at." She proceeded to provide the address to Yu Tianlan, who diligently noted it down, further enhancing Su Qingyi's radiant smile. Chapter 73. The Ancient Era's Supporting Female Character. It is often said that a woman chasing a man is merely a veil away, especially considering that Su Qingxing's expectations of a wife are not overly demanding at present. In the quaint town of Bianqing, there were many young women, yet Su Qingxing found few to his liking. Despite his modest expectations for a wife, he could not settle for someone lacking in qualities. Thus, when Yu Tianlan appeared before him, he welcomed her with open arms. Within a span of 2 months, Yu Tianlan had become his wife. Although Su Qingxing's feelings for his new bride did not rival those he held for his first wife, he was nevertheless content with her, as well as with her family. He took it upon himself to care for her 2 younger brothers, facilitating their employment in the family business. The elder brother, supported by the Yu family, required no assistance from Su Qingxing. Grateful for Su Qingxing's kindness towards her family, Yu Tianlan's appreciation for him deepened significantly. Their marital harmony flourished. And 3 months after their union, Yu Tianlan discovered she was with child. This revelation marked her true integration into the Su family, and Su Qingxing embraced her wholeheartedly. During Yu Tianlan's labor, complications arose, yet fortune smiled upon her as Su Qingni, her skilled sister-in-law, was present. After marrying into the Su family, Yu Tianlan learned of Su Qingni's true identity and dutifully kept it a secret, even from her own family. Ultimately, she gave birth to a healthy son, preserving her own life in the process. Subsequently, Su Erseo, Du Ningsue, also became pregnant and welcomed her own child, followed by Su Dage and Su Urge, both of whom were blessed with offspring. Over the next few years, the third generation of the Su family began to flourish, and within 5 years, Su Dage had 2 sons while Su Urge boasted a son and 2 daughters. The Su family gradually blossomed into a thriving lineage. Over the past 5 years, Su Qingxing seized the opportunity to become acquainted with General Zhang, the steadfast guardian. Recognizing his potential, General Zhang appointed him as a civil servant within the military, where he garnered considerable esteem. Adhering to the training methods imparted by Su Qingni, his health improved, his strength increased, and his agility flourished. Combined with the so-called internal energy coursing through him, he became the most formidable archer in the army, capable of drawing the strongest bow. However, Su Dage concealed his true prowess. No one realized he surpassed even the mightiest warriors in the military. Others perceived him as a mere civilian weakling, completely unguarded against his abilities. If Su Qingxing were to strike, he would undoubtedly do so with lethal precision, effortlessly. As for Su Dage's reasons for entering the military, it was not out of a desire to earn military accolades to vindicate the Su family. He understood that as long as Emperor Qingshu reigned, the Su family would remain unjustly accused. Over the years, the neighboring nation had faced a succession of power transitions and internal strife, rendering it incapable of waging war against the Davi dynasty for at least a decade, thereby nullifying any chance for military merit. Su Dage's motivation for enlisting was spurred by unsettling news from the capital, leading him to believe that chaos loomed on the horizon. He harbored certain schemes that could only be executed within the military framework. One day, Su Qingni received an old acquaintance, Feng Bai, who had made a special journey to visit her in the border town. "I thought you would not come to the border town anymore," Su Qingni remarked with a smile. "What brings you back here?" she inquired. Feng Bai sighed. "The world may soon descend into turmoil. The border town might be the most stable refuge." Su Qingni replied, "Your thoughts align with those of my brother." Feng Bai's eyes sparkled with interest. "Could you introduce me to your esteemed brother?" "Certainly," Su Qingni agreed. Su Qingni glanced towards the inner courtyard and remarked with a smile, "I never anticipated that you would wed Nian Xi." Feng Bai chuckled in response. "Neither did I foresee this." Unwilling to linger in the capital, Feng Bai decided to depart. Contemplating his agreement with Su Qingni, he resolved to visit the border town. Unfortunately, fate dealt him a cruel hand as he encountered bandits en route. These marauders were devoid of honor. They not only plundered the possessions of passing travelers, but also took their lives, subscribing to the ruthless philosophy of leaving no witnesses. Feng Bai possessed both talent and character, qualities that earned him the admiration of Master Zhan. The Zhan family's older brothers also formed a camaraderie with him. Consequently, Master Zhan harbored intentions of having Feng Bai as his son-in-law. The primary concern was that his daughter was no longer young, and finding a suitable husband had proven challenging. Now that a promising candidate had finally emerged, it was imperative to seize the opportunity. On the ladies' side, Zhan Yanxi spoke to Yu Tianlan and Du Ningsue, saying, "After breaking off my engagement with the Qi family, I first lost my grandmother, and then my mother. I have mourned for 3 to 4 years in succession, and having surpassed the age of 20, I am now considered an old maid." Even with the blessing of divine protection, many eligible suitors from well-off families who are also ambitious have refrained from seeking my hand. Most have already married. The only individuals who wish to marry me are either widowers, those lacking ambition, or families beset by various issues. Yet, my father cherishes me dearly. How could he ever consent to such unions? Consequently, my marriage has become a significant dilemma. At this juncture, Zhan Yanxi beamed with a radiant smile, adding, "Fortunately, I have encountered my beloved, Yu Tianlan and Du Ningsue." Witnessing the happiness gracing Zhan Yanxi's face, rejoiced for her. They were old acquaintances in the capital, and little did they expect to meet in the border town. Such encounters are indeed fated. Chapter 74. The Ancient Supporting Character, Part 24. In the front courtyard, Feng Bai shared with Su Qingyi the inside story of Master Zhang's resignation from office. It was merely due to angering Emperor Qingshuo, making Master Zhang's position exceedingly precarious. With political adversaries seizing the opportunity to strike, Master Zhang was far more astute than both Su's father and himself. He promptly resigned, taking his children and grandchildren away from the quagmire of the capital. He realized that as long as Emperor Qingshuo reigned, the court would remain in turmoil. Is the court truly that chaotic? Su Qingyi inquired. Feng Bai nodded, divulging all the information he possessed to Su Qingyi. Although she kept a vigilant eye on the happenings in the capital, she lacked the connections that Feng Bai and Master Zhang had, rendering her knowledge comparatively limited. Is this what the fairy meant by the timing being ripe? Su Qingyi murmured softly. What did you say? Feng Bai asked. Nothing, Su Qingyi replied. I have decided to make a trip to the capital. I will accompany you. No, Su Qingyi declined. The distance from the border town to the capital is considerable. I can arrive much faster alone than with you. Oh, then I shall not go, Feng Bai said, lacking a strong desire to visit the capital. If he were still alone, he would have been eager to follow Su Qingyi to see the capital, but now that he had a wife and children, he could not abandon them to accompany her. Su Qingyi then requested the servants to bring out the go board and extended an invitation to Feng Bai. Shall we engage in a game? Very well. Indeed. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with admiration as she turned to Feng Bai and proposed. Shall we have a match? Rising from her seat, she ceded her position to her elder brother and took a seat opposite Su Qingyan, observing the captivating game between Su Qingxing and Feng Bai. Their encounter could only be described as a meeting of exceptional talents, each move in the game unfolding with remarkable brilliance, drawing in even Du Ningsue, who had originally come to gather a few for dinner. Completely engrossed, she stood silently behind Su Qingyan, absorbed in the unfolding match. Subsequently, Yu Tianlan and Zhang Nianzi, who had stepped out to find others, were similarly captivated. The game continued until the moon hung low over the treetops, concluding with Su Qingxing conceding a slight defeat. I lost, he admitted, yet his spirits remained high. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a worthy opponent in chess. While his younger siblings possessed commendable skills, they paled in comparison to him, and his sister, being exceedingly busy, seldom found time to engage in a game with him. With anticipation, he turned to Feng Bai and inquired, Are you planning to settle in the border town? Feng Bai, equally exhilarated, understood the implication of Su Qingxing's question. With a smile, he replied, My wife and I have come to the border town to visit friends. His gaze briefly flicked towards Su Qingyi, prompting Su Qingxing to realize that Feng Bai's friend was none other than his sister. Su Qingxing's admiration for Feng Bai deepened. Few could discern the complexities of the world. Yet this man was undoubtedly a talent. With a smile, Su Qingxing remarked, We should exchange ideas more often. Feng Bai responded with a grin, their eyes meeting in an unspoken understanding shared only between the two. Su Qingyi finally comprehended the reason for her initial resolve to rescue Feng Bai. It was because Feng Bai bore a striking resemblance to her elder brother. It was as if she had seen her brother's reflection in Feng Bai, compelling her to abduct him in such a nearly coercive manner. Observing Su Qingxing and Feng Bai walking hand in hand towards the main hall, Su Qingyi touched her nose, realizing that her friend had been taken away by her brother. Zhang Nianzi approached Su Qingyi, grasping her arm and leaning her face closer, scrutinizing her for a considerable time before exclaiming, Qingyi, it truly is you. I thought the Su Qingyi mentioned by my husband was merely a namesake. Never did I anticipate it to be the same person. Had it not been for Ningsue and Tianlan repeatedly assuring me that you were indeed you, I would hardly have believed it. Su Qingyi chuckled at her friend. My transformation is indeed quite significant. No wonder you found it hard to believe. However, you two have changed considerably. Zhang Nianzi touched her own face, perplexed as she inquired, Have I really changed that much? I can't seem to feel it. Su Qingyi replied, You have become even more cheerful than before. Perhaps it is due to the happiness that life has bestowed upon you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Nianzi's face flushed with embarrassment, while Yu Tianlan and Du Ningsue erupted into laughter beside them. Zhang Nianzi huffed, addressing the two, Do not laugh. You both have also undergone significant changes, especially you, Tianlan. You have achieved your desires by marrying the one you love, and the beaming smile on your face is a stark contrast to the sorrowful expression you once wore. Yu Tianlan and Du Ningsue were both flushed with embarrassment, and they playfully advanced to tickle Zhang Nianzi. Zhang Nianzi swiftly concealed herself behind Su Qingni, using her as a shield. The four women frolicked as they did in their youth. Upon observing Feng Bai's peculiar expression, Su Qingxing and Su Qingyan were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Dear brother Junwen, my little sister seeks your forgiveness for the deception she has wrought upon you. Su Qingxing earnestly bowed to Feng Bai. Feng Bai let out a laugh, realization dawning upon him as he pointed at Su Qingxing, momentarily speechless. She. Little sister? Little sister. The revelation that Su Qingyi was a woman left him astounded. He had been saved by a woman, and bound by one at that. Feng Bai wiped his face, resolutely casting aside those dark memories, determined not to dwell on them any longer. He refrained from questioning why Su Qingyi, a young lady of noble birth, had chosen to masquerade as a man. Surely, there must be undisclosed reasons behind her transformation, perhaps ones that were quite unpleasant. Feng Bai donned an expression of reluctant admiration, addressing the two brothers. Had you not revealed the truth, I would never have perceived Qingyi as a woman. Her every gesture and demeanor exudes masculinity, not to mention her formidable prowess. Su Qingyan chuckled heartily. I, too, have always believed I had a younger brother, rather than a sister. Chapter 75. The ancient supporting female character Su Qingyi returned to the capital. The city felt markedly more desolate compared to 5 years prior, as if the air was thick with trepidation. That very evening, Su Qingyi stealthily infiltrated the imperial palace. 5 years have elapsed, and her martial arts and lightness of foot have reached unparalleled heights, a stark contrast to her abilities from 5 years ago. Back then, with merely rudimentary skills, she effortlessly infiltrated the imperial palace. Now, her expertise and agility allows her to traverse the palace as if it were a deserted realm. Su Qingyi has never set foot in the palace and finds herself at a loss as to where to locate Emperor Qingxia. Nevertheless, she remains unperturbed. After all, what is a day or two in the span of several years? She settles within the palace to gather intelligence, intending to seek out Emperor Qingxia's sleeping quarters later in the evening. She overhears numerous tales regarding the emperor and the empress, and the narratives within the palace starkly contrast those from outside. Outside, the populace whispers of Emperor Qingxia's singular affection for the empress, claiming he has forsaken the harem, leaving only her as the sole woman. Many envy the empress, for the emperor's profound devotion is bestowed upon but one lady, a tale more enchanting than any romantic saga. However, within the palace walls, the servants are acutely aware that the emperor's affection for the empress is not as profound as it appears. The emperor spends over 20 nights each month in his own quarters, only visiting the empress's chambers on the 1st and 15th nights. Furthermore, the water supply conditions during those nights suggest that the emperor and empress may merely share a bed without any intimacy. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyi, much like the palace attendants, is left pondering. Does Emperor Qingxia truly harbor feelings for Kongyuru? If not, why did he fervently pursue her and elevate her to empress upon his ascension? Yet, if he does care for her, why subject her to a life akin to that of a widow? What, indeed, is the truth? Based on her previous observations of Kongyuru and her suitors, it appeared that Kongyuru had favored Lu Yuanhao at that time. Could it be that Emperor Qingxia resented Kongyuru for having once cherished another? Or perhaps Kongyuru had entered the palace out of necessity, all the while harboring lingering thoughts of Lu Yuanhao? Su Qingyi, much like the palace attendants, was engulfed in confusion. After 2 days of concealment within the palace, Su Qingyi finally discovered the location of Emperor Qingxia's sleeping quarters. That night, she stealthily made her way into the emperor's chamber, leaping onto the beams of the palace to witness the unfolding drama below. Indeed, it was a spectacle. There could be nothing more riveting than this. The participants were of such exalted status: an emperor, a queen, and a grand minister. Even if the plot were thin and dull, the presence of these three figures rendered the performance captivating. Moreover, the narrative itself was rather thrilling. Below, 3 individuals were present. One, clad in formal attire, sat beside the bed, coldly observing the disheveled figures reclining upon it. This was unmistakably a scene of infidelity. Yet, the one catching the culprits was none other than the queen, while the emperor and the grand minister were the ones ensnared. Su Qingyi was utterly bewildered, nearly losing her balance atop the beam. Could it be that Emperor Qingxia and Lu Yuanhao were entangled, caught in a compromising position by Kongyuru? Surely, she could not be mistaken. In truth, it was Kongyuru and Lu Yuanhao upon the bed, intercepted by Emperor Qingsha. You are not mistaken, echoed Su Qingyi's voice in her mind, the tone carrying a tantalizing lilt. An ethereal being? Su Qingyi had grown accustomed to conversing with Su Qingni within the confines of her mind, voicing her thoughts silently rather than aloud. However, when it came to the matters involving Cheng Shuadi and Lu Yuanhao, she found herself at a loss for words. Su Qingni chuckled softly, declaring, "Their relationship is precisely what you envision. How could this be? How could this be?" Su Qingyi could scarcely believe it. The notion of infatuation between men, a sentiment that had existed throughout history, seemed too distant to her, relegated to the pages of books. Su Qingyi remarked, "Such is the world we inhabit. There are indeed many instances of this." The shock overwhelmed Su Qingyi, leaving her momentarily paralyzed, her gaze fixated on the handsome figure concealed behind Cheng Shuadi, whose charm still lingered in the air, stirring her heart with discomfort. Her first love, it seemed, was yet another of these so-called dragon young lords. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through her, and a thought struck her. "Fairy, have we, the Su family, been ensnared by Cheng Shuadi because of my desire to marry Lu Yuanhao?" The moment the question escaped her lips, she felt utterly drained, nearly collapsing against the beam above her. Tears streamed down Su Qingyi's cheeks as the realization dawned upon her. It was I who had burdened the Su family. It was I who had brought about the demise of my parents. Overwhelmed by anguish, guilt threatened to engulf her entirely. In response, Su Qingni conjured a small barrier to muffle Su Qingyi's cries, allowing her to vent her sorrow undisturbed within the confines of the protective shield. She was not overly concerned that Su Qingyi would act irrationally out of guilt. The Su Qingyi of today was no longer the same as the one she had encountered upon her arrival in this world. The current Su Qingyi possessed a resolute character, and despite facing such hardships, she would not engage in foolish actions. After venting her emotions, clarity would surely follow. Listening to Su Qingyi's sobs, Su Qingni observed the unfolding drama below. "You no longer wish to be the empress, do you?" Emperor Qingshua coldly inquired, his gaze towards Kong Yuru brimming with menace. Kong Yuru chuckled derisively. "Being your empress is of no interest to me." In the past, she had yearned for the position of empress. Now, she felt a profound aversion to it. Back then, she had been so naive, influenced by romantic novels. Her mind filled with fantasies of the devoted monarch who loved only one. Enchanted by the title of the world's most esteemed woman, she had joyfully abandoned those men who either genuinely cared for her or merely admired her, stepping into the gilded cage of the imperial palace. She believed herself to be blissful, but what was the reality? Chapter 76. The ancient era's supporting female character Kong Yuru, in her modern life, had been a folk-corrupt woman, reveling in reading Danmei novels and fantasizing about handsome male characters along with others. However, when it came to accepting the reality of homosexuality, she found herself unable to do so. To her astonishment, upon her traversing into this new realm, she encountered the very existence she could not accept. Becoming a wife to another woman. A wife to another woman. This figure, eliciting both sympathy and a hint of disdain, how could it be her? Furthermore, Emperor Qingshua's invitation for her to enter the palace was far from benevolent. It was a scheme to torment her, his rival in affection. If only she had known earlier that Lu Yuanhao was merely a submissive, she would have distanced herself in time. How could she possibly harbor any affection for him? Cheng Shuadi, Lu Yuanhao. These two repulsed her. They had utterly ruined her life, and how could she allow them to live in peace? Cheng Shuadi should regret having brought her into the palace. The palace harbors countless secrets, many of which were unknown even to the previous emperor, let alone Cheng Shuadi, who had usurped the throne through fratricide. Kong Yuru, despite her title as empress over the years, was essentially a prisoner, confined within Qingni Palace. Yet, what Cheng Shuadi did not realize was that Qingni Palace concealed hidden chambers and secret passages. Within these hidden chambers lay well-preserved imperial medicinal secrets from the previous dynasty, possessing numerous beneficial effects. The secret passages connected to several significant palaces within the royal compound, as well as one leading outside the palace walls. Utilizing these secret medicines and pathways, Kong Yuru had cultivated a semblance of her own power both inside and outside the palace. Sensing that Cheng Shuadi's murderous intent towards her was becoming increasingly blatant, she decided to take the initiative. With disdain, Kong Yuru gazed upon the two individuals on the bed. Once, she had held affection for them both, but now, the mere sight of them made her feel nauseated. "Since you two have chosen to be together, why must you bring ruin upon me?" Kong Yurua fixed her gaze upon Lu Yuanhao's face, feeling less animosity towards him than she did towards Cheng Shuadi. The latter scoffed, "You need not apologize to her. This woman's fate today is a result of her own vanity. Otherwise, how could she have appeared to favor you? Only to shift her allegiance the moment I ascended the throne? Upon hearing my intention to wed her as empress, she eagerly accepted. This is entirely her own choice." Kong Yuro let out a disdainful hum. "It was my choice. I was wrong, and I acknowledge it. Thus, I have made a new choice." A peculiar smile curved her lips. With a chuckle, Kong Yuro asked, "How does it feel?" "This is the secret elixir of the previous dynasty, Juechen. Once administered, it is certain death. And there is no antidote." Lu Yuanhao was taken aback and hurriedly embraced Emperor Qingni, eager to assess his condition. However, Emperor Qingni remained remarkably composed, gripping Lu Yuanhao's hands tightly and inquiring, "If I am to die, will you accompany me?" Lu Yuanhao's eyes glistened, and he suddenly smiled. "We once vowed to traverse the depths of the earth and the realms below together." "Very well." Emperor Qingni laughed heartily, his spirits soaring. After his laughter subsided, he turned to Kong Yuro, his gaze turning icy. "I underestimated you. Yet, do you believe you will escape unscathed? To murder an emperor is a grave offense, and the ministers will not spare you." Kong Yuro chuckled lightly. "You need not worry. I shall be just fine. The ministers will never learn that I was the one who killed you. Besides, they are all eagerly anticipating your demise." Emperor Qingni squinted. "It seems you have colluded with certain individuals within the court." Kong Yuro merely smiled in silence. With great effort, Emperor Qingni rose from the bed and said to Lu Yuanhao, "Assist me in donning my attire." Lu Yuanhao promptly descended from the bed, first donning his own outer garments before carefully helping Emperor Qingni into the dragon robe piece by piece. Qingni, the emperor, gently grasped Lu Yuanhao's hand and spoke softly. "I have two wishes. One is to ascend to the supreme throne, and the other is to marry you. The first wish has been fulfilled, and now I seek to realize the second. Would you consent to become my wife?" Lu Yuanhao gazed tenderly into Qingni's eyes and nodded. "I am willing." "Then let us pay homage to heaven and earth." There were neither dragon and phoenix candles, nor bridal garments adorned with finery, nor guests to witness their union. Only a woman standing nearby, filled with malice. Unperturbed, the two approached the window, bowing reverently to the luminous full moon outside, once, twice, thrice. After paying their respects to heaven and earth, they joined hands and made their way to the dragon bed, where they reclined side by side. Qingni gathered a strand of his hair and then Lu Yuanhao's, intertwining the two. "A bond of hair signifies a union of marriage, together until old age," he murmured. Qingni chuckled softly. "Alas, we cannot grow old together." Lu Yuanhao replied, "In our next life, we shall grow old together." "Very well," Qingni said tenderly. "We shall journey together through the underworld." "Agreed," Lu Yuanhao responded, a trickle of black blood escaping her lips, unaware that she had already ingested poison. Qingni also felt the crimson seep from his mouth, contently closing his eyes. What did she think of him? This situation cast her in the guise of a wicked supporting character. Infuriating. Kong Yuru muttered angrily under her breath. Suddenly, the doors of the palace swung open, and a man clad in armor strode in. Su Qing, who had ceased her tears in bewilderment at the unfolding events, recognized the man, the commander of the Imperial Guards. "Luo Zijian, how is it?" the man inquired. Kong Yuru flashed a charming smile at him, responding, "The emperor has passed away, and Lord Lu, unable to bear the grief, has followed him into the void." Luo Zijian chuckled. "That is indeed a relief." He stepped forward, enveloping Kong Yuru in his embrace, contentedly exclaiming, "At last, I can hold you freely." Su Qingyi silently admired her, giving Kong Yuru a thumbs up. This woman was truly formidable. She had managed to entice the commander of the Imperial Guard, responsible for the palace's entire defense, which explained why no one intervened during her assassination of Emperor Qingni. Luo Zijian, once infatuated with Kong Yuru, would naturally fall under her spell with just a beckon. Yet, Kong Yuru was audacious indeed, daring to cuckold Emperor Qingni. Had she completely disregarded the teachings of her female ring? Although she looked down upon Kong Yuru's actions, deep down, Su Qingyi felt a twinge of envy. Chapter 77. The Ancient Supporting Character, Part 27. Su Qingyi observed as Kong Yuru and Luo Zijian seized control of the palace's affairs. Witnessing Kong Yuru elevate a young relative to the throne, while she took her place as Empress Dowager, ruling from behind the curtain. Emperor Qingni and Lu Yuanhao were interred together, yet their tomb was far more modest compared to those of other emperors. Kong Yuru was unwilling to spend lavishly on their posthumous arrangements. Standing before Emperor Qingni's grave, Su Qingyi felt a surge of frustration, her mood soured. With the emperor's death, how would she exact her vengeance? Surely, her elder brother would be equally despondent upon hearing this news. Alas, how had events spiraled into such a predicament? Su Qingyi was engulfed in despondency, having harbored her grievances for 5 to 6 years with the singular aim of avenging herself. Yet, her target had perished, leaving her devoid of purpose and direction. She cast a wistful glance at the towering city walls and sighed deeply. The capital was in greater turmoil than ever. Although Kong Yuru was under the protection of Luo Zijian, the latter commanded merely the Imperial Guard, while the military forces in the capital were fragmented among various factions. Moreover, the armies in other regions were no different. These men would not allow a mere woman to dominate them as Luo Zijian did. And the civil officials would certainly not tolerate a woman usurping authority. The Great David dynasty had begun to unravel during the reign of Emperor Qingni, and Kong Yuru's ascension would only exacerbate the chaos. The young emperor was but a puppet, the Empress Dowager was a woman, and the ministers and military leaders each harbored their own ambitions, disregarding the two of them. These individuals were merely biding their time, waiting for someone to falter, so they could reveal their ambitions and predatory instincts. Poor Kong Yuru, believing herself to be the victor, remained blissfully unaware of her precarious situation. Su Qingyi knelt in her family's courtyard, startling Su Qingxing and Su Qingyan. The two rushed to her side in astonishment, with Su Qingyan reaching out to pull her up. "Sister, what are you doing?" Su Qingyi's tears streamed down her face as she replied, "Eldest brother, second brother, I am guilty. It is I who have implicated our father. It is I who have harmed the Su family." Su Qingxing and Su Qingyan exchanged bewildered glances, confused by her words. "What on earth has transpired during your time in the capital? What happened to you there? Please, tell us everything in detail." Su Qingxing spoke, yes. Su Qingyi was about to begin her account, rising to her feet. "Please stand. There is no need to kneel," Su Qingxing urged. However, Su Qingyi shook her head, insisting, "I shall speak while kneeling." Faced with her sister's unwavering determination, Su Qingxing had no choice but to allow Su Qingyi to remain kneeling as she recounted her experiences in the capital. Upon hearing that Emperor Qingni had met his demise at the hands of Kong Yuru, both Su Qingxing and Su Qingyan were taken aback. They had anticipated that Emperor Qingni would fall victim to the supporters of the late emperor, the schemes of court officials, or assassins dispatched by his enemies. They had even contemplated the possibility of him being slain by his own sister. Yet, the shocking truth emerged. Emperor Qingni had been killed by his own wife. It was unfathomable that such a formidable figure could perish at the hands of a woman from the imperial harem. When Su Qingxing learned of the connection between Emperor Qingni and Lu Yuanhao, it suddenly became clear why her sister referred to herself as the center of the Su family. Su Qingyi had harbored feelings for Lu Yuanhao, and their father had held him in high regard, even engaging intermediaries to discuss a potential marriage with the Lu family. Tragically, before the Lu family could send a matchmaker, their father had met with misfortune. It seemed likely that Emperor Qingni, consumed by jealousy and anger, had turned against the Su family. Gently, Su Qingxing placed her right hand on her sister's head, reassuring her, "Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault. If loving someone is a mistake, then countless others in this world are equally at fault." Tears streamed down Su Qingyi's cheeks as she lamented. "But I fell for the wrong person." Su Qingxing comforted her, saying, "Love knows no right or wrong. The true fault lies with those who harbor malice in their hearts." Su Qingxing exerted herself to lift her sister, wrapping her arms around her. "All right, let the past remain in the past. Neither I nor your second brother hold anything against you, and I believe our parents do not blame you either." Su Qingyan quickly chimed in, affirming that they did not fault their sister. The only one to blame was Qingni. After an exhaustive exchange, they finally persuaded their sister, alleviating much of her guilt. "If you still feel remorse, then come help me with some tasks in the future." Su Qingxing resolved to assign her sister more responsibilities to divert her from overthinking. Su Qingyi nodded vigorously, assuring her elder brother that she would fulfill any tasks he assigned. Su Qingxing smiled. "Then you shall be my attendant for the time being." Su Qingyi was taken aback. After following her elder brother for several days, she had become utterly devoted to him. How extraordinary! When did her brother manage to consolidate the military forces of the border town under his command? Not a single guard or senior officer had realized they were being overshadowed by him. Brother, what do you intend to do with the army in your grasp? It couldn't be what I am imagining, could it? Su Qingyi cautiously inquired. Su Qingxing smiled. Indeed, it is precisely what you were thinking. What? Su Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Did you not say that power emerges from the barrel of a gun? Just then, a figure entered, the very person of Feng Bai. The world is on the brink of chaos, and rather than relying on others to vindicate the Su family, we should take matters into our own hands. You. Su Qingyi stammered, pointing at Feng Bai, rendered speechless. Feng Bai replied with a smile. Qingyi, we shall work together from now on. Collaborating together? Feng Bai remarked. I currently serve as an advisor to Yunxi. What? An advisor? Su Qingyi's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that you believe my elder brother is destined to become a regional sovereign? No, not merely a regional sovereign. Feng Bai's tone was imbued with unwavering confidence. You ought to have greater faith in your brother. Yunxi possesses the capability to contend for dominion over the entire realm. Su Qingyi felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Wait, let me gather myself. I'm feeling a bit faint. Elder brother, I'm going to take a nap. Su Qingxing nodded with a smile. Go ahead. As Su Qingyi staggered away, Feng Bai chuckled. The young lady is quite startled. Su Qingxing smiled knowingly. When I first entertained such notions, I was equally taken aback. What could have instigated such ambition? Was it born from animosity towards the occupant of the throne? Or was it a transformation fueled by the formidable power she had acquired from her sister? Chapter 78. Ancient Cannon Fodder Girl 28. Su Qingyi adapted swiftly. The following day, she appeared by Su Qingxing's side, brimming with vitality. Before long, the realm was indeed plunged into chaos. Within the imperial palace, Kong Wai and Luo Zijian were discovered engaging in clandestine activities, likely orchestrated by someone. Luo Zijian perished, while Kong Wai vanished. Rumored to have been rescued by a secret admirer. The young emperor survived, but his freedom was curtailed. The capital descended into pandemonium, followed by widespread turmoil throughout the land as those with seditious intentions revealed their ambitions. The era of warring states had officially commenced. The border city's guardian declared himself a king, becoming a local warlord. Unbeknownst to him, he was merely a puppet in the grand scheme. The border city enjoyed a unique geographical advantage, while the neighboring nation was embroiled in internal strife, rendering them incapable of attacking the David dynasty at this juncture. Thus, the border city remained secure and unassailable. Within its walls resided a formidable army, composed of valiant warriors far superior to the troops of the inland and capital regions. The terrain of the border city was inherently defensible, making any assault exceedingly costly and uncertain of success. However, when brute force proved ineffective, some sought alternative strategies. The leader of the nearest faction, Yu Qingyi, resolved to marry his sister to the border city's guardian as a secondary wife, thus forging an alliance through this union. Upon beholding the young lady's beauty, the border city's guardian was instantly captivated and consented to the alliance with Yu Qingyi. Presently, the marriage arrangements were underway. Su Qingyi sat in her elder brother's study on a chair, her left side occupied by him, while her younger brother sat opposite, alongside Feng Bai. Her younger brother was currently engaged in intelligence gathering and was reporting the information he had acquired to Su Qingxing. Both Su Qingxing and Feng Bai displayed no sign of surprise upon hearing this news, nor did Su Qingyi, for she had previously overheard her elder brother and Feng Bai discussing the intricacies of the proposed alliance between their family and the Li family. The two astute individuals had anticipated Yu Qingyi's maneuvers long before. Thus, the information relayed by Su Qingyin merely confirmed their suspicions, and they had already devised corresponding countermeasures in response to Yu Qingyi's actions. With merely 10 days remaining until the wedding, Yu Qingyi personally escorted his sister to her marriage, leading a lengthy procession out of Wuqing. Shortly after their departure, several merchant caravans emerged from Wuqing, their combined numbers exceeding 10,000. Following them, an army of 50,000 troops trailed far behind the bridal convoy. On the third day after the departure of these soldiers, Wuqing was unexpectedly besieged. The city, devoid of internal defenses, fell easily to the attackers. The assailants left a contingent of 10,000 troops to secure their gains, while 40,000 pursued Yu Qingyi's forces. At last, the day of the wedding arrived. Yu Qingyi, reveling in his triumph, observed Li Quan hastily making his way to the bridal chamber, a scornful expression crossing his face. How did such a simple ruse as a beauty trap ensnare this man? Was it possible that the accolades he received for his military service were undeserved? One could not help but acknowledge the truth of the matter. Qingni leisurely lifted a wine jug, pouring himself a generous cup, which he drained with equal slowness. Suddenly, he hurled the cup to the ground and bellowed, "Attack!" Those who had come to celebrate the wedding, high-ranking generals allied with Li Quan, were caught off guard, having been rendered inebriated by the festivities. They were swiftly dispatched by Qingni's men. With determination, Qingni and his followers advanced towards Li Quan's bridal chamber, forcefully kicking the door open. Startled, Li Quan, who was cradling his bride and preparing to mount his steed, turned in fury to chastise the interlopers disrupting his intimate moment, only to confront a fearsome group. Weapons dripping with blood, some even brandishing severed heads. The leader of this group, whom he recognized as his nominal brother-in-law Qingni, was surrounded by familiar faces, those of his subordinates. At this moment, what was there left for him to comprehend? "You scoundrel Qingni, you deceitful wretch." Li Quan seethed in anger. The victor, Qingni, merely chuckled, seemingly unaffected by the insults hurled at him. The louder the curses, the more triumphant he felt. "You have only yourself to blame for your foolishness and lechery. It is precisely these traits that led you into my trap," Qingni remarked with a smirk. "Had you not been so lustful, I would not have found it so easy to ensnare you." Li Quan's countenance darkened as he cast a glance at the beautiful woman beside him, his eyes brimming with unrestrained hatred and murderous intent. Sensing the peril, the woman instinctively sought to flee, disregarding her lack of clothing. Yet, her movements were no match for Li Quan's speed. He seized her arm with one hand while the other tightened around her neck. "Release me, or I shall strangle your sister," he threatened. "Feel free," Qingni replied with a grin, "for this woman is not my sister." "You bastard." Li Quan realized the extent to which he had been outmaneuvered by Qingni. He glared fiercely at the woman in his grasp. "You may die. General, save me," the woman cried out to Qingni. However, her plea was cut short as Li Quan tightened his grip. Qingni, displaying a flicker of concern for her well-being, stepped forward, brandishing a knife towards Li Quan. Once Li Quan lay lifeless, Qingni draped a garment over the woman and guided her out of the general's residence, his subordinates gathering around him as they followed in his wake. In the entire general's mansion, aside from Qingni and his subordinates, there were no other living souls. Qingni was exceedingly pleased. Everything was proceeding smoothly, with Li Quan dead and the city of Yaqing firmly in his grasp. However, as he stepped out of the mansion's gates, his smile froze. As he had anticipated, there lay many corpses outside, but they were not those of Yaqing's people. They were his own men. The army of Yaqing stood poised outside the mansion, bows drawn, arrows aimed at the entrance. What was there to misunderstand? He had played the mantis, while others had taken the role of the cicada. Li Quan's subordinates harbored intentions of usurping him. "I wish to know, to whom have I succumbed?" Qingni inquired in a low voice. Su Qingxing emerged from among the soldiers, accompanied by Feng Bai and Su Qingyi. "I am Su Qingxing. Honored to meet you, General Yu," he said, bowing respectfully. He failed to notice the woman beside Qingyi shudder at the sound of his name, her previously lowered head bowing even lower. Chapter 79. The ancient cannon fodder female lead Su Qingxing was oblivious to the situation, but Su Qingyi was acutely aware. With her heightened vigilance, she was on guard against any potential threats to her brother and Feng Bai, and every subtle movement did not escape her keen gaze. She noticed the woman's peculiar demeanor, naturally shifting her focus toward her. This woman must be Qingyi's concubine, the bride of Li Quan. Yet, that figure seemed strangely familiar. As Su Qingyi scrutinized the woman, Su Qingxing had already engaged in a confrontation with Qingyi, who was no match for him and thus suffered a resounding defeat. This individual, too, finds himself alone, acutely aware that Wu City has already fallen into another's grasp. After witnessing his subordinates being easily subdued outside the city, Qingyi promptly surrendered, acknowledging Su Qingxing as the rightful authority. Su Qingxing, with a demeanor of utmost respect and humility, assisted Qingyi to his feet and accepted him as one of her followers. As Qingyi prepared to depart with Su Qingxing, she unexpectedly spoke. "General Yu, may I request the presence of a certain individual?" Qingyi was momentarily taken aback, noticing Su Qingxing's intense gaze fixed upon the woman behind him. A smile crept upon his face as he replied, "If this young general desires her, she is yours to take. After all, she is merely a woman." Although the lady was indeed striking in appearance and skilled in the intimate arts, he maintained that she was, at the end of the day, Just a woman, one he would not hesitate to offer up to win favor with Su Qingxing's subordinates. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxing's expression shifted dramatically. Yu Qingyi soon comprehended that this young general was not merely enamored with feminine charms, but rather harbored a grudge against his concubine. What transgressions had his concubine committed? Would it potentially bring repercussions upon himself? Observing the change in his demeanor, Feng Bai whispered words of comfort. General Yu, do not be alarmed. The grievances between Su Shiwei and Su Chuanru date back long before, and they bear no relation to you. With these words, Yu Qingyi felt a wave of relief wash over him. Leave it to my second sister-in-law, Su Qingxing instructed. My elder sister may be unaware of the misdeeds committed by Su Chuanru, but my second sister-in-law is well aware and harbors a deep-seated hatred for her. She will ensure that Su Chuanru is well taken care of and will not let her escape. Second sister-in-law, what has transpired? Su Qingxing inquired as she approached. Have you vented your frustrations sufficiently? Du Ningsui's complexion was far from pleasant as she declared. Take her away. I no longer wish to behold her. Had it not been for her husband's valiant efforts to protect her, she might have met the same tragic fate as Su Qingyi. Su Chuanru was a person who would betray anyone for her own benefit, and like Su Qingyi, Du Ningxue harbored a profound hatred for her. Su Qingyi acknowledged with a slight nod and approached Su Chuanru, seizing her collar and dragging her outside as one might a lifeless dog. Upon seeing Su Qingyi's countenance, Su Chuanru was seized by terror, trembling as she cried out, "A ghost! A ghost!" She had not felt such fear when Du Ningxue sought her revenge. Deep down, she was aware of the multitude of atrocities she had committed and the countless individuals she had harmed. The prospect of retribution from those she had wronged did not frighten her. After all, it was merely a matter of losing a life. However, the unexpected appearance of the long-deserving Su Qingyi instilled genuine fear in her. She was terrified of vengeful spirits, of the possibility that ghosts truly existed, and of the underworld with its 18 levels of hell. Surely, her malevolent deeds would condemn her to the deepest abyss. As Su Qingyi noticed Su Chuanru's voice growing fainter until it finally ceased, she hurriedly glanced down. To her astonishment, she nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. What the hell? She exclaimed, aghast. Su Chuanru has actually died, scared to death, no less. What a bizarre turn of events. I haven't even begun my revenge. And she is already gone. Once more, Su Qingyi felt the world's malice directed at her. Much like the previous incident involving Emperor Qingxuo, where he perished before she had the chance to act. This time, Su Chuanru had met the same fate before she could even intervene. It was utterly exasperating. Did the heavens deliberately deny her the opportunity to exact vengeance? Su Qingyi nearly cursed the heavens with a flick of her fingers. However, recalling the celestial beings, she felt disheartened. In a world where deities exist, one must also reckon with the heavens. If she were to truly curse the heavens, it would be tantamount to offending them. What if the heavens turned their wrath upon her? It was not the punishment she feared for herself, but rather the potential repercussions for her loved ones. Her elder brother could not withstand even the slightest misfortune. How could there be so many mushrooms today if it hasn't rained? Su Qingyin inquired, perplexed. Su Qingyi rose slowly, handing the basket filled with mushrooms to a nearby servant. Instructing, take this to the kitchen for mushroom soup. Su Qingxing and Su Qingyan exchanged glances, equally astonished by Su Chuanru's tragic fate. Su Qingxing twitched his lips. Are you truly upset because you cannot seek revenge yourself? Among the three siblings, Su Qingxing bore no direct animosity towards Su Chuanru. He merely despised her actions and sought to cleanse the Su family's reputation. In contrast, Su Qingyan and Su Qingxing harbored direct grievances against Su Chuanru, who had targeted Du Ningxue. In an effort to protect his wife, Su Qingyan suffered a broken leg, which Su Qingxing later healed, or else he would have been condemned to a life of limping. As for Su Qingyi, she had traversed the threshold of life and death. And Su Chuanru had not only stripped her of her innocence, but also robbed her of the beautiful life that every girl deserves, rendering her unable to marry and bear children. Su Qingyan and Su Qingxing remained fixated on the notion of avenging themselves once Su Chuanru was captured. Yet now that she lay dead, their opportunity for retribution vanished. Their frustration was utterly overwhelming. Su Qingyi nodded in agreement. Su Qingyan also followed suit, finally comprehending why his sister chose to retreat to the corner to cultivate mushrooms. He, too, felt an inclination to grow mushrooms. Su Qingxing reassured the two, stating, "You need not soil your hands. Is that not rather splendid? For such despicable individuals to demand retribution at your hands is already a form of respect towards them. Such people are unworthy of your discontent. Chapter 80. The Ancient Cannon Fodder. Female character 3 Su Qingni and Su Qingyin did not dwell in their gloom for long, as time was of the essence. Following this incident, Su Qingxing ascended to the forefront, and as his younger siblings, Su Qingyin and Su Qingyi trailed behind him, diligently assisting him, preoccupied with their tasks and devoid of time or inclination to ponder other matters. Su Qingyi was no longer merely a guard by Su Qingxing's side. He had bestowed upon her a formidable army of 10,000. Employing the military training methods learned from Su Qingni, Su Qingxing meticulously trained his subordinates, each of whom became capable of confronting 10 or even 20 to 30 foes. This legion transformed into an invincible force, and Su Qingyi emerged as an undefeated general, having never suffered a defeat in the numerous battles she engaged in. The display of martial prowess and strategic acumen exhibited by Su Qingyi left many military leaders in awe, causing them to hesitate in direct confrontation. Upon hearing of Su Qingyi's approach with her troops, many opted for a tactical retreat rather than face her in battle. Those who doubted Su Qingyi's capabilities chose to challenge her, only to be confronted by the undeniable truth of her prowess. These individuals paid a steep price to uncover a reality they would have preferred to remain ignorant of. With the formidable army led by Su Qingyi as the vanguard, Su Qingxing's influence steadily eradicated and absorbed the forces of other feudal lords, gradually extending her dominion to the capital. Ultimately, the Su family army seized the capital, and upon ascending the throne, Su Qingxing's first decree was to vindicate the Su family. The scandal involving Emperor Qingxua and Lu Yuanhao's intimate relationship was unveiled to the world, leaving both men restless in death. The once admired and elegant scholar, Lu Yuanhao, who had captured the hearts of young women throughout the capital, became a figure of scorn and contempt, while Emperor Qingxua's reputation plummeted even further. As a result of their clandestine affair, the disreputable Empress Kongyuru drew less disdain and even garnered a degree of sympathy. It was no wonder that she sought a lover. Her husband had an inclination for male beauty, and without an affair, she would be akin to a widow in life, concealed within the abode of a clandestine admirer. Kongyuru felt a pang of understanding upon hearing such sentiments. Was it truly wrong for her to reject the role of a submissive wife? Upon learning about the Su family and the circumstances surrounding Emperor Qingxua and Lu Yuanhao, Kongyuru grasped the reasons behind the downfall of the Su family. It was all due to the affection of the Su family's legitimate daughter for Lu Yuanhao, which incited the overwhelming jealousy of Emperor Qingxua, leading to the ruin of the Su clan. Now, the tides of fortune had turned, as the Su family had usurped the throne, becoming the rulers of a new dynasty. How ironic. One could only ponder whether Emperor Qingxua harbored regrets, though perhaps not. With a temperament as volatile as that of Qingxua Di, his sole concern lies with Lu Yuanhao. He possesses a nonchalant attitude, as if he would care little for the deluge that follows his demise, and undoubtedly harbors no regret for taking action against the Su family. If there were any sense of remorse, it would stem from not having eliminated that esteemed young lady of the Su clan. Speaking of which, those young ladies are indeed formidable, surpassing even this time-traveling protagonist. The once delicate scion of a prestigious family, after being exiled, astonishingly acquired a plethora of skills, disguising herself as a man to lead an invincible army, reclaiming the realm for her brother, and earning the title of National Protector Princess. Were it not for the absence of any modern traits in this princess, one might easily mistake her for another traveler from the future. Now, due to the influence of this princess, the status of women has significantly improved, and many have begun to venture out of their homes to pursue their passions. As Kongyuru gazed at the clear, azure sky, an impulse surged within her. She too yearned to step beyond her confines, to carve out a career of her own, rather than remaining dependent on a man as she once did. She had been mistaken. Her past notions of conquering men were merely an illusion of reliance. Her mindset had been flawed from the outset. As a woman from the modern era, how could she ever be outdone by someone like Su Qingyi, a native? Su Qingyi, without the need for a man's support, had proven that she too could thrive. With determination, Kongyuru strode toward the entrance of her courtyard, pushing it open with vigor, breaking free from the confines set by her admirer. How amusing it was, really. This courtyard was nothing more than a gilded cage. Although she had yet to engage in any entanglements with her admirer, in the eyes of him and his associates, she had already assumed the role of his concubine. How ironic to be viewed as such. She, a time traveler and once a majestic empress, could never stoop to become a mere concubine of a minor marquis heir. Her disdain for mistresses rendered it inconceivable for her to assume such a role herself. To be associated with a marquis heir was nothing short of an affront to her dignity. As she stepped into the world beyond the grand gates, Kong Yuru took a deep breath and strode forth with determination. A year later, Kong Yuru established her own commercial empire, and her name echoed in the ears of Su Qingxing and Su Qingni. The former Empress Dowager of the fallen dynasty left Su Qingxing at a loss regarding how to address this formidable figure. Many ministers petitioned for Kong Yuru's execution, however. Su Qingni voiced her dissent, arguing that Kong posed no threat to the Su family and had, in fact, eliminated Emperor Qingsha, regardless of her motives. This act indirectly bestowed a favor upon the Su clan. Su Qingxing heeded his sister's counsel, for he was not a stubborn autocrat. He placed immense trust in her, allowing her to pursue her desires, an open-mindedness rare among rulers. Thus, he spared Kong Yuru's life and even appointed her as the imperial merchant. A profound sense of relief washed over Kong Yuru as the weight upon her heart lifted. She had triumphed. The existence of Kong Yuru and Su Qingni indeed inspired a multitude of women to venture beyond their homes and showcase their talents. Although no women held official positions yet, their presence was increasingly felt across various professions. Women were no longer mere adjuncts to men, nor were they relegated to the roles of childbearers and caretakers of the household. Throughout their lives, neither Kong Yuru nor Su Qingni entered into matrimony. Once a romantic at heart, Kong Yuru had lost faith in the institution of marriage. Nonetheless, as a connoisseur of beauty, she still held a fondness for handsome men. Wealthy Kong Yuru indulged in numerous beautiful male companions, basking in their various flattery, leading a life of unbridled joy. Though many moralists looked down upon her lifestyle, it secretly evoked envy in several women. Su Qingni, burdened by the scars of past humiliation, harbored a deep-seated aversion to intimacy, shunning the company of men and even keeping women at a distance. Following a period of peace in the realm, Su Qingni retreated to the mountains outside the capital, dedicating herself to the study of martial arts. Through her pursuit of martial mastery, she lived for over 2 centuries, ultimately revered as a living deity. Chapter 81. The scholar star Su Qingni obtained a fragment of true spirit, sourced from Su Qingxing. This fragment was exceedingly minuscule, so tiny that even the deity Pingxin could not integrate it into her nurtured true spirit of Daijang. Consequently, Pingxin returned this fragment to Su Qingni for her absorption and study. This shard proved immensely beneficial to Su Qingni, as Daijang's essence encompassed the realms of space and speed. Within this minuscule fragment lay profound insights into these dimensions, granting Su Qingni a measure of understanding regarding space, thereby reducing the perils she would face in her future temporal traversals. Upon returning to the world of the witch and the demon, Su Qingni learned of news from the demon realm. Honghuang Tai had not entirely vanished. Honghuang Zhong sensed this, as remnants of Honghuang Tai Yi's soul lingered in the world, seemingly contained within Honghuang Zhong itself. The demon realm was currently scouring the land for rare treasures capable of nurturing souls, all directed towards Honghuang Zhong. Su Qingni summoned Qiyu and instructed, "Please send over the heavenly treasures we, the witch clan, have gathered to nourish souls. After all, Honghuang Tai is also a benefactor to our clan." Sitting in her palace, Su Qingni lingered in contemplation for several days before departing, leaving the witch demon realm to embark on yet another journey through dimensions. Emerging from a bathtub stained with blood, Su Qingni extended her right hand to press several acupoints on her left wrist, staunching the flow of blood from her wounds. This world resembled Earth in the early 21st century, lacking any extraordinary powers aside from technological advancements, imposing numerous restrictions upon her. She found herself unable to access her storage pouch or the healing elixirs needed to halt her injuries. However, her own medical expertise was exceptional, enabling her to apply acupressure to stop the bleeding and prevent her body from losing all its life essence. As her body succumbed to slumber, Su Qingni assimilated the memories of its former inhabitant. The original owner, Su Qingni, was a second-tier actress, possessing beauty and having portrayed several characters that endeared her to audiences, thus garnering a respectable fan base. Yet, that was in the past. The present Su Qingni was mired in scandal and had been driven to suicide. An orphan from birth, Su Qingni was placed in an orphanage and had never known her parents. After turning 18 and leaving the orphanage, she had initially gained admission to a prestigious university. But lacking financial resources, she could not afford even the first year's tuition. Resigned to her fate, Qingni abandoned her studies and sought opportunities outside the film city, where her striking appearance eventually caught the attention of someone who offered her a minor role. Through her portrayal of a minor character, she gradually garnered more roles. At this juncture, she caught the attention of a man named Ning Zhongchuan, the son of a shareholder in an entertainment company. He was quite capable himself, having established a company specializing in electronic products, and held the position of president. Young, handsome, and affluent, he proposed to financially support Qingni, to which she readily consented, showing no reservation whatsoever. Subsequently, Qingni, through Ning Zhongchuan, accessed numerous resources, thriving in the entertainment industry and transforming from an obscure starlet into a prominent second-tier celebrity. Just as Qingni felt confident that she could ascend to first-tier stardom or perhaps become Ning Zhongchuan's wife. This confidence stemmed from the belief that she was the sole woman in his life, leading her to forget the nature of their arrangement. However, Ning Zhongchuan abruptly terminated their financial relationship as he had taken on another woman. This new woman was not significantly younger than Qingni. Having debuted at 18 and been under Ning Zhongchuan's patronage for 3 years, Qingni was now merely 21. His new love, Li Xuejia, was even a year older than Qingni and did not surpass her in beauty. They were, at best, evenly matched. Yet, Li Xuejia had the advantage of being a high-achieving graduate from a prestigious university, exuding an aura of elegance and intellect that surpassed Qingni's, embodying a more innocent charm. Li Xuejia entered the public eye through a major campus beauty selection event, subsequently making her way into the entertainment industry. The allure of a beautiful and highly educated persona captivates audiences, with fans ardently pursuing the second-tier actress Qingni. Among her admirers, a significant number are university students, displaying formidable fervor. This is exemplified by the hostile online confrontations instigated by Li Xuejia's fans, which ultimately drove the original character to despair. While many resort to insults without crude language, their words pierce like daggers. The final straw that overwhelmed Qingni came from Ning Zhongchuan, who disdainfully ordered her to leave and directly hurled the word vile at her. Qingni was devastated. She loved Ning Zhongchuan, a young, handsome, capable, and wealthy man, who wouldn't be enchanted. Throughout the 3 years, Qingni remained by Ning Zhongchuan's side not merely for his wealth and resources. Had that been her intent, she could have sought other suitors willing to cherish her beauty. Her unwavering commitment to Ning Zhongchuan was rooted in love. Yet, her affection was cast aside, and she was regarded with contempt, deemed worthless in his eyes. The magnitude of this blow was immense. Consequently, Qingni chose to end her own life. Chapter 82. The scholar star Qingni awoke, famished, having not eaten for 2 days, compounded by her previous attempt at self-harm, leaving her body exceedingly frail. She felt as though she were floating, barely able to take a few steps. The thought of stepping outside in the guise of the original character and facing potential recognition deterred her from the intention of seeking food and medicinal herbs. She opened the original character's mobile phone, revealing an exceedingly popular food delivery application within this world. Qingni opened the app, first ordering a meal for herself, and then she navigated to an online marketplace to search for traditional Chinese medicinal herbs. The convenience of modern life is remarkable. One can procure almost anything without stepping outside, with the added benefit of prompt home delivery. Although the quality of the herbs available online may not be exceptional, Qingni possesses the skill to maximize their efficacy, making them perfectly suited for her current condition. Both the meal and the herbs arrived swiftly. After finishing her meal, Qingni felt her strength gradually returning and began preparing the herbs to concoct a nourishing broth aimed at replenishing her blood and restoring her health. When she next awoke, the night had fully descended. Qingni assessed her condition and found she had recovered significantly. The symptoms of excessive blood loss had vanished, leaving only a slight trace of anemia, which could be remedied with another dose of medicine. At this hour, the internet buzzed with activity. Qingni logged on to search for news and gather more information about the world around her. Discussions still lingered regarding Qingni's scandals, though they had diminished. Most conversations had been supplanted by other celebrities and rising stars. Nevertheless, the remaining gossip served as a reminder of Qingni, prompting many keyboard warriors to continue their vitriolic tirades online. Qingni let out a cold snort, reflecting on the relentless nature of truth. Her impression of the academically gifted starlet, Li Xuejia, soured considerably. As for Ning Zhongchuan, That clumsy oaf was not worth her attention. After browsing the internet for an extended period, Qingni gathered a substantial amount of information about this world, consolidating it to deepen her understanding. Although she could, if she wished, penetrate the temporal river of this realm through her primordial spirit to gain a more intricate comprehension. She chose to ponder how to navigate life within this world. The quest for the land of extreme Qingni and the true spirit of the ancestral, which would undoubtedly require considerable time. Furthermore, entering the entertainment industry was not an option for Qingni. She would need to seek alternative employment. Yet, the original Qingni possessed only a high school diploma. And aside from her acting skills, her singing voice was rather lackluster. What else could she possibly do? Relying solely on gambling stones for sustenance was indeed one approach. However, such an activity would render her existence exceedingly monotonous. Surely, she could not confine herself to a life of seclusion at home. While Qingni was quite content to remain within her palace for millennia, this world lacked the means for cultivation. What could she occupy herself with at home? Playing video games? Having experienced immersive holographic online gaming, she found traditional keyboard games rather unappealing. Setting aside her phone, Qingni retreated to her study, where she opened an infrequently used laptop. She accessed a foreign website, seeking the portal of one of the top 10 universities in the world. After navigating the site and completing the necessary procedures, 3 months later, Qingni finally received her acceptance letter from the esteemed university abroad. In the entertainment industry, 3 months can bring about a whirlwind of change. The online discourse surrounding Qingni has faded into oblivion. The public's memory is notoriously fleeting. Having forgotten the second-rate actress they once scorned, Li Xuejia, with a beaming smile, scrolls through her Weibo, where her fans shower her with compliments about her beauty and high academic achievements, proclaiming her a breath of fresh air in the entertainment realm. What are you watching? Ning Zhongchuan inquires as he takes a seat beside Li Xuejia, his arm wrapping around her waist. She leans comfortably into his embrace, responding, just browsing Weibo. This man is hers, and hers alone. Although their relationship is currently one of financial support, she is confident that she will make him fall deeply in love with her. She is not like that foolish woman, Qingni. She possesses both education and a respectable family background. The Ning family would never accept Qingni, but they would welcome her. Li Xuejia can discern this from the warmth in Ning Zhongchuan's mother's demeanor towards her. Ning Zhongchuan does not introduce his kept women to his parents, but she can discreetly meet with his mother, feigning an accidental encounter to reveal her pedigree and accomplishments. She intends for Ning Zhongchuan's mother to understand the nature of her relationship with her son, demonstrating her unwavering devotion to him. She would endure any humiliation, even the indignity of being in a financial arrangement, for his sake. Ning Zhongchuan's mother is exceedingly cordial towards her, seemingly eager to have her as a daughter-in-law. It is only because she is taking care to prevent Ning's mother from knowing their acquaintance that Ning Zhongchuan remains oblivious to this connection. Li Xuejia finds the excessive warmth of Ning's mother's attitude somewhat suspect. However, she dismisses her concerns. As long as she can firmly grasp hold of the promising stock that is Ning Zhongchuan and secure a place within a prestigious family, she is indifferent to everything else. Quite the contrary. Once her objective is achieved, she will gradually address those who threaten her existence. Chapter 83. The academic star Li Xuejia was scrolling through Weibo when suddenly her phone chimed, indicating that someone she followed had just posted a new update. Upon checking the notification, her expression shifted slightly. The new post was from Qingni. As a rival, Li Xuejia understood the importance of knowing her enemy well to secure victory. Naturally, she had kept an eye on Qingni's Weibo account. However, Qingni had been so thoroughly vilified that her return to the entertainment industry seemed impossible. Why would she still be posting? What is going on? Who sent the message? Ning Zhongchuan inquired. Li Xuejia smiled lightly and replied, "It was a message from a fan. They informed me that Qingni has posted on Weibo." Ning Zhongchuan furrowed his brow slightly. "Why would your fans alert you about Qingni's post?" Li Xuejia explained. "Well, hasn't Qingni always targeted me? My fans are concerned that she might slander me again, hence the warning." Ning Zhongchuan's expression darkened. Qingni's previous actions had left him quite displeased. He was reluctant to acknowledge that he had been involved with such a shallow, ignorant, and malicious woman who took online slander seriously. The truth was, much of the initial gossip about Qingni had been genuine. She had been quite arrogant, leveraging her connections to bully others within the industry. As a figure within the entertainment industry, Ning Zhongchuan was initially skeptical of the online slander. However, When concrete evidence of previous allegations surfaced, he found himself compelled to believe them, leading him to accept subsequent accusations as well. With a darkened expression, Ning Zhongchuan remarked, "Let us see what Su Qingyi has posted on Weibo. If she dares to insult you again, I shall have my people send her a lawyer's letter." Li Xuejia, with a slight smirk, opened Su Qingyi's Weibo account. The latest post from Su Qingyi featured a photograph accompanied by 4 words, "Jianghu Bu Jian, farewell to the world." It seemed that Su Qingyi had completely lost heart and no longer wished to navigate the entertainment arena. Li Xuejia felt a surge of delight upon reading those 4 words. But her smile froze upon viewing the accompanying image. She exclaimed, disregarding her own composure, "Impossible. How could someone like her ever be admitted to Harvard University?" What is Harvard? It stands as one of the foremost institutions globally, ranked first in the World University Academic Rankings, first in the U.S. News World University Rankings, third in the QS World University Rankings, and 6th in the Times Higher Education World University Rankings. Every student who enters this esteemed university is an elite, among the finest talents across the globe. How could Su Qingyi possibly gain admission to Harvard? Ning Zhongchuan, oblivious to Li Xuejia's disarray, was equally taken aback by this Weibo post. His support for Su Qingyi had been predicated on her striking appearance, yet he held a deep-seated disdain for her, primarily due to her lack of education. In his eyes, Su Qingyi was a woman of little cultural and intellectual refinement. But now what had changed? The glaring inscription of Harvard University serves to mock him, highlighting his prejudiced view of others. It is not a matter of lacking academic qualifications, rather. It is the absence of opportunities to attend university. If one desires, the world's premier institutions would readily embrace them. Beyond these 2 individuals, numerous netizens were equally astonished. Is this for real? Could this acceptance letter possibly be a forgery? My cousin was admitted to Harvard last year, and I have seen his acceptance letter. It is identical to this one. This one is genuine. The individual above must be related to an academic prodigy. Let us inquire, what does it feel like to have a genius in the family? However, let us not digress. We are currently discussing the authenticity of Su Qingyi's acceptance letter. I have already circumvented barriers to verify on Harvard's official website, and indeed, Su Qingyi's name appears on this year's admission list. My goodness, how could such a woman gain admission to Harvard? Doesn't Harvard consider character in its admissions process? The university selects students based on their grades and capabilities. I must remark, previously, there were widespread derisions aimed at Su Qingyi for her perceived lack of education. Now, with her actions, could she be delivering a resounding slap to those critics? Undoubtedly, it is a resounding rebuke. Su Qingyi is remarkably formidable. When the online disparagement surfaced, she refrained from defending herself, seemingly biding her time for this moment. Indeed, Su Qingyi has utilized her Harvard acceptance letter to validate her prowess, suggesting that much of the disparagement may not hold truth. With her evident abilities, would she engage in activities devoid of intelligence? Clearly, there are individuals intent on undermining Su Qingyi. The online slanders initially bore some semblance of logic, yet those that followed were utterly exaggerated. Having believed the malicious rumors circulating online, should I extend an apology to Su Qingyi? I too have uttered harsh words. Must I then apologize as well? Su Qingyi has already gone to study in the United States, rendering our apologies unheard. Nevertheless, even if Su Qingyi cannot hear me, I feel compelled to express my remorse. I am sorry for having been swayed by biased information and for speaking ill of you. I earnestly seek your forgiveness. I am sorry, please forgive me. I am sorry, please forgive me. I am sorry, please forgive me. As the online discourse surged with pleas for forgiveness, this topic ascended to the top of the trending charts, piquing the curiosity of many who subsequently visited Su Qingyi's Weibo, where they discovered her acceptance letter from Harvard University. The collective response was one of astonishment. This world is truly enchanting, just as Su Qingyi had anticipated. The prevailing sentiment in the nation of flowers is a profound reverence for academic credentials. A mere acceptance letter from Harvard dramatically shifted public perception of her. Previously, many had firmly believed the online slanders, but now they perceived them as attempts to tarnish Su Qingyi's reputation. The tarnish on her image swiftly diminished by a considerable margin, and the tide of public opinion began to shift. Su Qingyi's popularity surged significantly. Her former entertainment agency soon found itself regretting the hasty termination of her contract. Had they foreseen this, they would not have acted so rashly. A star who is a Harvard graduate, what an enticing prospect. Even though Su Qingyi is set to study in the United States, the company could have arranged work for her during breaks. This is the true essence of a scholarly star. Regrettably, when Su Qingni's former agent attempted to contact Su Qingni, she discovered that she had been placed on the blacklist. Undeterred, the agent went to Su Qingni's residence in search of her, only to be informed by the property management that Su Qingni had left with her luggage. Both the agent and the agency were filled with remorse. Many others shared the same sentiment as the agency, believing that Su Qingni was the true academic star of the entertainment industry. Is Su Qingni indeed an academic star? Absolutely. This is because, currently, there exists an academic star in the entertainment circle, Li Xuejia, the talented belle from a certain university. She has now entered the entertainment industry, and her agency and fans incessantly promote her title as an academic star. Chapter 84, The Academic Star. A top student from a certain university? Indeed, she deserves the title of an academic star. However, the disparity between that university and Harvard is quite significant. Does this not imply that the gap between Li Xuejia, the academic star, and Su Qingni, another academic star, is equally vast? Get lost, our Xuejia is the best. What is so remarkable about Harvard University? If our Xuejia sets her mind to it, she can also gain admission to Harvard. To the fans of Li Xuejia upstairs, can you genuinely assure us that Li Xuejia can gain admission to Harvard? Of course our Xuejia can. If Su Qingni managed to get in, our Xuejia is far superior to her. Does Li Xuejia truly surpass her? I recalled that when the scandal regarding Su Qingni first emerged online, it was primarily the fans of Li Xuejia who vehemently attacked her. This indicates a possible animosity between Li Xuejia and Su Qingni. What could be the source of such animosity? Did Li Xuejia steal Su Qingni's partner? However, did not Li Xuejia claim to be single? In the entertainment industry, many maintain clandestine relationships. How many keep their partners hidden? I had perceived Li Xuejia as quite innocent. Innocent? If one seeks pure-hearted young women, the entertainment industry is hardly the right place. Who even mentioned a boyfriend? In this realm, it is more likely to be a benefactor, isn't it? Nonsense. Our Xuejia is both talented and beautiful. She would never compromise her integrity. Talented and beautiful, yet lacking in wealth. Online, the fans of Li Xuejia engaged in fierce disputes with other netizens, thrusting her into the eye of the storm. A portion of her previously pristine image crumbled. Li Xuejia gazed with a darkened expression at the online commentary. The most trending topic demanded that she prove her status as a true academic star by applying to Harvard University. Li Xuejia was acutely aware of her own limitations. Though she attended a prestigious university domestically, her major was Chinese literature. How could she possibly apply to Harvard? It is worth noting that her English proficiency merely reached the 4th level. She has yet to conquer the 6th. Unbeknownst to Su Qingni, her tweet had caused significant turmoil for Li Xuejia, who was now in Boston completing her enrollment procedures. The accommodations at Harvard University are quite commendable, primarily consisting of single rooms, with only a limited number of double rooms available. However, after conducting an on-site investigation, Su Qingni opted against residing in the university dormitories, primarily due to the absence of private bathrooms. Each floor is equipped with only one shared restroom and a kitchen, rendering both toilet use and meal preparation rather inconvenient. Instead, Su Qingni chose to rent a modest apartment off campus, the cost of which is comparable to that of dormitory living. Although the space is not expansive, it features a private bathroom and kitchen, making it quite convenient for her. Once settled, Su Qingni's life at Harvard commenced. Su Qingni selected mechanical engineering as her field of study. While this discipline is not regarded as the most prestigious at Harvard, her choice was motivated by a desire to rehabilitate the original owner's reputation, as the major was chosen rather casually. Upon beginning her studies, Su Qingni's demonstrated expertise garnered both praise and lament from her instructors. One of her professors remarked, "Dear Su, you ought to consider transferring to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Their mechanical automation program is unparalleled." "That sounds delightful," Su Qingni replied with a smile. "What do you think about my pursuing graduate studies at MIT? "Excellent idea." Her professor responded with a grin. "You could enroll in additional courses, and once you accumulate enough credits, you might graduate ahead of schedule. I have acquaintances at MIT and can certainly recommend you." "Thank you so much, dear professor," Su Qingni beamed. "Starting next semester, I shall indeed select several extra courses." In fact, during this semester, she had already enrolled in a considerable number of classes, exceeding her peers' course load by 1/3. By the end of this semester alone, Su Qingni had accumulated a sufficient number of credits. At her current pace, she could complete all the credits required for her university degree in just 2 years. However, if she were to add more courses next semester, she could potentially finish her studies within a single year. Graduating from Harvard University in merely a year is an unimaginable feat for the average individual. Yet, in a prestigious institution like Harvard, such occurrences are not particularly extraordinary. While the number of students graduating in a year is scarce, it is not uncommon for a few to achieve this remarkable milestone over the years. Consequently, Qingni graduated from Harvard University without causing any commotion and proceeded to pursue her master's degree at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. After leaving her home country, she ceased to follow the domestic entertainment news, unaware that she had sparked a wave of excitement back home. This surge of interest was ignited by a fan of Li Xuejia. This fan, known online as Tonight's Chicken Dinner, is also an academic achiever who gained admission to Harvard's graduate program. Upon arriving at the university, this fan began to search for Qingni, approaching the task with a sense of skepticism. Along with several other fans of Li Xuejia, he doubted Qingni's enrollment at Harvard. After all, their idol, Li Xuejia, had not even been accepted into Harvard. How could someone with a lesser background possibly gain entry? Such skepticism led them to suspect that Qingni's admission letter was fabricated. Upon arriving at Harvard, Tonight's Chicken Dinner's first order of business was not to familiarize himself with the campus, but to investigate the veracity of Qingni's presence there. If she were not in attendance, well, he would certainly expose the truth to the netizens back home. This evening, during a search for news about Qingni within the International Student Organization, the students expressed their unfamiliarity with her. It appeared that Qingni had completed 4 years of coursework in just 1 year, leaving her little time to engage with the activities of the international student group and interact with students from her homeland. Consequently, her existence remained unknown to them. After an extensive search around the campus, the conclusion was drawn. There was no Qingni at Harvard University. Indeed, that admission letter was fabricated. Chapter 85. The academic star had Qingni still been alive, she would undoubtedly face death once more. However, the genuine Qingni had long since passed away. What remained within her essence was merely a fragment of Qingni's consciousness. Qingni, having shifted her focus entirely to her studies, paid no heed to the entertainment industry back home. In truth, as a powerful being, Qingni could effortlessly absorb all knowledge with a mere sweep of her consciousness, transforming it into her own understanding. Yet, this lacked intrigue. She intended to inhabit this world for an extended period, and learning served as a means to pass the time. Why take shortcuts? Wise ones advise, let us not cast blame. Qingni did not engage in deceit. She indeed enrolled at Harvard University. The reason tonight's seeker did not encounter her there was that Qingni had already graduated from Harvard and had proceeded to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to pursue her master's degree. Indeed, you read that correctly. Qingni completed 4 years of university credits in just 1 year and graduated from Harvard. Furthermore, Qingni is not only my senior but also my esteemed teacher, stepping in for the professor to deliver our lectures. This is the photograph. Image 1. JPG. Image 2. JPG. Image 3. JPG. The truth is revealed through these images, leaving everyone astounded. Yet the online discourse swiftly shifted. Completing 4 years' worth of credits in a single year? It is simply beyond comprehension. Following the exceptional students from Harvard University, we now have a master's graduate from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, both institutions renowned across the globe. To gain admission to even one of these prestigious schools would be a monumental achievement for my ancestors. Yet, she has successfully entered too. Such brilliance transcends the realm of academic excellence, elevating her to the status of a scholarly deity. Consequently, the title of scholarly star began to circulate, firmly placing it upon Li Xuejia, the original academic prodigy, inciting her to the brink of fury. The repercussions of this situation have tarnished her reputation, as the fans of Tonight's Chicken nearly obliterated Qingni's standing with their unfounded posts. The online community, in their outrage, also directed their ire towards Li Xuejia, questioning her motives. After all, she harbors a rivalry with Qingni, both having once been celebrated as academic champions. This incident has rekindled memories of a year prior when Li Xuejia's fans boasted that their idol would undoubtedly secure a place at Harvard University. Amidst their derision, they inundated the comments with inquiries about when Li Xuejia would be receiving her acceptance letter from Harvard, insisting that she must share the notification publicly when it arrives. Thus, the entire internet buzzed with questions regarding when Li Xuejia would enter Harvard. Witnessing this, Li Xuejia felt a surge of frustration. silently cursing her fans for their thoughtless words that have placed her in such a precarious position. With no alternative, Li Xuejia could only post a Weibo update stating her current focus on work, leaving her no time to study abroad. Upon seeing this post, some netizens expressed understanding, while others scoffed, and a small number of those privy to the truth shook their heads. A scant few knew that due to her entry into the entertainment industry, Li Xuejia had a severe attendance issue in her final year of university, resulting in failing grades in her core subjects and ultimately not obtaining her diploma. On the day of her graduation ceremony, she feigned work commitments and did not attend, thus most were unaware that her name was absent from the list of graduates. The turbulence within the domestic entertainment circle did not affect Su Qingni. She diligently immersed herself in her studies, absorbing knowledge pertinent to her field while also exploring related disciplines. After a year of dedicated effort, Su Qingni completed her master's credits and embarked on her doctoral studies. Her professors held her in high regard, extending an invitation for her to join their laboratory. After a year of working in the lab, Su Qingni departed to pursue her own projects. Upon completing her doctoral defense and earning her PhD, she also finished her creations. Her project was a sophisticated simulated intelligent butler, unparalleled by any existing robotic home assistants on the market. This lifelike, artificially intelligent domestic assistant not only boasts a human-like appearance, but also possesses a comprehensive array of functions. It is capable of managing household affairs, including cleaning and window washing, as well as culinary tasks such as cooking, dishwashing, laundry, and sewing. Furthermore, it can provide childcare, including early childhood education, teaching children literacy and numeracy, and engaging them in song, dance, and games. It can also maintain the owner's schedule and provide timely reminders, as well as act as a bodyguard, ensuring the safety of the owner and the home. Upon its debut, this simulated intelligent housekeeper profoundly impacted the domestic robot market. Su Qingni's invention propelled her to billionaire status and global recognition as a distinguished scientist. 5 years later, Su Qingni's name once again dominated national headlines, gracing not only the entertainment section but also the business and current affairs sections. Netizens, in awe, paid homage to Su Qingni. Where are those who criticized Su Qingni's lack of education? Behold, the youngest scientist, a doctoral graduate. Can any of you rival her? Weren't those who denigrated her academic credentials fans of a certain celebrity scholar? Humph, constantly flaunting their scholarly achievements while belittling others. These are fans of other celebrities. Li Xuejia has offended many since entering the entertainment industry. Good heavens! Su Qingni's life story is worthy of a biography, a quintessential tale of triumph against adversity. A resounding slap in the face. How gratifying! Su Qingni, born an orphan, was admitted to university after the National College entrance examination but entered the entertainment industry as an extra due to financial constraints. If Su Qingni had parents and a favorable family background, it is likely that she would have completed her doctorate years ago and developed a sophisticated intelligent butler. Those who possess advantageous familial circumstances and consequently boast impressive academic achievements should refrain from belittling Su Qingni. Her journey is replete with positive energy. What kind of positive energy is that? Being supported by a wealthy benefactor is considered positive energy? The individual above appears to be a fan of a certain academic prodigy. Yet it seems that the one being supported is your idol. Chapter 86. The scholar star. After waiting for approximately an hour, Su Qingni emerged from the airport. Reporters and fans immediately surrounded her. Faced with such a scene, Su Qingni exhibited neither fear nor discomfort. Not only did she adapt well to the situation, but her original self, Su Qingni, having navigated the entertainment industry for several years, was equally accustomed to the circumstances. Su Qingni offered a smile to the crowd. With her inherent beauty, and with Su Qingni's spirit now inhabiting her body, she was diligent and unyielding in maintaining the allure of this form. Presently, Su Qingni appeared even more radiant and stunning than 5 years prior, her demeanor distinctly different from that of Su Qingni in the entertainment realm. Observers speculated that her refined elegance stemmed from extensive education and newfound wealth, which naturally imparted an air of nobility. The reporters believed that the female stars of the entertainment industry paled in comparison to the extraordinary presence before them. Should she choose to re-enter the entertainment sphere, she would undoubtedly overshadow countless rising stars. However, as a respected scientist, why would she ever return to the limelight? When a reporter posed this question to Su Qingni, she simply shook her head in response. I have numerous tasks to attend to and no time to frolic in the entertainment industry. A journalist inquired. Su Qingni, Who is the handsome gentleman behind you? Is he your boyfriend? The onlookers had initially fixated on the man accompanying Su Qingni. His striking features could only be described as impeccably perfect. His physique was exceptionally well-built and statuesque, exuding an aura of nobility. The reporters were certain that within the entire entertainment realm, one could not find a male figure as visually stunning as he. Su Qingyi smiled faintly and delivered a response that left everyone astounded. This is my personal simulated intelligent butler, named Tai. Indeed, Tai. For the appearance of this simulated butler was modeled after the visage of Honghuang Tai. Ah, the beauty of first love. Since Honghuang Tai was unattainable, she whimsically created a simulated robot resembling him to cater to her needs. How delightful! The crowd erupted in astonishment. The exquisitely handsome young man was, in fact, not a human, but a simulated robot. This was utterly inconceivable. Those watching the live broadcast were equally astonished. Many had been enamored with the young man's charm, only to be informed that he was not real. Why is such a gorgeous young man not human? If he were real, I would surely marry him, exclaimed one viewer. Goodness, where have my eyes wandered off to? Su Qingyi was indeed remarkable for having created an artificial being, although it may not be classified strictly as an artificial human. Considering the limited intelligence of the simulated robot, it was still an extraordinary feat. After the release of Su Qingyi's simulated intelligent butler, I paid it only a fleeting glance, for its exorbitant price rendered it unattainable for me. Now, however, I have resolved to diligently earn and save money to acquire a butler as dashing as Tai. I also aspire to save for a beautiful intelligent butler. Haha, with no financial constraints, I would promptly place an order online. It is said that intelligent butlers can be customized to meet client specifications, albeit at a cost twice that of the ordinary models. Yet, I am not one to shy away from expenditure. With a metaphorical 40-meter sword, I would strike down the affluent residing above. Strike down the wealthy. Strike down the wealthy. I am not particularly affluent, merely possessing some savings that fall short of affording a bespoke intelligent butler, though I can certainly purchase a standard model. I, too, wish to own one. Thanks to Tai's intelligent butler, the sales of simulated intelligent butlers experienced a meteoric rise. Ning Zhongchuan observed the reports on Su Qingyi displayed on his computer, his brow furrowing slightly. He was reluctant to acknowledge his misjudgment. Yet he could no longer deny that he had indeed misjudged, mistaking a pearl for mere fish eyes and carelessly discarding it. Li Xuejia smashed her phone in frustration. Dreadful Su Qingyi, why must she always overshadow her? Why could she not simply withdraw from the entertainment industry like a formless mass? Why did she seek admission to Harvard University? Why did she aspire to enter the Massachusetts Institute of Technology? Why aim for a doctorate? Why endeavor to develop a simulated intelligent butler? Infuriating. It is precisely because of Su Qingyi that the title of academic star has become a mere joke for her. How can an academic star possibly compete with a genius star? Suddenly, the phone on the ground began to ring. The quality of this brand of phone is indeed commendable. Despite being forcefully thrown down by Li Xuejia, it remained intact. Initially reluctant to answer, Li Xuejia feared missing an important message and thus picked up the phone. Upon seeing that the call was from her manager, she reluctantly answered. Xuejia, tell me, did you not obtain your graduation certificate from X University? Her manager questioned sternly. Li Xuejia's heart sank. How did her manager find out about this? She had implored her counselor not to disclose the matter. Sister Chu, what are you talking about? I graduated. How could I possibly not have received my certificate? Li Xuejia forced a smile. Her manager snorted dismissively. You have even concealed this from me, indicating that you no longer wish for my assistance, correct? Very well, I shall refrain from getting involved. With that, her manager abruptly ended the call. This artist had become too self-important, relying on her wealthy benefactor as a crutch, and had disregarded the guidance of her manager. The latter had long since grown weary of her antics and no longer wished to partner with her. If Li Xuejia chose to keep secrets from her, then she would allow her to seek assistance from her benefactor. There were numerous matters demanding her attention, including another rising star of equal renown to Li Xuejia and several other promising talents. They were far more deserving of her efforts and support. After her agent abruptly ended the call, Li Xuejia found herself devoid of the inclination to be angry. Her primary concern lay in the potential exposure of her lack of a university diploma, which would utterly dismantle her carefully crafted image of a top student. She hastily reached out to her university counselor. Upon inquiry, the counselor assured her that the matter of her not graduating had not been disclosed. Li Xuejia hung up, her brow furrowed in worry. If the counselor had remained silent, How had the agent become aware of her predicament? Her greatest fear was that the media would catch wind of this issue, leading to widespread revelation. Anxious and restless, Li Xuejia found herself in a state of turmoil. Yet her frantic worries yielded no solutions. Although she had cultivated some connections within the entertainment industry, the secret regarding her diploma remained a closely guarded issue that she could not disclose to anyone, thereby precluding her from seeking assistance from those contacts. As for her most significant ally, Ning Zhongchuan, she was equally reluctant to involve him. Over the years, her confidence had been significantly eroded by his presence. How could she possibly continue to navigate the entertainment world without his support? She feared that she might end up like Qingni, who, after losing her sponsorship, became a target of public scorn, besieged by various scandals and slander. It was essential to remember that she had offended numerous individuals throughout her career, and unlike Qingni, she lacked the extraordinary capability to gain admission to Harvard University, which had transformed public perception in her favor. Bitten by anxiety, Li Xuejia clenched her lower lip. Realizing that she could not turn to Ning Zhongchuan for help, who else could she rely on? Ultimately, she resorted to dialing her agent's number, but alas, the call went unanswered. Her agent seemed preoccupied. Throughout the night, Li Xuejia struggled in vain to connect with her agent. If there were no underlying schemes, she would hardly deserve the title of a scholarly celebrity. Yet, what does it matter now? After all, she has offended her agent. The revelations about her are not from her former advisor, but rather from a classmate. This female peer, also an academic achiever, outperformed Li Xuejia in academics, but lacked her physical allure, resulting in less popularity among their peers, which fostered a sense of jealousy within her. After graduation, this classmate pursued a master's degree and subsequently took a position at the university. While organizing student records, she uncovered the fact that Li Xuejia had not obtained her diploma. Wishing to see Li Xuejia falter, she disclosed the truth to entertainment journalists, simultaneously profiting from her makeup supplies. The online community is currently abuzz, with netizens fervently discussing the collapse of Li Xuejia's public persona. Many have taken to mockery. A prolonged facade can lead to public fatigue. Otherwise, countless individuals in the entertainment industry would not be relentlessly seeking change. Furthermore, it has been 5 years since Li Xuejia left university. Yet she continues to perpetuate her image as a top scholar, a misrepresentation long overdue for exposure. Her adversaries in the industry have also seized the opportunity, and the online trolls are capitalizing on the chaos, further tarnishing Li Xuejia's reputation. In a mere 2 days, her fame has plummeted drastically, with a significant number of her fans abandoning her. The earliest loyal supporters, disillusioned, have also chosen to withdraw their support. Li Xuejia's follower count, once a staggering 50 million, has dwindled to merely 3 to 5 million. Those 3 to 5 million were merely phantom followers gifted by the Weibo system. Li Xuejia suddenly recalled when Qingni had come to find Ning Zhongchuan. She had leaned against Ning Zhongchuan in just such a manner. How ironic. The tables have turned. Li Xuejia was more astute than Qingni had been back then. She understood that Ning Zhongchuan's decisions were immutable. Any protestations on her part would only result in her being blacklisted by Ning Zhongchuan, just as Qingni had been, leaving her with nothing. Li Xuejia was pragmatic. Since she could not obtain the man, or rather, the position of a young mistress in a wealthy family, she would secure the most significant advantage she could. The expression on Li Xuejia's face shifted. She stared calmly at Ning Zhongchuan and said softly, "President Ning, I've been with you for so many years, my youth squandered. Surely, I deserve some compensation." Ning Zhongchuan looked at this side of Li Xuejia with wide eyes, a side he had never known existed. Had Li Xuejia been acting in front of him all this time? Indeed, his judgment was flawed. Over the years, I've provided you with considerable resources, purchased numerous pieces of jewelry for you, and a house. What more could you possibly want? Ning Zhongchuan asked coldly. Li Xuejia replied softly, "With my own capabilities. Even without those resources, I could have attained them myself, albeit with more difficulty. As for the jewelry and the house, don't you think it's rather demeaning to try to fob me off with so little? You're a domineering CEO who makes millions every minute." Ning Zhongchuan frowned and asked, "How much do you want?" Li Xuejia extended her right hand, fingers splayed. 50 million. Compensation for the loss of my youth. Ning Zhongchuan picked up his phone and promptly transferred a substantial sum to Li Xuejia. The notification tone chimed on Li Xuejia's phone, and upon checking, she discovered a staggering 50 million had been deposited into her account. However, the sight of this wealth did little to elevate her spirits. Was her 5 years of youth truly worth only this sum? She glanced at the girl beside Ning Zhongchuan, a newcomer in the entertainment industry, known for her innocent charm. She had gained fame from a campus idol drama and was now dubbed the nation's first love. Chapter 88. The scholar star Li Xuejia observed the girl as she flashed a smug smile in her direction, exuding an air of triumph that stung Li Xuejia's heart with scorn. Her gaze swept across the girl's face, ultimately resting on her eyes that bore a striking resemblance to her own. Su Qingni also possessed similar eyes. To an astute observer, it would be evident that this girl shared a few traits with both Li Xuejia and Su Qingni. What a foolish woman. Did she truly believe herself a victor? In reality, she was merely another substitute sought by Ning Zhongchuan. The current version of herself would inevitably become the future version of this girl. Once Ning Zhongchuan grew weary, he would discard her in search of yet another replacement. Hollywood has recently placed significant emphasis on the vast market of the flower country, leading to the inclusion of Eastern characters in many films. After 5 years in the entertainment industry, Li Xuejia had honed her acting skills. Seizing the opportunity, she finally secured a minor supporting role. Even as a mere supporting character, Li Xuejia approached her work with earnestness, her performance surpassing that of many other significant supporting roles. The director, having recognized her talent, held Li Xuejia in high regard and subsequently recommended her to a close friend, another director. Thus, through the endorsements of these directors, Li Xuejia secured numerous roles. She also became a member of the Actors Guild, with her credentials reflecting her specialization in performance. Notably, she studied acting at Citigroup University, which served as an advantage. Coupled with her remarkable acting skills, striking beauty, and unwavering dedication to every role, Li Xuejia garnered a commendable reputation in Hollywood, where directors favored such committed actors. The Post revealed that Su Qingni and Li Xuejia had both been supported by Ning Zhongchuan. Upon being abandoned, both faced public scorn and were compelled to leave their homeland in pursuit of opportunities abroad. Subsequently, Su Qingni, a distinguished graduate of Harvard and MIT, emerged as the youngest scientist and became a billionaire through her inventions, bringing honor to her country. Although Li Xuejia did not obtain a degree from a domestic university, she graduated from a foreign institution. While the prestige may not rival that of Harvard or MIT, it nonetheless represented an accomplishment abroad. This maneuver allowed Li Xuejia to maintain her image as a star with academic prowess. Furthermore, Li Xuejia successfully penetrated Hollywood and established herself as an international superstar. Both women's triumphs unfolded after their abandonment by Ning Zhongchuan. One must ponder whether Ning Zhongchuan possesses discerning judgment or lacks it entirely. If his judgment is poor, how could he choose to support such exceptionally talented women? Conversely, if he has sound judgment, why abandon them before they had the chance to flourish? The online community has collectively reached out to Ning Zhongchuan, inquiring about his current sentiments. Does he harbor any regrets? They inquire as to how he selected his kept woman. Furthermore, they inquire when he intends to abandon his current paramour and what aspirations she holds for her future endeavors, as they anticipate her evolution into another triumphant woman. Ning Zhongchuan's countenance darkened ominously. He has now garnered nationwide notoriety, albeit of an unfavorable nature, as a doltish patron devoid of discernment. Presently, he is subjected to peculiar glances from all quarters, an ordeal he finds insufferable. Ultimately, Ning Zhongchuan relocated his family's enterprises and sought refuge in a foreign land where he was largely unrecognized. Consequently, the aforementioned kept woman gradually faded into obscurity within the entertainment industry, much to the disappointment of those netizens who had harbored great expectations for her. It appears that not every woman patronized by Ning Zhongchuan can attain success. Only Su Qingni and Li Xuejia constitute exceptional cases. 8 years later, Li Xuejia was crowned with an Academy Award, her achievements heralded both domestically and internationally. The domestic entertainment industry lavished her with effusive praise and obsequious adulation, in stark contrast to the disparagement and derision she had endured prior to her departure from the country. Amidst the jubilation and accolades surrounding Li Xuejia's triumph, the populace recalled another successful woman, Su Qingni, who had shared a similar trajectory. This Su Qingni had been absent from the public eye for an extended period. What was she engaged in? It is widely understood that scientists, unlike celebrities, rarely appear before the public, preferring instead to dedicate themselves to their research in obscurity. Nevertheless, the public remains intensely curious and attentive to Su Qingni's endeavors. Li Xuejia has achieved further success. What about Su Qingni, after all these years? Has she attained any other accomplishments? Is she truly destined to rely on the singular achievement of her artificial intelligence steward for the entirety of her life? In reality, many individuals sustain themselves on a solitary accomplishment throughout their existence. It is simply that the public has observed yet another triumph of Li Xuejia, thereby fostering excessive expectations for Su Qingni. Nevertheless, Su Qingni does not disappoint their anticipations. Within the confines of her home, she savors the red tea brewed by her steward, Tai, relishes the delicacies he has prepared, and delightfully scrolls through Weibo on her phone, thoroughly enjoying the moment. One can only wonder what expression Honghuang Tai would wear upon witnessing this scene. Upon seeing the online reports about Li Xuejia, Su Qingni smiled. This woman is both astute and decisive, possessing formidable capabilities. The original Su Qingni's defeat at her hands is hardly unjust. Chapter 89. Academic Star 9 Observing the public's expectations for her online. Su Qingni cheerfully dialed her assistant's number. Have we confirmed the time for the new results release with Director Li? After concluding the call, she posted a message on her long-untouched Weibo. Next Monday at 10:30 a.m., Daitan Park. Let us meet. Once her Weibo post went live, it caught the attention of those who vigilantly follow Su Qingni, who promptly shared the news. Su Qingni has posted on Weibo. It appears there is good news on the horizon. Is this a friendly rivalry with Li Xuejia? Such competition is indeed beneficial, as it allows us to witness two remarkable women achieving even greater heights. Anticipation builds for the results that Su Qingni will unveil. The artificial intelligence steward is undeniably impressive. Surely, her current achievements surpass those of the steward. What could it possibly be? Could it truly be a genuine artificial human? Surely not. If artificial humans were indeed created, would society descend into chaos? Would these beings dominate the world, relegating humanity to mere livestock under their control? Perhaps the individuals above have indulged too much in fiction. No. The ones above are merely preparing for unforeseen circumstances. I speculate it might be a maglev flying car, the most common product of future technology. Yet, the most prevalent product of advanced technology is a spaceship. Could it be that Su Qingni has developed a vessel capable of carrying humans beyond the solar system? But Su Qingni does not specialize in aerospace physics. Is it not permissible for her to pursue additional fields of study? Many scientists engage in research across various disciplines. After all, indeed, what do you think? Could it be a holographic online game? How wonderful it would be if it were. The legendary holographic online game. I am so excited. Li Xuejia was also scrolling through her phone, observing Su Qingni's Weibo and the discussions among netizens. The jealousy and resentment she once felt had dissipated after enduring so much. Her mindset had greatly improved. Su Qingni and she belonged to entirely different spheres. While she navigated the entertainment industry, Su Qingni thrived in the realm of technology. There were no conflicts of interest between them. Why harbor jealousy towards Su Qingni? Would that not be inviting unnecessary distress? If she were to envy someone, would they even notice? So, she resolved to focus on her own life, allowing herself to be unconcerned with such matters. Online, countless netizens continued to speculate about the latest breakthrough in Su Qingni's research. Amidst the speculation and conjecture, Su Qingni remained enigmatic, offering no replies. Netizens residing in the capital made arrangements to gather at Daitan Park on the day of the press conference to witness the event live. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was Monday. Su Qingni, dressed in formal attire from early morning, was escorted to the resting area of Daitan Park alongside Tai and her assistant. Here, she encountered numerous pivotal figures of the nation. Under the introduction of Director Li, Su Qingni exchanged pleasantries with each of these luminaries. After waiting for over half an hour in the resting area, the nation's paramount leader arrived. Su Qingni received accolades, being hailed as a national treasure of a scientist by the leader. Outside Daitan Park, however, eager netizens were met with resistance from armed police, who barred entry to all but those journalists possessing specific permits. The discontent among the netizens was palpable, yet they found themselves powerless. The tight security rendered any attempt to breach the perimeter futile. Nevertheless, unwilling to depart without a glimpse of the proceedings, these individuals remained stationed outside the park, eagerly anticipating the outcome. Groups gathered in clusters beyond the barricades, and then an astonishing scene unfolded before their eyes. A lengthy convoy arrived at the entrance of Daitan Park, revealing the nation's leader accompanied by several dignitaries, seemingly there to welcome guests. Then, they witnessed a procession of distinguished figures descending from the halted convoy. The President of the United States, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, the President of France. The spectators present were left agape, their mouths wide enough to accommodate an egg. Those watching the live broadcast were equally astonished, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. What monumental achievement had Qingni accomplished to attract such a plethora of prominent individuals? Onlookers observed as Qingni mingled among the elite, accompanying the foremost leader to welcome the esteemed guests. Anticipation for Qingni's revelation grew fervently among the crowd, who anxiously wished for the proceedings of the conference to accelerate. The attendees at the event, however, appeared composed, masking their inner excitement. The conference unfolded methodically, the prior speaker's words barely registered until Qingni graced the stage. Instantly, the audience's focus intensified, their eyes fixed on her, eagerly awaiting the announcement of her research findings. Qingni offered a gentle smile and remarked, "By the looks on your faces, it seems you are eager to discern the nature of my research, so I shall not keep you in suspense any longer." With that, Qingni raised her right hand high above her head, fist clenched, with her index finger pointing towards a specific direction. The crowd, puzzled, wondered what this gesture signified. Qingni encouraged, "Just follow the direction of my finger, and you shall understand." The audience immediately turned their gaze skyward, following the direction indicated by Qingni. While the live broadcast camera shifted to capture the scene above, the sky was a brilliant azure, the sun radiated warmth, and there appeared to be no signs of anything amiss. Just as the crowd was engulfed in perplexity, three dark silhouettes suddenly materialized within their line of sight. The shadows grew larger, suggesting that something was approaching from the heavens. Could it be an aircraft? Could it be that Qingni had developed a state-of-the-art airplane? Some netizens speculated. No, countered others. No matter how advanced a new aircraft might be, it could hardly attract such a multitude of distinguished figures from around the world. Could it be a maglev hovercar? A spacecraft? However, spacecraft traverse the cosmos, not the skies. Gundam. Chapter 90. The Academic Star. Gundam. Transformers. Iron Man. Mechas. To their astonishment, the dark shapes revealed their true forms. They were mechas. Flying in the sky were mechas. Ever since mechas made their debut in science fiction novels, films, and television, they have become the aspirations of countless young individuals. Who wouldn't desire to possess a dazzling mecha akin to Gundam? Why has Iron Man garnered such immense popularity? It is due to his spectacular armored suit and the formidable powers it bestows upon him. Now, the genuine article has manifested before the crowd. Not merely the exoskeletons presently in use, but authentic mechas. The mechas did not touch down, instead. They executed a variety of aerial displays, engaging in fierce combat with one another. Below, Qingni provided a comprehensive explanation of their various functions and capabilities. A laser sword manifested in the hands of a mech, effortlessly slicing a nearby artificial mountain in two. Qingni expounded upon the formidable power of the laser sword, concluding with a note that the even more potent weapons, such as laser guns, laser cannons, and plasma cannons, would not be demonstrated today. The crowd understood, for the display of such large-scale weaponry could potentially raise not only the entirety of the Daitan Park, but perhaps even the whole of Beijing to the ground. The online community erupted in fervor. Aside from admiring the three mechs, everyone was in awe of Qingni. What was Li Xuejia in comparison? An Oscar-winning actress could hardly rival a scientist capable of inventing mechs. While Oscar-winning actresses emerge annually, only one scientist possesses the ability to develop mechs. The men could only express their excitement with exclamations of awe. The women, though somewhat more composed, were equally thrilled, with many expressing a desire to pilot mechs themselves. There was a collective yearning for the mass production of mechs, envisioning a future where everyone could afford and operate their own. Currently, the state tightly controlled the manufacture and use of mechs, leaving ordinary citizens merely to drool over the mechs showcased on television and computer screens. With mechs serving as a deterrent, the neighboring nations, previously restless, were now subdued. Other great powers sought to cultivate amicable relations with the Flower Nation, hoping to secure the privilege of purchasing mechs through cooperation. At present, the Flower Nation could be deemed the most powerful country in the world. As the primary architect of this success, Qingni's name has been inscribed in the annals of history. Her current stature has become an unattainable height for Li Xuejia, let alone for the other starlets who have been supported by Ning Zhongchuan. These actresses regard her as a revered ancestor, aspiring to emulate Li Xuejia as their ultimate goal. While they dare not dream of achieving the accomplishments of Su Qingni, they hold a flicker of hope that with diligent effort, they might attain at least a fraction of Li Xuejia's success. Even if they fall short, achieving a semblance of Li Xuejia's accomplishments would still be commendable. The two legendary figures from the entertainment industry, Su Qingni and Li Xuejia, have had their stories adapted into films and television dramas, ensuring their legacies endure through time. As for Ning Zhongquan, his name is etched in the minds of many, forever remembered as the epitome of a big pig's trotters. Thanks to these two women, I have crossed into a different realm altogether. When Su Qingni entered this world, she encountered the soul of her original self. A young man who had met an untimely demise and was yet to comprehend his predicament, staring wide-eyed at his own body. Su Qingni covered her face in disbelief. Goodness! She had transformed from female to male in this world. Who are you? Are you my long-lost twin brother? The foolish original, Su Qingni, asked with naivety. The child had yet to realize his own death. Upon seeing his body, he mistakenly believed he was gazing at someone who resembled him perfectly. No, I am the deity spoken of by mortals, Su Qingni explained, gently tousling the original's hair as one would a puppy's. Others could not touch the original, but she could. Now that I inhabit your body, what you see is indeed your own form, not your twin brother, and you, my dear, have become a ghost. I am a ghost. Su Qingni chuckled lightly. Brother, do not jest with me. Surely, there are no such things as ghosts in this world. Su Qingni smiled gently. Your phone lies right there. Please retrieve it. What is the purpose of the phone? Su Qingni, puzzled, reached out to grasp the device, only to find his right hand inexplicably passing through it. A wave of astonishment washed over him. What is happening? He involuntarily closed his eyes, as a cascade of memories flooded his mind. He was Su Qingni, an orphan abandoned at birth. He grew up in an orphanage until the age of 16. When his striking appearance caught the attention of a talent scout, leading him into the entertainment industry. Alongside two peers of similar age, they formed a trio and debuted together. Each of the three boys was a handsome youth, possessing unique charms, excelling in both singing and dancing, thus capturing the hearts of young girls and becoming the most popular group in the country. 5 years later, the trio matured, and the group's format lost its previous allure, resulting in their disbandment, with each member embarking on a solo career. Among the three, Su Qingni struggled the most. Bai Yufei's parents were well-connected in the entertainment industry, offering their son advantageous networks. Chu Suining was a wealthy heir, whose family used their resources to pave his way in the industry. Only Su Qingni remained an orphan. After 5 years in the entertainment realm, his manager had sheltered the trio from the darker aspects of the industry, leaving Su Qingni with limited connections. After embarking on his solo career, Su Qingni found himself reliant solely on the jobs his agent managed to secure for him, leaving him in a less than favorable position among the trio. Nevertheless, even in his struggles, Su Qingni has ascended to the status of a second-tier celebrity. Recently, he accepted a role in a fantasy drama, but during a wire stunt, an unfortunate mishap caused him to plummet from midair. So, am I dead? Su Qingni inquired, pointing at himself. Su Qingni nodded. I'm dead. My life has just begun. How can this be? Su Qingni grappled with the reality. Sitting on the hospital bed, Su Qingni listened to his incessant chatter without interruption. Anyone confronted with the revelation of their own demise would surely find it hard to accept. After a considerable time, Su Qingni ceased his ramblings, wiped his face, and turned to Su Qingni, asking, Great One, do you know how to report to the underworld? Su Qingni raised an eyebrow, amused by his surprising acceptance of the grim truth. Are you really going to the underworld? She questioned. How could I not? I am indeed dead. The sooner I arrive, the sooner I can queue up for reincarnation, Su Qingni replied with a smile. Perhaps in my next life, I will have parents and loved ones, no longer an orphan. Every orphan harbors an unwavering desire for familial connection. Su Qingni nodded in agreement. Yes, in your next life, you will have parents and relatives who cherish you, and you will live a life of happiness. Thank you for your blessing, Su Qingni said. Great One, I entrust my body to you. I hope you will take good care of it. Rest assured, Su Qingni remarked, this is something I shall cherish for decades to come. Su Qingni, intrigued, leaned closer and inquired, Great One, why do you choose to linger in the mortal realm within my body? If you yearn for the human experience, why not opt for reincarnation? I have no desire to start anew as an infant, Su Qingni replied. Before you report to the underworld, I shall bestow upon you a gift. What kind of gift? Su Qingni asked, both puzzled and eager. Surely, it must be a divine offering. It will ensure your swift reincarnation and a prosperous next life, Su Qingni stated, as she formed a seal that surged into Su Qingni's being, simultaneously infusing a thread of merit into her essence. Though the realm of the underworld here is merely a shadow of the true Yomi, it still acknowledges the presence of Lady Pingxin. The seal carries her essence, which will ensure that upon entering the underworld, Su Qingni will encounter no difficulties. Rather, it will open pathways for her and facilitate her reincarnation. Moreover, the thread of merit will grant Su Qingni fortuitous blessings, ensuring her next life is filled with peace and prosperity. This serves as a small compensation for having occupied another's body. In truth, Su Qingni had already passed, and her body was of no further use. Thus, it is a repurposing of what would otherwise be wasted. Yet, since there lies an opportunity to meet the soul of the original owner, a modest recompense is in order. With a wave of her hand, a passage to the underworld materialized. She addressed Su Qingni, "Go forth." Su Qingni nodded in gratitude and stepped into the passageway. As the passage vanished, Su Qingni wearily leaned back, collapsing onto the hospital bed. Utilizing such an injured body to perform spells had proven somewhat taxing. While it did not adversely affect her spirit, the repercussions on this corporeal form were significant. However, the constraints of this world upon Su Qingni were not as severe as those in her previous realm. It was comparatively more lenient, with the laws of this reality mirroring those of the world where Su Qingni resided. This time, Su Qingni did not transition a small storage pouch from her true self, but exerted immense effort to transfer a pill capable of healing the internal injuries of her body. Since her youth, Su Qingni's physique had endured the rigors of dance and labor, compounded by malnutrition during her time in the orphanage, leading to the accumulation of hidden ailments. Following her recent fall from the sky, despite the doctor's fervent efforts, her internal organs remained only partially healed, resulting in further concealed injuries. In her youth, Su Qingni could rely on her youthful vitality to withstand these hidden afflictions, but with age, the latent injuries erupted, leaving her, if not deceased, languishing in bed, engulfed in suffering. A dark red pill appeared in her palm. After a moment's contemplation, she consumed it without hesitation. Closing her eyes, she allowed the energy from the pill to mend her body. A soothing warmth flowed within Su Qingni, repairing her form, and she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort that lulled her into slumber. The following day, she was awakened by the sounds from outside. In the ward, caregivers began their morning routines every 6 or 7 days without fail, residing in a highly secure private room owing to her identity. Su Qingni possessed senses far exceeding those of an ordinary person. Sounds from the corridor permeated her room with crystal clarity. Amidst the murmur of caregivers, she discerned the distinct cadence of a nurse administering medication room to room. As the nurse drew nearer, Su Qingni sat up in anticipation, leaning against the wall. A young nurse entered, momentarily surprised to find Su Qingni awake and sitting upright. A smile graced her lips as she spoke. "Qingni, you're up early. How are you feeling?" "Much improved," Su Qingni replied with a gentle smile. This particular nurse was an ardent admirer of Su Qingni and had been exceptionally attentive since her admission. Yesterday, Su Qingni's assistant, Xiaozhu, had a family matter to attend to and entrusted the nurse with her care. Beaming, the nurse responded, "That's wonderful. Surviving such an ordeal is a sign of blessings to come." Su Qingni chuckled, "I appreciate your kind words." The nurse dispensed Su Qingni's medication and fetched a glass of tepid water from the dispenser, offering it to her with a gentle smile. "Take your medicine first." Su Qingni feigned compliance, discreetly concealing the pills within her sleeve. Oblivious to the ruse, the nurse cheerfully declared, "I'll get you breakfast after my rounds. I can only purchase it from the hospital cafeteria. Rest assured, the cuisine at our hospital cafeteria is quite delightful, offering a diverse selection. There are various flavors of noodles and rice noodles, as well as meat buns, vegetarian buns, soup dumplings, and steamed dumplings. We also serve boiled eggs, tea eggs, fried eggs, and eggs boiled in brown sugar water, alongside soy milk, fried dough sticks, bread, and milk. What would you like to eat?" Su Qingni casually ordered a cup of soy milk and 2 tea eggs. "Is that all? Isn't that a bit too little?" The nurse inquired with concern. "Are you not feeling well?" "Not at all. I usually have just this much for breakfast," Su Qingni mused, recalling the numerous dietary restrictions from her previous life, feeling a deep sympathy for it. As artists, we must maintain our figures and cannot indulge in food. Typically, I don't have dinner. But due to my current injury and hospitalization, my agent has permitted me to eat dinner. Su Qingni resolved that upon her discharge, She would terminate her collaboration with her agent and seek a new one. Oh, how pitiful you are. The nurse, a food enthusiast, was deeply moved to learn that her idol could not freely enjoy food, especially since she was not allowed to have dinner. To attain one's desires, one must sacrifice more. Being a star is not merely about surface glamour. Chapter 92. Easygoing entertainment industry 2. After serving the nurse a bowl of chicken soup, Qingni chuckled softly. Observing the nurse's adoration as she left the room, she picked up the original owner's phone, unlocked it, and accessed the internet to search for information about the agents at the entertainment company where the original owner worked. However, the information disseminated online is often polished and superficial, failing to reveal the true character of individuals or their treatment of subordinates. Qingni surveyed her surroundings, but found no appealing agents, so she casually set her phone aside. She recalled that the contract her original self had signed with this agency was nearing its expiration. Given her dissatisfaction with the agents, she resolved not to renew the contract. If she were to find a suitable agent later, she would hire them. If not, she would venture into the industry independently. Even though this world lacked extraordinary powers, she possessed the means to grasp most developments within the entertainment sphere. It is noteworthy that she had traveled to Earth to learn computer hacking techniques. Now, as Earth has entered the 23rd century, technology has advanced significantly, and hacking skills have evolved as well. The hacking techniques she has mastered are virtually invincible in this world, which is akin to Earth's early 21st century. Provided there is internet access, she can obtain information from all corners of the globe. Any shifts in the entertainment industry will undoubtedly be known to her before others. After a brief moment, a nurse arrived with the breakfast that Qingni had specifically requested. Qingni expressed her gratitude and kindly told the nurse, "You may return to your duties. I am perfectly fine and do not require assistance. Soon, my assistant will arrive at the hospital." It seems that this assistant might also need to be replaced. The nurse found her idol to be both gentle and courteous, utterly enchanted by Qingni's smile, and she left the room in a daze. Qingni then closed her eyes and began to practice her martial arts techniques. In this world, akin to that of Qingni, the cultivation of celestial arts and other forms of energy is unattainable. Only internal martial arts can be practiced. She is diligently training in the method imparted by Qingni to Qingxing and Qingyan, a technique designed to enhance physical vitality and prolong life. The foundation of this body is still rather inadequate, necessitating long-term care. By the time Qingni has cultivated her first trace of internal energy into her dantian, the clock has already struck 1 in the afternoon. The assistant, Xiaozhu, who was supposed to arrive at 10:30 in the morning, has yet to make an appearance. The nurse has already changed shifts, leaving no one to procure lunch for Qingni. Opening her phone, Qingni downloads a food delivery app to order a meal for herself. After half an hour, the food arrives, and only then does she begin her lunch. Halfway through her meal, the door to the hospital room swings open, and Xiaozhu steps in. "Qingni, why are you only having lunch now?" Qingni looks up, smiling at Xiaozhu. "Well, what do you think has delayed my lunch?" Xiaozhu responds, somewhat sheepishly, her shoulders hunching slightly. "I didn't mean to. There were some issues at home that caused my tardiness." Qingni replies, "I will inform Sister Zhang that you need not assist me any longer. You are free to pursue whatever you wish. You no longer need to work for me." At this moment, Xiaozhu comprehends the gravity of the situation. Qingni is effectively dismissing her. "No, please, Qingni," Xiaozhu pleads, rushing forward. She had assumed that, like Qingni would be soft-hearted and that a simple apology would suffice for forgiveness. Meanwhile, the manager, receiving the phone call, quickly grasps the scenario. It seems that issues at home merely indicates that Xiaozhu has been slacking off. In the past, Qingni was kind-hearted and forgiving, but now, feeling hurt and disheartened, she is unwilling to pardon Xiaozhu for her actions. After all, she is merely an assistant. Dismissing her is a trivial matter. "Very well. I shall assign another assistant to you," Sister Zhang agreed. "No need. I will ask the nurses at the hospital to assist me in hiring a caregiver. I can manage without an assistant for the time being." Qing and I declined the agent's offer to send someone her way. Sister Zhang is currently focused on another artist under her management, a budding star who has secured the attention of a wealthy benefactor. She is determined to strategize for the young starlet, ensuring she retains this benefactor's support and acquires more resources from him. "All right then, once you are discharged, I will arrange a new assistant for you," Sister Zhang concluded before hanging up. Qing and I was on speakerphone, and Xiaozhu heard Sister Zhang's words. her expression darkening considerably. She had not anticipated losing her job so abruptly. You heard Sister Zhang's words. Let us go, Su Qing and I said. Xiao Zhu hesitated to leave, as this departure would signal the end of her position. High-paying and easy jobs like this are hard to come by, and a kind employer like Su Qing is even rarer. Looking at the assistants of other celebrities, none of them enjoys such a relaxed role. Xiao Zhu still wished to plead with Su Qing and I for another chance, but Su Qing and I simply donned her headphones and closed her eyes to listen to music. She did not want to be immediately assigned work upon her discharge, each time the doctor came to examine her. She feigned various ailments to convince the physician that her injuries were severe, necessitating further medical attention and recuperation in the hospital. Thus, Su Qingni resided in the hospital for an extended period until 2 months later when she finally discharged herself. The day following her release, she visited an entertainment company and met with her former agent, Sister Zhang. A dinner gathering? Su Qingni raised an eyebrow. Sister Zhang, are you not aware that I despise such occasions? Sister Zhang, with an air of impatience, replied, This is a different time. If you do not attend the dinner, how will you acquire valuable resources? You ought to learn from Zhu Wenya. Chapter 93. The Relaxed Entertainment Industry 3. Zhu Wenya is a second-tier rising star under Sister Zhang's guidance, who has recently secured a benefactor, thus her prospects are increasingly promising. Su Qingni pushed her schedule towards Sister Zhang and replied coolly, Sister Zhang, I will not partake in these so-called dinner gatherings. These events may sound appealing in name, but in reality? It seems Sister Zhang has profited considerably from Zhu Wenya's dealings with her benefactor, and now she wishes to act as a madam herself. Sister Zhang's expression soured. You must attend, regardless. You are my artist. You must comply with my arrangements. Su Qingni smiled. Sister Zhang, I am no longer your artist. My contract with the company expired 3 days ago. I am now a free agent. It appears that you, a person of distinction, have forgotten this crucial detail. Sister Zhang's demeanor stiffened. She had indeed overlooked it. She had been preoccupied with Zhu Wenya's matters, and, due to this focus, sought to find benefactors for her artists while neglecting the expiration of Su Qingni's contract. How infuriating. Why had the Human Resources Department not informed her? The top hacker. Su Qingni smiled. She had previously concealed information regarding Su Qingni's contract within the Human Resources Department of the entertainment company, only lifting the veil before her arrival today. Turning to Sister Zhang, she remarked, Sister Zhang, from now on, I shall have no ties with the company or with you. I need not heed your directives to attend banquets. Sister Zhang inhaled deeply and inquired, Have you signed with another agency? Su Qingni shook her head, replying, Not for the time being. Sister Zhang asserted, I will have the Human Resources Department prepare a new contract. We shall finalize it today. Su Qingni replied, No need. Sister Zhang, I do not wish to sign again. Sister Zhang questioned, You do not wish to sign with the company, yet you have not signed with another. Do you no longer aspire to thrive in the entertainment industry? She scoffed, You have already taken a break for over 2 months. Do you still wish to rest? Su Qingni explained, These past 2 months were for recuperation. I believe my body has not yet fully healed. I require more time for recovery. Sister Zhang sarcastically remarked, You certainly have become precious. Su Qingni smiled, Thank you for the compliment, Sister Zhang. Was that praise I offered you? That was mere sarcasm. Sister Zhang sensed a change in Su Qingni, but the nature of that change eluded her understanding. Very well, I shall take my leave. Su Qingni stood, bidding farewell with a smile. Sister Zhang, goodbye. Sister Zhang huffed, lacking the enthusiasm to engage with someone she had deemed a lost cause. Indeed, in her view, it was not Su Qingni who had abandoned her as a manager. Rather, it was she who had relinquished Su Qingni. Such an unambitious artist, mired in mediocrity, was not someone she required. The formalities for resignation were executed without impediment, as the contract had reached its expiration, and with the artist's agent in accord. The personnel department did not impede Su Qingni's departure and processed her resignation according to protocol. Upon exiting the entertainment company's premises, Su Qingni experienced an immediate sense of liberation. A celebratory repast is in order, she mused as she directed her steps toward an opulent shopping center adjacent to a 5-star hotel. The uppermost floor of the Emporium housed an all-you-can-eat seafood and grilled meat buffet, priced at a mere 128 yuan per person, complete with a hawthorn beverage to aid digestion after the indulgence. As a person of some renown, Su Qingni dared not effectuate too drastic an alteration to her appearance. She employed only minor concealment when venturing out. Despite her efforts, She was recognized and surreptitiously photographed consuming her buffet meal, which was subsequently disseminated online. Astonishing. Rising star Qingni revealed as a glutton. Even when my husband eats, he is still a feast for the eyes. Gazing upon this aesthetically pleasing image of him eating, I consumed 2 extra bowls of rice. Is the buffet at XX restaurant truly that delectable? Perplexed, she scratched her head, bemused by the ease with which she had trended. If merely dining could propel one to the trending topics, other celebrities would have ascended countless times over. Qingni stroked her chin, pondering if, akin to her incarnation as a modern-day playboy, she was intrinsically blessed with good fortune. Within the entertainment company, Zhang Jie was also perusing her mobile device. Upon beholding the images trending, Zhang Jie was seized by a pang of regret, lamenting the hasty relinquishment of Qingni as an artist. Having perused the trending topics, Qingni activated her newly acquired, state-of-the-art laptop. Her fingers danced upon the keyboard like a butterfly flitting among blossoms, as one piece of information after another materialized on the screen. Qingni meticulously sifted through these details, in pursuit of resources and opportunities. The entertainment industry is rife with prospects, and there are numerous film crews. However, the opportunities they offer predominantly favor artists affiliated with entertainment companies. Even auditions that are publicly announced typically send notifications to these agencies, which then arrange for their artists to attend. Those without agents or company backing often find themselves in the dark, receiving news too late. She had previously underestimated the complexities of the situation, believing that simply presenting herself would guarantee her a role. It is essential to understand that film crews consider myriad factors. Beyond the actor's skill, the background of the artist is also of paramount importance. Actors represented by agencies can bring investment, publicity, and various advantages to the production. What can an independent artist, lacking both a background and company support, contribute? Qingni was unwilling to submit to the constraints of an entertainment company. Her only recourse to compete for roles lay in one avenue: money. In the realm of entertainment, there is scarcely a challenge that money cannot surmount. In her previous life as a wealthy heir, what rendered her entertainment company so successful? Beyond her discerning eye for talent and the acquisition of a competent director, the primary factor was her substantial financial investment. Why were director Chai's films so immensely popular? Because he invests a considerable amount of resources into each of his productions, meticulously crafting them into masterpieces the audience is willing to pay. Thus, in the realm of entertainment, money indeed seems to wield immense power. Alas, I must devise a means to generate income. Reflecting on the mere hundreds of thousands in the original owner's bank account, Qingni prioritized her financial plans. She first downloaded a stock trading application, immersed herself in market analysis, and purchased several stocks she anticipated would appreciate, leaving her account with only 100,000. Chapter 94. The leisurely entertainment industry. What can 100,000 accomplish? For an average individual, there are numerous possibilities with such an amount. Yet for a celebrity in the entertainment industry, 100,000 is hardly substantial, especially for one who has just terminated a contract with their agency and desires to embark on an independent career. Qingni resolved to make a trip to the border of Myanmar. However, before she could set off, she was approached by 2 men in uniform. Searching through the memories left by her predecessor, Qingni pondered whether the original owner had any nefarious connections akin to Jack the Ripper. For why else would the police come knocking? Mr. Qingni, we are prison guards from XX prison, and we have matters to discuss with you. The older middle-aged officer stated. Please, come in. Qingni stepped aside, inviting the 2 officers inside. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. We will leave as soon as we conclude our discussion, the middle-aged officer replied. Qingni, ever the gracious host, poured 2 glasses of juice and placed them on the coffee table before her guests. Thank you, the middle-aged officer expressed his gratitude, then retrieved a document envelope from his briefcase and placed it in front of Qingni. Qingni raised an eyebrow, awaiting clarification from the middle-aged police officer. This is the belongings of inmate number 6718, the officer stated. 6718 is named Dai Haiping, and she is your biological mother. I thought I was an orphan. Qingni replied coolly. I have been in an orphanage since birth. That is because your mother was imprisoned, and neither your father nor your mother's relatives wished to raise you. Thus you were sent to the orphanage, the officer sighed. Your mother, she. From the middle-aged officer's words, Qingni learned of Qingni's tragic origins. Qingni's father was a man from humble beginnings, while her mother hailed from a wealthy family. As with many tales, Su's father married Dai Haiping for her family's fortune. He entered Dai's family business and gradually transformed their assets into his own. After Dai Haiping's parents tragically passed away, no one uncovered Su Qingni's ulterior motives, allowing the family business to seamlessly adopt the Su surname, leaving Dai Haiping with only a handful of real estate and some shares in the company. Once the man from humble beginnings achieved success, he sought other women. And Su's father was no exception. He not only maintained several mistresses, but also fathered an illegitimate son and daughter, growing increasingly indifferent towards Dai Haiping. With compelling evidence, the court ruled in favor of Dai Haiping, mandating the return of her company. The court also decreed the divorce between Dai Haiping and Su's father, with the latter leaving empty-handed as the offending party. Upon discovering the truth, Dai Haiping's vision blurred with rage. She seized a fruit knife from the coffee table and plunged it into Su's father repeatedly, over 10 times, ultimately resulting in his demise. Having extinguished Su's father, Dai Haiping divested the Dai family corporation and liquidated all assets, save for the ancestral home, converting them into liquid assets deposited in foreign banking institutions. Subsequently, under the cloak of night, Dai Haiping infiltrated the residence of Su's father's sister, setting it ablaze. While the sister's offspring, along with her in-laws, managed to escape, Su's father's sister and her spouse, incapacitated by a stun gun and subsequent stabbing, perished in the conflagration. Having avenged her parents, Dai Haiping sought to abscond the country, yet underestimated the capabilities of law enforcement. Moments before registration, she was apprehended, convicted of triple homicide, including 2 counts of premeditated murder, compounded by arson. Dai Haiping received a life sentence. Shortly after incarceration, she discovered her pregnancy, carrying Su's father's child. She bore a son in prison. However, her continued incarceration precluded her from providing maternal care. With the demise of the child's maternal grandparents and the absence of aunts or uncles, the paternal grandparents, along with an uncle and aunt, harbored profound animosity towards Dai Haiping for the murder of their son and his sister and her husband. Consequently, they disavowed the child, refusing to acknowledge him as a member of the Su lineage. Devoid of familial support, the child was consigned to an orphanage. 1 week prior, Dai Haiping passed away. The correctional officers deemed it appropriate to inform her son of her demise, and moreover, she had bequeathed him her personal effects. The middle-aged police officer presented a wooden box. Placing it upon the coffee table, within it lay the ashes of your mother. Su Qingni sighed, expressing her gratitude to the 2 officers. With their duties fulfilled, the officers rose and took their leave. Su Qingni gazed at the urn, retrieved her phone, and searched for cemeteries nearby, purchasing a burial plot for 88,000 yuan. The following day, she brought the urn for interment. Dai Haiping's spirit had long departed to the underworld, and Su Qingni burned a considerable amount of traditional paper money for her, those yellow, hole-punched notes, rather than the modern printed currency that has led to inflation in the netherworld. She pondered whether the 2 of them would reunite in the afterlife. The likelihood seemed slim. Su Qingni bore his own mark and may have already arranged for reincarnation. Upon returning home, Su Qingni opened the envelope delivered by the police. Inside were few items: a key to a bank safe deposit box and a note bearing the bank account number and password. The handwriting on the note was somewhat erratic, suggesting the writer's hand was unsteady. It was likely penned by Dai Haiping herself. The fortune accrued from the Dai family's assets had been deposited in a foreign bank by Dai Haiping. This note presumably contained the account information for that overseas institution. Chapter 95. The leisurely entertainment circle. The Dai family ancestral home was a 3-entry courtyard, valued at over 100 million yuan. Moreover, the funds transferred from abroad amounted to a staggering 1 billion yuan. In an instant, Su Qingni transformed into a billionaire, no longer burdened by financial worries, nor compelled to venture to Myanmar. Truth be told, the prospect of gambling on stones every time money was needed had grown exceedingly tedious. With wealth, everything becomes manageable. Within the circle, there are numerous production teams, each possessing captivating scripts, competent directors, and skilled actors. However, due to a lack of funding and no investors willing to support them, these productions inevitably falter. They are unable to complete filming, cannot premiere their works, and consequently fail to generate revenue, rendering their initial investments futile. Subsequently, they find themselves devoid of future investment opportunities. Su Qingni has chosen to align herself with one such production team. This particular group is working on a modern fantasy series, yet the director lacks renown. The screenwriter is obscure, and the most prominent actor involved is merely a second-tier talent. This young actor, summoned by the Asking Heaven production, has abandoned this smaller project to take on the role of the male lead second in command. Currently, the production team has yet to secure a suitable male lead, primarily due to financial constraints that hinder their ability to offer competitive salaries, resulting in a halt to filming with no clear timeline for resumption. Qingni has perused the script for the fantasy drama titled Greetings, Taoist. The story revolves around a male protagonist who, during weekdays, works as a computer programmer, but transforms into a Taoist priest on weekends, addressing various supernatural incidents arising within the city. Typically, the male lead dons black-rimmed glasses, embodying the traits of many introverted programmer types. Yet, upon transforming into the Taoist priest, he exudes an aura of coolness and charm. This stark contrast is sure to captivate the hearts of many young women. Qingni picked up her phone and dialed the director of Greetings, Taoist. Director Zhao was feeling quite frustrated. With the male lead's absence, the production team was unable to proceed, and he watched helplessly as their initial investments began to dwindle. These investments were gathered by him and two friends. If it all goes awry, they would not only find themselves destitute, but also burdened with a mountain of debt. However, the question remains, who should be cast as the male lead? Perhaps it would be better to forego well-known actors and instead choose newcomers for the role. Yet, if the female lead is also a novice, the absence of any notable promotional angle would be disheartening. Alas, the dilemma is quite taxing. Just then, Director Zhao's phone rang. Upon answering, a look of delight spread across his face as he listened to the voice on the other end. Once the call ended, he immediately dialed his friend, the screenwriter of the show. As the call connected, Director Zhao excitedly exclaimed, "Old Li, we have secured our male lead." "Really? Who is it?" Old Li inquired, equally exhilarated. "Can you believe it? It's him." Old Li was astonished. This individual's fame surpassed that of their initially sought lead. And even the other male stars they had considered paled in comparison. What about his fee? "I'm afraid our production team might struggle to meet his demands." Director Zhao chuckled heartily. "He does not require a fee, and furthermore, Qingni is willing to invest in our production, thus augmenting our budget." "Is that true?" Old Li asked, his excitement palpable. "Indeed," Director Zhao confirmed. "Qingni and I have arranged to meet tomorrow for a discussion. You should accompany me. We will soon discover whether Qingni is genuinely interested in investing in us." "Excellent. What time and where shall we meet tomorrow?" Old Li asked eagerly. The following day, Director Zhao and Lao Li encountered Qingni at a CAF. Qingni engaged in delightful conversation with both men, solidifying his role as the male lead and committing to invest 10 million into the production of Greetings, Taoist. The trio agreed to meet the next day to sign the contract and commence filming. Lao Li inquired, "Su, aren't you going to consult with your agent?" Qingni smiled and replied, "My contract with the agency has expired. I am currently working independently and do not have an agent." "It can be quite arduous to go solo," Director Zhao noted. "Moreover, there are numerous trivial matters to attend to, and it is essential to have an agent to manage those for you. Would you like me to recommend someone?" Qingni responded, "That would be great, but Director Zhao, let me clarify my expectations up front. I do not require an agent with extensive connections. However, it is imperative that this person does not interfere with my affairs. I desire absolute freedom and do not wish to be constrained." Lali chimed in that case, you might as well hire an assistant." Qingni nodded in agreement. "I share that sentiment. However, I still need an agent." Director Zhao continued, "There are many matters that an assistant cannot handle. Su, I know someone who is quite capable and possesses a good network. Unfortunately, he has had a streak of misfortune. He was betrayed by a backstabber and wrongfully imprisoned. After his release, no artists were willing to collaborate with him. Currently, he is struggling and has opened a barbecue restaurant to make ends meet. Yet, his heart remains in the entertainment industry, still aspiring to be an agent. Would you be interested in meeting him to learn more?" "Certainly. If it is a matter of taboo for you, I shall consider it as though I have never mentioned this individual. Is it truly a case of being wronged?" Qingni expressed her skepticism, for the police are not to be underestimated. If that person were innocent, they would not have been incarcerated. "Indeed, I can vouch for him." Director Zhao interjected, "Old Li can vouch as well, right, Old Li?" Old Li nodded, affirming, "The party's character is commendable. I share the same sentiment as Director Zhao. He has been victimized by that ungrateful wretch." With both men offering their assurances, it seemed that this person indeed possessed commendable qualities, piquing Qingni's interest. With a smile, She addressed Director Zhao. Since you both have vouched for him, I shall meet him. Please, have him brought to the set tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Director Zhao was elated. Excellent. I will summon him. Little Su, I assure you, Party Xiangyu's capabilities are truly remarkable. Otherwise, he would not have guided his first protégée to become an award-winning actress. However, he has served time in prison, which may concern many. Might you be troubled by this? Is it not a tad late to inquire whether I might be troubled by it? Chapter 96. A relaxed entertainment circle. Party Xiangyu is 38 years old, unmarried, and without children, living a solitary life. With 2 brothers at home, and his parents already blessed with grandchildren, there is little pressure for him to marry and procreate. He enjoys a life of freedom. After graduating from university, Party Xiangyu entered the entertainment industry, taking under his wing the then novice Fu Shuangshuang. Highly capable, Party Xiangyu quickly established himself in the industry, cultivating a substantial network of connections. He devoted a decade to elevating Fu Shuangshuang from a negligible celebrity to the prestigious status of Best Actress, transforming her into a leading figure in the industry. However, once Fu Shuangshuang ascended to this esteemed position, Party Xiangyu severed ties with her. The circumstances surrounding their split remain a mystery to all. Subsequently, Party Xiangyu began working with other emerging talents, initially experiencing considerable success. Yet, not long after, he was apprehended on charges of drug possession and sentenced to 3 years in prison. Upon his release, entertainment agencies were reluctant to engage a manager with a tarnished reputation, and artists were wary of collaborating with someone whose past incarceration could potentially tarnish their own image. Devoid of artists, Party Xiangyu could no longer fulfill his role as a manager and was reluctantly compelled to withdraw from the entertainment industry, opening a barbecue restaurant near a film studio to sustain himself while keeping abreast of developments within the realm of entertainment. He never relinquished his aspirations, however. No one offered him the chance to realize them. After perusing the news about Party Xiangyu, Qingni sought information on Fu Shuangshuang. She trusted the assurances of Director Zhao and Old Li, believing that individuals they staunchly defended could not possibly be malevolent. Moreover, having seen photographs of Party Xiangyu online, she discerned that he did not fit the mold of a criminal. His alleged transgressions seemed to stem from personal vendettas. The most likely perpetrator behind Party Xiangyu's plight appeared to be none other than Fu Shuangshuang, who had once shared a close bond with him, an embodiment of the term ungrateful. Fu Shuangshuang, a 33-year-old award-winning actress and a prominent star in the country, debuted at 18, with Party Xiangyu serving as her sole champion and achieving her current stature. These details represent the overt narrative, yet numerous covert elements elude no scrutiny from Qingni. As the adage goes, every action leaves a trace. Fu Shuangshuang adeptly concealed her privacy, yet many within her circle were privy to certain secrets about her. Qingni learned even more through these individuals. Fu Shuangshuang had a romantic liaison with Dang Xiangyu, but unbeknownst to him, she had also shared her bed with other men, bartering her body for personal gain. Although Dang Xiangyu could provide her with numerous resources, Fu Shuangshuang was insatiable. Beyond her status and fame in the entertainment industry, she yearned for greater wealth and lavish indulgences. The men she pursued were all scions of affluent families, as she aspired to become a lady of high society, relegating Dang Xiangyu to the role of a mere backup. Dang Xiangyu had tirelessly sought resources and connections for Fu Shuangshuang, engrossed in his work, oblivious to her entanglements with other men. However, after Fu Shuangshuang achieved the status of Best Actress, Dang Xiangyu felt that he had accomplished half of his goal and allowed himself some leisure, no longer as preoccupied with work. It was during this respite that he discovered Fu Shuangshuang's indiscretions, realizing she had been unfaithful and had deceived him multiple times. Unable to tolerate the betrayal, Dang Xiangyu severed ties with Fu Shuangshuang. Subsequent to their breakup, Dang Xiangyu sought another talented actress. Aware of Dang Xiangyu's formidable capabilities, Fu Shuangshuang grew apprehensive that he might elevate this new actress to rival her for resources. Thus, she resolved to discreetly undermine the emerging actress before she could rise to prominence. The new actress indeed had some scandalous secrets, which Fu Shuangshuang seized upon and exploited. After all was said and done, observing the pained and troubled expression on Dang Xiangyu's face, Fu Shuangshuang felt an overwhelming sense of pride and exhilaration. Yes, it should be this way. She would strike Dang Xiangyu down to the point of despair, compelling him to sever ties with her despite his charm. Was it not his aspiration to become the foremost agent in the entertainment industry? She would ensure that he could never realize that dream. forcing him to slink away from the entertainment world like a rat fleeing from the streets. The subsequent misfortunes that befell Deng Xiangyu need not be elaborated upon. Betrayed and imprisoned, Su Qingni meticulously compiled all of Fu Shuangshuang's actions and the pertinent evidence into a single folder, neatly packaged and transferred to her phone. She contemplated observing Deng Xiangyu's demeanor the following day to ascertain whether he would make a suitable agent for her. If he proved to be a fit, she would present this dossier to him as a gift. She could not fathom that Deng Xiangyu would love Fu Shuangshuang so unconditionally as to overlook her misdeeds. Otherwise, he would not have so readily ended their relationship in the first place. The silence over the years must have stemmed from a lack of evidence. The next day, Su Qingni arrived at the film set and encountered Deng Xiangyu. He was a refined and handsome man, possessing physical attributes that rivaled those of the stars within the industry. Exuding a gentle demeanor, yet Su Qingni discerned a sharpness within that gentleness. Director Zhao introduced the two and excused himself, granting them privacy. With a smile, Su Qingni inquired of Deng Xiangyu, "Are you aware of my expectations for an agent?" Deng Xiangyu nodded, replying, "I am not the type of agent who acts unilaterally. I hold great respect for the opinions of the artists. Should you err in any matter, I will merely offer a gentle reminder rather than impose any corrections upon you. Other matters, too, will not be forced upon you. I undertook this endeavor on your behalf, and should you prefer not to accept it, I shall respect your decision and decline the undertaking for you. I shall not intrude upon your privacy. Should you desire to pursue romance or matrimony, I shall not impede you. It is my conviction that each individual is an autonomous entity, capable of assuming responsibility for themselves." Su Qingni was exceedingly pleased and extended her right hand towards Deng Xiangyu, stating, "A pleasure doing business with you." Deng Xiangyu clasped Su Qingni's hand in his own, inquiring, "You have accepted me with such ease? Do you not fear that my words may be mere flattery?" Su Qingni responded with a smile, "I have faith in your integrity. Moreover, subsequent to Director Zhao's mention of you yesterday, I commissioned an investigation into your background. You are quite remarkable." Deng Xiangyu offered a gentle smile, remarking, "I am grateful for your trust. You are the sole individual, aside from my long-standing companions such as Lao Zhao, to repose such confidence in me and accept me as I am." Su Qingni jested with a smile, "In that case, you must exert yourself diligently hereafter to reciprocate my faith in you." Deng Xiangyu affirmed, "That is only natural." Su Qingni, fixing her gaze upon Deng Xiangyu's eyes, initiated, "There exists a matter I wish to clarify." Deng Xiangyu met Su Qingni's gaze directly, comprehending the nature of her inquiry. "Do you still harbor affections for Fu Shuangshuang?" Chapter 97, Effortless Entertainment Circle, 7. "Do you still harbor affections for Fu Shuangshuang?" Su Qingni inquired. Deng Xiangyu chuckled softly, replying, "Those sentiments have long since dissipated. Over the years, any affection has been eroded." Su Qingni raised an eyebrow inquisitively. "You are cognizant of the fact that you were ensnared by Fu Shuangshuang?" Deng Xiangyu nodded in affirmation. "Old Zhao and the others are all aware. How could I possibly remain uninformed?" Deng Xiangyu sighed, expressing a longing for clarity. "Of course, I have contemplated this for quite some time," he lamented, "yet I lack sufficient evidence, and Fu Shuangshuang operates with such secrecy that uncovering her illicit activities proves exceedingly difficult." Su Qingni retrieved her mobile phone and began to manipulate it deftly. Deng Xiangyu, perplexed by her sudden shift in focus, adhered to the terms of their agreement and refrained from questioning her actions. He too produced his phone and began scrolling through Weibo. Suddenly, a notification caught his attention. Someone had sent him a friend request. "Is descendant of the witch clan your online alias?" Deng Xiangyu inquired. Su Qingni acknowledged him with a brief sound. He accepted the friend request and soon discovered that the new contact, the descendant of the witch clan, had sent him a private message containing a file. Upon opening the file, his breath grew heavy with astonishment. Within were irrefutable pieces of evidence showcasing how Fu Shuangshuang had conspired against him, as well as evidence of her infidelity, remarkably detailed. "Why you didn't hire a private investigator to look into Fu Shuangshuang, did you?" Deng Xiangyu stammered, overwhelmed. Such comprehensive information was beyond the reach of even a seasoned private investigator. He recalled his own futile attempts to hire one, only to find no useful leads. Fu Shuangshuang was far too cautious. "No," Su Qingni replied with a smile. "I simply acquainted myself with a top-notch hacker who assisted me in gathering this information." Deng Xiangyu eagerly implored, "Could you introduce me to them?" Su Qingni smiled, offering no response. Sensing her reluctance, he refrained from pressing further. You may handle these documents as you see fit, she stated, entrusting him with the evidence. Deng Xiangyu clasped his phone tightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. No need for thanks. I do this for my own sake, replied Su Qingni, as she put away her phone and approached Director Zhao. Director Zhao, when do we start? Immediately, came Zhao's booming voice. Everyone, take your positions. We are about to commence filming. Upon hearing that vibrant sound, Deng Xiangyu beamed with a radiant smile. That day, an expose surfaced online, titled Let Us Uncover the Lover of the So-Called Virtuous Best Actress. The post was replete with incriminating evidence, photos of Fu Shuangshuang engaging intimately with various men, with only the most intimate parts obscured. Yet the clarity of the images left no doubt of their authenticity. Over the years, Fu Shuangshuang had garnered immense popularity due to her purportedly virtuous character, with audiences regarding her as a breath of fresh air among the myriad of female entertainers in the industry. Alas, it turned out that this so-called purity was more tainted than that of her contemporaries. Viewers felt utterly deceived by Fu Shuangshuang and unleashed a torrent of vitriol against her. Her reputation lay in ruins. Her career suffered immensely, with all endorsements revoked and advertisements taken down. The wives of the men she had entangled herself with were not to be trifled with. Many were wealthy second-generation elites, possessing both affluence and influence, making it all too easy to retaliate against Fu Shuangshuang, especially with so many joining forces. Initially, the men had intended to shield her, but upon discovering that she was not exclusive to any one man, having engaged with at least 20 others, their patience wore thin. The nature of men is such that while they may indulge in casual liaisons, they cannot abide by a woman doing the same. Consequently, Shuangshuang experienced a downfall. Facing a comprehensive blacklist within the entertainment industry, her reputation utterly tarnished. Due to breach of contract, she incurred debts exceeding 100 million yuan, a sum that remained insurmountable even after liquidating her properties, including her house, car, and other valuable possessions. Ultimately, Shuangshuang departed from the entertainment sphere, her whereabouts unknown, her debts still outstanding. As Shuangshuang's reputation plummeted, another expose surfaced, detailing her infidelity towards her former boyfriend and manager. It revealed how, upon being discovered and subsequently facing a breakup, she, driven by resentment, retaliated by framing him for drug possession, leading to his 3-year imprisonment. The expose further elucidated how her ruined reputation rendered her incapable of managing artists, forcing her departure from the entertainment industry. Upon reading this account, the public extended their sympathies to Xiangyu, while those within the industry recognized the injustice he had suffered. Numerous entertainment companies extended offers, vying to recruit him, but Xiangyu declined them all. He questioned why he should join those companies that had previously shunned him. Though they could not fathom his reasons, they ceased their speculation. Xiangyu was deemed worthy of friendship, and many were willing to show him deference, leading to an abundance of resources converging upon him and Qingni. Qingni was capricious. Her presence in the entertainment world was purely for enjoyment, to experience the life of a celebrity, but she was unwilling to compromise her principles. She resolutely refused lucrative roles that did not appeal to her personally, rejected scripts of poor quality or excessive melodrama, and declined to work with collaborators she disliked. Consequently, the number of jobs she accepted was exceedingly limited. As Deng Xiangyu gazed at the few scripts before him, the corners of his mouth twitched. Could such a capricious artist truly fulfill his aspiration of becoming a top-tier agent? Was there still time for regret? Su Qingni cast a sidelong glance at Deng Xiangyu and chuckled, "Don't bother thinking about it. It's too late." Deng Xiangyu responded with a sigh. Su Qingni then presented a script to him, stating, "I quite fancy the antagonist in this script. I shall take on this role. Once the filming for Greetings, Taoist concludes, I will join this production." Deng Xiangyu accepted the script and glanced at the title, The Boundless Path of Immortality. This was a fantasy drama, reportedly intended to compete with another production titled The Way of Inquiry. However, due to various complications, the filming had been postponed, and as of now, the cast had yet to be fully assembled. The director of this drama was an old acquaintance of Deng Xiangyu, who, upon learning that he was representing an artist, extended an invitation for an audition for the role of the male third lead. This character was portrayed as righteous and benevolent, likely to be well received by the audience. Although Deng Xiangyu felt that this persona did not align with his artist, he recognized that an actor must embody diverse roles and thus recommended Su Qingni for the part of the male third lead. He reasoned that if Su Qingni delivered a stellar performance, she would undoubtedly garner a significant following. Chapter 98. The Easygoing Entertainment Industry. Dang Xiangyu believed that as long as Su Qingni excelled in the role of the male third lead, she would attract considerable popularity. Yet he had not anticipated that Su Qingni had her sights set on the primary antagonist of the boundless path of immortality. The antagonist's intricate character and background present a considerable acting challenge, yet a successful portrayal would be exceptionally captivating. However, as previously stated, the role is demanding. Even an actor of the highest caliber could falter. An unsuccessful performance would result in a villain who is merely loathed, rather than admired. This antagonist role has already been cast. Dang Xiangyu did not directly criticize Su Qingni's acting abilities. Su Qingni smiled upon hearing this. The production team is abandoning this antagonist role, aren't they? Dang Xiangyu, observing Su Qingni's knowing expression, responded with a smile. The production team cannot afford to hire a top actor for such a supporting role. Su Qingni stated, I believe my acting skills are quite adequate. Dang Xiangyu, confidence is commendable. Su Qingni, rest assured, I am neither arrogant nor inflated. I genuinely have confidence, and I am truly fond of this character. Dang Xiangyu, but the role has already been cast, and there are no auditions scheduled. Su Qingni, 50 million. Dang Xiangyu, what? Su Qingni, I can invest 50 million in the Boundless Immortal Path production team. Dang Xiangyu. He almost forgot that the person before him was a hidden tycoon. The smooth and well-funded filming of the current Hello Taoist Priest production is entirely due to this tycoon. Dang Xiangyu wiped his face. All right, I will contact the director of Boundless Immortal Path immediately. Regardless, the director of the vast path of immortality, Li Zhong, has relinquished the role of the antagonist. Upon hearing that someone was willing to invest 50 million for this very character, he would undoubtedly respond with delight. As anticipated by Party Xiangyu, upon learning of the substantial funding, director Li Zhong promptly decided to cast Su Qingni as the primary villain, relegating the originally assigned actor to the role of the third male lead. The former antagonist surely felt a surge of joy. It was evident to all that portraying a villain was a thankless task, while the third male lead was a character likely to garner affection from the audience. Transitioning to this role would undoubtedly attract a new fanbase once the show aired. The director was further elated, as shooting a fantasy drama necessitates special effects, location shoots, and an array of props, all of which require considerable financial resources. The investors had already contributed 80 million to the production, a significant sum by any measure. However, due to the aforementioned expenses, the entire crew found themselves operating on a tight budget, leaving many of the director's grandiose scenes unrealized. With the addition of this 50 million, those envisioned scenes could finally come to life, along with the opportunity for more elaborate and impressive special effects. The director regarded Su Qingni as a veritable fortune bringer, resolving that even if her acting prowess fell short of embodying the charm of the primary antagonist, he would still use the camera to ensure her portrayal was visually captivating, compensating for any deficiencies with her aesthetic appeal. After all, the world is rife with admirers of beauty. Following her role in Greetings, Taoist, Su Qingni joined the cast of the vast path of immortality. Within the production team, aside from the director, producer, and assistant director, no one was aware that Su Qingni was the investor. The others merely acknowledged her with nods, displaying a lack of enthusiasm towards her presence. Su Qingni found the situation quite satisfactory. She had little affinity for superficial social interactions. Director Li Zhong had previously harbored concerns regarding Su Qingni's acting prowess. Despite Su Qingni's years in the entertainment industry, her endeavors had primarily revolved around singing and variety shows, with scant experience in acting, leading to fears of inadequate performance. However, after witnessing Su Qingni's inaugural performance, Li Zhong was exhilarated. Had he stumbled upon a gem? A talented and affluent actress had approached him unbidden. Su Qingni brought the character of the primary antagonist to life, embodying the essence of a supreme being from a mystical realm. With her adept hacking skills, she could effortlessly resolve matters online, yet she refrained from intervening and entrusted the task to her capable manager, Dang Xiangyu. As a competent agent, he would adeptly handle these issues, sparing his artist the burden of concern. Indeed, Dang Xiangyu proved to be remarkably efficient, swiftly quelling the slanderous attacks against Su Qingni on the internet and redirecting public attention to other topics. He discovered that the clandestine adversary targeting Su Qingni was none other than the male lead of the production, a rising star. This young actor, eclipsing Su Qingni in fame and basking in the glow of his leading role, believed he deserved more recognition from the director than his fellow cast members. Yet, the director held Su Qingni in high esteem, and her talent posed a palpable threat to him. He discerned that once Xianlu Mangmang aired, Su Qingni's portrayal of the antagonist would undoubtedly attract more fans than his own role as the protagonist, casting a shadow over his own allure. Discontent and resentment brewed within the young actor, prompting him to resolve to tarnish Su Qingni's reputation before the premiere of Xianlu Mangmang. Deng Xiangyu refrained from immediately dealing with this insignificant character. Instead, he sought out Su Qingni to convey the results of his investigation. He decided to hold off on taking action against him, considering he is the male protagonist of Xianlu Mangmang. Should he be dealt with now, it would tarnish his reputation and adversely affect the series, ultimately leading to disenchanted viewers and poor sales for the drama, resulting in a significant loss on your part. You have invested 50 million, after all. Do not claim that you are indifferent to money. That is indeed a substantial sum. Su Qingni chuckled softly, responding, I am not indifferent to it. Then let us wait until Xianlu Mangmang has generated sufficient profits before addressing him. Do you possess any incriminating evidence against him? Deng Xiangyu replied. This matter also involves your former manager, who has been stirring the pot behind the scenes. What do you propose we do? Su Qingni scoffed, fully aware that Zhang Jie would be displeased by her decision to abandon her in favor of Deng Xiangyu. Zhang Jie harbors a strong desire for control and is known for her vindictiveness. Thus, it comes as no surprise that she would take action. Su Qingni remarked. Zhang Wenhong has quite a bit of dirt on her, like pimping her own artist, which would be enough to bring her down. Moreover, her top artist, Fu Shuangshuang, has secured a wealthy patron who, although unmarried, has a fiancée. The patron's family is quite invested in monitoring his fiancée's lineage. As Su Qingni spoke, she busily tapped on her phone. Before long, Deng Xiangyu received a package of documents sent by Su Qingni. Su Qingni remarked, First, contact the fiancé of the financier and send her the photos of Fu Shuangshuang and her fiancé. Chapter 99. A relaxed entertainment. Circle 9. The financier's fiancé was a woman consumed by jealousy and quite willful. Upon receiving photographs of her fiancé with a stranger, she disregarded the consequences entirely and stormed into Fu Shuangshuang's commercial performance with her entourage, leaving her battered and bruised. Journalists were present at the scene, and it wasn't long before the news of Zhu Wenyao being supported by the financier and his fiancée's confrontation spread across the internet. Zhu Wenyao's carefully curated image was shattered, resulting in widespread ridicule online, and her company suspended her work. She sought assistance from the financier, but he was too busy placating his fiancée to concern himself with her predicament. Left with no option, Zhu Wenyao turned to Zhang Wenhong, who found herself overwhelmed by this sudden turn of events. Before she could even address Zhu Wenyao's issues, allegations surfaced online accusing her of pimping and arranging inappropriate gatherings for her artists, drawing the attention of law enforcement. If Zhang Wenhong was still oblivious to the fact that she had been set up, it would be a grave oversight given her extensive experience in the entertainment industry. But who could be behind her downfall? She had numerous enemies, yet those adversaries could not possibly know the depths of her secrets. Only those close to her were privy to certain hidden truths, yet which among them could betray her? Zhang Wenhong overlooked Su Qingni. It was only when she witnessed the male lead of the endless path framing Su Qingni that she realized Su Qingni was portraying the antagonist in the same production. She had never perused the script of the wandering path to immortality and remained oblivious to the brilliance that a well-portrayed antagonist could exhibit. Consequently, she did not perceive the extent of Su Qingni's transformation after their separation. Moreover, she was unaware that Su Qingni was the leading character in Greetings, Taoist. Nor did she know of Su Qingni's newfound wealth and her investments in 2 television dramas. In her mind, Su Qingni was still that unremarkable little artist without a background, reduced to enlisting the services of an ex-convict as her manager. Her disdain for Su Qingni rendered it improbable for her to associate the person plotting against her with Su Qingni. Zhang Wenhong ultimately received a sentence of 1 year, a mere year that obliterated her career, unless she exhibited the relentless perseverance of Deng Xiangyu in pursuit of her dreams, and fortuitously encountered an artist who did not mind her past incarceration. She would forever remain distanced from the entertainment industry. Director Zhao bestowed upon Su Qingni a substantial red envelope. Subsequently, The Wandering Path to Immortality premiered, with its exceptional special effects and breathtaking visuals. Coupled with a captivating storyline and attractive actors, it eclipsed The Way of the Questions, claiming the title of the year's ratings champion. Su Qingni's portrayal of the supreme of the demon sect indeed overshadowed the male lead, captivating viewers who sat glued to their televisions and computers solely to witness the scenes featuring the demon lord, indifferent to the identity of the male protagonist. Su Qingni's popularity surged once more, elevating her into the ranks of first-tier stars. Dong Xianyu entered the room, clutching a stack of scripts and invitations, placing them on the table before Su Qingni, and then seated himself on the sofa opposite her. Su Qingni put away her phone, picked up a script, glanced through it briefly, and tossed it aside. In the future, I shall refrain from accepting invitations to those so-called youth idol dramas, for their plots are exceedingly simplistic. I have no desire to portray male leads whose intelligence seems to have been fed to dogs. Party Xiangyu nodded subtly, his hand gliding across the table momentarily, as he separated a quarter of the script and invitation, gesturing for Su Qingni to continue selecting from the remaining 3/4. Su Qingni swiftly perused the scripts, finishing all within an hour, identifying 3 that piqued her interest, and from a pile of invitations, she selected 2 advertising offers, stating to Party Xiangyu, "These will suffice. Should the filming schedules of these 3 scripts not overlap, I shall accept them all." Party Xiangyu examined the scripts she had chosen. One was for a leading role, while the other 2 were for supporting characters. However, they were all quite compelling roles. It appeared that his artist approached acting for the joy of it, indifferent to whether she played the lead, preferring instead to tackle challenging characters. There are no conflicts, Party Xiangyu affirmed. The filming schedules for 2 of the supporting roles would not be extensive, and with a bit of adjustment, the timings could be easily coordinated. At that moment, Party Xiangyu's phone rang. Su Qingni leaned back, picking up a script to read, not wishing to interrupt his call. All of Party Xiangyu's conversation was captured by Su Qingni's attentive ears. It turned out that a new job opportunity had arisen for her, which Party Xiangyu deemed a promising chance. Su Qingni responded with a nonchalant acknowledging the prospect. A wilderness reality show. For other celebrities, it might be a trial, but for Su Qingni, it would be akin to play. After all, during her time instructing the human race, their living conditions were far inferior to the rigors of outdoor adventures. Chapter 100. Effortless Showbiz. Ten Xiang Danyu harbored considerable faith in Su Qingni. Having accompanied the artist for an extended period, he had gained a preliminary understanding of her capabilities, including her commendable physical prowess, culinary skills, and stamina. As an orphan, she possessed a wealth of practical life skills. Consequently, he believed that she would undoubtedly fare better than the other pampered celebrities on a deserted island. Qingni. Su Qingni had barely alighted from the vehicle when she heard someone call her name. Turning her head, she observed a radiant young man, accompanied by an exceptionally handsome youth, beckoning her. "Did you arrive earlier?" Su Qingni inquired as she approached them, extending her right fist to bump knuckles with each of them. Meng Zheijing remarked, "I seized the opportunity en route to peruse some wilderness survival materials and videos, hoping they will prove useful when the time comes." Zhang Zihue scoffed at him. "Last-minute cramming is of little avail. It's better to latch onto Qingni's coattails." "Qingni, my friend, I'm relying entirely on you for these 3 days," Meng Zheijing retorted. "While Qingni may possess cooking and sewing skills, they are only applicable in modern society. On a deserted island akin to a primitive society, Qingni will be at a loss. You would be better off placing your expectations on me. I must inform you that I have acquired substantial wilderness survival experience. Furthermore, I am proficient in the art of fire-making by friction, knowledgeable in the selection of suitable firewood, and have memorized several edible wild vegetables and fruits. As long as these provisions are located on the island, enduring 3 days will pose no problem." Zhang Zihue widened his eyes in astonishment. "Are you merely engaging in armchair strategy?" Meng Zheijing snorted. "Are you underestimating me? You will follow closely behind me, and I shall surely guide you to soar." Su Qingni couldn't help but laugh. The 2 companions were simply adorable. The production team had been quite meticulous in their selection of participants, opting exclusively for physically capable stars, leaving behind the delicate ones entirely. They had been deposited on the beach, and the boat had ventured out to sea, halting a kilometer away from the island. Everyone shielded their eyes from the sun, gazing out at the water, where the faint outline of the ship could be discerned. This sight brought a measure of comfort to their hearts, assuring them that should any misfortune occur, assistance would undoubtedly arrive. Having already acquainted themselves aboard the vessel, there was no sense of awkwardness among the group. They settled themselves on the sandy shore to deliberate on how to best navigate the upcoming 3 days and 2 nights. "Allow me to share my thoughts first," Meng Zhaoqing spoke gently. "On my way here, I reviewed some materials and videos pertaining to wilderness survival, so I possess a modicum of experience. I believe our foremost priority should be to kindle a fire. Once we have fire, the rest will follow more easily. Additionally, we need to locate edible wild fruits on the island, as they will quench our thirst and provide some sustenance. Yao Su added, I too have perused relevant materials and am familiar with how to procure firewood. I shall take it upon myself to gather the necessary sticks. Tu Guanhai chuckled. I imagine many of us engaged in a last-minute cramming session before our arrival, myself included. Therefore, as I am quite strong, I shall be responsible for constructing a couple of makeshift shelters, providing us with a refuge from the wind and rain. The group held a degree of skepticism regarding Tu Guanhai's abilities. While erecting a shelter may seem simple in theory, it was, in reality, quite a challenging endeavor. Without further ado, constructing a shelter necessitates relatively thick and long branches or trunks for support. However, they possess no tools to procure materials. If quality materials are absent, the resulting shelter would fail to shield one from wind and rain, rendering the effort futile. Let us abandon this notion, Cheng Yin remarked. I observe that there is a mountain on this small island. Perhaps it harbors a cave, which could provide us with shelter from the elements. Yao Su interjected. That mountain is too small. It is unlikely to contain a cave. Instead, we might consider excavating a few earth pits. Earth pits? The others expressed their confusion, as they were unfamiliar with the term. Yao Su chuckled. You are all quite young. It is understandable that you have not heard of earth pits. This was once a dwelling style for some impoverished families several decades ago. My grandparents lived in such earth pits, Yao Su continued. In my hometown, remnants of these earth pits still exist. I have seen them with my own eyes and know how to excavate one. Yao Su elaborated. The method for digging an earth pit is rather simple. One must excavate a pit approximately 1 meter deep, with a square shape, spanning 2 to 3 meters in area. Surround the pit with low walls made of mud bricks or tiles, about half a meter in height. Place a few beams atop. Then construct a roof using branches woven together, and finally cover it with grass and mud. Since we shall reside on this island for merely 3 days, we need not be overly meticulous. The low walls of mud bricks or tiles can be omitted. At most, we shall place a few longer branches on top and cover it with grass and mud. The male host consistently sought to curry favor with Yao Su, and once she finished speaking, he enthusiastically concurred. This method is excellent. Let us excavate a pit. A fleeting glimmer of derision flickered in the female host's eyes as she interjected. A pit sounds promising. But the issue lies in our lack of tools for constructing a shelter and for digging. How shall we proceed? Yao Su replied with a smile. Building a shelter requires chopping down trees, and without an axe, we are at a standstill. However, for digging, we can utilize some suitable stones. The soil on this island is relatively loose, making it not too arduous to excavate. Tu Guanhai took on the task assigned by Yao Su, venturing to gather dry twigs for kindling. As he had stated, he had perused survival materials in the wild, and the twigs he collected were indeed usable. Tu Guanhai approached to assist, but met with failure. Su Qingni turned to observe the two, finding them sprawled on the ground in a comical state, which brought a smile to her face. She stepped forward and declared, "Allow me to give it a try." Meng Xiaoqing handed a wooden stick to Su Qingni, collapsing to the ground with a sigh, lamenting, "Why is it so difficult to create fire by friction? It appeared so simple in the videos." Indeed, knowing is easy, but doing is hard. Tu Guanhai joined her on the ground, suggesting, "You go ahead, and if it doesn't work, I shall take my turn." He harbored little faith in Su Qingni's ability to ignite a flame. With a grin, Su Qingni began to rub the stick vigorously. The two watched as the stick in her hands blurred into motion, their mouths agape, as if 2 eggs could fit inside. "It's ignited. We have fire." Meng Xiaoqing exclaimed in delight as she suddenly sprang to her feet. Tu Guanhai's mouth gaped wider, feeling somewhat taken aback. Hastily, Meng Xiaoqing gathered the dried leaves she had collected and brought them closer, causing the sparks to flourish, and soon, a bonfire ignited, followed by another. The trio piled several sticks of dry wood onto the blaze, ensuring it would not extinguish anytime soon, before making their way to join Yao Su and the others in digging a pit. After laboring for the better part of the day, the 8 of them finally excavated a substantial hole. Following Yao Su's guidance, they arranged the pit into a makeshift shelter. Exhausted, they collapsed onto the ground. Yet the sight of their accomplishment brought smiles to several faces. This was their achievement. Without the aid of any modern tools, they had created something remarkable. After resting for a while, a series of rumbling sounds echoed forth. With a flushed face, Meng Xiaoqing remarked, I'm feeling quite hungry. The female host chuckled. No need to feel embarrassed. We are all hungry too, and our stomachs can be quite vocal. Almost as if to validate her statement, the rumbling sounds increased, seemingly contagious among the group. Meng Xiaoqing rose again, saying, I'll go gather some wild fruits to fill our stomachs. Zhang Zihui also stood up. I'll accompany you. Turning to Su Qingni, he inquired, Qingni, would you like to join us? Su Qingni nodded and rose from the ground. Engaging in these activities did not tire her much due to her cultivated physique, yet she felt the need to blend in with the others, feigning fatigue. Yao Su, Cheng Yun, and the female host rose to their feet simultaneously, declaring their intent to join the search for sustenance. The group dispersed into several factions. Su Qingni aligned herself with one group. Yao Su partnered with the male host, while the female host teamed up with Tu Guanhai and Cheng Yun, each selecting distinct directions for their quest. Meanwhile, Su Qingni, merely trailing behind her two companions like a shadow, became the subject of ridicule, being labeled the most ineffectual member of their trio. Since embarking on her solo career, she had not fared as well as her peers, excelling in neither her profession nor any other endeavors. Fortunately, Su Qingni's two recent television dramas had just aired, garnering her a considerable fan base, who promptly rallied to her defense. Had those who mocked her forgotten so swiftly? Not long ago, she had successfully created fire through friction, a testament to her capabilities. It is noteworthy that neither Meng Xiaoqing nor Tu Guanhai had achieved such a feat. The quarrel, which had scarcely begun, swiftly concluded as Su Qingni began to demonstrate her prowess, delivering a resounding rebuttal to her detractors.